the law of 656, and therefore as null, the revolt of the Italian subjects and the Sulpician revolution, Romans and Italians. From the time when the defeat of Pyrrhus had put an end to the last war which the Italians had waged for their independence, or, in other words, for nearly 200 years, the Roman primacy had now subsisted in Italy, without having been once shaken in its foundations even under circumstances of the utmost peril. Vainly had the heroic family of the Barcides, vainly had the successors of Alexander the Great and of the Achaemenids endeavored to rouse the Italian nation to contend with the too powerful capital.
It had obsequiously appeared in the fields of battle on the Guadalquivir and on the Magerda, at the pass of Tempe and at Mount Sipylus, and with the best blood of its youth had helped its masters to achieve the subjugation of 3 continents. Its own position meanwhile had changed, but had deteriorated rather than improved. In a material point of view, doubtless, it had in general not much ground to complain. Though the small and intermediate landholders throughout Italy suffered in consequence of the injudicious Roman legislation as to corn, the larger landlords and still more the mercantile and capitalist class were flourishing, for the Italians enjoyed, as respected the turning of the provinces to financial account, substantially the same protection and the same privileges as Roman burgesses, and thus shared to a great extent in the material advantages of the political ascendancy of the Romans. In general, the economic and social condition of Italy was not primarily dependent on political distinctions. There were allied districts, such as Umbria and Etruria, in which the class of free farmers had mostly disappeared, while in others, such as the valleys of the Abruzzi, the same class had still maintained a tolerable footing, or remained almost unaffected, just as a similar diversity could be pointed out in the different Roman burgess districts. On the other hand, the political inferiority of Italy was daily displayed more harshly and more abruptly. No formal open breach of right indeed occurred, at least in the principal questions. The communal freedom, which under the name of sovereignty was accorded by treaty to the Italian communities, was on the whole respected by the Roman government. The attack which the Roman Reform Party at the commencement of the agrarian agitation made on the Roman domains guaranteed to the communities of better position had not only been earnestly opposed by the strictly conservative as well as by the middle party in Rome, but had been very soon abandoned by the Roman opposition itself. Disabilities and wrongs of the subjects, but the rights which belonged and could not be belonged to Rome as the leading community, the supreme conduct of war affairs and the superintendence of the whole administration, were exercised in a way which was almost as bad as if the Allies had been directly declared to be subjects devoid of rights. The numerous modifications of the fearfully severe martial law of Rome, which were introduced there in the course of the 7th century, seem to have remained on the whole limited to the Roman burgess soldiers. This is certain as to the most important, the abolition of executions by martial law, and we may easily conceive the impression which was produced when, as happened in the Juguthine War, Latin officers of repute were beheaded by sentence of the Roman Council of War, while the lowest burgess soldier had in the like case the right of presenting an appeal to the civil tribunals of Rome. The proportions in which the burgesses and Italian allies were to be drawn for military service had, as was fair, remained undefined by treaty. But while in earlier times the two had furnished on an average equal numbers of soldiers, now, although the proportions of the population had changed probably in favour of the burgesses rather than to their disadvantage, the demands on the allies were by degrees increased disproportionately, so that on the one hand they had the chief burden of the heavier and more costly service imposed on them, and on the other hand there were 2 allies now regularly levied for 1 burgess. In like manner with this military supremacy, the civil superintendence of which, including the supreme administrative jurisdiction which could hardly be separated from it, the Roman government had always and rightly reserved to itself over the dependent Italian communities, was extended in such a way that the Italians were hardly less than the provincials abandoned without protection to the caprice of any one of the numberless Roman magistrates. In Teanum Sidicinum, one of the most considerable of the allied towns, a consul had ordered the chief magistrate of the town to be scourged with rods at the stake in the marketplace, because, on the consul's wife expressing a desire to bathe in the men's bath,
The municipal officers had not driven forth the bathers quickly enough, and the bath appeared to her not to be clean. Similar scenes had taken place in Ferentinum, likewise a town holding the best position in law, and even in the old and important Latin colony of Carles. In the Latin colony of Venusia, a free peasant had been seized by a young Roman diplomatist, not holding office but passing through the town, on account of a jest which he had allowed himself to make on the Romans' litter, had been thrown down and whipped to death with the straps of the litter. These occurrences are incidentally mentioned about the time of the Fregelan insurrection. It admits of no doubt that similar outrages frequently occurred, and of as little that no real satisfaction for such misdeeds could anywhere be obtained, whereas the right of appeal, not lightly violated with impunity, protected in some measure at least the life and limbs of the Roman burgess. In consequence of this treatment of the Italians on the part of the Roman government, the variance which the wisdom of their ancestors had carefully fostered between the Latin and the other Italian communities could not fail, if not to disappear, at any rate to undergo abatement. The curb fortresses of Rome and the districts kept to their allegiance by these fortresses lived now under the like oppression. The Latin could remind the Pisantine that they were both in like manner subject to the fasces. The overseers and the slaves of former days were now united by a common hatred towards the common despot. While the present state of the Italian allies was thus transformed from a tolerable relation of dependence into the most oppressive bondage, they were at the same time deprived of every prospect of obtaining better rights. With the subjugation of Italy, the Roman burgess body had closed its ranks. The bestowal of the franchise on whole communities was totally given up. Its bestowal on individuals was greatly restricted. They now advanced a step farther. On occasion of the agitation which contemplated the extension of the Roman franchise to all Italy in the years 628, 632, the right of migration to Rome was itself attacked, and all the non-burgesses resident in Rome were directly ejected by decree of the people and of the Senate from the capital, a measure as odious on account of its illiberality, as dangerous from the various private interests which it injuriously affected. In short, while the Italian allies had formerly stood to the Romans partly in the relation of brothers under tutelage, protected rather than ruled, and not destined to perpetual minority, partly in that of slaves tolerably treated and not utterly deprived of the hope of manumission, they were now all of them subject nearly in equal degree, and with equal hopelessness, to the rods and axes of their Roman masters, and might at the utmost presume like privileged slaves to transmit the kicks received from their masters onward to the poor provincials. The rupture. Fregelan War. Difficulty of a general insurrection. It belongs to the nature of such differences that, restrained by the sense of national unity and by the remembrance of dangers surmounted in common, they make their appearance at first gently and as it were modestly, till the breach gradually widens, and the relation between the rulers, whose might is their sole right, and the ruled, whose obedience reaches no farther than their fears, manifests at length undisguisedly the character of force, down to the revolt and raising of Fregellae in 629, which, as it were, officially attested the altered character of the Roman rule. The ferment among the Italians did not properly wear a revolutionary character. The longing after equal rights had gradually risen from a silent wish to a loud request, only to be the more decidedly rejected, the more distinctly it was put forward. It was very soon apparent that a voluntary concession was not to be hoped for, and the wish to extort what was refused would not be wanting. But the position of Rome at that time hardly permitted them to entertain any idea of realizing that wish. Although the numerical proportions of the burgesses and non-burgesses in Italy cannot be properly ascertained, it may be regarded as certain that the number of the burgesses was not very much less than that of the Italian allies. For nearly 400,000 burgesses capable of bearing arms, there were at least 500,000, probably 600,000 allies. So long as with such proportions the burgesses were united, and there was no outward enemy worthy of mention, the Italian allies split up into an endless number of isolated urban and cantonal communities, and connected with Rome by 1,000 relations public and private, could never attain to common action, and with moderate prudence the government could not fail to control their troublesome and indignant subjects, partly by the compact mass of the burgesses, partly by the very considerable resources which the provinces afforded, partly by setting one community against another. The Italian and the Roman parties. Accordingly, the Italians kept themselves quiet till the revolution began to shake Rome, but as soon as this had broken out,
they too mingled in the movements and agitations of the Roman parties, with a view to obtain equality of rights by means of the one or the other. They had made common cause first with the popular and then with the senatorial party, and gained equally little by either. They had been driven to the conviction that, while the best men of both parties acknowledged the justice and equity of their claims, these best men, aristocrats as well as populares, had equally little power to procure a hearing for those claims with the mass of their party. They had also observed that the most gifted, most energetic, and most celebrated statesmen of Rome had found themselves, at the very moment when they came forward as advocates of the Italians, deserted by their own adherents, and had been accordingly overthrown. In all the vicissitudes of the 30 years of revolution and restoration, governments enough had been installed and deposed, but however the programme might vary, a short-sighted and narrow-minded spirit sat always at the helm. The Italians and the oligarchy, the Licinio-Muccian law. Above all, the recent occurrences had clearly shown how vain was the expectation of the Italians that their claims would be attended to by Rome. So long as the demands of the Italians were mixed up with those of the revolutionary party, and had in the hands of the latter been thwarted by the folly of the masses, they might still resign themselves to the belief that the oligarchy had been hostile merely to the proposers, not to the proposal itself, and that there was still a possibility that the mere intelligent Senate would accept a measure which was compatible with the nature of the oligarchy and salutary for the state. But the recent years, in which the Senate once more ruled almost absolutely, had shed only too disagreeable a light on the designs of the Roman oligarchy also. Instead of the expected modifications, there was issued in 659 a consular law which most strictly prohibited the non-burgesses from laying claim to the franchise and threatened transgressors with trial and punishment, a law which threw back a large number of most respectable persons who were deeply interested in the question of equalization from the ranks of Romans into those of Italians, and which in point of indisputable legality and of political folly stands completely on a parallel with that famous act which laid the foundation for the separation of North America from the mother country. In fact, it became, just like that act, the proximate cause of the Civil War. It was only so much the worse that the authors of this law by no means belonged to the obstinate and incorrigible optimates. They were no other than the sagacious and universally honoured Quintus Scaevola, destined, like George Grenville, by nature to be a jurist and by fate to be a statesman, who by his equally honourable and pernicious rectitude inflamed more than anyone else first the war between Senate and Equites, and then that between Romans and Italians, and the orator Lucius Crassus, the friend and ally of Drusus, and altogether one of the most moderate and judicious of the optimates. The Italians and Drusus, amidst the vehement ferment which this law and the numerous processes arising out of it called forth throughout Italy, the star of hope once more appeared to arise for the Italians in the person of Marcus Drusus. That which had been deemed almost impossible, that a conservative should take up the reforming ideas of the Gracchi and should become the champion of equal rights for the Italians, had nevertheless occurred. A man of the high aristocracy had resolved to emancipate the Italians from the Sicilian Straits to the Alps and the government at one and the same time, and to apply all his earnest zeal, all his trusty devotedness to these generous plans of reform. Whether he actually, as was reported, placed himself at the head of a secret league whose threads ramified through Italy and whose members bound themselves by an oath to stand by each other for Drusus and for the common cause cannot be ascertained, but even if he did not lend himself to acts so dangerous and in fact unwarrantable for a Roman magistrate, yet it is certain that he did not keep to mere general promises, and that dangerous connections were formed in his name, although perhaps without his consent and against his will. With joy, the Italians heard that Drusus had carried his first proposals with the consent of the great majority of the Senate. With still greater joy, all the communities of Italy celebrated not long afterwards the recovery of the tribune, who had been suddenly attacked by severe illness. But as the further designs of Drusus became unveiled, a change took place. He could not venture to bring in his chief law. He had to postpone, he had to delay, he had soon to retire. It was reported that the majority of the Senate were vacillating and threatened to fall away from their leader. In rapid succession, the tidings ran through the communities of Italy that the law which had passed was annulled, that the capitalists ruled more absolutely than ever, that the tribune had been struck by the hand of an assassin, that he was dead. Autumn of 663. Preparations for general revolt against Rome.
The last hope that the Italians might obtain admission to Roman citizenship by agreement was buried with Marcus Drusus. A measure which that conservative and energetic man had not been able under the most favorable circumstances to induce his own party to adopt was not to be gained at all by amicable means. The Italians had no course left save to submit patiently or to repeat once more, and if possible with their united strength, the attempt which had been crushed in the bud 35 years before by the destruction of Fregellae, so as by force of arms either to destroy Rome and succeed to her heritage, or at least to compel her to grant equality of rights. The latter resolution was no doubt a resolution of despair. As matters stood, the revolt of the isolated urban communities against the Roman government might well appear still more hopeless than the revolt of the American colonies against the British Empire. To all appearance, the Roman government might with moderate attention and energy of action prepare for this second insurrection the fate of its predecessor. But was it less a resolution of despair to sit still and allow things to take their course? When they recollected how the Romans had been in the habit of behaving in Italy without provocation, what could they expect now that the most considerable men in every Italian town had, or were alleged to have had, the consequences on either supposition being pretty much the same, an understanding with Drusus, which was immediately directed against the party now victorious and might well be characterized as treason? All those who had taken part in this secret league, all in fact who might be merely suspected of participation, had no choice left save to begin the war or to bend their neck beneath the axe of the executioner. Moreover, the present moment presented comparatively favorable prospects for a general insurrection throughout Italy.
We are not exactly informed how far the Romans had carried out the dissolution of the larger Italian confederacies, but it is not improbable that the Marsians, the Paulinians, and perhaps even the Samnites and Lucanians still were associated in their old communal leagues, though these had lost their political significance and were in some cases probably reduced to mere fellowship of festivals and sacrifices. The insurrection, if it should now begin, would still find a rallying point in these unions. But who could say how soon the Romans would for that very reason proceed to abolish these also? The secret league, moreover, which was alleged to be headed by Drusus, had lost in him its actual or expected chief, but it continued to exist and afforded an important nucleus for the political organization of the insurrection, while its military organization might be based on the fact that each allied town possessed its own armament and experienced soldiers.
In Rome, on the other hand, no serious preparations had been made. It was reported, indeed, that restless movements were occurring in Italy, and that the communities of the Allies maintained a remarkable intercourse with each other. But instead of calling the citizens in all haste to arms, the governing corporation contented itself with exhorting the magistrates in the customary fashion to watchfulness and with sending out spies to learn farther particulars. The capital was so totally undefended that a resolute Marsian officer, Quintus Pompedius Silo, one of the most intimate friends of Drusus, is said to have formed the design of stealing into the city at the head of a band of trusty associates, carrying swords under their clothes, and of seizing it by a coup de main. Preparations were accordingly made for a revolt, treaties were concluded, and arming went on silently but actively, till at last, as usual, the insurrection broke out through an accident somewhat earlier than the leading men had intended. Outbreak of the insurrection in Asculum, Marsians and Sabellians, central and southern Italy.
The Roman praetor with proconsular powers, Gaius Servilius, informed by his spies that the town of Ascoli, in the Abruzzi, was sending hostages to the neighbouring communities, proceeded thither with his legate Fonteius and a small escort, and addressed to the multitude, which was just then assembled in the theatre for the celebration of the great games, a vehement and menacing harangue. The sight of the axes known only too well, the proclamation of threats that were only too seriously meant, threw the spark into the fuel of bitter hatred that had been accumulating for centuries. The Roman magistrates were torn to pieces by the multitude in the theatre itself, and immediately, as if it were their intention by a fearful outrage to break down every bridge of reconciliation, the gates were closed by command of the magistracy. All the Romans residing in Asculum were put to death, and their property was plundered. The revolt ran through the peninsula like the flame through the steppe. The brave and numerous people of the Marsians took the lead, in connection with the small but hardy confederacies in the Abruzzi, the Paeligni, Marrucini, Frentani, and Vestini. The brave and sagacious Quintus Silo, already mentioned, was here the soul of the movement. The Marsians were the first formally to declare against the Romans, whence the war retained afterwards the name of the Marsian War. The example thus given was followed by the Samnite communities, and generally by the mass of the communities from the Liris and the Abruzzi down to Calabria and Apulia, so that all central and southern Italy was soon in arms against Rome. Italians, friendly to Rome. The Etruscans and Umbrians, on the other hand, held by Rome, as they had already taken part with the Equites against Drusus. It is a significant fact that in these regions the landed and moneyed aristocracy had from ancient times preponderated, and the middle class had totally disappeared, whereas among and near the Abruzzi the farmer class had preserved its purity and vigour better than anywhere else in Italy. It was from the farmers accordingly and the middle class in general that the revolt substantially proceeded, whereas the municipal aristocracy still went hand in hand with the government of the capital. This also readily explains the fact that there were in the insurgent districts isolated communities, and in the insurgent communities minorities adhering to the Roman alliance. The Vestinian town Pinna, for instance, sustained a severe siege for Rome, and a corps of loyalists that was formed in the Hercynian country under Minatius Magus of Eclanum supported the Roman operations in Campania. Lastly, there adhered to Rome the allied communities of best legal position, in Campania Nola and Nuceria, and the Greek maritime towns Neapolis and Rhegium, and in like manner at least most of the Latin colonies, such as Alba and Aesernia, just as in the Hannibalic War the Latin and Greek towns on the whole had taken part with, and the Sabellian towns against, Rome. The forefathers of the city had based their dominion over Italy on an aristocratic classification, and with skillful adjustment of the degrees of dependence had kept in subjection the less privileged communities by means of those with better rights, and the burgesses within each community by means of the municipal aristocracy. It was only now, under the incomparably wretched government of the oligarchy, that the solidity and strength with which the statesmen of the 4th and 5th centuries had joined together, the stones of their structure were thoroughly put to the test. The building, though shaken in various ways, still held out against this storm. When we say, however, that the towns of better position did not at the first shock abandon Rome, we by no means affirm that they would now, as in the Hannibalic War, hold out for a length of time and after severe defeats, without wavering in their allegiance to Rome. That fiery trial had not yet been endured. Impression. As to the insurrection. In Rome, rejection of the proposals for an accommodation commission of high treason. The first blood was thus shed, and Italy was divided into two great military camps. It is true, as we have seen, that the insurrection was still very far from being a general rising of the Italian allies, but it had already acquired an extent exceeding perhaps the hopes of the leaders themselves, and the insurgents might without arrogance think of offering to the Roman government a fair accommodation. They sent envoys to Rome and bound themselves to lay down their arms in return for admission to citizenship. It was in vain. The public spirit, which had been so long wanting in Rome, seemed suddenly to have returned, when the question was one of obstructing with stubborn narrow-mindedness a demand of the subjects just in itself, and now supported by a considerable force. The immediate effect of the Italian insurrection was, just as was the case after the defeats which the policy of the government had suffered in Africa and Gaul, the commencement of a warfare of prosecutions, by means of which the aristocracy of judges took vengeance on those men of the government whom they, rightly or wrongly, looked upon as the primary cause of this mischief. On the proposal of the tribune Quintus Varius, in spite of the resistance of the Optimates and in spite of tribunician interference, a special commission of high treason, formed of course from the equestrian order which contended for the proposal with open violence, was appointed for the investigation of the conspiracy instigated by Drusus and widely ramified in Italy as well as in Rome, out of which the insurrection had originated, and which now, when the half of Italy was under arms, appeared to the whole of the indignant and alarmed burgesses as undoubted treason. The sentences of this commission largely thinned the ranks of the senatorial party favourable to mediation. Among other men of note, Drusus's intimate friend, the young and talented Gaius Cotta, was sent into banishment, and with difficulty the grey-haired Marcus Scaurus escaped the same fate. Suspicion went so far against the senators favourable to the reforms of Drusus that soon afterwards the consul Lupus reported from the camp to the Senate regarding the communications that were constantly maintained between the Optimates in his camp and the enemy. A suspicion which, it is true, was soon shown to be unfounded by the arrest of Martian spies. So far King Mithradates might not without reason assert that the mutual enmities of the factions were more destructive to the Roman state than the social war itself. Energetic decrees. In the first instance, however, the outbreak of the insurrection and the terrorism which the Commission of High Treason exercised produced at least a semblance of unity and vigour. Party feuds were silent. Able officers of all shades, democrats like Gaius Marius, aristocrats like Lucius Sulla, friends of Drusus like Publius Sulpicius Rufus, placed themselves at the disposal of the government. The largesses of corn were, apparently about this time, materially abridged by decree of the people with a view to husband the financial resources of the state for the war, which was the more necessary, as, owing to the threatening attitude of King Mithradates, the province of Asia might at any moment fall into the hand of the enemy, and thus one of the chief sources of the Roman revenue be dried up. The courts, with the exception of the Commission of High Treason, in accordance with a decree of the Senate, temporarily suspended their action. All business stood still, and nothing was attended to but the levying of soldiers and the manufacture of arms, political organization of the insurrection opposition, Rome. While the leading state thus collected its energies in the prospect of the severe war impending, the insurgents had to solve the more difficult task of acquiring political organization during the struggle. In the territory of the Pellini, situated in the centre of the Marsian, Samnite, Marrucinian and Vestinian cantons, and consequently in the heart of the insurgent districts, in the beautiful plain on the river Pescara, the town of Corfinium was selected as the opposition Rome, or city of Italia, whose citizenship was conferred on the burgesses of all the insurgent communities. There, a forum and a senate house were staked off on a suitable scale. A senate of 500 members was charged with the settlement of the constitution and the superintendence of the war. In accordance with its directions, the burgesses selected from the men of senatorial rank 2 consuls and 12 praetors, who, just like the 2 consuls and 6 praetors of Rome, were invested with the supreme authority in war and peace. The Latin language, which was even then the prevailing language among the Marsians and Picentes, continued in official use, but the Samnite language which predominated in southern Italy was placed side by side with it on a footing of equality, and the two were made use of alternately on the silver pieces which the new Italian state began to coin in its own name after Roman models and after the Roman standard, thus appropriating likewise the monopoly of coinage which Rome had exercised for 2 centuries. It is evident from these arrangements, and was indeed a matter of course, that the Italians now no longer thought of wresting equality of rights from the Romans, but purposed to annihilate or subdue them, and to form a new state. But it is also obvious that their constitution was nothing but a pure copy of that of Rome, or in other words, was the ancient polity handed down by tradition among the Italian nations from time immemorial. The organization of a city instead of the constitution of a state, with primary assemblies as unwieldy and useless as the Roman comitia, with a governing corporation which contained within it the same elements of oligarchy as the Roman Senate, with an executive administered in like manner by a plurality of coordinate supreme magistrates. This imitation descended to the minutest details. For instance, the title of consul or praetor held by the magistrate in chief command was after a victory exchanged by the general of the Italians also for the title of imperator. Nothing, in fact, was changed but the name. On the coins of the insurgents the same image of the gods appears, the inscription only being changed from Roma to Italia. This Rome of the insurgents was distinguished, not to its advantage, from the original Rome merely by the circumstance that, while the latter had at any rate an urban development and its unnatural position intermediate between a city and a state had formed itself at least in a natural way, the new Italia was nothing at all but a place of congress for the insurgents, and it was by a pure fiction of law that the inhabitants of the peninsula were stamped as burgesses of this new capital. But it is significant that in this case, where the sudden amalgamation of a number of isolated cantons into a new political unity might have so naturally suggested the idea of a representative constitution in the modern sense, no trace of any such idea occurs. In fact, the very opposite course was followed, and the communal organization was simply reproduced in a far more absurd manner than before. Nowhere perhaps is it so clearly apparent as in this instance that in the view of antiquity a free constitution was inseparable from the appearance of the sovereign people in person in the primary assemblies or from a city, and that the great fundamental idea of the modern republican constitutional state, viz., the expression of the sovereignty of the people by a representative assembly, an idea without which a free state would be a chaos, is wholly modern. Even the Italian polity, although in its somewhat representative senates and in the diminished importance of the comitia it approximated to a free state, never was able in the case either of Rome or of Italia to cross the boundary line. Warlike preparations. Thus began a few months after the death of Drusus, in the winter of 663–4, the struggle, as one of the coins of the insurgents represents it, of the Sabellian ox against the Roman she-wolf. Both sides made zealous preparations. In Italia, great stores of arms, provisions and money were accumulated. In Rome, the requisite supplies were drawn from the provinces and particularly from Sicily, and the long-neglected walls were put in a state of defence against any contingency. The forces were in some measure equally balanced. The Romans filled up the blanks in their Italian contingents partly by increased levies from the burgesses and from the inhabitants, already almost wholly Romanized, of the Celtic districts on the south of the Alps, of whom 10,000 served in the Campanian army alone, partly by the contingents of the Numidians and other transmarine nations, and with the aid of the free cities in Greece and Asia Minor, they collected a war fleet. On both sides, without reckoning garrisons, as many as 100,000 soldiers were brought into the field, and in the ability of their men, in military tactics and armament, the Italians were nowise inferior to the Romans. Subdivision of the armies on either side. The conduct of the war was very difficult both for the insurgents and for the Romans, because the territory in revolt was very extensive, and a great number of fortresses adhering to Rome were scattered up and down in it. So that on the one hand, the insurgents found themselves compelled to combine a siege warfare which broke up their forces and consumed their time with the protection of an extended frontier, and on the other hand the Romans could not well do otherwise than combat the insurrection, which had no proper centre, simultaneously in all the insurgent districts. In a military point of view, the insurgent country fell into two divisions. In the northern, which reached from Picenum and the Abruzzi to the northern border of Campania and embraced the districts speaking Latin, the chief command was held on the Italian side by the Marsian Quintus Silo, on the Roman side by Publius Rutilius Lupus, both as consuls. In the southern, which included Campania, Samnium, and generally the regions speaking Sabellian, the Samnite Gaius Papius Mutilus commanded as consul of the insurgents, and Lucius Julius Caesar as the Roman consul. With each of the two commanders-in-chief there were associated on the Italian side 6, on the Roman side 5, lieutenant commanders, each of whom conducted the attack or defence in a definite district, while the consular armies were destined to act more freely and to strike the decisive blow.
The most esteemed Roman officers, such as Gaius Marius, Quintus Catulus, and the two consulars of experience in the Spanish War, Titus Didius and Publius Crassus, placed themselves at the disposal of the consuls for these posts, and though the Italians had not names so celebrated to oppose to them, yet the result showed that their leaders were in a military point of view nowise inferior to the Romans. The offensive in this thoroughly desultory war was on the whole on the side of the Romans, but was nowhere decisively assumed even on their part. It is surprising that the Romans did not collect their troops for the purpose of attacking the insurgents with a superior force, and that the insurgents made no attempt to advance into Latium and to throw themselves on the hostile capital. We are however too little acquainted with their respective circumstances to judge whether or how they could have acted otherwise, or to what extent the remissness of the Roman government on the one hand and the looseness of the connection among the federate communities on the other
contributed to this want of unity in the conduct of the war. It is easy to see that with such a system there would doubtless be victories and defeats, but the final settlement might be very long delayed, and it is no less plain that a clear and vivid picture of such a war, which resolved itself into a series of engagements on the part of individual corps operating at the same time, sometimes separately, sometimes in combination, cannot be prepared out of the remarkably fragmentary accounts which have come down to us. Commencement of the war. The fortresses. Caesar in Campania and Samnium Aesernia taken by the insurgents, as also Nola Campania for the most part lost to the Romans. The first assault, as a matter of course, fell on the fortresses adhering to Rome in the insurgent districts, which in all haste closed their gates and carried in their movable property from the country. Silo threw himself on the fortress designed to hold in check the Marsians, the strong Alba, Mutilus on the Latin town of Acernia, established in the heart of Samnium. In both cases they encountered the most resolute resistance. Similar conflicts probably raged in the north around Firmum, Atria, Pinna, in the south around Luceria, Beneventum, Nola, Paestum, before and while the Roman armies gathered on the borders of the insurgent country. After the southern army under Caesar had assembled in the spring of 664 in Campania, which for the most part held by Rome, and had provided Capua, with its domain so important for the Roman finances, as well as the more important allied cities with garrisons, it attempted to assume the offensive and to come to the aid of the smaller divisions sent on before it to Samnium and Lucania under Marcus Marcellus and Publius Crassus. But Caesar was repulsed by the Samnites and Marsians under Publius Vettius Scato with severe loss, and the important town of Venafrum thereupon passed over to the insurgents, into whose hands it delivered its Roman garrison. By the defection of this town, which lay on the military road from Campania to Samnium, Aesernia was isolated, and that fortress already vigorously assailed found itself now exclusively dependent on the courage and perseverance of its defenders and their commandant Marcellus. It is true that an incursion, which Sulla happily carried out with the same artful audacity as formerly his expedition to Bocchus, relieved the hard-pressed Aesernians for a moment. Nevertheless, they were after an obstinate resistance, compelled by the extremity of famine to capitulate towards the end of the year. In Lucania too, Publius Crassus was defeated by Marcus Lamponius, and compelled to shut himself up in Grimentum, which fell after a long and obstinate siege. With these exceptions, they had been obliged to leave Apulia and the southern districts totally to themselves. The insurrection spread. When Mutilus advanced into Campania at the head of the Samnite army, the citizens of Nola surrendered to him their city and delivered up the Roman garrison, whose commander was executed by the orders of Mutilus, while the men were distributed through the victorious army. With the single exception of Nuceria, which adhered firmly to Rome, all Campania, as far as Vesuvius, was lost to the Romans. Salernum, Stabia, Pompeii, Herculaneum declared for the insurgents. Mutilus was able to advance into the region to the north of Vesuvius and to besiege Acere with his Samnito-Lucanian army. The Numidians, who were in great numbers in Caesar's army, began to pass over in troops to Mutilus, or rather to Oxyntas, the son of Jugurtha, who on the surrender of Venusia had fallen into the hands of the Samnites,
and now appeared among their ranks in regal purple, so that Caesar found himself compelled to send home the whole African corps. Mutilus ventured even to attack the Roman camp, but he was repulsed, and the Samnites, who while retreating were assailed in the rear by the Roman cavalry, left nearly 6,000 dead on the field of battle. It was the first notable success which the Romans gained in this war. The army proclaimed the general imperator, and the sunken courage of the capital began to revive. It is true that not long afterwards the victorious army was attacked in crossing a river by Marius Egnatius, and so emphatically defeated that it had to retreat as far as Taenum and to be reorganized there. But the exertions of the active consul succeeded in restoring his army to a serviceable condition even before the arrival of winter, and he reoccupied his old position under the walls of Acere, which the Samnite main army under Mutilus continued to besiege. Combats with the Marsians, defeat and death of Lupus. At the same time, operations had also begun in central Italy, where the revolt of the Abruzzi and the region of the Fucine Lake threatened the capital in dangerous proximity. An independent corps under Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo was sent into Picenum in order that, resting for support on Firmum and Falerio, it might threaten Asculum. But the main body of the Roman northern army took its position under the consul Lupus on the borders of the Latin and Marsian territories, where the Valerian and Salarian highways brought the enemy nearest to the capital. The rivulet Tolenus, Turano, which crosses the Valerian road between Tibur and Alba and falls into the Velino at Rieti, separated the two armies. The consul Lupus impatiently pressed for a decision and did not listen to the disagreeable advice of Marius that he should exercise his men, unaccustomed to service, in the first instance in petty warfare.
At the very outset, the division of Gaius Perpenna, 10,000 strong, was totally defeated. The commander-in-chief deposed the defeated general from his command and united the remnant of the corps with that which was under the orders of Marius, but did not allow himself to be deterred from assuming the offensive and crossing the Tolenus in two divisions, led partly by himself, partly by Marius, on two bridges constructed not far from each other. Publius Scato with the Marsians confronted them. He had pitched his camp at the spot where Marius crossed the brook, but before the passage took place he had withdrawn thence, leaving behind the mere posts that guarded the camp, and had taken a position in ambush farther up the river. There he attacked the other Roman corps under Lupus unexpectedly during the crossing, and partly cut it down, partly drove it into the river. 11th June, 664. The consul in person and 8,000 of his troops fell. It could scarcely be called a compensation that Marius, becoming at length aware of Scato's departure, had crossed the river and not without loss to the enemy occupied their camp. Yet this passage of the river, and a victory at the same time obtained over the Pellinians by the general Servius Sulpicius, compelled the Marsians to draw their line of defence somewhat back, and Marius, who by decree of the Senate succeeded Lupus as commander-in-chief, at least prevented the enemy from gaining further successes. But when Quintus Caepio was soon afterwards associated in the command with equal powers, not so much on account of a conflict which he had successfully sustained, as because he had recommended himself to the Equites, then leading the politics of Rome by his vehement opposition to Drusus, he allowed himself to be lured into an ambush by Silo on the pretext that the latter wished to betray to him his army, and was cut to pieces with a great part of his force by the Marsians and Vestinians. Marius, after Caepio's fall once more sole commander-in-chief, through his tenacious resistance, prevented his antagonist from profiting by the advantages which he had gained, and gradually penetrated far into the Marsian territory. He long refused battle. When he at length gave it, he vanquished his impetuous opponent, who left on the battlefield among other dead Herius Asinius, the chieftain of the Marrucini. In a second engagement, the army of Marius and the corps of Sulla, which belonged to the army of the south, cooperated to inflict on the Marsians a still more considerable defeat, which cost them 6,000 men. But the glory of this day remained with the younger officer, for while Marius had given and gained the battle, Sulla had intercepted the retreat of the fugitives and destroyed them. Picenian War. While the conflict was proceeding thus warmly and with varying success at the Fucine Lake,
The Picenian corps under Strabo had also fought with alternations of fortune. The insurgent chiefs, Gaius Eudicilius from Asculum, Publius Vettius Scato, and Titus Lafrenius, had assailed it with their united forces, defeated it, and compelled it to throw itself into Firmum, where Lafrenius kept Strabo besieged, while Eudicilius moved into Apulia and induced Canusium, Venusia, and the other towns still adhering to Rome in that quarter to join the insurgents. But on the Roman side, Servius Sulpicius, by his victory over the Paeligni, cleared the way for his advancing into Picenum and rendering aid to Strabo. Lafrenius was attacked by Strabo in front and taken in rear by Sulpicius, and his camp was set on fire. He himself fell, the remnant of his troops fled in disorder and threw themselves into Asculum. So completely had the state of affairs changed in Picenum
that the Italians now found themselves confined to Asculum, as the Romans were previously to Firmum, and the war was thus once more converted into a siege. Umbro-Etruscan conflicts. Lastly, there was added in the course of the year to the two difficult and straggling wars in southern and central Italy a third in the north. The state of matters, apparently so dangerous for Rome after the first months of the war, had induced a great portion of the Umbrian and isolated Etruscan communities to declare for the insurrection, so that it became necessary to dispatch against the Umbrians Aulus Plotius and against the Etruscans Lucius Porcius Cato. Here, however, the Romans encountered a far less energetic resistance than in the Marsian and Samnite countries and maintained a most decided superiority in the field. Disadvantageous aggregate. Result of the first year of the war. Thus the severe first year of the war came to an end, leaving behind it, both in a military and political point of view, sorrowful memories and dubious prospects. In a military point of view, both armies of the Romans, the Marsian as well as the Campanian, had been weakened and discouraged by severe defeats. The northern army had been compelled especially to attend to the protection of the capital. The southern army at Neapolis had been seriously threatened in its communications, as the insurgents could without much difficulty break forth from the Marsian or Samnite territory and establish themselves between Rome and Naples, for which reason it was found necessary to draw at least a chain of posts from Cumae to Rome. In a political point of view, the insurrection had gained ground on all sides during this first year of the war. The secession of Nola, the rapid capitulation of the strong and large Latin colony of Venusia, and the Umbro-Etruscan revolt were suspicious signs that the Roman Symmachie was tottering to its very base and was not in a position to hold out against this last trial. They had already made the utmost demands on the burgesses. They had already, with a view to form that chain of posts along the Latino-Campanian coast, incorporated nearly 6,000 freedmen in the burgess militia. They had already required the severest sacrifices from the allies that still remained faithful. It was not possible to draw the string of the bow any tighter without hazarding everything. Despondency of the Romans. The temper of the burgesses was singularly depressed. After the battle on the Tolenus, when the dead bodies of the consul and the numerous citizens of note who had fallen with him were brought back from the neighbouring battlefield to the capital and were buried there, when the magistrates in token of public mourning laid aside their purple and insignia, when the government issued orders to the inhabitants of the capital to arm en masse, not a few had resigned themselves to despair and given up all as lost. It is true that the worst despondency had somewhat abated after the victories achieved by Caesar at Acerae and by Strabo in Picenum. On the news of the former, the wardress in the capital had been once more exchanged for the dress of the citizen. On the news of the second, the signs of public mourning had been laid aside. But it was not doubtful that on the whole the Romans had been worsted in this passage of arms, and above all the Senate and the burgesses had lost the spirit which had formerly borne them to victory through all the crises of the Hannibalic War. They still doubtless began war with the same defiant arrogance as then, but they knew not how to end it as they had then done. Rigid obstinacy, tenacious persistence had given place to a remiss and cowardly disposition. Already, after the first year of war, their outward and inward policy became suddenly changed. and betook itself to compromise. There is no doubt that in this they did the wisest thing which could be done. Not, however, because, compelled by the immediate force of arms, they could not avoid acquiescing in disadvantageous conditions, but because the subject matter of dispute, the perpetuation of the political precedence of the Romans over the other Italians, was injurious rather than beneficial to the Commonwealth itself. It sometimes happens in public life that one error compensates another. In this case, cowardice in some measure remedied the mischief which obstinacy had incurred. Revolution in political processes. The year 664 had begun with a most abrupt rejection of the compromise offered by the insurgents, and with the opening of a war of proscriptions, in which the most passionate defenders of patriotic selfishness, the capitalists, took vengeance on all those who were suspected of having counselled moderation and seasonable concession. On the other hand, the tribune Marcus Plautius Silvanus, who entered on his office on the 10th of December of the same year, carried a law which took the commission of high treason out of the hands of the capitalist jurymen and entrusted it to other jurymen who were nominated by the free choice of the tribes without class, qualification. The effect of which was that this commission was converted from a scourge of the moderate party into a scourge of the ultras, and sent into exile among others its own author, Quintus Varius, who was blamed by the public voice for the worst democratic outrages, the poisoning of Quintus Metellus and the murder of Drusus, bestowal of the franchise on the Italians who remained faithful or submitted. Of greater importance than this singularly candid political recantation was the change in the course of their policy toward the Italians. Exactly 300 years had passed since Rome had last been obliged to submit to the dictation of peace. Rome was now worsted once more, and the peace which she desired could only be got by yielding in part at least to the terms of her antagonists. With the communities doubtless which had already risen in arms to subdue and to destroy Rome, the feud had become too bitter for the Romans to prevail on themselves to make the required concessions, and had they done so, these terms would now perhaps have been rejected by the other side. But if the original demands were conceded under certain limitations to the communities that had hitherto remained faithful, such a course would on the one hand preserve the semblance of voluntary concession, while on the other hand it would prevent the otherwise inevitable consolidation of the confederacy, and thereby pave the way for its subjugation. Accordingly, the gates of Roman citizenship, which had so long remained closed against entreaty, now suddenly opened when the sword knocked at them. Yet even now not fully and wholly, but in a manner reluctant and annoying even for those admitted. A law carried by the consul Lucius Caesar conferred the Roman franchise on the burgesses of all those communities of Italian allies which had not up to that time openly declared against Rome. A second, emanating from the tribunes of the people Marcus Plautius Silvanus and Gaius Papirius Carbo, laid down for every man who had citizenship and domicile in Italy a term of 2 months, within which he was to be allowed to acquire the Roman franchise by presenting himself before a Roman magistrate, but these new burgesses were to be restricted as to the right of voting in a way similar to the freedmen, inasmuch as they could only be enrolled in 8, as the freedmen only in 4 of the 35 tribes. Whether the restriction was personal or, as it would seem, hereditary, cannot be determined with certainty. Bestowal of Latin rights on the Italian Celts. This measure related primarily to Italy proper, which at that time extended northward little beyond Ancona and Florence. In Cisalpine Gaul, which was in the eye of the law a foreign country, but in administration and colonization had long passed as part of Italy, all the Latin colonies were treated like the Italian communities. Otherwise, on the south side of the Po, the greatest portion of the soil was, after the dissolution of the old Celtic tribal communities, not organized according to the municipal system, but remained within the ownership of Roman burgesses, mostly dwelling together in market villages, fora. The not numerous allied townships to the south of the Po, particularly Ravenna, as well as the whole country between the Po and the Alps was, in consequence of a law brought in by the consul Strabo in 665, organized after the Italian urban constitution, so that the communities not adapted for this, more especially the townships in the Alpine valleys, were assigned to particular towns as dependent and tributary villages. These new town communities, however, were not presented with the Roman franchise, but, by means of the legal fiction that they were Latin colonies, were invested with those rights which had hitherto belonged to the Latin towns of inferior legal position. Thus, Italy at that time ended practically at the Po, while the Transpadane country was treated as an outlying dependency. Here, to the north of the Po, with the exception of Cremona, Epiradia, and Aquileia, there were no Burgess or Latin colonies, and even the native tribes here had been by no means dislodged, as they were to the south of the Po. The abolition of the Celtic cantonal and the introduction of the Italian urban constitution paved the way for the Romanizing of the rich and important territory. This was the first step in the long and momentous transformation of the Gallic stock, which once stood contrasted with Italy, and the assaults of which Italy had rallied to repel, into comrades of their Italian masters. Considerable as these concessions were, if we compare them with the rigid exclusiveness which the Roman burgess body had retained for more than 150 years, they were far from involving a capitulation with the actual insurgents. They were on the contrary intended partly to retain the communities that were wavering and threatening to revolt, partly to draw over as many deserters as possible from the ranks of the enemy. To what extent these laws, and especially the most important of them, that of Caesar, were applied, cannot be accurately stated, as we are only able to specify in general terms the extent of the insurrection at the time when the law was issued. The main matter at any rate was that the communities hitherto Latin, not only the survivors of the old Latin confederacy, such as Tibur and Praeneste, but more especially the Latin colonies, with the exception of the few that passed over to the insurgents, were thereby admitted to Roman citizenship. Besides, the law was applied to the allied cities that remained faithful in Etruria and especially in southern Italy, such as Nuceria and Neapolis. It was natural that individual communities, hitherto specially privileged, should hesitate as to the acceptance of the franchise, that Neapolis, for example, should scruple to give up its former treaty with Rome, which guaranteed to its citizens exemption from land service and their Greek constitution, and perhaps domainal advantages besides, for the restricted rights of new burgesses. It was probably in virtue of conventions concluded on account of these scruples that this city, as well as Rhegium and perhaps other Greek communities in Italy, even after their admission to Roman citizenship, retained unchanged their former communal constitution and Greek as their official language. At all events, as a consequence of these laws, the circle of Roman burgesses was extraordinarily enlarged by the merging into it of numerous and important urban communities scattered from the Sicilian Straits to the Po. And further, the country between the Po and the Alps was, by the bestowal of the best rights of allies, as it were invested with the legal expectancy of full citizenship. Second year of the war, Etruria and Umbria tranquilized. On the strength of these concessions to the wavering communities, the Romans resumed with fresh courage the conflict against the insurgent districts. They had pulled down as much of the existing political institutions as seemed necessary to arrest the extension of the conflagration. The insurrection thenceforth at least spread no farther. In Etruria and Umbria especially, where it was just beginning, it was subdued with singular rapidity, still more probably by means of the Julian law than through the success of the Roman arms. In the former Latin colonies and in the thickly peopled region of the Po, there were opened up copious and now trustworthy sources of aid. With these and with the resources of the burgesses themselves, they could proceed to subdue the now isolated conflagration. The two former commanders-in-chief returned to Rome, Caesar as censor-elect, Marius because his conduct of the war was blamed as vacillating and slow, and the man of 66 was declared to be in his dotage. This objection was very probably groundless. Marius showed at least his bodily vigour by appearing daily in the circus at Rome, and even as commander-in-chief he seems to have displayed on the whole his old ability in the last campaign. But he had not achieved the brilliant successes by which alone, after his political bankruptcy, he could have rehabilitated himself in public opinion, and so the celebrated champion was to his bitter vexation now, even as an officer, unceremoniously laid aside as useless. The place of Marius in the Martian army was taken by the consul of this year, Lucius Porcius Cato, who had fought with distinction in Etruria, and that of Caesar in the Campanian army by his lieutenant, Lucius Sulla, to whom were due some of the most material successes of the previous campaign. Gnaeus Strabo retained now as consul, the command which he had held so successfully in the Picenian territory. War in Picenum, Asculum besieged and conquered. Subjugation of the Sabellians and Martians. Thus began the second campaign in 665. The insurgents opened it even before winter was over by the bold attempt, recalling the grand passages of the Samnite Wars, to send a Martian army of 15,000 men to Etruria with a view to aid the insurrection brewing in northern Italy. But Strabo, through whose district it had to pass, intercepted and totally defeated it. Only a few got back to their far-distant home. When at length the season allowed the Roman armies to assume the offensive, Cato entered the Martian territory and advanced, successfully encountering the enemy there, but he fell in the region of the Fucine Lake during an attack on the enemy's camp, so that the exclusive superintendence of the operations in central Italy devolved on Strabo. The latter employed himself partly in continuing the siege of Asculum, partly in the subjugation of the Martian, Sabellian, and Apulian districts. To relieve his hard-pressed native town, Eudacilius appeared before Asculum with the Pisantine levy and attacked the besieging army, while at the same time the garrison sallied forth and threw itself on the Roman lines. It is said that 75,000 Romans fought on this day against 60,000 Italians. Victory remained with the Romans, but Eudacilius succeeded in throwing himself with a part of the relieving army into the town. The siege resumed its course. It was protracted by the strength of the place and the desperate defence of the inhabitants, who fought with a recollection of the terrible declaration of war within its walls. When Eudacilius at length, after a brave defence of several months, saw the day of capitulation approach, he ordered the chiefs of that section of the citizens which was favourable to Rome to be put to death under torture, and then died by his own hand. So the gates were opened, and Roman executions were substituted for Italian. All officers and all the respectable citizens were executed. The rest were driven forth to beggary, and all their property was confiscated on account of the state. During the siege, and after the fall of Asculum, numerous Roman corps marched through the adjacent rebel districts and induced one after another to submit. The Marrucini yielded, after Servius Sulpicius had defeated them decidedly at Teate, Chieti. The praetor Gaius Cosconius penetrated into Apulia, took Salapia and Cannae, and besieged Canusium. A Samnite corps under Marius Egnatius came to the help of the unwarlike region and actually drove back the Romans, but the Roman general succeeded in defeating it at the passage of the Aufidus. Egnatius fell, and the rest of the army had to seek shelter behind the walls of Canusium. The Romans again advanced as far as Venusia and Ruby and became masters of all Apulia, along the Fucine Lake also, and at the Magella Mountains, the chief seats of the insurrection. The Romans re-established their mastery. The Martians succumbed to Strabo's lieutenants, Quintus Metellus Pius and Gaius Cinna, the Vestinians and Polinians in the following year to Strabo himself. Italia, the capital of the insurgents, became once more the modest Palignian country town of Corfinium. The remnant of the Italian Senate fled to the Samnite territory. Subjugation of Campania. As far as Nola Sulla in Samnium, the Roman southern army, which was now under the command of Lucius Sulla, had at the same time assumed the offensive and had penetrated into southern Campania, which was occupied by the enemy. Stabiae was taken and destroyed by Sulla in person, April 30th, 665, and Herculaneum by Titus Didius, who however fell himself, June 11th, apparently at the assault on that city. Pompey resisted longer. The Samnite general Lucius Cluentius came up to bring relief to the town, but he was repulsed by Sulla, and when, reinforced by bands of Celts, he renewed his attempt, he was, chiefly owing to the wavering of these untrustworthy associates, so totally defeated that his camp was taken, and he himself was cut down with the greater part of his troops on their flight towards Nola. The grateful Roman army conferred on its general the grass wreath, the homely badge with which the usage of the camp decorated the soldier who had by his capacity saved a division of his comrades. Without pausing to undertake the siege of Nola and of the other Campanian towns still occupied by the Samnites, Sulla at once advanced into the interior, which was the headquarters of the insurrection. The speedy capture and fearful punishment of Aclanum spread terror throughout the Hercynian country. It submitted even before the arrival of the Lucanian contingent, which had set itself in motion to render help, and Sulla was able to advance unhindered as far as the territory of the Samnite Confederacy. The pass, where the Samnite militia under Mutilus awaited him, was turned. The Samnite army was attacked in rear and defeated. The camp was lost. The general escaped wounded to Isernia. Sulla advanced to Bovianum, the capital of the Samnite country, and compelled it to surrender by a second victory achieved beneath its walls. The advanced season alone put an end to the campaign there. The insurrection on the whole overpowered. The position of affairs had undergone a most complete change. Powerful, victorious, aggressive as was the insurrection when it began the campaign of 665, it emerged from it deeply humbled, everywhere beaten, and utterly hopeless. All northern Italy was pacified. In central Italy both coasts were wholly in the Roman power, and the Abruzzi almost entirely. Apulia, as far as Venusia, and Campania, as far as Nola, were in the hands of the Romans, and by the occupation of the Hercynian territory, the communication was broken off between the only two regions still persevering in open resistance, the Samnite and the Lucano-Brutian. The field of the insurrection resembled the scene of an immense conflagration dying out. Everywhere the eye fell on ashes and ruins and smouldering brands. Here and there the flames still blazed up among the ruins, but the fire was everywhere mastered, and there was no further threatening of danger. It is to be regretted that we no longer sufficiently discern in the superficial accounts handed down to us the causes of this sudden revolution. While undoubtedly the dexterous leadership of Strabo, and still more of Sulla, and especially the more energetic concentration of the Roman forces, and their more rapid offensive contributed materially to that result, political causes may have been at work along with the military in producing the singularly rapid fall of the power of the insurgents. The law of Silvanus and Carbo may have fulfilled its design in carrying defection and treason to the common cause into the ranks of the enemy, and misfortune, as has so frequently happened, may have fallen as an apple of discord among the loosely connected insurgent communities. Perseverance of the Samnites. We see only, and this fact points to an internal breaking up of Italia that must certainly have been attended by violent convulsions, that the Samnites, perhaps under the leadership of the Martian Quintus Silo, who had been from the first the soul of the insurrection, and after the capitulation of the Martians had gone as a fugitive to the neighboring people, now assumed another organization purely confined to their own land, and, after Italia was vanquished, undertook to continue the struggle as Safini, or Samnites. The strong Isernia was converted from the fortress that had curbed into the last retreat that sheltered Samnite freedom. An army assembled consisting, it was said, of 30,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, and was strengthened by the manumission and incorporation of 20,000 slaves. 5 generals were placed at its head, among whom Silo was the first and Mutilus next to him. With astonishment, men saw the Samnite wars beginning anew after a pause of 200 years, and the resolute nation of farmers making a fresh attempt, just as in the 5th century, after the Italian Confederation was shattered, to force Rome with their own hand to recognize their country's independence. But this resolution of the bravest despair made not much change in the main result. Although the mountain war in Samnium and Lucania might still require some time and some sacrifices,
the insurrection was nevertheless already substantially at an end. Outbreak of the Mithradatic War. In the meanwhile, certainly, there had occurred a fresh complication, for the Asiatic difficulties had rendered it imperatively necessary to declare war against Mithradates, king of Pontus, and for next year to destine the one consul and a consular army to Asia Minor. Had this war broken out a year earlier, the contemporary revolt of the half of Italy and of the most important of the provinces would have formed an immense peril to the Roman state. Now that the marvellous good fortune of Rome had once more been evinced in the rapid collapse of the Italian insurrection, this Asiatic war just beginning was, notwithstanding its being mixed up with the expiring Italian struggle, not of a really dangerous character, and the less so, because Mithradates in his arrogance refused the invitation of the Italians that he should afford them direct assistance. Still, it was in a high degree inconvenient. The times had gone by when they without hesitation carried on simultaneously an Italian and a transmarine war. The state chest was already, after 2 years of warfare, utterly exhausted, and the formation of a new army in addition to that already in the field seemed scarcely practicable. But they resorted to such expedients as they could. The sale of the sites that had from ancient times remained unoccupied on and near the citadel to persons desirous of building, which yielded £9,000 of gold, £360,000, furnished the requisite pecuniary means. No new army was formed, but that which was under Sulla in Campania was destined to embark for Asia as soon as the state of things in southern Italy should allow its departure, which might be expected from the progress of the army operating in the north under Strabo to happen soon.
Third campaign capture of Venusia. Fall of Silo. So the third campaign in 666 began amidst favourable prospects for Rome. Strabo put down the last resistance which was still offered in the Abruzzi. In Apulia, the successor of Cosconius, Quintus Metellus Pius, son of the conqueror of Numidia, and not unlike his father in his strongly conservative views as well as in military endowments, put an end to the resistance by the capture of Venusia, at which 3,000 armed men were taken prisoners. In Samnium Silo no doubt succeeded in retaking Bovianum, but in a battle in which he engaged the Roman general Mamercus Aemilius, the Romans conquered, and, what was more important than the victory itself, Silo was among the 6,000 dead whom the Samnites left on the field. In Campania, the smaller townships, which the Samnites still occupied, were wrested from them by Sulla, and Nola was invested. The Roman general Aulus Gabinius penetrated also into Lucania and gained no small advantages. But, after he had fallen in an attack on the enemy's camp, Lamponius, the insurgent leader, and his followers once more held almost undisturbed command over the wide and desolate Lucano-Brutian country. He even made an attempt to seize Rhegium, which was frustrated, however, by the Sicilian governor Gaius Norbanus. Notwithstanding isolated mischances, the Romans were constantly drawing nearer to the attainment of their end, the fall of Nola, the submission of Samnium, the possibility of rendering considerable forces available for Asia appeared no longer distant, when the turn taken by affairs in the capital unexpectedly gave fresh life to the well-nigh extinguished insurrection. Ferment in Rome. The bestowal of the franchise and its limitations. Secondary effect of the political prosecutions. Marius Rome was in a fearful ferment. The attack of Drusus upon the equestrian courts and his sudden downfall brought about by the equestrian party, followed by the two-edged Varian warfare of prosecutions, had sown the bitterest discord between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, as well as between the moderates and the ultras. Events had completely justified the party of concession. What it had proposed voluntarily to bestow, men had been more than half compelled to concede. But the mode in which the concession was made bore, just like the earlier refusal, the stamp of obstinate and short-sighted envy. Instead of granting equality of rights to all Italian communities, they had only expressed the inferiority in another form. They had received a great number of Italian communities into Roman citizenship, but had attached to what they thus conferred an offensive stigma by placing the new burgesses alongside of the old on nearly the same footing as the freedmen occupied alongside of the freeborn.
They had irritated rather than pacified the communities between the Po and the Alps by the concession of Latin rights. Lastly, they had withheld the franchise from a considerable, and that not the worst, portion of the Italians, the whole of the insurgent communities which had again submitted, and not only so, but instead of legally re-establishing the former treaties annulled by the insurrection, they had at most renewed them as a matter of favour and subject to revocation at pleasure. The disability as regarded the right of voting gave the deeper offence that it was, as the comitia were then constituted, politically absurd, and the hypocritical care of the government for the unstained purity of the electors appeared to every unprejudiced person ridiculous. But all these restrictions were dangerous, inasmuch as they invited every demagogue to carry his ulterior objects by taking up the more or less just demands of the new burgesses and of the Italians excluded from the franchise. While, accordingly, the more clear-seeing of the aristocracy could not but find these partial and grudging concessions as inadequate as did the new burgesses and the excluded themselves, they further painfully felt the absence from their ranks of the numerous and excellent men whom the Varian Commission of High Treason had exiled, and whom it was the more difficult to recall because they had been condemned by the verdict, not of the people, but of the jury courts. For while there was little hesitation as to cancelling a decree of the people even of a judicial character by means of a second, the cancelling of a verdict of jurymen by the people appeared to the better portion of the aristocracy as a very dangerous precedent. Thus, neither the ultras nor the moderates were content with the issue of the Italian crisis, but still deeper indignation swelled the heart of the old man, who had gone forth to the Italian war with freshened hopes and had come back from it reluctantly, with the consciousness of having rendered new services and of having received in return new and most severe mortifications, with the bitter feeling of being no longer dreaded but despised by his enemies, with that gnawing spirit of vengeance in his heart which feeds on its own poison. It was true of him also, as of the new burgesses and the excluded. Incapable and awkward as he had shown himself to be, his popular name was still a formidable weapon in the hand of a demagogue. Decay of military discipline. With these elements of political convulsion was combined the rapidly spreading decay of decorous soldierly habits and of military discipline. The seeds, which were sown by the enrollment of the proletariat in the army, developed themselves with alarming rapidity during the demoralizing insurrectionary war, which compelled Rome to admit to the service every man capable of bearing arms without distinction, and which above all carried political partisanship directly into the headquarters and into the soldier's tent. The effects soon appeared in the slackening of all the bonds of the military hierarchy. During the siege of Pompeii, the commander of the Sullan besieging corps, the consular Aulus Postumius Albinus, was put to death with stones and bludgeons by his soldiers, who believed themselves betrayed by their general to the enemy. And Sulla, the commander-in-chief, contented himself with exhorting the troops to efface the memory of that occurrence by their brave conduct in presence of the enemy. The authors of that deed were the Marines, from of old the least respectable of the troops. A division of legionaries raised chiefly from the city populace soon followed the example thus given. Instigated by Gaius Titius, one of the heroes of the marketplace, it laid hands on the consul Cato. By an accident he escaped death on this occasion. Titius was arrested, but was not punished. When Cato soon afterwards actually perished in a combat, his own officers, and particularly the younger Gaius Marius, were, whether justly or unjustly cannot be ascertained, designated as the authors of his death. Economic crisis. Murder of Asellio. To the political and military crisis thus beginning fell to be added the economic crisis, perhaps still more terrible, which set in upon the Roman capitalists in consequence of the social war and the Asiatic troubles. The debtors, unable even to raise the interest due and yet inexorably pressed by their creditors, had on the one hand entreated from the proper judicial authority, the urban praetor Asellio, a respite to enable them to dispose of their possessions, and on the other hand had searched out once more the old obsolete laws as to usury, and, according to the rule established in olden times, had sued their creditors for fourfold the amount of the interest paid to them contrary to the law.
Arcelio lent himself to bend the actually existing law into conformity with the letter and put into shape in the usual way the desired actions for interest, whereupon the offended creditors assembled in the forum under the leadership of the tribune of the people Lucius Cassius, and attacked and killed the praetor in front of the Temple of Concord, just as in his priestly robes he was presenting a sacrifice, an outrage which was not even made a subject of investigation. On the other hand, it was said in the circles of the debtors that the suffering multitude could not be relieved otherwise than by new account books, that is, by legally cancelling the claims of all creditors against all debtors. Matters stood again exactly as they had stood during the strife of the orders. Once more the capitalists in league with the prejudiced aristocracy made war against and prosecuted the oppressed multitude and the middle party, which advised a modification of the rigour of the law. Once more Rome stood on the verge of that abyss into which the despairing debtor drags his creditor along with him. Only, since that time, the simple civil and moral organization of a great agricultural city had been succeeded by the social antagonisms of a capital of many nations, and by that demoralization in which the prince and the beggar meet. Now all incongruities had come to be on a broader, more abrupt, and fearfully grander scale. When the social war brought all the political and social elements fermenting among the citizens into collision with each other, it laid the foundation for a new resolution. An accident led to its outbreak. The Sulpician laws, Sulpicius Rufus.
It was the tribune of the people Publius Sulpicius Rufus who in 666 proposed to the burgesses to declare that every senator who owed more than 2,000 denarii, £82, should forfeit his seat in the Senate, to grant to the burgesses condemned by non-free jury courts liberty to return home,
to distribute the new burgesses among all the tribes, and likewise to allow the right of voting in all tribes to the freedmen. They were proposals which from the mouth of such a man were at least somewhat surprising. Publius Sulpicius Rufus, born in 630, owed his political importance not so much to his noble birth, his important connections, and his hereditary wealth, as to his remarkable oratorical talent, in which none of his contemporaries equalled him. His powerful voice, his lively gestures sometimes bordering on theatrical display, the luxuriant copiousness of his flow of words arrested, even if they did not convince his hearers. As a partisan he was from the outset on the side of the Senate, and his first public appearance had been the impeachment of Norbanus, who was mortally hated by the government party. Among the conservatives he belonged to the section of Crassus and Drusus. We do not know what primarily gave occasion to his soliciting the tribuneship of the people for 666, and on its account renouncing his patrician nobility. But he seems to have been by no means rendered a revolutionist through the fact that he, like the whole middle party, had been persecuted as revolutionary by the conservatives, and to have by no means intended an overthrow of the constitution in the sense of Gaius Gracchus. It would rather seem that, as the only man of note belonging to the party of Crassus and Drusus, who had come forth uninjured from the storm of the Varian prosecutions, he felt himself called on to complete the work of Drusus, and finally to set aside the still subsisting disabilities of the new burgesses, for which purpose he needed the tribunate. Several acts of his even during his tribuneship are mentioned, which betray the very opposite of demagogic designs. For instance, he prevented by his veto one of his colleagues from cancelling through a decree of the people the sentences of jurymen issued under the Varian law. And when the late Aedile Gaius Caesar, passing over the praetorship, unconstitutionally became a candidate for the consulship for 667, with the design, it was alleged, of getting the charge of the Asiatic War afterwards entrusted to him, Sulpicius opposed him more resolutely and sharply than anyone else. Entirely in the spirit of Drusus, he thus demanded from himself as from others primarily and especially the maintenance of the constitution. But in fact he was as little able as was Drusus to reconcile things that were incompatible and to carry out in strict form of law the change of the constitution which he had in view, a change judicious in itself, but never to be obtained from the great majority of the old burgesses by amicable means.
His breach with the powerful family of the Julii, among whom in particular the consular Lucius Caesar, the brother of Gaius,
was very influential in the Senate, and with the section of the aristocracy adhering to it, beyond doubt, materially cooperated and carried the irascible man through personal exasperation beyond his original design. Tendency of these laws. Yet the proposals brought in by him were of such a nature as to be by no means out of keeping with the personal character and the previous party position of their author. The equalization of the new burgesses with the old was simply a partial resumption of the proposals drawn up by Drusus in favor of the Italians, and like these, only carried out the requirements of a sound policy. The recall of those condemned by the Varian jurymen no doubt sacrificed the principle of the inviolability of such a sentence, in defense of which Sulpicius himself had just practically interposed, but it mainly benefited in the first instance the members of the proposer's own party, the moderate conservatives, and it may be very well conceived that so impetuous a man might, when first coming forward, decidedly combat such a measure, and then, indignant at the resistance which he encountered, propose it himself. The measure against the insolvency of senators was doubtless called forth by the exposure of the economic condition of the ruling families, so deeply embarrassed notwithstanding all their outward splendor, on occasion of the last financial crisis. It was painful, doubtless, but yet of itself conducive to the rightly understood interest of the aristocracy, if, as could not but be the effect of the Sulpician proposal, all individuals should withdraw from the Senate who were unable speedily to meet their liabilities, and if the coterie system, which found its main support in the insolvency of many senators and their consequent dependence on their wealthy colleagues, should be checked by the removal of the notoriously venal pack of the senators. At the same time, of course, we do not mean to deny that such a purification of the Senate House, so abruptly and invidiously exposing the Senate, as Rufus proposed, would certainly never have been proposed without his personal quarrels with the ruling coterie heads. Lastly, the regulation in favor of the freedmen had undoubtedly for its primary object to make its proposer master of the street. But in itself it was neither unwarranted nor incompatible with the aristocratic constitution. Since the freedmen had begun to be drawn upon for military service, their demand for the right of voting was so far justified, as the right of voting and the obligation of service had always gone hand in hand. Moreover, looking to the nullity of the comitia, it was politically of very little moment whether one sewer more emptied itself into that slough. The difficulty which the oligarchy felt in governing with the comitia was lessened rather than increased by the unlimited admission of the freedmen, who were to a very great extent personally and financially dependent on the ruling families and, if rightly used, might quite furnish the government with a means of controlling the elections more thoroughly than before. This measure certainly, like every other political favor shown to the proletariat, ran counter to the tendencies of the aristocracy friendly to reform. But it was for Rufus hardly anything else than what the Corn Law had been for Drusus, a means of drawing the proletariat over to his side and of breaking down with its aid the opposition against the truly beneficial reforms which he meditated. It was easy to foresee that this opposition would not be slight, that the narrow-minded aristocracy and the narrow-minded bourgeoisie would display the same stupid jealousy after the subduing of the insurrection as they had displayed before its outbreak, that the great majority of all parties would secretly or even openly characterize the partial concessions made at the moment of the most formidable danger as unseasonable compliances, and would passionately resist every attempt to extend them. The example of Drusus had shown what came of undertaking to carry conservative reforms solely in reliance on the majority of the Senate. It was a course quite intelligible that his friend who shared his views should attempt to carry out kindred designs in opposition to that majority and under the forms of demagogism. Rufus accordingly gave himself no trouble to gain the Senate over to his views by the bait of the jury courts. He found a better support in the freedmen and above all in the armed retinue, consisting, according to the report of his opponents, of 3,000 hired men and an opposition senate of 600 young men from the better class, with which he appeared in the streets and in the forum. Resistance of the government riots. Position of Sulla. His proposals accordingly met with the most decided resistance from the majority of the Senate, which first, to gain time, induced the consuls Lucius Cornelius Sulla and Quintus Pompeius Rufus, both declared opponents of demagogism to enjoin extraordinary religious observances during which the popular assemblies were suspended. Sulpicius replied by a violent tumult, in which among other victims the young Quintus Pompeius, son of the one and son-in-law of the other consul, met his death, and the lives of both consuls themselves were seriously threatened. Sulla is said even to have escaped only by Marius opening to him his house. They were obliged to yield. Sulla agreed to countermand the announced solemnities, and the Sulpician proposals now passed without further difficulty.
But this was far from determining their fate. Though the aristocracy in the capital might own its defeat, there was now, for the first time since the commencement of the revolution, yet another power in Italy which could not be overlooked, viz. The two strong and victorious armies of the proconsul Strabo and the consul Sulla.
The political position of Strabo might be ambiguous, but Sulla, although he had given way to open violence for the moment, was on the best terms with the majority of the Senate. And not only so, but he had, immediately after countermanding the solemnities, departed for Campania to join his army. To terrify the unarmed consul by bludgeon men or the defenceless capital by the swords of the legions amounted to the same thing in the end. Sulpicius assumed that his opponent, now when he could, would requite violence with violence and return to the capital at the head of his legions to overthrow the conservative demagogue and his laws along with him.
Perhaps he was mistaken. Sulla was just as eager for the war against Mithradates as he was probably averse to the political exhalations of the capital. Considering his original spirit of indifference and his unrivaled political nonchalance, there is great probability that he by no means intended the coup d'état which Sulpicius expected, and that, if he had been let alone, he would have embarked without delay with his troops for Asia so soon as he had captured Nola, with the siege of which he was still occupied. Marius nominated commander-in-chief in Sulla's stead. But, be this as it might, Sulpicius, with a view to parry the presumed blow, conceived the scheme of taking the supreme command from Sulla, and for this purpose joined with Marius, whose name was still sufficiently popular to make a proposal to transfer to him the chief command in the Asiatic War appear plausible to the multitude, and whose military position and ability might prove a support in the event of a rupture with Sulla. Sulpicius probably did not overlook the danger involved in placing that old man, not less incapable than vengeful and ambitious, at the head of the Campanian army, and as little the scandalous irregularity of entrusting an extraordinary supreme command by decree of the people to a private man. But the very tried incapacity of Marius as a statesman gave a sort of guarantee that he would not be able seriously to endanger the constitution, and above all the personal position of Sulpicius, if he formed a correct estimate of Sulla's designs, was one of so imminent peril that such considerations could hardly be longer heeded. That the worn-out hero himself readily met the wishes of anyone who would employ him as a condottiere was a matter of course. His heart had now for many years longed for the command in an Asiatic war, and not less perhaps for an opportunity of once settling accounts thoroughly with the majority of the Senate. Accordingly, on the proposal of Sulpicius, Gaius, Marius was by decree of the people invested with extraordinary supreme, or as it was called proconsular, power, and obtained the command of the Campanian army and the superintendence of the war against Mithradates, and 2 tribunes of the people were dispatched to the camp at Nola to take over the army from Sulla. Sulla's recall. Sulla was not the man to yield to such a summons. If anyone had a vocation to the chief command in the Asiatic War, it was Sulla. He had a few years before commanded with the greatest success in the same theatre of war. He had contributed more than any other man to the subjugation of the dangerous Italian insurrection. As consul of the year in which the Asiatic War broke out, he had been invested with the command in it after the customary way, and with the full consent of his colleague, who was on friendly terms with him and related to him by marriage. It was expecting a great deal to suppose that he would, in accordance with a decree of the sovereign burgesses of Rome, give up a command undertaken
in such circumstances to an old military and political antagonist, in whose hands the army might be turned to none could tell what violent and preposterous proceedings. Sulla was neither good-natured enough to comply voluntarily with such an order, nor dependent enough to need to do so. His army was partly in consequence of the alterations of the military system which originated with Marius, partly from the moral laxity and the military strictness of its discipline in the hands of Sulla, little more than a body of mercenaries absolutely devoted to their leader and indifferent to political affairs. Sulla himself was a hardened, cool and clear-headed man, in whose eyes the sovereign Roman burgesses were a rabble, the hero of Aquae Sextiae, a bankrupt swindler, formal legality a phrase, Rome itself a city without a garrison and with its walls half in ruins, which could be far more easily captured than Nola. Sulla's march on Rome. On these views he acted. He assembled his soldiers, there were 6 legions, or about 35,000 men, and explained to them the summons that had arrived from Rome, not forgetting to hint that the new commander-in-chief would undoubtedly lead to Asia Minor not the army as it stood, but another formed of fresh troops. The superior officers, who still had more of the citizen than the soldier, kept aloof, and only one of them followed the general towards the capital. But the soldiers, who in accordance with earlier experiences hoped to find in Asia an easy war and endless booty, were furious. In a moment the 2 tribunes that had come from Rome were torn in pieces, and from all sides the cry arose that the general should lead them to Rome. Without delay the consul started, and forming a junction with his like-minded colleague by the way, he arrived by quick marches, little troubling himself about the deputies who hastened from Rome to meet and attempted to detain him beneath the walls of the capital. Suddenly the Romans beheld columns of Sulla's army take their station at the bridge over the Tiber and at the Colline and Esquiline gates, and then 2 legions in battle array with their standards at their head passed the sacred ring wall within which the law had forbidden war to enter. Many a worse quarrel, many an important feud had been brought to a settlement within those walls, without any need for a Roman army breaking the sacred peace of the city. That step was now taken, primarily for the sake of the miserable question whether this or that officer was called to command in the east. Rome occupied. The entering legions advanced as far as the height of the Esquiline, when the missiles and stones descending in showers from the roofs made the soldiers waver, and they began to give way. Sulla himself brandished a blazing torch, and with firebrands and threats of setting the houses on fire, the legions cleared their way to the Esquiline marketplace, not far from St. Maria Maggiore. There the force hastily collected by Marius and Sulpicius awaited them, and by its superior numbers repelled the first invading columns. But reinforcements came up from the gates. Another division of the Sullans made preparations for turning the defenders by the street of the Subura. The latter were obliged to retire. At the temple of Tellus, where the Esquiline begins to slope towards the great forum, Marius attempted once more to make a stand. He adjured the Senate and equities and all the citizens to throw themselves across the path of the legions, but he himself had transformed them from citizens to mercenaries. His own work turned against him. They obeyed not the government, but their general. Even when the slaves were summoned to arm under the promise of freedom, not more than 3 of them appeared. Nothing remained for the leaders but to escape in all haste through the still unoccupied gates. After a few hours, Sulla was absolute master of Rome. That night, the watchfires of the legions blazed in the great marketplace of the capital. First Sullan restoration. Death of Sulpicius. Flight of Marius. The first military intervention in civil feuds had made it quite evident, not only that the political struggles had reached the point at which nothing save open and direct force proves decisive, but also that the power of the bludgeon was of no avail against the power of the sword. It was the Conservative party which first drew the sword, and which accordingly in due time experienced the truth of the ominous words of the gospel as to those who first have recourse to it. For the present it triumphed completely, and might put the victory into formal shape at its pleasure. As a matter of course, the Sulpician laws were characterized as legally null. Their author and his most notable adherents had fled. They were, 12 in number, proscribed by the Senate for arrest and execution as enemies of their country. Publius Sulpicius was accordingly seized at Laurentum and put to death, and the head of the tribune, sent to Sulla, was by his orders exposed in the Forum at the very rostra where he himself had stood but a few days before in the full vigour of youth and eloquence. The rest of the proscribed were pursued. The assassins were on the track of even the old Gaius Marius. Although the general might have clouded the memory of his glorious days by a succession of pitiful proceedings, now that the deliverer of his country was running for his life, he was once more the victor of Vercellae, and with breathless suspense all Italy listened to the incidents of his marvellous flight. At Ostia he had gone on board a transport with the view of sailing for Africa, but adverse winds and want of provisions compelled him to land at the Circean promontory and to wander at random. With few attendants, and without trusting himself under a roof, the grey-haired consular, often suffering from hunger, found his way on foot to the neighbourhood of the Roman colony of Minturnae at the mouth of the Garigliano. There the pursuing cavalry was seen in the distance. With great difficulty he reached the shore, and a trading vessel lying there withdrew him from his pursuers. But the timid mariners soon put him ashore again and made off, while Marius stole along the beach. His pursuers found him in the salt marsh of Minturnae, sunk to the girdle in the mud, and with his head concealed amidst a quantity of reeds, and delivered him to the civic authorities of Minturnae. He was placed in prison, and the town executioner, a Cimbrian slave, was sent to put him to death. But the German trembled before the flashing eyes of his old conqueror, and the axe fell from his hands, when the general with his powerful voice haughtily demanded whether he dared to kill Gaius Marius. When they learned this, the magistrates of Minturnae were ashamed that the deliverer of Rome should meet with greater reverence from slaves to whom he had brought bondage than from his fellow citizens to whom he had brought freedom. They loosed his fetters, gave him a vessel and money for travelling expenses, and sent him to Inaria, Ischia. The proscribed, with the exception of Sulpicius, gradually met in those waters. They landed at Eryx and at what was formerly Carthage, but the Roman magistrates both in Sicily and in Africa sent them away. So they escaped to Numidia, whose desert sand dunes gave them a place of refuge for the winter. But the king Hiempsal II, whom they hoped to gain, and who had seemed for a while willing to unite with them, had only done so to lull them into security, and now attempted to seize their persons. With great difficulty the fugitives escaped from his cavalry, and found a temporary refuge in the little island of Cecina, Cercina, on the coast of Tunis. We know not whether Sulla thanked his fortunate star that he had been spared the odium of putting to death the victor of the Cimbrians. At any rate, it does not appear that the magistrates of Minturnae were punished. Legislation of Sulla. With a view to remove existing evils and to prevent future revolutions, Sulla suggested a series of new legislative enactments. For the hard-pressed debtors nothing seems to have been done, except that the rules as to the maximum of interest were enforced. Directions, moreover, were given for the sending out of a number of colonies. The Senate, which had been greatly thinned by the battles and prosecutions of the social war, was filled up by the admission of 300 new senators, who were naturally selected in the interest of the optimates. Lastly, material changes were adopted in respect to the mode of election and the initiative of legislation. The old Servian arrangement for voting in the centuriate comitia, under which the first class, with an estate of 100,000 sesterces, £1,000, or upwards, alone possessed almost half of the votes, again took the place of the arrangements introduced in 513 to mitigate the preponderance of the first class. Practically, there was thus introduced for the election of consuls, praetors, and censors, a census which really excluded the non-wealthy from exercising the suffrage. The legislative initiative in the case of the tribunes of the people was restricted by the rule that every proposal had henceforth to be submitted by them in the first instance to the Senate, and could only come before the people in the event of the Senate approving it.
These enactments, which were called forth by the Sulpician attempt at revolution from the man who then came forward as the shield and sword of the constitutional party, the consul Sulla, bear an altogether peculiar character. Sulla ventured, without consulting the burgesses or jurymen, to pronounce sentence of death on 12 of the most distinguished men, including magistrates actually in office and the most famous general of his time, and publicly to defend these proscriptions, a violation of the venerable and sacred laws of appeal, which met with severe censure even from very conservative men, such as Quintus Scaevola. He ventured to overthrow an arrangement as to the elections which had subsisted for a century and a half, and to re-establish the electoral census which had been long obsolete and proscribed. He ventured practically to withdraw the right of legislation from its two primitive factors, the magistrates and the comitia, and to transfer it to a board which had at no time possessed formally any other privilege in this respect than that of being asked for its advice. Hardly had any democrat ever exercised justice in forms so tyrannical or disturbed and remodeled the foundations of the Constitution with so reckless an audacity as this conservative reformer. But if we look at the substance instead of the form, we reach very different results. Revolutions have nowhere ended, and least of all in Rome, without demanding a certain number of victims, who under forms more or less borrowed from justice atone for the fault of being vanquished as though it were a crime. Anyone who recalls the succession of prosecutions carried on by the victorious party after the fall of the Gracchi and Saturninus will be inclined to yield to the victor of the Esquiline market the praise of candour and comparative moderation, insofar as, first, he without ceremony accepted as war what was really such, and prescribed the men who were defeated as enemies beyond the pale of the law, and secondly, he limited as far as possible the number of victims and allowed at least no offensive outbreak of fury against inferior persons. A similar moderation appears in the political arrangements.
The innovation as respects legislation, the most important and apparently the most comprehensive, in fact only brought the letter of the Constitution into harmony with its spirit. The Roman legislation, under which any consul, praetor, or tribune could propose to the burgesses any measure at pleasure and bring it to the vote without debate, had from the first been irrational and had become daily more so with the growing nullity of the comitia. It was only tolerated because in practice the Senate had claimed for itself the right of previous deliberation and regularly crushed any proposal, if put to the vote without such previous deliberation, by means of the political or religious veto. The revolution had swept away these barriers, and in consequence that absurd system now began fully to develop its results, and to put it in the power of any petulant knave to overthrow the state in due form of law. What was under such circumstances more natural, more necessary, more truly conservative than now to recognize formally and expressly the legislation of the Senate, to which effect had been hitherto given by a circuitous process? Something similar may be said of the renewal of the electoral census. The earlier constitution was throughout based on it. Even the reform of 513 had merely restricted the privileges of the men of wealth. But since that year, there had occurred an immense financial revolution, which might well justify a raising of the electoral census. The new timocracy thus changed the letter of the Constitution only to remain faithful to its spirit, while it at the same time, in the mildest possible form, attempted at least to check the disgraceful purchase of votes with all the evils therewith connected. Lastly, the regulations in favor of debtors and the resumption of the schemes of colonization gave express proof that Sulla, although not disposed to approve the impetuous proposals of Sulpicius, was yet, like Sulpicius and Drusus, and all the more far-seeing aristocrats in general, favorable to material reforms in themselves, as to which we may not overlook the circumstance that he proposed these measures after the victory and entirely of his own free will.
If we combine with such considerations the fact that Sulla allowed the principal foundations of the Gracchian constitution to stand and disturbed neither the equestrian courts nor the largesses of grain, we shall find warrant for the opinion that the Sullan arrangement of 666 substantially adhered to the status quo subsisting since the fall of Gaius Gracchus. He merely, on the one hand, altered as the times required the traditional rules that primarily threatened danger to the existing government,
and, on the other hand, sought to remedy according to his power the existing social evils so far as either could be done without touching ills that lay deeper.
Emphatic contempt for constitutional formalism in connection with a vivid appreciation of the intrinsic value of existing arrangements, clear perceptions, and praiseworthy intentions mark this legislation throughout. But it bears also a certain frivolous and superficial character. It needed in particular a great amount of good nature to believe that the fixing a maximum of interest would remedy the confused relations of credit, and that the right of previous deliberation on the part of the Senate would prove more capable of resisting future demagogism than the right of veto and religion had previously been. New complications. Cinna Strabo Sulla embarks for Asia. In reality, new clouds very soon began to overcast the clear sky of the conservatives. The relations of Asia assumed daily a more threatening character. The state had already suffered the utmost injury through the delay which the Sulpician revolution had occasioned in the departure of the army for Asia. The embarkation could on no account be longer postponed. Meanwhile, Sulla hoped to leave behind him guarantees against a new assault on the oligarchy in Italy, partly in the consuls who would be elected under the new electoral arrangement, partly and especially in the armies employed in suppressing the remains of the Italian insurrection. In the consular comitia, however, the choice did not fall on the candidates set up by Sulla, but Lucius Cornelius Cinna, who belonged to the most determined opposition, was associated with Gnaeus Octavius, a man certainly of strictly optimate views. It may be presumed that it was chiefly the capitalist party which by this choice retaliated on the author of the law as to interest. Sulla accepted the unpleasant election with the declaration that he was glad to see the burgesses making use of their constitutional liberty of choice, and contented himself with exacting from both consuls an oath that they would faithfully observe the existing constitution. Of the armies, the one on which the matter chiefly depended was that of the north, as the greater part of the Campanian army was destined to depart for Asia. Sulla got the command of the former entrusted by decree of the people to his devoted colleague Quintus Rufus, and procured the recall of the former general Gnaeus Strabo in such a manner as to spare as far as possible his feelings. The more so, because the latter belonged to the equestrian party, and his passive attitude during the Sulpician troubles had occasioned no small anxiety to the aristocracy. Rufus arrived at the army and took the chief command in Strabo's stead, but a few days afterwards he was killed by the soldiers, and Strabo returned to the command which he had hardly abdicated. He was regarded as the instigator of the murder. It is certain that he was a man from whom such a deed might be expected, that he reaped the fruits of the crime, and that he punished the well-known originators of it only with words. The removal of Rufus and the commandership of Strabo formed a new and serious danger for Sulla, yet he did nothing to deprive the latter of his command. Soon afterwards, when his consulship expired, he found himself on the one hand urged by his successor Cinna to depart at length for Asia, where his presence was certainly urgently needed, and on the other hand, cited by one of the new tribunes before the bar of the people. It was clear to the dullest eye that a new attack on him and his party was in preparation, and that his opponents wished his removal. Sulla had no alternative save either to push the matter to a breach with Cinna and perhaps with Strabo, and once more to march on Rome, or to leave Italian affairs to take their course and to remove to another continent. Sulla decided, whether more from patriotism or more from indifference, will never be ascertained, for the latter alternative, handed over the corps left behind in Samnium to the trustworthy and experienced soldier Quintus Metellus Pius, who was invested in Sulla's stead with the proconsular commandership-in-chief over Lower Italy, gave the conduct of the siege of Nola to the propraetor Appius Claudius, and in the beginning of 667 embarked with his legions for the Hellenic East. The East and King Mithradates. State of the East. The state of breathless excitement, in which the revolution kept the Roman government by perpetually renewing the alarm of fire and the cry to quench it, made them lose sight of provincial matters generally, and that most of all in the case of the Asiatic lands, whose remote and unwarlike nations did not thrust themselves so directly on the attention of the government as Africa, Spain, and its transalpine neighbours.
After the annexation of the kingdom of Attalus, which took place contemporaneously with the outbreak of the revolution, for a whole generation there is hardly any evidence of Rome taking a serious part in Oriental affairs, with the exception of the establishment of the province of Cilicia in 652, to which the Romans were driven by the boundless audacity of the Cilician pirates, and which was in reality nothing more than the institution of a permanent station for a small division of the Roman army and fleet in the eastern waters. It was not till the downfall of Marius in 654 had in some measure consolidated the government of the Restoration that the Roman authorities began anew to bestow some attention on the events in the East Cyrene Romans. In many respects, matters still stood as they had done 30 years ago. The kingdom of Egypt, with its two appendages of Cyrene and Cyprus, was broken up, partly de jure, partly de facto, on the death of Euergetes II. Cyrene went to his natural son, Ptolemaeus Epion, and was forever separated from Egypt. The sovereignty of the latter formed a subject of contention between the widow of the last king Cleopatra and his two sons Sota II Lathyrus and Alexander I,
which gave occasion to Cyprus also to separate itself for a considerable period from Egypt. The Romans did not interfere in these complications. In fact, when the Cyrenian kingdom fell to them in 658 by the testament of the childless king Apion, while not directly rejecting the acquisition, they left the country in substance to itself by declaring the Greek towns of the kingdom, Cyrene, Ptolemais, and Berenice, free cities, and even handing over to them the use of the royal domains. The supervision of the governor of Africa over this territory was from its remoteness merely nominal, far more so than that of the governor of Macedonia over the Hellenic free cities. The consequences of this measure, which beyond doubt originated not in Philhellenism, but simply in the weakness and negligence of the Roman government, were substantially similar to those which had occurred under the like circumstances in Hellas. Civil wars and usurpations so rent the land that, when a Roman officer of rank accidentally made his appearance there in 668, the inhabitants urgently besought him to regulate their affairs and to establish a permanent government among them. In Syria also, during the interval, there had not been much change, and still less any improvement. During the 20 years' war of succession between the two half-brothers Antiochus Grypus and Antiochus of Cyzicus, which after their death was inherited by their sons, the kingdom which was the object of contention became almost an empty name, inasmuch as the Cilician sea kings, the Arab sheiks of the Syrian desert, the princes of the Jews, and the magistrates of the larger towns had ordinarily more to say than the wearers of the diadem. Meanwhile, the Romans established themselves in western Cilicia, and the important Mesopotamia passed over definitively to the Parthians. The Parthian state, Armenia. The monarchy of the Arsacids had to pass through a dangerous crisis about the time of the Gracchi, chiefly in consequence of the inroads of Turanian tribes. The ninth Arsacid, Mithradates II, or the Great, 630 to 667, had recovered for the state its position of ascendancy in the interior of Asia, repulsed the Scythians, and advanced the frontier of the kingdom towards Syria and Armenia. But towards the end of his life, new troubles disturbed his reign. And while the grandees of the kingdom, including his own brother Orodes, rebelled against the king, and at length that brother overthrew him and had put him to death, the hitherto unimportant Armenia rose into power. This country, which since its declaration of independence had been divided into the northeastern portion, or Armenia proper, the kingdom of the Artaxiads, and the southwestern, or Sophene, the kingdom of the Zariadrids, was for the first time united into one kingdom by the Artaxiad Tigrans, who had reigned since 660. And this doubling of his power on the one hand, and the weakness of the Parthian rule on the other, enabled the new king of all Armenia not only to free himself from dependence on the Parthians and to recover the provinces formerly ceded to them, but even to bring to Armenia the titular supremacy of Asia, as it had passed from the Achaemenids to the Seleucids, and from the Seleucids to the Arsacids. Asia Minor. Lastly, in Asia Minor, the territorial arrangements, which had been made under Roman influence after the dissolution of the kingdom of Attalus, still subsisted in the main unchanged. In the condition of the dependent states, the kingdoms of Bithynia,
Cappadocia, Pontus, the principalities of Paphlagonia and Galatia, the numerous city leagues and free towns, no outward change was at first discernible. But, intrinsically, the character of the Roman rule had certainly undergone everywhere a material alteration. Partly through the constant growth of oppression naturally incident to every tyrannic government, partly through the indirect operation of the Roman Revolution, in the seizure, for instance, of the property of the soil in the province of Asia by Gaius Gracchus, in the Roman tenths and customs, and in the human hunts which the collectors of the revenue added to their other avocations there. The Roman rule, barely tolerable even from the first, pressed so heavily on Asia that neither the crown of the king nor the hut of the peasant there was any longer safe from confiscation, that every stalk of corn seemed to grow for the Roman decumanus, and every child of free parents seemed to be born for the Roman slave drivers. It is true that the Asiatic bore even this torture with his inexhaustible passive endurance, but it was not patience and reflection that made him bear it peacefully. It was rather the peculiarly Oriental lack of initiative, and in these peaceful lands, amidst these effeminate nations, strange and terrible things might happen if once there should appear among them a man who knew how to give the signal for revolt. Mithradates Eupator. There reigned at that time in the kingdom of Pontus Mithradates VI, surnamed Eupator, born about 624–691, who traced back his lineage on the father's side in the 16th generation to King Darius, the son of Hystaspes, and in the 8th to Mithradates I, the founder of the Pontic kingdom, and was on the mother's side descended from the Alexandrids and the Seleucids. After the early death of his father Mithradates Euergetes, who fell by the hand of an assassin at Sinope, he had received the title of king about 634, when a boy of 11 years of age. But the diadem brought to him only trouble and danger. His guardians, and even as it would seem his own mother called to take a part in the government by his father's will, conspired against the boy king's life. It is said that, in order to escape from the daggers of his legal protectors, he became of his own accord a wanderer, and during 7 years, changing his resting place night after night, a fugitive in his own kingdom, led the homeless life of a hunter. Thus, the boy grew into a powerful man. Although our accounts regarding him are in substance traceable to written records of contemporaries, yet the legendary tradition, which is generated in the East with the rapidity of lightning, early adorned the mighty king with many of the traits of its Samsons and Rustums. These traits, however, belong to the character just as the crown of clouds belongs to the character of the highest mountain peaks. The outlines of the figure appear in both cases only more coloured and fantastic, not disturbed or essentially altered. The armour, which fitted the gigantic frame of King Mithradates, excited the wonder of the Asiatics and still more that of the Italians. As a runner, he overtook the swiftest deer. As a rider, he broke in the wild steed and was able by changing horses to accomplish 120 miles in a day. As a charioteer, he drove with 16 in hand and gained in competition many a prize. It was dangerous, no doubt, in such sport to carry off victory from the king. In hunting on horseback, he hit the game at full gallop and never missed his aim. He challenged competition at table also. He arranged banqueting matches and carried off in person the prizes proposed for the most substantial eater and the hardest drinker, and not less so in the pleasures of the harem, as was shown among other things by the licentious letters of his Greek mistresses which were found among his papers. His intellectual wants he satisfied by the wildest superstition. The interpretation of dreams and the Greek mysteries occupied not a few of the king's hours, and by a rude adoption of Hellenic civilization. He was fond of Greek art and music. That is to say, he collected precious articles, rich furniture, old Persian and Greek objects of luxury. His cabinet of rings was famous. He had constantly Greek historians, philosophers, and poets in his train, and proposed prizes at his court festivals not only for the greatest eaters and drinkers, but also for the merriest jester and the best singer. Such was the man. The Sultan corresponded. In the East, where the relation between the ruler and the ruled bears the character of natural rather than of moral law, the subject resembles the dog alike in fidelity and in falsehood.
the ruler is cruel and distrustful. In both respects, Mithridates has hardly been surpassed. By his orders there died or pined in perpetual captivity for real or alleged treason his mother, his brother, his sister espoused to him, 3 of his sons, and as many of his daughters. Still more revolting, perhaps, is the fact that among his secret papers were found sentences of death, drawn up beforehand against several of his most confidential servants. In like manner, it was a genuine trait of the Sultan that he afterwards, for the mere purpose of withdrawing from his enemies the trophies of victory, caused his 2 Greek wives, his sister, and his whole harem to be put to death, and merely left to the women the choice of the mode of dying. He prosecuted the experimental study of poisons and antidotes as an important branch of the business of government, and tried to inure his body to particular poisons. He had early learned to look for treason and assassination at the hands of everybody, and especially of his nearest relatives, and he had early learned to practice them against everybody, and most of all against those nearest to him, of which the necessary consequence, attested by all his history, was that all his undertakings finally miscarried through the perfidy of those whom he trusted. At the same time, we doubtless meet with isolated traits of high-minded justice. When he punished traitors, he ordinarily spared those who had become involved in the crime simply from their personal relations with the leading culprit. But such fits of equity are not wholly wanting in every barbarous tyrant. What really distinguishes Mithridates amidst the multitude of similar sultans is his boundless activity. He disappeared one fine morning from his palace and remained unheard of for months, so that he was given over as lost. When he returned, he had wandered incognito through all Western Asia and reconnoitred everywhere the country and the people. In like manner, he was not only in general a man of fluent speech, but he administered justice to each of the 22 nations over which he ruled in its own language without needing an interpreter, a trait significant of the versatile ruler of the many-tongued East. His whole activity as a ruler bears the same character. So far as we know, for our authorities are unfortunately altogether silent as to his internal administration, his energies, like those of every other sultan, were spent in collecting treasures, in assembling armies, which were usually, in his earlier years at least, led against the enemy not by the king in person, but by some Greek condottiere, in efforts to add new satrapies to the old. Of higher elements, desire to advance civilization, earnest leadership of the national opposition, special gifts of genius. There are found, in our traditional accounts at least, no distinct traces in Mithridates, and we have no reason to place him on a level even with the great rulers of the Osmans, such as Mohammed II and Suleiman. Notwithstanding his Hellenic culture, which sat on him not much better than the Roman armor sat on his Cappadocians, he was throughout an Oriental of the ordinary stamp, coarse, full of the most sensual appetites, superstitious, cruel, perfidious, and unscrupulous, but so vigorous in organization, so powerful in physical endowments, that his defiant laying about him and his unshaken courage in resistance look frequently like talent, sometimes even like genius. Granting that during the death struggle of the Republic it was easier to offer resistance to Rome than in the times of Scipio or Trajan, and that it was only the complication of the Asiatic events with the internal commotions of Italy which rendered it possible for Mithridates to resist the Romans twice as long as Jugurtha did, it remains nevertheless true that before the Parthian Wars he was the only enemy who gave serious trouble to the Romans in the East, and that he defended himself against them as the lion of the desert defends himself against the hunter. Still, we are not entitled, in accordance with what we know, to recognize in him more than the resistance to be expected from so vigorous a nature. But, whatever judgment we may form as to the individual character of the king, his historical position remains in a high degree significant. The Mithridatic Wars formed at once the last movement of the political opposition offered by Hellas to Rome, and the beginning of a revolt against the Roman supremacy resting on very different and far deeper grounds of antagonism, the national reaction of the Asiatics against the Occidentals.
The empire of Mithridates was, like himself, Oriental. Polygamy and the system of the harem prevailed at court and generally among persons of rank. The religion of the inhabitants of the country, as well as the official religion of the court, was preeminently the old national worship. The Hellenism there was little different from the Hellenism of the Armenian Tigranids and the Arsacids of the Parthian Empire. The Greeks of Asia Minor might imagine for a brief moment that they had found in this king a support for their political dreams. His battles were really fought for matters very different from those which were decided on the fields of Magnesia and Pydna. They formed, after a long truce, a new passage in the huge duel between the West and the East, which has been transmitted from the conflicts at Marathon to the present generation, and will perhaps reckon its future by thousands of years, as it has reckoned its past. The nationalities of Asia Minor. Manifest, however, as is the foreign and un-Hellenic character of the whole life and action of the Cappadocian king, it is difficult definitely to specify the national element preponderating in it, nor will research perhaps ever succeed in getting beyond generalities or in attaining clear views on this point. In the whole circle of ancient civilization there is no region where the stocks subsisting side by side or crossing each other were so numerous, so heterogeneous, so variously from the remotest times intermingled, and where in consequence the relations of the nationalities were less clear than in Asia Minor. The Semitic population continued in an unbroken chain from Syria to Cyprus and Cilicia, and to it the original stock of the population along the west coast in the regions of Caria and Lydia seems also to have belonged, while the northwestern point was occupied by the Bithynians, who were akin to the Thracians in Europe. The interior and the north coast, on the other hand, were filled chiefly by Indo-Germanic peoples most nearly cognate to the Iranian. In the case of the Armenian and Phrygian languages it is ascertained, in that of the Cappadocian it is highly probable, that they had immediate affinity with the Zend, and the statement made as to the Mysians, that among them the Lydian and Phrygian languages met, just denotes a mixed Semitic-Iranian population that may be compared perhaps with that of Assyria. As to the regions stretching between Cilicia and Caria, more especially Lydia, there is still, notwithstanding the full remains of the native language and writing that are in this particular instance extant, a want of assured results, and it is merely probable that these tribes ought to be reckoned among the Indo-Germans rather than the Semites. How all this confused mass of peoples was overlaid first with a net of Greek mercantile cities, and then with the Hellenism called into life by the military as well as intellectual ascendancy of the Greek nation, has been set forth in outline already. Pontus. In these regions ruled King Mithradates, and that first of all in Cappadocia on the Black Sea, or Pontus as it was called, a district in which, situated as it was at the northeastern extremity of Asia Minor towards Armenia, and in constant contact with the latter, the Iranian nationality presumably preserved itself with less admixture than anywhere else in Asia Minor. Not even Hellenism had penetrated far into that region. With the exception of the coast where several originally Greek settlements subsisted, especially the important commercial marts Trapezus, Amisus, and above all Sinope, the birthplace and residence of Mithradates and the most flourishing city of the empire, the country was still in a very primitive condition. Not that it had lain waste, on the contrary, as the region of Pontus is still one of the most fertile on the face of the earth, with its fields of grain alternating with forests of wild fruit trees, it was beyond doubt even in the time of Mithradates well cultivated and also comparatively populous. But there were hardly any towns properly so called. The country possessed nothing but strongholds, which served the peasants as places of refuge and the king as treasuries for the custody of the revenues which accrued to him. In the Lesser Armenia alone, in fact, there were counted 75 of these little royal forts. We do not find that Mithradates materially contributed to promote the growth of towns in his empire, and situated as he was, in practical, though not perhaps on his own part quite conscious reaction against Hellenism, this is easily conceivable. Acquisitions of territory by Mithradates Colchis, northern shores of the Black Sea. He appears more actively employed, likewise quite in the Oriental style, in enlarging on all sides his kingdom, which was even then not small, though its compass is probably overstated at 2,300 miles. We find his armies, his fleets and his envoys busy along the Black Sea, as well as towards Armenia and towards Asia Minor. But nowhere did so free and ample an arena present itself to him as on the eastern and northern shores of the Black Sea, the state of which at that time we must not omit to glance at, however difficult or in fact impossible it is to give a really distinct idea of it. On the eastern coast of the Black Sea, which previously almost unknown, was first opened up to more general knowledge by Mithradates, the region of Colchis on the Phasis, Mingrelia and Imeretia, with the important commercial town of Dioscurius, was wrested from the native princes and converted into a satrapy of Pontus. Of still greater moment were his enterprises in the northern regions. The wide steppes destitute of hills and trees, which stretch to the north of the Black Sea, of the Caucasus, and of the Caspian, are by reason of their natural conditions, more especially from the variations of temperature fluctuating between the climate of Stockholm and that of Madeira, and from the absolute destitution of rain or snow which occurs not unfrequently and lasts for a period of 22 months or longer, little adapted for agriculture or for permanent settlement at all, and they always were so, although 2,000 years ago the state of the climate was presumably somewhat less unfavourable than it is at the present day. The various tribes, whose wandering impulse led them into these regions, submitted to this ordinance of nature and led, and still to some extent lead, a wandering pastoral life with their herds of oxen, or still more frequently of horses, changing their places of abode and pasture, and carrying their effects along with them in wagon houses. Their equipment and style of fighting were consonant to this mode of life. The inhabitants of these steppes fought in great measure on horseback, and always in loose array, equipped with helmet and coat of mail of leather and leather-covered shield, armed with sword, lance, and bow, the ancestors of the modern Cossacks. The Scythians originally settled there, who seem to have been of Mongolian race and akin in their habits and physical appearance to
The present inhabitants of Siberia had been followed up by Sarmatian tribes advancing from east to west, Sauramati, Roxolani, Jazyges, who are commonly reckoned of Slavonian descent, although the proper names which we are entitled to ascribe to them show more affinity with Median and Persian names, and those peoples perhaps belonged rather to the great Zen stock. Thracian tribes moved in the opposite direction, particularly the Getai, who reached as far as the Dnieper. Between the two there intruded themselves, probably as offsets of the great Germanic migration, the main body of which seems not to have touched the Black Sea, the Celts, as they were called, on the Dnieper, the Bastarnae in the same quarter, and the Pushini at the mouth of the Danube. A state, in the proper sense, was nowhere formed. Every tribe lived by itself under its princes and elders. Hellenism, in that quarter, in sharp contrast to all these barbarians stood the Hellenic settlements, which at the time of the mighty impetus given to Greek commerce had been founded chiefly by the efforts of Miletus on these coasts, partly as trading marts, partly as stations for prosecuting important fisheries and even for agriculture, for which, as we have already said, the northwestern shores of the Black Sea presented in antiquity conditions less unfavourable than at the present day. For the use of the soil the Hellenes paid here, like the Phoenicians in Libya, tax and ground rent to the native rulers. The most important of these settlements were the free city of Chersonesus, not far from Sebastopol, built on the territory of the Scythians in the Tauric Peninsula, Crimea, and maintaining itself in moderate prosperity under circumstances far from favourable by virtue of its good constitution and the public spirit of its citizens, and Panticapaeum, Kerch, at the opposite side of the peninsula on the straits leading from the Black Sea to the Sea of Azov, governed since the year 457 by hereditary burgomasters, afterwards called kings of the Bosporus, the Archaeanactidae, Spartacidae, and Parasadae. The culture of corn and the fisheries of the Sea of Azov had rapidly raised the city to prosperity. Its territory, still in the time of Mithradates, embraced the lesser eastern division of the Crimea, including the town of Theodosia, and on the opposite Asiatic continent the town of Phanagoria and the district of Syndica. In better times the lords of Panticapaeum had by land ruled the peoples on the east coast of the Sea of Azov and the valley of the Kuban,
and had commanded the Black Sea with their fleet. But Panticapaeum was no longer what it had been. Nowhere was the sad decline of the Hellenic nation felt more deeply than at these distant outposts.
Athens in its good times had been the only Greek state which fulfilled there the duties of a leading power, duties which certainly were specially brought home to the Athenians by their need of Pontic grain. After the downfall of the Attic maritime power, these regions were, on the whole, left to themselves. The Greek land powers never got so far as to intervene seriously there, although Philip, the father of Alexander and Lysimachus, sometimes attempted it, and the Romans, on whom, with the conquest of Macedonia and Asia Minor, devolved the political obligation of becoming the strong protectors of Greek civilization at the point where it needed such protection, utterly neglected the summons of interest as well as of honor. The fall of Sinope, the decline of Rhodes, completed the isolation of the Hellenes on the northern shore of the Black Sea. A vivid picture of their position with reference to the roving barbarians is given to us by an inscription of Olbia, near Ochako, not far from the mouth of the Dnieper, which apparently may be placed not long before the time of Mithradates. The citizens had not only to send annual tribute to the court camp of the barbarian king, but also to make him a gift when he encamped before the town, or even simply passed by, and in a similar way to buy off minor chieftains, and in fact sometimes the whole horde with presents, and it fared ill with them if the gift appeared too small. The treasury of the town was bankrupt, and they had to pledge the temple jewels. Meanwhile, the savage tribes were thronging without in front of the gates. The territory was laid waste, the field laborers were dragged away en masse, and what was worst of all, the weaker of their barbarian neighbors, the Scythians, sought, in order to shelter themselves from the pressure of the more savage Celts, to obtain possession of the walled town, so that numerous citizens were leaving it, and the inhabitants already contemplated its entire surrender. Mithridates, master of the Bosporan kingdom. Such was the state in which Mithridates found matters when his Macedonian phalanx, crossing the ridge of the Caucasus, descended into the valleys of the Kuban, and Terek and his fleet at the same time appeared in the Crimean waters. No wonder that here too, as had already been the case in Dioscurius, the Hellenes everywhere received the king of Pontus with open arms, and regarded the half-Hellene and his Cappadocians armed in Greek fashion as their deliverers. What Rome had here neglected became apparent. The demands on the rulers of Panticapaeum for tribute had just then been raised to an exorbitant height. The town of Chersonesus found itself hard-pressed by Silurus, king of the Scythians, dwelling in the peninsula, and his 50 sons. The former were glad to surrender their hereditary lordship, and the latter their long-preserved freedom, in order to save their last possession, their Hellenism. It was not in vain. Mithridates' brave generals, Diophantus and Neoptolemus, and his disciplined troops easily got the better of the peoples of the steppes. Neoptolemus defeated them at the Straits of Panticapaeum partly by water, partly in winter on the ice. Chersonesus was delivered. The strongholds of the Taurians were broken, and the possession of the peninsula was secured by judiciously constructed fortresses. Diophantus marched against the Ruxinales, or, as they were afterwards called, the Roxolani, between the Dnieper and Don, who came forward to the aid of the Taurians. 50,000 of them fled before his 6,000 phalangites, and the Pontic arms penetrated as far as the Dnieper. Thus Mithridates acquired here a second kingdom combined with that of Pontus, and like the latter, mainly based on a number of Greek commercial towns. It was called the Kingdom of the Bosporus. It embraced the modern Crimea with the opposite Asiatic promontory, and annually furnished to the royal chests and magazines 200 talents, £48,000, and 270,000 bushels of grain. The tribes of the steppe themselves, from the north slope of the Caucasus to the mouth of the Danube, entered, at least in great part, into relations of dependence on or treaty with the Pontic king, and, if they furnished him with no other aid, afforded at any rate an inexhaustible field for recruiting his armies. Lesser Armenia, alliance with Tigranes. While thus the most important successes were gained towards the north, the king at the same time extended his dominions towards the east and the west.
The Lesser Armenia was annexed by him and converted from a dependent principality into an integral part of the Pontic kingdom, but still more important was the close connection which he formed with the king of the Greater Armenia.
He not only gave his daughter Cleopatra in marriage to Tigranes, but it was mainly through his support that Tigranes shook off the yoke of the Arsacids and took their place in Asia. An agreement seems to have been made between the two to the effect that Tigranes should take in hand to occupy Syria and the interior of Asia, and Mithradates Asia Minor and the coasts of the Black Sea under promise of mutual support. And it was beyond doubt the more active and capable Mithradates who brought about this agreement with a view to cover his rear and to secure a powerful ally, Paphlagonia and Cappadocia acquired.
Lastly, in Asia Minor, the king turned his eyes towards the interior of Paphlagonia. The coast had for long belonged to the Pontic Empire and towards Cappadocia. The former was claimed on the part of Pontus as having been bequeathed by the testament of the last of the Pylamenids to King Mithradates Euergetes. Against this, however, legitimate or illegitimate pretenders and the land itself protested. As to Cappadocia, the Pontic rulers had not forgotten that this country and Cappadocia on the sea had been formerly united and continually cherished ideas of reunion. Paphlagonia was occupied by Mithridates in concert with Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, with whom he shared the land. When the Senate raised objections to this course, Mithridates yielded to its remonstrance, while Nicomedes equipped one of his sons with the name of Pylaemenes, and under this title retained the country to himself. The policy of the allies adopted still worse expedients in Cappadocia. King Ariarathes VI was killed by Gordius.
It was said by the orders, at any rate in the interest, of Ariarathes's brother-in-law Mithridates Eupator. His young son Ariarathes knew no means of meeting the encroachments of the king of Bithynia except the ambiguous help of his uncle, in return for which the latter then suggested to him that he should allow the murderer of his father, who had taken flight, to return to Cappadocia. This led to a rupture and to war. But when the two armies confronted each other ready for battle, the uncle requested a previous conference with the nephew and thereupon cut down the unarmed youth with his own hand.
Gordius, the murderer of the father, then undertook the government by the directions of Mithridates. And although the indignant population rose against him and called the younger son of the last king to the throne, the latter was unable to offer any permanent resistance to the superior forces of Mithridates. The speedy death of the youth placed by the people on the throne gave to the Pontic king the greater liberty of action, because with that youth the Cappadocian royal house became extinct. A pseudo-Ariarathes was proclaimed as nominal regent, just as had been done in Paphlagonia, under whose name Gordius administered the kingdom as lieutenant of Mithridates. Empire of Mithridates. Mightier than any native monarch for many a day had been, Mithridates bore rule alike over the northern and the southern shores of the Black Sea and far into the interior of Asia Minor.
The resources of the king for war by land and by sea seemed immeasurable. His recruiting fields stretched from the mouth of the Danube to the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea. Thracians, Scythians, Sauromatai, Bastarnae, Colchians, Iberians in the modern Georgia crowded under his banners. Above all, he recruited his war hosts from the brave Bastarnae.
For his fleet, the satrapy of Colchis supplied him with the most excellent timber, which was floated down from the Caucasus, besides flax, hemp, pitch, and wax. Pilots and officers were hired in Phoenicia and Syria. The king, it was said, had marched into Cappadocia with 600 scythe chariots, 10,000 horse, 80,000 foot, and he had by no means mustered for this war all his resources. In the absence of any Roman or other naval power worth mentioning, the Pontic fleet, with Sinope and the ports of the Crimea as its rallying points, had exclusive command of the Black Sea. The Romans and Mithridates' intervention of the Senate. That the Roman Senate asserted its general policy of keeping down the states more or less dependent on it, also in dealing with that of Pontus, is shown by its attitude on occasion of the succession to the throne after the sudden death of Mithridates V.
From the boy in minority who followed him, there was taken away Great Phrygia, which had been conferred on his father for his taking part in the war against Aristonicus, or rather for his good money, and this region was added to the territory immediately subject to Rome. But after this boy had at length attained majority, the same Senate showed utter passiveness towards his aggressions on all sides, and towards the formation of this imposing power, the development of which occupies perhaps a period of 20 years. It was passive while one of its dependent states became developed into a great military power, having at command more than 100,000 armed men, while the ruler of that state entered into the closest connection with the new great king of the East, who was placed partly by his aid at the head of the states in the interior of Asia, while he annexed the neighboring Asiatic kingdoms and principalities under pretexts which sounded almost like a mockery of the ill-informed and far-distant protecting power, while in fine he even established himself in Europe and ruled as king over the Tauric peninsula and as Lord Protector almost to the Macedono-Thracian frontier. These circumstances indeed formed the subject of discussion in the Senate. But when the illustrious corporation consoled itself in the affair of the Paphlagonian succession with the fact that Nicomedes appealed to his pseudo-Pylaemenes, it was evidently not so much deceived as grateful for any pretext which spared it from serious interference. Meanwhile, the complaints became daily more numerous and more urgent. The princes of the Tauric Scythians, whom Mithradates had driven from the Crimea, turned for help to Rome. Those of the senators who at all reflected on the traditional maxims of Roman policy could not but recollect that formerly, under circumstances so wholly different, the crossing of King Antiochus to Europe and the occupation of the Thracian Chersonese by his troops had become the signal for the Asiatic war, and could not but see that the occupation of the Tauric Chersonese by the Pontic king ought still less to be tolerated now. The scale was at last turned by the practical reunion of the kingdom of Cappadocia, respecting which, moreover, Nicomedes of Bithynia, who on his part had hoped to gain possession of Cappadocia by another pseudo-Ariarathes, and now saw that the Pontic pretender excluded his own, would hardly fail to urge the Roman government to intervention. The Senate resolved that Mithradates should reinstate the Scythian princes, so far were they driven out of the track of right policy by their negligent style of government, that instead of supporting the Hellenes against the barbarians, they had now, on the contrary, to support the Scythians against those who were half their countrymen. Paphlagonia was declared independent, and the pseudo-Pylaemenes of Nicomedes was directed to evacuate the country. In like manner, the pseudo-Ariarathes of Mithradates was to retire from Cappadocia, and, as the representatives of the country refused the freedom proffered to it, a king was once more to be appointed by free popular election. Sulla sent to Cappadocia. The decrees sounded energetic enough, only it was an error that instead of sending an army they directed the governor of Cilicia, Lucius Sulla, with the handful of troops whom he commanded there against the pirates and robbers, to intervene in Cappadocia. Fortunately, the remembrance of the former energy of the Romans defended their interests in the East better than their present government did, and the energy and dexterity of the governor supplied what the Senate lacked in both respects. Mithradates kept back and contented himself with inducing Tigranes, the great king of Armenia, who held a more free position with reference to the Romans than he did, to send troops to Cappadocia. Sulla quickly collected his forces and the contingents of the Asiatic allies, crossed the Taurus, and drove the governor Gordius along with his Armenian auxiliaries out of Cappadocia. This proved effectual. Mithradates yielded on all points. Gordius had to assume the blame of the Cappadocian troubles, and the pseudo-Ariarathes disappeared. The election of king, which the Pontic faction had vainly attempted to direct towards Gordius, fell on the respected Cappadocian Ariobarzanes, first contact between the Romans and the Parthians. When Sulla, in following out his expedition, arrived in the region of the Euphrates, in whose waters the Roman standards were then first mirrored, the Romans came for the first time into contact with the Parthians, who, in consequence of the variance between them and Tigranes, had occasion to make approaches to the Romans.
On both sides there seemed a feeling that it was of some moment in this first contact between the two great powers of the East and the West that neither should renounce its claims to the sovereignty of the world, but Sulla, bolder than the Parthian envoy, assumed and maintained in the conference the place of honor between the king of Cappadocia and the Parthian ambassador. Sulla's fame was more increased by this greatly celebrated conference on the Euphrates than by his victories in the East. On its account, the Parthian envoy afterwards forfeited his life to his master's resentment. But for the moment this contact had no further result. Nicomedes, in reliance on the favor of the Romans, omitted to evacuate Paphlagonia, but the decrees adopted by the Senate against Mithradates were carried further into effect. The reinstatement of the Scythian chieftains was at least promised by him. The earlier status quo in the East seemed to be restored. New aggressions of Mithradates. So it was alleged, but in fact there was little trace of any real return of the former order of things. Scarce had Sulla left Asia when Tigranes, king of Great Armenia, fell upon Ariobarzanes, the new king of Cappadocia, expelled him, and reinstated in his stead the Pontic pretender Ariarathes. In Bithynia, where after the death of the old king Nicomedes II, about 663, his son Nicomedes III Philopator had been recognized by the people and by the Roman Senate as legitimate king, his younger brother Socrates came forward as pretender to the crown and possessed himself of the sovereignty. It was clear that the real author of the Cappadocian as of the Bithynian troubles was no other than Mithradates, although he refrained from taking any open part. Everyone knew that Tigranes only acted at his beck, but Socrates also had marched into Bithynia with Pontic troops, and the legitimate king's life was threatened by the assassins of Mithradates. In the Crimea, even, and the neighboring countries, the Pontic king had no thought of receding, but on the contrary carried his arms farther and farther. Aquilius, sent to Asia, the Roman government, appealed to for aid by the kings Ariobarzanes and Nicomedes in person, dispatched to Asia Minor in support of Lucius Cassius, who was governor there, the consular Manius Aquilius, an officer tried in the Cimbrian and Sicilian wars, not however as general at the head of an army, but as an ambassador, and directed the Asiatic client states and Mithradates in particular to lend armed assistance in case of need. The result was as it had been 2 years before. The Roman officer accomplished the commission entrusted to him with the aid of the small Roman corps which the governor of the province of Asia had at his disposal, and of the levy of the Phrygians and Galatians. King Nicomedes and King Ariobarzanes again ascended their tottering thrones. Mithradates, under various pretexts, evaded the summons to furnish contingents, but gave to the Romans no open resistance. On the contrary, the Bithynian pretender Socrates was even put to death by his orders. The state of things. Intermediate between war and peace. It was a singular complication. Mithradates was fully convinced that he could do nothing against the Romans in open conflict, and was therefore firmly resolved not to allow matters to come to an open rupture and war with them. Had he not been so resolved, there was no more favourable opportunity for beginning the struggle than the present. Just at the time when Aquilius marched into Bithynia and Cappadocia, the Italian insurrection was at the height of its power and might encourage even the weak to declare against Rome. Yet Mithradates allowed the year 664 to pass without profiting by the opportunity. Nevertheless, he pursued with equal tenacity and activity his plan of extending his territory in Asia Minor. This strange combination of a policy of peace at any price with a policy of conquest was certainly in itself untenable, and was simply a fresh proof that Mithradates did not belong to the class of genuine statesmen. He knew neither how to prepare for conflict like King Philip, nor how to submit like King Attalus, but in the true style of a sultan was perpetually fluctuating between a greedy desire of conquest and the sense of his own weakness. But even in this point of view his proceedings can only be understood when we recollect that Mithradates had become acquainted by 20 years' experience with the Roman policy of that day. He knew very well that the Roman government were far from desirous of war, that they, in fact, looking to the serious danger which threatened their rule from any general of reputation, and with the fresh remembrance of the Cimbrian War and Marius, dreaded war still more, if possible, than he did himself. He acted accordingly. He was not afraid to demean himself in a way which would have given to any energetic government, not fettered by selfish considerations, manifold ground and occasion for declaring war, but he carefully avoided any open rupture which would have placed the Senate under the necessity of declaring it. As soon as men appeared to be in earnest, he drew back, before Sulla as well as before Aquilius. He hoped, doubtless, that he would not always be confronted by energetic generals, that he too would, as well as Jugurtha, fall in with his Scaurus or Albinus. It must be owned that this hope was not without reason.
Although the very example of Jugurtha had, on the other hand, shown how foolish it was to confound the bribery of a Roman commander and the corruption of a Roman army with the conquest of the Roman people. Aquilius brings about war. Nicomedes. Thus matters stood between peace and war,
and looked quite as if they would drag on for long in the same indecisive position. But it was not the intention of Aquilius to allow this, and as he could not compel his government to declare war against Mithradates, he made use of Nicomedes for that purpose. The latter, who was under the power of the Roman general, and was, moreover, his debtor for the accumulated war expenses, and for sums promised to the general in person, could not avoid complying with the suggestion that he should begin war with Mithradates. The declaration of war by Bithynia took place, but even when the vessels of Nicomedes closed the Bosporus against those of Pontus, and his troops marched into the frontier districts of Pontus, and laid waste the region of Amastris, Mithradates remained still unshaken in his policy of peace. Instead of driving the Bithynians over the frontier, he lodged a complaint with the Roman envoys and asked them either to mediate or to allow him the privilege of self-defense. But he was informed by Aquilius that he must under all circumstances refrain from war against Nicomedes. That indeed was plain. They had employed exactly the same policy against Carthage. They allowed the victim to be set upon by the Roman hounds and forbade its defending itself against them. Mithradates reckoned himself lost, just as the Carthaginians had done. But while the Phoenicians yielded from despair, the king of Sinope did the very opposite and assembled his troops and ships. Does not even he who must succumb, he is reported to have said, defend himself against the robber? His son, Ariobarzanes, received orders to advance into Cappadocia. A message was sent once more to the Roman envoys to inform them of the step to which necessity had driven the king and to demand their ultimatum. It was to the effect which was to be anticipated. Although neither the Roman Senate nor King Mithradates nor King Nicomedes had desired the rupture, Aquilius desired it and war ensued. End of 665.
Preparations of Mithradates. Mithradates prosecuted the political and military preparations for the passage of arms thus forced upon him with all his characteristic energy. First of all, he drew closer his alliance with Tigranes, king of Armenia, and obtained from him the promise of an auxiliary army which was to march into Western Asia and to take possession of the soil there for King Mithradates and of the movable property for King Tigranes. The Parthian king, offended by the haughty carriage of Sulla, though not exactly coming forward as an antagonist to the Romans, did not act as their ally. To the Greeks, the king endeavoured to present himself in the character of Philip and Perseus, as the defender of the Greek nation against the alien rule of the Romans. Pontic envoys were sent to the king of Egypt and to the last remnant of free Greece, the League of the Cretan cities, and adjured those for whom Rome had already forged her chains to rise now at the last moment and save Hellenic nationality. The attempt was in the case of Crete, at least not wholly in vain, and numerous Cretans took service in the Pontic army. Hopes were entertained that the lesser and least of the protected states, Numidia, Syria, the Hellenic republics, would successively rebel, and that the provinces would revolt, particularly the west of Asia Minor, the victim of unbounded oppression. Efforts were made to excite a Thracian rising and even to arouse Macedonia to revolt. Piracy, which even previously was flourishing, was now everywhere let loose as a most welcome ally, and with alarming rapidity squadrons of corsairs calling themselves Pontic privateers filled the Mediterranean far and wide. With eagerness and delight accounts were received of the commotions among the Roman burgesses, and of the Italian insurrections subdued yet far from extinguished. No direct relations, however,
were formed with the discontented and the insurgents in Italy, except that a foreign corps armed and organized in the Roman fashion was created in Asia, the flower of which consisted of Roman and Italian refugees. Forces like those of Mithradates had not been seen in Asia since the Persian Wars. The statements that, leaving out of account the Armenian auxiliary army, he took the field with 250,000 infantry and 40,000 cavalry, and that 300 Pontic decked and 100 open vessels put to sea, seem not too exaggerated in the case of a warlike sovereign who had at his disposal the numberless inhabitants of the steppes. His generals, particularly the brothers Neoptolemus and Archelaus, were experienced and cautious Greek captains. Among the soldiers of the king, there was no want of brave men who despised death. And the armour glittering with gold and silver, and the rich dresses of the Scythians and Medes mingled gaily with the bronze and steel of the Greek troopers. No unity of military organization, it is true, bound together these party-coloured masses. The army of Mithradates was just one of those unwieldy Asiatic war machines, which had so often already, on the last occasion exactly a century before at Magnesia, succumbed to a superior military organization. But still, the East was in arms against the Romans, while in the western half of the empire also matters looked far from peaceful. Weak counter-preparations of the Romans, however much it was in itself a political necessity for Rome to declare war against Mithradates, yet the particular moment was as unhappily chosen as possible. And for this reason it is very probable that Manius Aquilius brought about the rupture between Rome and Mithradates at this precise time primarily from regard to his own interests. For the moment they had no other troops at their disposal in Asia than the small Roman division under Lucius Cassius and the militia of Western Asia, and owing to the military and financial distress in which they were placed at home in consequence of the insurrectionary war, a Roman army could not in the most favourable case land in Asia before the summer of 666. Hitherto the Roman magistrates there had a difficult position, but they hoped to protect the Roman province and to be able to hold their ground as they stood. The Bithynian army under King Nicomedes in its position taken up in the previous year in the Paphlagonian territory between Amastris and Sinope, and the divisions under Lucius Cassius, Manius Aquilius, and Quintus Oppius, farther back in the Bithynian, Galatian, and Cappadocian territories, while the Bithyno-Roman fleet continued to blockade the Bosporus. Mithradates occupies Asia Minor anti-Roman movements. There, in the beginning of the spring of 666, Mithradates assumed the offensive. On a tributary of the Halys, the Amnias, near the modern Tesh-Kopri, the Pontic vanguard of cavalry and light-armed troops encountered the Bithynian army, and notwithstanding its very superior numbers so broke it at the first onset that the beaten army dispersed, and the camp and military chest fell into the hands of the victors. It was mainly to Neoptolemus and Archelaus that the king was indebted for this brilliant success. The far more wretched Asiatic militia, stationed farther back, thereupon gave themselves up as vanquished, even before they encountered the enemy. When the generals of Mithradates approached them, they dispersed.
A Roman division was defeated in Cappadocia. Cassius sought to keep the field in Phrygia with the militia, but he discharged it again without venturing on a battle, and threw himself with his few trustworthy troops into the townships on the upper Maeander, particularly into Apamea.
Oppius, in like manner, evacuated Pamphylia and shut himself up in the Phrygian Laodicea. Aquilius was overtaken while retreating at the Sangarius in the Bithynian territory, and so totally defeated that he lost his camp and had to seek refuge at Pergamus in the Roman province. The latter also was soon overrun, and Pergamus itself fell into the hands of the king, as likewise the Bosporus and the ships that were there. After each victory, Mithradates had dismissed all the prisoners belonging to the militia of Asia Minor and had neglected no step to raise to a higher pitch the national sympathies that were from the first turned towards him.
Now the whole country as far as the Maeander was with the exception of a few fortresses in his power, and news at the same time arrived that a new revolution had broken out at Rome, that the consul Sulla, destined to act against Mithradates, had instead of embarking for Asia marched on Rome,
that the most celebrated Roman generals were fighting battles with each other in order to settle to whom the chief command in the Asiatic war should belong. Rome seemed zealously employed in the work of self-destruction. It is no wonder that though even now minorities everywhere adhered to Rome, the great body of the natives of Asia Minor joined the Pontic king. Hellenes and Asiatics united in the rejoicing which welcomed the deliverer. It became usual to compliment the king, in whom, as in the divine conqueror of the Indians, Asia and Hellas once more found a common meeting point, under the name of the new Dionysus. The cities and islands sent messengers to meet him wherever he went, and to invite the delivering god to visit them, and in festal attire the citizens flocked forth in front of their gates to receive him. Several places delivered the Roman officers sojourning among them in chains to the king. Laodicea thus surrendered Quintus Oppius, the commandant of the town, and Mytilene in Lesbos the consular Manius Aquilius. The whole fury of the barbarian who gets the man before whom he has trembled into his power discharged itself on the unhappy author of the war. The aged man was led throughout Asia Minor, sometimes on foot chained to a powerful mounted Bastanian, sometimes bound on an ass and proclaiming his own name. And when at length the pitiful spectacle again arrived at the royal quarters in Pergamus, by the king's orders molten gold was poured down his throat in order to satiate his avarice, which had really occasioned the war, till he expired in torture.
Orders issued from Ephesus for a general massacre. But the king was not content with this savage mockery, which alone suffices to erase its author's name from the roll of true nobility. From Ephesus, King Mithradates issued orders to all the governors and cities dependent on him to put to death on one and the same day all Italians residing within their bounds, whether free or slaves, without distinction of sex or age, and on no account, under severe penalties, to aid any of the proscribed to escape, to cast forth the corpses of the slain as a prey to the birds, to confiscate their property and to hand over one half of it to the murderers, and the other half to the king.
The horrible orders were, excepting in a few districts, such as the island of Kos, punctually executed, and 80, or according to other accounts 150,000, if not innocent, at least defenseless, men, women and children were slaughtered in cold blood in one day in Asia Minor. A fearful execution in which the good opportunity of getting rid of debts and the Asiatic servile willingness to perform any executioner's office at the bidding of the Sultan had at least as much part as the comparatively noble feeling of revenge. In a political point of view, this measure was not only without any rational object, for its financial purpose might have been attained without this bloody edict, and the natives of Asia Minor were not to be driven into warlike zeal even by the consciousness of the most blood-stained guilt, but even opposed to the king's designs, for on the one hand it compelled the Roman Senate, so far as it was still capable of energy at all, to an energetic prosecution of the war, and on the other hand it struck at not the Romans merely, but the king's natural allies as well, the non-Roman Italians. This Ephesian massacre was altogether a mere meaningless act of brutally blind revenge, which obtains a false semblance of grandeur simply through the colossal proportions in which the character of sultanic rule was here displayed.
Organization of the conquered provinces. The king's views altogether grew high. He had begun the war from despair, but the unexpectedly easy victory and the non-arrival of the dreaded Sulla occasioned a transition to the most high-flown hopes. He set up his home in the west of Asia Minor.
Pergamus, the seat of the Roman governor, became his new capital. The old kingdom of Sinope was handed over to the king's son Mithradates to be administered as a viceroyship. Cappadocia, Phrygia, Bithynia were organized as Pontic satrapies. The grandees of the empire and the king's favorites were loaded with rich gifts and fiefs.
And not only were the arrears of taxes remitted, but exemption from taxation for 5 years was promised to all the communities, a measure which was as much a mistake as the massacre of the Romans, if the king expected thereby to secure the fidelity of the inhabitants of Asia Minor.
The king's treasury was, no doubt, copiously replenished otherwise by the immense sums which accrued from the property of the Italians and other confiscations. For instance, in Kos alone 800 talents, £195,000, which the Jews had deposited there, were carried off by Mithradates. The northern portion of Asia Minor and most of the islands belonging to it were in the king's power. Except some petty Paphlagonian dynasts, there was hardly a district which still adhered to Rome. The whole Aegean Sea was commanded by his fleets. The southwest alone, the city leagues of Caria and Lycia and the city of Rhodes, resisted him. In Caria, no doubt, Stratonicia was reduced by force of arms, but Magnesia on the Sipylus successfully withstood a severe siege in which Mithridates' ablest officer Archelaus was defeated and wounded. Rhodes, the asylum of the Romans who had escaped from Asia with the governor Lucius Cassius among them, was assailed on the part of Mithridates by sea and land with immense superiority of force. But his sailors, courageously as they did their duty under the eyes of the king, were awkward novices, and so Rhodian squadrons vanquished those of Pontus 4 times as strong and returned home with captured vessels. By land also the siege made no progress. After a part of the works had been destroyed, Mithridates abandoned the enterprise, and the important island as well as the mainland opposite remained in the hands of the Romans. Pontic invasion of Europe. Predatory inroads of the Thracians. Thrace and Macedonia occupied by the Pontic armies, Pontic fleet in the Aegean. But not only was the Asiatic province occupied by Mithridates almost without defending itself, chiefly in consequence of the Sulpician revolution breaking out at a most unfavourable time. Mithridates even directed an attack against Europe. Already since 662, the neighbours of Macedonia on her northern and eastern frontier had been renewing their incursions with remarkable vehemence and perseverance. In the years 664, 665, the Thracians overran Macedonia and all Epirus and plundered the temple of Dodona. Still more singular was the circumstance that with these movements was combined a renewed attempt to place a pretender on the Macedonian throne in the person of one Euphanes. Mithridates, who from the Crimea maintained connections with the Thracians, was hardly a stranger to all these events. The praetor Gaius Sentius defended himself, it is true, against these intruders with the aid of the Thracian Denthelatae. But it was not long before mightier opponents came against him. Mithridates, carried away by his successes,
had formed the bold resolution that he would, like Antiochus, bring the war for the sovereignty of Asia to a decision in Greece, and had by land and sea directed thither the flower of his troops. His son, Ariarathes, penetrated from Thrace into the weakly defended Macedonia, subduing the country as he advanced and parcelling it into Pontic satrapies.
Abdera and Philippi became the principal bases for the operations of the Pontic arms in Europe. The Pontic fleet, commanded by Mithridates' best general Archelaus, appeared in the Aegean Sea, where scarce a Roman sail was to be found. Delos, the emporium of the Roman commerce in those waters, was occupied and nearly 20,000 men, mostly Italians, were massacred there. Euboea suffered a similar fate. All the islands to the east of the Malayan promontory were soon in the hands of the enemy. They might proceed to attack the mainland itself. The assault, no doubt, which the Pontic fleet made from Euboea on the important Demetrius, was repelled by Bruttius Sura, the brave lieutenant of the governor of Macedonia, with his handful of troops and a few vessels hurriedly collected, and he even occupied the island of Ceuthus, but he could not prevent the enemy from establishing himself in Greece proper. The Pontic proceedings in Greece. There Mithridates carried on his operations not only by arms, but at the same time by national propagandism. His chief instrument for Athens was one Aristian, by birth an Attic slave, by profession formerly a teacher of the Epicurean philosophy, now a minion of Mithridates,
an excellent master of persuasion, who by the brilliant career which he pursued at court knew how to dazzle the mob, and with due gravity to assure them that help was already on the way to Mithradates from Carthage, which had been for about 60 years lying in ruins. These addresses of the new Pericles were so far effectual that, while the few persons possessed of judgment escaped from Athens, the mob and one or two literati whose heads were turned formally renounced the Roman rule. So the ex-philosopher became a despot who, supported by his bands of Pontic mercenaries, commenced an infamous and bloody rule, and the Piraeus was converted into a Pontic harbour. As soon as the troops of Mithradates gained a footing on the Greek continent, most of the small free states, the Achaeans, Laconians, Boeotians, as far as Thessaly joined them. Sulla, after having drawn some reinforcements from Macedonia, advanced into Boeotia to bring help to the besieged Thespiae and engaged in conflicts with Archelaus and Aristion during 3 days at Chaeronea. But they led to no decision, and Sulla was obliged to retire when the Pontic reinforcements from the Peloponnesus approached, end of 666, beginning of 667. So commanding was the position of Mithradates, particularly by sea, that an embassy of Italian insurgents could invite him to make an attempt to land in Italy. But their cause was already by that time lost, and the king rejected the suggestion. Position of the Romans. The position of the Roman government began to be critical. Asia Minor and Hellas were wholly, Macedonia to a considerable extent, in the enemy's hands. By sea the Pontic flag ruled without a rival. Then there was the Italian insurrection, which, though baffled on the whole, still held the undisputed command of wide districts of Italy. The barely hushed revolution, which threatened every moment to break out afresh and more formidably, and, lastly, the alarming commercial and monetary crisis occasioned by the internal troubles of Italy and the enormous losses of the Asiatic capitalists and the want of trustworthy troops. The government would have required 3 armies to keep down the revolution in Rome, to crush completely the insurrection in Italy, and to wage war in Asia. It had but one, that of Sulla, for the northern army was, under the untrustworthy Gnaeus Strabo, simply an additional embarrassment. Sulla had to choose which of these 3 tasks he would undertake. He decided, as we have seen, for the Asiatic war. It was no trifling matter. We should perhaps say it was a great act of patriotism, that in this conflict between the general interest of his country and the special interest of his party, the former retained the ascendancy, and that Sulla, in spite of the dangers which his removal from Italy involved for his constitution and his party, landed in the spring of 667 on the coast of Epirus. Sulla's landing Greece occupied. But he came not, as Roman commanders-in-chief had been wont to make their appearance in the east. That his army of 5 legions, or of at most 30,000 men, was little stronger than an ordinary consular army, was the least element of difference. Formerly in the Eastern wars, a Roman fleet had never been wanting, and had in fact, without exception, commanded the sea. Sulla, sent to reconquer 2 continents and the islands of the Aegean Sea, arrived without a single vessel of war. Formerly the general had brought with him a full chest and drawn the greatest portion of his supplies by sea from home. Sulla came with empty hands, for the sums raised with difficulty for the campaign of 666 were expended in Italy, and found himself exclusively left dependent on requisitions. Formerly the general had found his only opponent in the enemy's camp, and since the close of the struggle between the orders, political factions had without exception been united in opposing the public foe. But Romans of note fought under the standards of Mithradates. Large districts of Italy desired to enter into alliance with him, and it was at least doubtful whether the Democratic Party would follow the glorious example that Sulla had set before it, and keep truce with him so long as he was fighting against the Asiatic king. But the vigorous general, who had to contend with all these embarrassments, was not accustomed to trouble himself about more remote dangers before finishing the task immediately in hand. When his proposals of peace addressed to the king, which substantially amounted to a restoration of the state of matters before the war, met with no acceptance, he advanced just as he had landed, from the harbours of Epirus to Boeotia,
defeated the generals of the enemy Archelaus and Aristion there at Mount Tilphossium, and after that victory possessed himself almost without resistance of the whole Grecian mainland, with the exception of the fortresses of Athens and the Piraeus, into which Aristion and Archelaus had thrown themselves, and which he failed to carry by a coup de main. A Roman division under Lucius Hortensius occupied Thessaly and made incursions into Macedonia. Another under Munatius stationed itself before Chalcis to keep off the enemy's corps under Neoptolemus in Euboea. Sulla himself formed a camp at Eleusis and Megara, from which he commanded Greece and the Peloponnesus, and prosecuted the siege of the city and harbour of Athens. The Hellenic cities, governed as they always were by their immediate fears, submitted unconditionally to the Romans, and were glad when they were allowed to ransom themselves from more severe punishment by supplying provisions and men and paying fines. Protracted siege of Athens, and the Piraeus Athens falls. The sieges in Attica advanced less rapidly. Sulla found himself compelled to prepare all sorts of heavy besieging implements for which the trees of the Academy and the Lyceum had to supply the timber. Archelaus conducted the defence with equal vigour and judgment. He armed the crews of his vessels, and thus reinforced, repelled the attacks of the Romans with superior strength, and made frequent and not seldom successful sorties. The Pontic army of Dromachites, advancing to the relief of the city, was defeated under the walls of Athens by the Romans after a severe struggle, in which Sulla's brave legate Lucius Licinius Murena particularly distinguished himself, but the siege did not on that account advance more rapidly. From Macedonia, where the Cappadocians had meanwhile definitively established themselves, plentiful and regular supplies arrived by sea, which Sulla was not in a condition to cut off from the harbour fortress. In Athens, no doubt provisions were beginning to fail, but from the proximity of the two fortresses, Archelaus was enabled to make various attempts to throw quantities of grain into Athens, which were not wholly unsuccessful. So the winter of 667–8 passed away tediously without result. As soon as the season allowed, Sulla threw himself with vehemence on the Piraeus. He in fact succeeded by missiles and mines in making a breach in part of the strong walls of Pericles, and immediately the Romans advanced to the assault. But it was repulsed, and on its being renewed, crescent-shaped entrenchments were found constructed behind the fallen walls,
from which the invaders found themselves assailed on 3 sides with missiles and compelled to retire. Sulla then raised the siege and contented himself with a blockade. In the meanwhile, the provisions in Athens were wholly exhausted. The garrison attempted to procure a capitulation, but Sulla sent back their fluent envoys with the hint that he stood before them not as a student but as a general, and would accept only unconditional surrender. When Aristion, well knowing what fate was in store for him, delayed compliance, the ladders were applied, and the city, hardly any longer defended, was taken by storm, March 1st, 668. Aristion threw himself into the Acropolis, where he soon afterwards surrendered. The Roman general left the soldiery to murder and plunder in the captured city, and the more considerable ringleaders of the revolt to be executed, but the city itself obtained back from him its liberty and its possessions, even the important Delos, and was thus once more saved by its illustrious dead. Critical position of Sulla want of a fleet. The Epicurean schoolmaster had thus been vanquished, but the position of Sulla remained in the highest degree difficult and even desperate. He had now been more than a year in the field without having advanced a step worth mentioning. A single port mocked all his exertions, while Asia was utterly left to itself, and the conquest of Macedonia by Mithradates' lieutenants had recently been completed by the capture of Amphipolis. Without a fleet, it was becoming daily more apparent, it was not only impossible to secure his communications and supplies in presence of the ships of the enemy and the numerous pirates, but impossible to recover even the Piraeus, to say nothing of Asia and the islands, and yet it was difficult to see how ships of war were to be got. As early as the winter of 667 to 668, Sulla had dispatched one of his ablest and most dexterous officers, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, into the eastern waters to raise ships there if possible. Lucullus put to sea with 6 open boats, which he had borrowed from the Rhodians and other small communities.
He himself merely by an accident escaped from a piratic squadron, which captured most of his boats. Deceiving the enemy by changing his vessels, he arrived by way of Crete and Cyrene at Alexandria. But the Egyptian court rejected his request for the support of ships of war with equal courtesy and decision. Hardly anything illustrates so clearly as does this fact the sad decay of the Roman state, which had once been able gratefully to decline the offer of the kings of Egypt to assist the Romans with all their naval force, and now itself seemed to the Alexandrian statesman bankrupt. To all this fell to be added the financial embarrassment. Sulla had already been obliged to empty the treasuries of the Olympian Zeus, of the Delphic Apollo, and of the Epidaurian Asclepios, for which the gods were compensated by the moiety, confiscated by way of penalty, of the Theban territory. But far worse than all this military and financial perplexity was the reaction of the political revolution in Rome, the rapid, sweeping, violent accomplishment of which had far surpassed the worst apprehensions. The revolution conducted the government in the capital. Sulla had been deposed. His Asiatic command had been entrusted to the democratic consul Lucius Valerius Flaccus, who might be daily looked for in Greece. The soldiers had no doubt adhered to Sulla, who made every effort to keep them in good humour. But what could be expected when money and supplies were wanting, when the general was deposed and proscribed, when his successor was on the way, and, in addition to all this, the war against the tough antagonist who commanded the sea was protracted without prospect of a close? Pontic armies enter Greece. Evacuation of the Piraeus. King Mithradates undertook to deliver his antagonist from his perilous position. He it was, to all appearance, who disapproved the defensive system of his generals and sent orders to them to vanquish the enemy with the utmost speed. As early as 667, his son Ariarathes had started from Macedonia to combat Sulla in Greece proper. Only the sudden death, which overtook the prince on the march at the Tisaean promontory in Thessaly, had at that time led to the abandonment of the expedition. His successor Taxiles now appeared, driving before him the Roman corps stationed in Thessaly, with an army of, it is said, 100,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry at Thermopylae. Dromichates joined him. Archelaus also, compelled apparently not so much by Sulla's arms as by his master's orders, evacuated the Piraeus first partially and then entirely, and joined the Pontic main army in Boeotia. Sulla, after the Piraeus with all its greatly admired fortifications had been by his orders destroyed, followed the Pontic army in the hope of being able to fight a pitched battle before the arrival of Flaccus. In vain Archelaus advised that they should avoid such a battle, but should keep the sea and the coast occupied and the enemy in suspense. Now, just as formerly under Darius and Antiochus, the masses of the Orientals, like animals terrified in the midst of a fire, flung themselves hastily and blindly into battle, and did so on this occasion more foolishly than ever, since the Asiatics might perhaps have needed to wait but a few months in order to be the spectators of a battle between Sulla and Flaccus. Battle of Chirones. In the plain of the Cephissus, not far from Chaeronea, in March 668, the armies met. Even including the division driven back from Thessaly, which had succeeded in accomplishing its junction with the Roman main army, and including the Greek contingents, the Roman army found itself opposed to a foe 3 times as strong, and particularly to a cavalry far superior, and from the nature of the field of battle very dangerous, against which Sulla found it necessary to protect his flanks by digging trenches, while in front he caused a chain of palisades to be introduced between his first and second lines for protection against the enemy's war chariots. When the war chariots rolled on to open the battle, the first line of the Romans withdrew behind this row of stakes. The chariots, rebounding from it and scared by the Roman slingers and archers, threw themselves on their own line and carried confusion both into the Macedonian phalanx and into the corps of the Italian refugees. Archelaus brought up in haste his cavalry from both flanks and sent it to engage the enemy, with a view to gain time for rearranging his infantry. It charged with great fury and broke through the Roman ranks. but the Roman infantry rapidly formed in close masses and courageously withstood the horsemen assailing them on every side. Meanwhile, Sulla himself on the right wing led his cavalry against the exposed flank of the enemy. The Asiatic infantry gave way before it was even properly engaged, and its giving way carried confusion also into the masses of the cavalry. A general attack of the Roman infantry, which through the wavering demeanor of the hostile cavalry gained time to breathe, decided the victory. The closing of the gates of the camp, which Archelaus ordered to check the flight, only increased the slaughter. And when the gates at length were opened, the Romans entered at the same time with the Asiatics. It is said that Archelaus brought not a 12th part of his force in safety to Chalcis. Sulla followed him to the Euripus. He was not in a position to cross that narrow arm of the sea. Slight effect of the victory. Sulla and Flaccus. It was a great victory, but the results were trifling. Partly because of the want of a fleet, partly because the Roman conqueror, instead of pursuing the vanquished, was under the necessity in the first instance of protecting himself against his own countrymen. The sea was still exclusively covered by Pontic squadrons, which now showed themselves even to the westward of the Malayan promontory. Even after the Battle of Chaeronea, Archelaus landed troops on Zakynthus and made an attempt to establish himself on that island. Moreover, Lucius Flaccus had in the meanwhile actually landed with 2 legions in Epirus, not without having sustained severe loss on the way from storms and from the war vessels of the enemy cruising in the Adriatic. His troops were already in Thessaly. Thither Sulla had in the first instance to turn. The 2 Roman armies encamped over against each other at Melitea on the northern slope of Mount Othrys. A collision seemed inevitable. But Flaccus, after he had opportunity of convincing himself that Sulla's soldiers were by no means inclined to betray their victorious leader to the totally unknown democratic commander-in-chief, but that on the contrary his own advanced guard began to desert to Sulla's camp, evaded a conflict to which he was in no respect equal, and set out towards the north, with the view of getting through Macedonia and Thrace to Asia, and there paving the way for further results by subduing Mithradates. That Sulla should have allowed his weaker opponent to depart without hindrance, and instead of following him should have returned to Athens, where he seems to have passed the winter of 668–9, is in a military point of view surprising. We may suppose perhaps that in this also he was guided by political motives, and that he was sufficiently moderate and patriotic in his views willingly to forego a victory over his countrymen, at least so long as they had still the Asiatics to deal with, and to find the most tolerable solution of the unhappy dilemma in allowing the armies of the revolution in Asia and of the oligarchy in Europe to fight against the common foe. Second, Pontic army sent to Greece, Battle of Orchomenus. In the spring of 669 there was again fresh work in Europe. Mithradates, who continued his preparations indefatigably in Asia Minor, had sent an army not much less than that which had been extirpated at Chaeronea under Dorilaus to Euboea. Thence it had, after a junction with the remains of the army of Archelaus, passed over the Euripus to Boeotia. The Pontic king, who judged of what his army could do by the standard of victories over the Bithynian and Cappadocian militia, did not understand the unfavourable turn which things had taken in Europe. The circles of the courtiers were already whispering as to the treason of Archelaus. Peremptory orders were issued to fight a second battle at once with the new army, and not to fail on this occasion to annihilate the Romans. The master's will was carried out, if not in conquering, at least in fighting. The Romans and Asiatics met once more in the plain of the Cephissus, near Orchomenus. The numerous and excellent cavalry of the latter flung itself impetuously on the Roman infantry, which began to waver and give way. The danger was so urgent that Sulla seized a standard and, advancing with his adjutants and orderlies against the enemy, called out with a loud voice to the soldiers that, if they should be asked at home where they had abandoned their general, they might reply, "At Orchomenus." This had its effect. The legions rallied and vanquished the enemy's horse, after which the infantry were overthrown with little difficulty. On the following day, the camp of the Asiatics was surrounded and stormed, Far the greatest portion of them fell or perished in the Copaic marshes. A few only, Archelaus among the rest, reached Euboea. The Boeotian communities had severely to pay for their renewed revolt from Rome, some of them even to annihilation. Nothing opposed the advance into Macedonia and Thrace. Philippi was occupied. Abdera was voluntarily evacuated by the Pontic garrison. The European continent in general was cleared of the enemy.
At the end of the third year of the war, Sulla was able to take up winter quarters in Thessaly, with a view to begin the Asiatic campaign in the spring of 670, for which purpose he gave orders to build ships in the Thessalian ports, reaction in Asia Minor against Mithradates.
Meanwhile, the circumstances of Asia Minor also had undergone a material change. If King Mithradates had once come forward as the liberator of the Hellenes, if he had introduced his rule with the recognition of civic independence and with remission of taxes, they had, after this brief ecstasy, been but too rapidly and too bitterly undeceived.
He had very soon emerged in his true character and had begun to exercise a despotism far surpassing the tyranny of the Roman governors, a despotism which drove even the patient inhabitants of Asia Minor to open revolt. The Sultan again resorted to the most violent expedients. His decrees granted independence to the townships which turned to him, citizenship to the Metoeci, full remission of debts to the debtors, lands to those that had none, freedom to the slaves. Nearly 15,000 such manumitted slaves fought in the army of Archelaus. The most fearful scenes were the result of this high-handed subversion of all existing order. The most considerable mercantile cities,
Smyrna, Colophon, Ephesus, Tralles, Sardes, closed their gates against the king's governors or put them to death, and declared for Rome. On the other hand, the king's lieutenant Diodorus, a philosopher of note like Aristian, of another school, but equally available for the worst subservience, under the instructions of his master, caused the whole town council of Adramyttium to be put to death. The Chians, who were suspected of an inclination to Rome, were fined in the first instance in 2,000 talents, £480,000, and, when the payment was found not correct, they were en masse put on board ship and deported in chains under the charge of their own slaves to the coast of Colchis, while their island was occupied with Pontic colonists. The king gave orders that the chiefs of the Celts in Asia Minor should all be put to death along with their wives and children in one day, and that Galatia should be converted into a Pontic satrapy. Most of these bloody edicts were carried into effect either at Mithridates' own headquarters or in Galatia, but the few who escaped placed themselves at the head of their powerful tribes and expelled Eumachus, the governor of the king, out of their bounds.
It may readily be conceived that such a king would be pursued by the daggers of assassins. 1,600 men were condemned to death by the royal courts of Inquisition as having been implicated in such conspiracies. Lucullus and the fleet on the Asiatic coast.
While the king was thus by his suicidal fury provoking his temporary subjects to rise in arms against him, he was at the same time hard pressed by the Romans in Asia, both by sea and by land. Lucullus, after the failure of his attempt to lead forth the Egyptian fleet against Mithridates, had with better success repeated his efforts to procure vessels of war in the Syrian maritime towns, and reinforced his nascent fleet in the ports of Cyprus, Pamphylia, and Rhodes, till he found himself strong enough to proceed to the attack. He dexterously avoided measuring himself against superior forces, and yet obtained no inconsiderable advantages. The Cnidian island and peninsula were occupied by him, Samos was assailed, Colophon and Chios were wrested from the enemy. Flaccus arrives in Asia Fimbria. Fimbria's victory at Miletopolis. Perilous position of Mithridates. Meanwhile, Flaccus had proceeded with his army through Macedonia and Thrace to Byzantium, and thence, passing the straits, had reached Chalcedon, end of 668. There, a military insurrection broke out against the general, ostensibly because he embezzled the spoil from the soldiers. The soul of it was one of the chief officers of the army, a man whose name had become a proverb in Rome for a true mob orator, Gaius Flavius Fimbria, who, after having differed with his commander-in-chief, transferred the demagogic practices which he had begun in the forum to the camp. Flaccus was deposed by the army, and soon afterwards put to death at Nicomedia, not far from Chalcedon. Fimbria was installed by decree of the soldiers in his stead. As a matter of course, he allowed his troops every indulgence. In the friendly Cyzicus, for instance, the citizens were ordered to surrender all their property to the soldiers on pain of death, and by way of warning example, 2 of the most respectable citizens were at once executed. Nevertheless, in a military point of view, the change of commander-in-chief was a gain. Fimbria was not, like Flaccus, an incapable general, but energetic and talented. At Myotopolis, on the Rhindacus to the west of Brusa, he defeated the younger Mithradates, who as governor of the satrapy of Pontus had marched against him, completely in a nocturnal assault, and by this victory opened his way to Pergamus, the capital formerly of the Roman province, and now of the Pontic king, whence he dislodged the king and compelled him to take flight to the port of Pitane, not far off, with the view of their embarking. Just at that moment Lucullus appeared in those waters with his fleet. Fimbria adjured him to render assistance so that he might be enabled to capture the king. But the optimate was stronger in Lucullus than the patriot. He sailed onward, and the king escaped to Mytilene. The situation of Mithridates was even thus sufficiently embarrassed. At the end of 669, Europe was lost. Asia Minor was partly in rebellion against him, partly occupied by a Roman army, and he was himself threatened by the latter in his immediate vicinity. The Roman fleet under Lucullus had maintained its position on the Trojan coast by 2 successful naval engagements at the promontory of Lectum and at the island of Tenedos. It was joined there by the ships which had in the meanwhile been built by Sulla's orders in Thessaly, and by its position commanding the Hellespont it secured to the general of the Roman senatorial army a safe and easy passage next spring to Asia. Negotiations for peace. Mithridates attempted to negotiate. Under other circumstances, no doubt the author of the edict for the Ephesian massacre could never have cherished the hope of being admitted at all to terms of peace with Rome. But amidst the internal convulsions of the Roman Republic, when the ruling government had declared the general sent against Mithridates an outlaw and subjected his partisans at home to the most fearful persecutions, when one Roman general opposed the other, and yet both stood opposed to the same foe, he hoped that he should be able to obtain not merely a peace, but a favourable peace. He had the choice of applying to Sulla or to Fimbria. He caused negotiations to be instituted with both, yet it seems from the first to have been his design to come to terms with Sulla, who, at least from the king's point of view, seemed decidedly superior to his rival. His general Archelaus, instructed by his master, asked Sulla to cede Asia to the king, and to expect in return the king's aid against the democratic party in Rome. But Sulla, cool and clear as ever, while urgently desiring a speedy settlement of Asiatic affairs on account of the position of things in Italy, estimated the advantages of the Cappadocian alliance for the war impending over him in Italy as very slight, and was altogether too much of a Roman to consent to so disgraceful and so injurious a concession. Preliminaries of Delium. In the peace conferences, which took place in the winter of 669–70, at Delium on the coast of Boeotia opposite to Euboea, Sulla distinctly refused to cede even a foot's breadth of land, but, with good reason faithful to the old Roman custom of not increasing after victory the demands made before battle, did not go beyond the conditions previously laid down. He required the restoration of all the conquests made by the king and not wrested from him again: Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Galatia, Bithynia, Asia Minor and the islands, the surrender of prisoners and deserters, the delivering up of the 80 war vessels of Archelaus to reinforce the still insignificant Roman fleet, lastly, pay and provisions for the army, and the very moderate sum of 3,000 talents, £720,000, as indemnity for the expenses of the war. The Chians carried off to the Black Sea were to be sent home. The families of the Macedonians who were friendly to Rome and had become refugees were to be restored, and a number of war vessels were to be delivered to the cities in alliance with Rome. Respecting Tigranes, who in strictness should likewise have been included in the peace,
There was silence on both sides, since neither of the contracting parties cared for the endless further steps which would be occasioned by making him a party.
The king thus retained the state of possession which he had before the war, nor was he subjected to any humiliation affecting his honour. Archelaus, clearly perceiving that much comparatively beyond expectation was obtained and that more was not obtainable, concluded the preliminaries and an armistice on these conditions, and withdrew the troops from the places which the Asiatics still possessed in Europe. New difficulties. Sulla proceeds to Asia. But Mithradates rejected the peace and demanded at least that the Romans should not insist on the surrender of the war vessels and should concede to him Paphlagonia, while he at the same time asserted that Fimbria was ready to grant him far more favourable conditions. Sulla, offended by this placing of his offers on an equal footing with those of an unofficial adventurer, and having already gone to the utmost measure of concession, broke off the negotiations. He had employed the interval to reorganize Macedonia and to chastise the Dardani, Sinti, and Maedi, in doing which he at once procured booty for his army and drew nearer Asia, for he was resolved at any rate to go thither in order to come to a reckoning with Fimbria. He now at once put his legions stationed in Thrace, as well as his fleet in motion towards the Hellespont. Then, at length, Archelaus succeeded in wringing from his obstinate master a reluctant consent to the treaty, for which he was subsequently regarded with an evil eye at court as the author of the injurious peace, and even accused of treason, so that some time afterwards he found himself compelled to leave the country and to take refuge with the Romans, who readily received him and loaded him with honours. The Roman soldiers also murmured. Their disappointment, doubtless at not receiving the expected spoil of Asia, probably contributed to that murmuring more than their indignation, in itself very justifiable, that the barbarian prince, who had murdered 80,000 of their countrymen and had brought unspeakable misery on Italy and Asia, should be allowed to return home unpunished with the greatest part of the treasures which he had collected by the pillage of Asia. Sulla himself may have been painfully sensible that the political complications thwarted in a most vexatious way a task which was in a military point of view so simple, and compelled him after such victories to content himself with such a peace. But the self-denial and the sagacity with which he had conducted this whole war were only displayed afresh in the conclusion of this peace. For war with a prince, to whom almost the whole coast of the Black Sea belonged, and whose obstinacy was clearly displayed by the very last negotiations, would still, under the most favourable circumstances, require years, and the situation of Italy was such that it seemed almost too late even for Sulla to oppose the party in power there with the few legions which he possessed. Before this could be done, however, it was absolutely necessary to overthrow the bold officer who was at the head of the democratic army in Asia, in order that he might not at some future time come from Asia to the help of the Italian Revolution, just as Sulla now hoped to return from Asia and crush it. At Sipsala, on the Hebrus, Sulla obtained accounts of the ratification of the peace by Mithradates, but the march to Asia went on. The king, it was said, desired personally to confer with the Roman general and to cement the peace with him. It may be presumed that this was simply a convenient pretext for transferring the army to Asia and there putting an end to Fimbria. Peace at Dardanus Sulla against Fimbria's death. So Sulla, attended by his legions and by Archelaus, crossed the Hellespont. After he had met with Mithradates on its Asiatic shore at Dardanus and had orally concluded the treaty, he made his army continue its march till he came upon the camp of Fimbria at Thyatira, not far from Pergamus, and pitched his own close beside it. The Sullan soldiers, far superior to the Fimbrians in number, discipline, leadership, and ability, looked with contempt on the dispirited and demoralized troops and their uncalled commander-in-chief. Desertions from the ranks of the Fimbrians became daily more numerous. When Fimbria ordered an attack, the soldiers refused to fight against their fellow citizens, or even to take the oath which he required that they would stand faithfully by each other in battle. An attempt to assassinate Sulla miscarried. At the conference which Fimbria requested, Sulla did not make his appearance, but contented himself with suggesting to him through one of his officers a means of personal escape.
Fimbria was of an insolent temperament, but he was no poltroon. Instead of accepting the vessel which Sulla offered to him and fleeing to the barbarians, he went to Pergamus and fell on his own sword in the temple of Asclepios. Those who were most compromised in his army resorted to Mithradates or to the pirates, with whom they found ready reception. The main body placed itself under the orders of Sulla. Regulation of Asiatic affairs.
Sulla determined to leave these 2 legions, whom he did not trust for the impending war, behind in Asia, where the fearful crisis left for long its lingering traces in the several cities and districts. The command of this corps and the governorship of Roman Asia he committed to his best officer, Lucius Licinius Murena. The revolutionary measures of Mithradates, such as the liberation of the slaves and the annulling of debts, were of course cancelled, a restoration which in many places could not be carried into effect without force of arms. The towns of the territory on the eastern frontier underwent a comprehensive reorganization and reckoned from the year 670 as the date of their being constituted. Justice, moreover, was exercised as the victors understood the term. The most noted adherents of Mithradates and the authors of the massacre of the Italians were punished with death. The persons liable to taxes were obliged immediately to pay down in cash, according to valuation, the whole arrears of tenths and customs for the last 5 years. Besides which, they had to pay a war indemnity of 20,000 talents, £4,800,000, for the collection of which Lucius Lucullus was left behind.
These were measures fearful in their rigour and dreadful in their effects. But when we recall the Ephesian decree and its execution, we feel inclined to regard them as a comparatively mild retaliation. That the exactions in other respects were not unusually oppressive is shown by the value of the spoil afterwards carried in triumph, which amounted in precious metal to only about £1,000,000. The few communities, on the other hand, that had remained faithful, particularly the island of Rhodes, the region of Lycia, Magnesia on the Maeander, were richly rewarded. Rhodes received back at least a portion of the possessions withdrawn from it after the war against Perseus. In like manner, compensation was made as far as possible by free charters and special favours to the Chians for the hardships which they had borne, and to the Lenases for the insanely cruel maltreatment inflicted on them by Fimbria on account of the negotiations into which they had entered with Sulla. Sulla had already brought the kings of Bithynia and Cappadocia to meet the Pontic king at Dardanus, and had made them all promise to live in peace and good neighbourhood. On which occasion, however, the haughty Mithradates had refused to admit Ariobarzanes, who was not descended of royal blood, the slave, as he called him, to his presence. Gaius Scribonius Curio was commissioned to superintend the restoration of the legal order of things in the 2 kingdoms evacuated by Mithradates. Sulla embarks for Italy. The goal was thus attained. After 4 years of war, the Pontic king was again a client of the Romans, and a single and settled government was re-established in Greece, Macedonia, and Asia Minor. The requirements of interest and honour were satisfied, if not adequately, yet so far as circumstances would allow. Sulla had not only brilliantly distinguished himself as a soldier and general, but had the skill, in his path crossed by 1,000 obstacles, to preserve the difficult mean between bold perseverance and prudent concession. Almost like Hannibal, he had fought and conquered, in order that with the forces which the first victory gave him, he might prepare forthwith for a second and severer struggle. After he had in some degree compensated his soldiers for the fatigues which they had undergone by luxurious winter quarters in the rich west of Asia Minor, he, in the spring of 671, transferred them in 1,600 vessels from Ephesus to the Piraeus, and thence by the land route to Patrae, where the vessels again lay ready to convey the troops to Brundisium. His arrival was preceded by a report addressed to the Senate respecting his campaigns in Greece and Asia, the writer of which appeared to know nothing of his deposition. It was the mute herald of the impending restoration. Cinna and Sulla ferment in Italy. This state of suspense and uncertainty existing in Italy when Sulla took his departure for Greece in the beginning of 667 has been already described.
The half-suppressed insurrection, the principal army under the more than half-usurped command of a general whose politics were very doubtful,
the confusion, and the manifold activity of intrigue in the capital. The victory of the oligarchy by force of arms had, in spite or because of its moderation, engendered manifold discontent. The capitalists, painfully affected by the blows of the most severe financial crisis which Rome had yet witnessed, were indignant at the government on account of the law which it had issued as to interest, and on account of the Italian and Asiatic wars which it had not prevented. The insurgents, so far as they had laid down their arms, bewailed not only the disappointment of their proud hopes of obtaining equal rights with the ruling burgesses, but also the forfeiture of their venerable treaties and their new position as subjects utterly destitute of rights. The communities between the Alps and the Po were likewise discontented with the partial concessions made to them, and the new burgesses and freedmen were exasperated by the cancelling of the Sulpician laws. The populace of the city suffered amid the general distress, and found it intolerable that the government of the sabre was no longer disposed to acquiesce in the constitutional rule of the bludgeon. The adherents, resident in the capital, of those outlawed after the Sulpician revolution, adherents who remained very numerous in consequence of the remarkable moderation of Sulla, laboured zealously to procure permission for the outlaws to return home, and in particular some ladies of wealth and distinction spared for this purpose neither trouble nor money. None of these grounds of ill humour were such as to furnish any immediate prospect of a fresh violent collision between the parties. They were in great part of an aimless and temporary nature, but they all fed the general discontent, and had already been more or less concerned in producing the murder of Rufus, the repeated attempts to assassinate Sulla, the issue of the consular and tribunician elections for 667, partly in favour of the opposition. Cinna Carbo Sartorius, the name of the man whom the discontented had summoned to the head of the state, Lucius Cornelius Cinna, had been hitherto scarcely heard of, except so far as he had borne himself well as an officer in the social war. We have less information regarding the personality and the original designs of Cinna than regarding those of any other party leader in the Roman Revolution. The reason is, to all appearance, simply that this man, altogether vulgar and guided by the lowest selfishness, had from the first no ulterior political plans whatever. It was asserted at his very first appearance that he had sold himself for a round sum of money to the new burgesses and the coterie of Marius, and the charge looks very credible. But even were it false, it remains nevertheless significant that a suspicion of the sort, such as was never expressed against Saturninus and Sulpicius, attached to Cinna. In fact, the movement, at the head of which he put himself, has altogether the appearance of worthlessness, both as to motives and as to aims. It proceeded not so much from a party as from a number of malcontents without proper political aims or notable support, who had mainly undertaken to effect the recall of the exiles by legal or illegal means. Cinna seems to have been admitted into the conspiracy only by an afterthought, and merely because the intrigue, which in consequence of the restriction of the tribunician powers needed a consul to bring forward its proposals, saw in him among the consular candidates for 667 its fittest instrument, and so pushed him forward as consul. Among the leaders appearing in the second rank of the movement were some abler heads. Such was the tribune of the people Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, who had made himself a name by his impetuous popular eloquence, and above all Quintus Sertorius, one of the most talented of Roman officers, and a man in every respect excellent, who since his candidature for the tribunate of the people had been a personal enemy to Sulla, and had been led by this quarrel into the ranks of the disaffected, to which he did not at all by nature belong. The proconsul Strabo, although at variance with the government, was yet far from going along with this faction. Outbreak of the Cinnan Revolution. Victory of the government. So long as Sulla was in Italy, the confederates, for good reasons, remained quiet. But when the dreaded proconsul, yielding not to the exhortations of the consul Cinna, but to the urgent state of matters in the east, had embarked, Cinna, supported by the majority of the College of Tribunes, immediately submitted the projects of law which had been concerted as a partial reaction against the Sullan restoration of 666. They embraced the political equalization of the new burgesses and the freedmen as Sulpicius had proposed it,
and the restitution of those who had been banished in consequence of the Sulpician revolution to their former status. The new burgesses flocked en masse to the capital, that along with the freedmen they might terrify, and in case of need force their opponents into compliance. But the government party was determined not to yield.
Consul stood against consul, Gnaeus Octavius against Lucius Cinna, and tribune against tribune. Both sides appeared in great part armed on the day and at the place of voting. The tribunes of the senatorial party interposed their veto. When swords were drawn against them, even on the rostra, Octavius employed force against force. His compact bands of armed men not only cleared the Via Sacra and the Forum, but also, disregarding the commands of their more gentle-minded leader, exercised horrible atrocities against the assembled multitude. The Forum swam with blood on this Octavius's day, as it never did before or afterwards. The number of corpses was estimated at 10,000. Cinna called on the slaves to purchase freedom for themselves by sharing in the struggle. But his appeal was as unsuccessful as the like appeal of Marius in the previous year, and no course was left to the leaders of the movement but to take flight. The constitution supplied no means of proceeding farther against the chiefs of the conspiracy, so long as their year of office lasted. But a prophet presumably more loyal than pious had announced that the banishment of the consul Cinna and of the 6 tribunes of the people adhering to him would restore peace and tranquility to the country. And, in conformity not with the constitution but with this counsel of the gods fortunately laid hold of by the custodians of oracles, the consul Cinna was by decree of the Senate deprived of his office. Lucius Cornelius Merula was chosen in his stead, and outlawry was pronounced against the chiefs who had fled. It seemed as if the whole crisis were about to end in a few additions to the number of the men who were exiles in Numidia. The Cinnans in Italy, landing of Marius beyond doubt, nothing further would have come of the movement had not the Senate, on the one hand with its usual remissness, omitted to compel the fugitives at least rapidly to quit Italy, and had the latter on the other hand been, as champions of the emancipation of the new burgesses, in a position to renew to some extent in their own favour the revolt of the Italians. Without obstruction they appeared in Tibur, in Praeneste, in all the important communities of new burgesses in Latium and Campania, and asked and obtained everywhere money and men for the furtherance of the common cause. Thus supported, they made their appearance at the army besieging Nola. The armies of this period were democratic and revolutionary in their views, wherever the general did not attach them to himself by the weight of his personal influence. The speeches of the fugitive magistrates, some of whom, especially Cinna and Sertorius, were favourably remembered by the soldiers in connection with the last campaigns, made a deep impression. The unconstitutional deposition of the popular consul and the interference of the Senate with the rights of the sovereign people told on the common soldier, and the gold of the consul, or rather of the new burgesses, made the breach of the constitution clear to the officers. The Campanian army recognized Cinna as consul and swore the oath of fidelity to him man by man. It became a nucleus for the bands that flocked in from the new burgesses and even from the allied communities. A considerable army, though consisting mostly of recruits, soon moved from Campania towards the capital. Other bands approached it from the north. On the invitation of Cinna, those who had been banished in the previous year had landed at Telamon on the Etruscan coast. There were not more than some 500 armed men, for the most part slaves of the refugees and enlisted Numidian horsemen. But, as Gaius Marius had in the previous year been willing to fraternize with the rabble of the capital, so he now ordered the ergastulan which the landholders of this region shut up their field labourers during the night to be broken open, and the arms which he offered to these for the purpose of achieving their freedom were not despised. Reinforced by these men and the contingents of the new burgesses, as well as by the exiles who flocked to him with their partisans from all sides, he soon numbered 6,000 men under his eagles, and was able to man 40 ships, which took their station before the mouth of the Tiber and gave chase to the corn ships sailing towards Rome. With these he placed himself at the disposal of the consul, Cinna. The leaders of the Campanian army hesitated. The more sagacious, Sertorius in particular, seriously pointed out the danger of too closely connecting themselves with a man whose name would necessarily place him at the head of the movement, and who yet was notoriously incapable of any statesmanlike action and haunted by an insane thirst for revenge. But Cinna disregarded these scruples and confirmed Marius in the supreme command in Etruria and at sea with proconsular powers. Dubious attitude of Strabo, the Cinnans around Rome. Thus the storm gathered around the capital, and the government could no longer delay bringing forward their troops to protect it. But the forces of Metellus were detained by the Italians in Samnium and before Nola. Strabo alone was in a position to hasten to the help of the capital. He appeared and pitched his camp at the Colline Gate. With his numerous and experienced army, he might doubtless have rapidly and totally annihilated the still weak bands of insurgents. But this seemed to be no part of his design. On the contrary, he allowed Rome to be actually invested by the insurgents. Cinna, with his corps and that of Carbo, took post on the right bank of the Tiber opposite to the Janiculum. Sertorius on the left bank, confronting Pompeius over against the Servian wall. Marius, with his band, which had gradually increased to 3 legions and in possession of a number of war vessels, occupied one place on the coast after another, till at length even Ostia fell into his hands through treachery, and by way of prelude, as it were, to the approaching reign of terror, was abandoned by the general to the savage band for massacre and pillage. The capital was placed, even by the mere obstruction of traffic, in great danger. By command of the Senate, the walls and gates were put in a state of defence, and the Burgess levy was ordered to the Janiculum. The inaction of Strabo excited among all classes alike surprise and indignation. The suspicion that he was negotiating secretly with Cinna was natural, but was probably without foundation. A serious conflict in which he engaged the band of Sertorius, and the support which he gave to the consul Octavius when Marius had, by an understanding with one of the officers of the garrison, penetrated into the Janiculum, and by which in fact the insurgents were successfully beaten off again with much loss, showed that he was far from intending to unite with, or rather to place himself under, the leaders of the insurgents. It seems rather to have been his design to sell his assistance in subduing the insurrection to the alarmed government and citizens of the capital at the price of the consulship for the next year, and thereby to get the reins of government into his own hands. Negotiations of parties with the Italians. Death of Strabo. The Senate was not, however, inclined to throw itself into the arms of one usurper in order to escape from another, and sought help elsewhere. The franchise was by decree of the Senate supplementarily conferred on all the Italian communities involved in the social war, which had laid down their arms and had, in consequence thereof, forfeited their old alliance. It seemed as it were their intention officially to demonstrate that Rome in the war against the Italians had staked her existence for the sake not of a great object, but of her own vanity. In the first momentary embarrassment, for the purpose of bringing into the field an additional 1,000 or 2 of soldiers, she sacrificed everything which had been gained at so terribly dear a cost in the social war. In fact, troops arrived from the communities who were benefited by this concession, but instead of the many legions promised, their contingent on the whole amounted to not more than, at most, 10,000 men. It would have been of more moment that an agreement should be come to with the Samnites and Nolans, so that the troops of the thoroughly trustworthy Metellus might be employed for the protection of the capital. But the Samnites made demands which recalled the yoke of Cordium, restitution of the spoil taken from the Samnites and of their prisoners and deserters, renunciation of the booty wrested by the Samnites from the Romans, the bestowal of the franchise on the Samnites themselves, as well as on the Romans who had passed over to them. The Senate rejected even in this emergency terms of peace so disgraceful, but instructed Metellus to leave behind a small division and to lead in person all the troops that could at all be dispensed with in southern Italy as quickly as possible to Rome. He obeyed. But the consequence was that the Samnites attacked and defeated Plautius the legate left behind by Metellus and his weak band, that the garrison of Nola marched out and set on fire the neighbouring town of Abella in alliance with Rome, that Cinna and Marius, moreover, granted to the Samnites everything they asked, what mattered Roman honour to them, and a Samnite contingent reinforced the ranks of the insurgents. It was a severe loss also,
when after a combat unfavorable to the troops of the government, Ariminum was occupied by the insurgents, and thus the important communication between Rome and the valley of the Po, whence men and supplies were expected, was interrupted. Scarcity and famine set in. The large populous city, numerously garrisoned with troops, was but inadequately supplied with provisions, and Marius in particular took care to cut off its supplies more and more. He had already blocked up the Tiber by a bridge of ships. Now, by the capture of Antium, Lanuvium, Aricia, and other townships, he gained control over the means of land communication still open, and at the same time appeased temporarily his revenge by causing all the citizens, wherever resistance was offered, to be put to the sword, with the exception of those who had possibly betrayed to him the town. Contagious diseases followed on the distress and committed dreadful ravages among the masses of soldiers densely crowded round the capital. Of Strabo's veteran army 11,000, and of the troops of Octavius 6,000 are said to have fallen victims to them. Yet the government did not despair, and the sudden death of Strabo was a fortunate event for it. He died of the pestilence. The masses, exasperated on many grounds against him, tore his corpse from the bier and dragged it through the streets. The remnant of his troops was incorporated by the consul Octavius with his army. Vacillation of the government. Rome capitulates. After the arrival of Metellus and the decease of Strabo, the army of the government was again at least a match for its antagonists, and was able to array itself for battle against the insurgents at the Alban Mount. But the minds of the soldiers of the government were deeply agitated. When Cinna appeared in front of them, they received him with acclamation, as if he were still their general and consul. Metellus deemed it advisable not to allow the battle to come on, but to lead back the troops to their camp. The Optimates themselves wavered and fell at variance with each other, while one party, with the honourable but stubborn and short-sighted consul Octavius at their head, perseveringly opposed all concession. Metellus, more experienced in war and more judicious, attempted to bring about a compromise, but his conference with Cinna excited the wrath of the extreme men on both sides. Cinna was called by Marius a weakling. Metellus was called by Octavius a traitor. The soldiers, unsettled otherwise and not without cause distrusting the leadership of the untried Octavius, suggested to Metellus that he should assume the chief command, and when he refused, began in crowds to throw away their arms or even to desert to the enemy. The temper of the burgesses became daily more depressed and troublesome. On the proclamation of the heralds of Cinna, guaranteeing freedom to the slaves who should desert, these flocked in troops from the capital to the enemy's camp. But the proposal that the Senate should guarantee freedom to the slaves willing to enter the army was decidedly resisted by Octavius. The government could not conceal from itself that it was defeated, and that nothing remained but to come to terms, if possible, with the leaders of the band, as the overpowered traveller comes to terms with the captain of banditti. Envoys went to Cinna, but, while they foolishly made difficulties as to recognizing him as consul, and Cinna, in the interval thus prolonged, transferred his camp close to the city gates, the desertion spread to so great an extent that it was no longer possible to settle any terms. The Senate submitted itself unconditionally to the outlawed consul, adding only a request that he would refrain from bloodshed. Cinna promised this, but refused to ratify his promise by an oath. Marius, who kept by his side during the negotiations, maintained a sullen silence. Began and Reign of Terror. The gates of the capital were opened. The consul marched in with his legions, but Marius, scoffingly recalling the law of outlawry, refused to set foot in the city until the law allowed him to do so, and the burgesses hastily assembled in the forum to pass the annulling decree. He then entered, and with him the Reign of Terror. It was determined not to select individual victims, but to have all the notable men of the Optimate party put to death and to confiscate their property. The gates were closed. For 5 days and 5 nights the slaughter continued without interruption. Even afterwards, the execution of individuals who had escaped or been overlooked was of daily occurrence, and for months the bloody persecution went on throughout Italy. The consul Gnaeus Octavius was the first victim. True to his often expressed principle that he would rather suffer death than make the smallest concession to men acting illegally, he refused even now to take flight, and in his consular robes awaited at the Janiculum the assassin,
who was not slow to appear. Among the slain were Lucius Caesar, consul in 664, the celebrated victor of Acere, his brother Gaius, whose unseasonable ambition had provoked the Sulpician tumult, well known as an orator and poet, and as an amiable companion, Marcus Antonius, consul in 655, after the death of Lucius Crassus, beyond dispute the first pleader of his time, Publius Crassus, consul in 657, who had commanded with distinction in the Spanish and in the social wars, and also during the siege of Rome, and a multitude of the most considerable men of the government party, among whom the wealthy were traced out with especial zeal by the greedy executioners. Peculiarly sad seemed the death of Lucius Merula, who very much against his own wish had become Cinna's successor, and who now, when criminally impeached on that account and cited before the comitia, in order to anticipate the inevitable condemnation, opened his veins, and at the altar of the supreme Jupiter, whose priest he was, after laying aside the priestly headband as the religious duty of the dying flamen required, breathed his last, and still more the death of Quintus Catulus, consul in 652, once in better days the associate of the most glorious victory and triumph of that same Marius, who now had no other answer for the suppliant relatives of his aged colleague than the monosyllabic order, "He must die." The last days of Marius. The originator of all these outrages was Gaius Marius. He designated the victims and the executioners. Only in exceptional cases, as in those of Merula and Catulus, was any form of law observed. Not unfrequently a glance or the silence with which he received those who saluted him formed the sentence of death, which was always executed at once. His revenge was not satisfied even with the death of his victim. He forbade the burial of the dead bodies. He gave orders, anticipated, it is true, in this respect by Sulla, that the heads of the senators slain should be fixed to the rostra in the forum. He ordered particular corpses to be dragged through the forum, and that of Gaius Caesar to be stabbed afresh at the tomb of Quintus Varius, whom Caesar presumably had once impeached. He publicly embraced the man who delivered to him as he sat at table the head of Antonius, whom he had been with difficulty restrained from seeking out in his hiding place and slaying with his own hand. His legions of slaves, and in particular a division of Ardaians, chiefly served as his executioners, and did not neglect, amidst these saturnalia of their new freedom, to plunder the houses of their former masters, and to dishonour and murder all whom they met with there. His own associates were in despair at this insane fury. Sertorius adjured the consul to put a stop to it at any price, and even Cinna was alarmed. But in times such as these madness itself becomes a power. Man hurls himself into the abyss to save himself from giddiness. It was not easy to restrain the furious old man and his band, and least of all had Cinna the courage to do so. On the contrary, he chose Marius as his colleague in the consulship for the next year. The reign of terror alarmed the more moderate of the victors not much less than the defeated party. The capitalists alone were not displeased to see that another hand lent itself to the work of thoroughly humbling for once the haughty oligarchs, and that at the same time, in consequence of the extensive confiscations and auctions, the best part of the spoil came to themselves. In these times of terror they acquired from the people the surname of the hoarders. Death of Marius' fate had thus granted to the author of this reign of terror, the old Gaius Marius, his two chief wishes. He had taken vengeance on the whole genteel pack that had embittered his victories and envenomed his defeats. He had been enabled to retaliate for every sarcasm by a stroke of the dagger. Moreover, he entered on the new year once more as consul. The vision of a 7th consulate, which the oracle had promised him, and which he had sought for 13 years to grasp, had now been realized. The gods had granted to him what he wished, but now too, as in the old legendary period, they practiced the fatal irony of destroying man by the fulfillment of his wishes. In his early consulates the pride, in his 6th the laughing-stock of his fellow citizens, he was now in his 7th loaded with the execration of all parties, with the hatred of the whole nation. He, the originally upright, capable, gallant man,
was branded as the crack-brained chief of a reckless band of robbers. He himself seemed to feel it. His days were passed as in delirium, and by night his couch denied him rest, so that he grasped the wine-cup in order merely to drown thought. A burning fever seized him. After being stretched for 7 days on a sick bed, in the wild fancies of which he was fighting on the fields of Asia Minor, the battles of which the laurels were destined for Sulla, he expired on the 13th of January, 668. He died more than 70 years old, in full possession of what he called power and honor, and in his bed. But Nemesis assumes various shapes, and does not always expiate blood with blood. Was there no sort of retaliation in the fact that Rome and Italy now breathed more freely on the news of the death of the famous saviour of the people than at the tidings of the battle on the Raudine plain? Even after his death, individual incidents no doubt occurred, which recalled that time of terror. Gaius Fimbria, for instance, who more than any other during the Marian butcheries had dipped his hand in blood, made an attempt at the very funeral of Marius to kill the universally revered Pontifex Maximus Quintus Scaevola, consul in 659, who had been spared even by Marius, and then, when Scaevola recovered from the wound he had received, indicted him criminally on account of the offence, as Fimbria jestingly expressed it, of having not been willing to let himself be murdered. But the orgies of murder at any rate were over. Sertorius called together the Marian bandits under pretext of giving them their pay, surrounded them with his trusty Celtic troops, and caused them to be cut down en masse to the number, according to the lowest estimate, of 4,000. Government of Cinna. Along with the reign of terror came the tyrannus.
Cinna not only stood at the head of the state for 4 years in succession as consul, but he regularly nominated himself and his colleagues without consulting the people. It seemed as if these democrats set aside the sovereign popular assembly with intentional contempt. No other chief of the popular party, before or afterwards, possessed so perfectly absolute a power in Italy and in the greater part of the provinces for so long a time almost undisturbed as Cinna. But no one can be named whose government was so utterly worthless and aimless. The law proposed by Sulpicius and thereafter by Cinna himself, which promised to the new burgesses and the freedmen equality of suffrage with the old burgesses, was naturally revived, and it was formally confirmed by a decree of the Senate as valid in law. Censors were nominated for the purpose of distributing all the Italians in accordance with it into the 35 burgess districts. By a singular conjuncture, in consequence of a want of qualified candidates for the censorship, the same Philippus, who when consul in 663 had chiefly occasioned the miscarriage of the plan of Drusus for bestowing the franchise on the Italians, was now selected as censor to inscribe them in the burgess rolls.
The reactionary institutions established by Sulla in 666 were of course overthrown. Some steps were taken to please the proletariat. For instance, the restrictions on the distribution of grain introduced some years ago were probably now once more removed. The design of Gaius Gracchus to found a colony at Capua was in reality carried out in the spring of 671 on the proposal of the tribune of the people, Marcus Junius Brutus. Lucius Valerius Flaccus the Younger introduced a law as to debt which reduced every private claim to the 4th part of its nominal amount and cancelled 3/4 in favour of the debtors. But these measures, the only positive ones during the whole Cinnan government, were without exception the dictates of the moment. They were based, and this is perhaps the most shocking feature in this whole catastrophe, not on a plan possibly erroneous, but on no political plan at all. The populace were caressed and at the same time offended in a very unnecessary way by a meaningless disregard of the constitutional arrangements for election. The capitalist party might have furnished a support, but it was injured in the most sensitive point by the law as to debt. The true mainstay of the government was, wholly without any cooperation on its part, the new burgesses. Their assistance was acquiesced in, but nothing was done to regulate the strange position of the Samnites, who were now nominally Roman citizens, but evidently regarded their country's independence as practically the real object and prize of the struggle, and remained in arms to defend it against all and sundry. Illustrious senators were struck down like mad dogs, but not the smallest step was taken to reorganize the Senate in the interest of the government, or even permanently to terrify it, so that the government was by no means sure of its aid.
Gaius Gracchus had not understood the fall of the oligarchy as implying that the new master might conduct himself on his self-created throne, as legitimate cipher kings think proper to do. But this Cinna had been elevated to power not by his will, but by pure accident.
Was there any wonder that he remained where the storm wave of revolution had washed him up, till a second wave came to sweep him away again? Cinna and Sulla. Italy and the provinces in favour of the government.
The same union of the mightiest plenitude of power with the most utter impotence and incapacity in those who held it was apparent in the warfare waged by the revolutionary government against the oligarchy, a warfare on which withal its existence primarily depended. In Italy it ruled with absolute sway. Of the old burgesses a very large portion were on principle favourable to democratic views, and the still greater mass of quiet people, while disapproving the Marian horrors, saw in an oligarchic restoration simply the commencement of a second reign of terror by the opposite party. The impression of the outrages of 667 on the nation at large had been comparatively slight, as they had chiefly affected the mere aristocracy of the capital, and it was moreover somewhat effaced by the 3 years of tolerably peaceful government that ensued. Lastly, the whole mass of the new burgesses, 3/5 perhaps of the Italians, were decidedly, if not favourable to the present government, yet opposed to the oligarchy. Like Italy, most of the provinces adhered to the oligarchy: Sicily, Sardinia, the 2 Gauls, the 2 Spains. In Africa, Quintus Metellus, who had fortunately escaped the murderers, made an attempt to hold that province for the Optimates. Marcus Crassus, the youngest son of the Publius Crassus, who had perished in the Marian massacre, resorted to him from Spain and reinforced him by a band which he had collected there. But on their quarrelling with each other, they were obliged to yield to Gaius Fabius Hadrianus, the governor appointed by the revolutionary government. Asia was in the hands of Mithradates. Consequently, the province of Macedonia, so far as it was in the power of Sulla, remained the only asylum of the exiled oligarchy. Sulla's wife and children, who had with difficulty escaped death, and not a few senators who had made their escape, sought refuge there, so that a sort of senate was soon formed at his headquarters. Measures against Sulla. The government did not fail to issue decrees against the oligarchic proconsul. Sulla was deprived by the comitia of his command and of his other honours and dignities, and outlawed, as was also the case with Metellus, Appius Claudius, and other refugees of note. His house in Rome was razed, his country estates were laid waste. But such proceedings did not settle the matter. Had Gaius Marius lived longer, he would doubtless have marched in person against Sulla to those fields whither the fevered visions of his deathbed drew him. The measures which the government took after his death have been stated already. Lucius Valerius Flaccus the Younger, who after Marius's death was invested with the consulship and the command in the east, was neither soldier nor officer. Gaius Fimbria, who accompanied him, was not without ability, but insubordinate. The army assigned to them was even in numbers 3 times weaker than the army of Sulla. Tidings successively arrived that Flaccus, in order not to be crushed by Sulla, had marched past him onward to Asia, that Fimbria had set him aside and installed himself in his room, beginning of 669, that Sulla had concluded peace with Mithradates. Hitherto, Sulla had been silent so far as the authorities ruling in the capital were concerned. Now a letter from him reached the Senate, in which he reported the termination of the war and announced his return to Italy. He stated that he would respect the rights conferred on the new burgesses, and that, while penal measures were inevitable, they would light not on the masses, but on the authors of the mischief. This announcement frightened Cinna out of his inaction. While he had hitherto taken no step against Sulla except the placing some men under arms and collecting a number of vessels in the Adriatic, he now resolved to cross in all haste to Greece. Attempts at a compromise. Death of Cinna Carbo and the new burgesses' arm against Sulla. On the other hand, Sulla's letter, which in the circumstances might be called extremely moderate, awakened in the middle party hopes of a peaceful adjustment.
the majority of the Senate resolved, on the proposal of the elder Flaccus, to set on foot an attempt at reconciliation, and with that view to summon Sulla to come under the guarantee of a safe conduct to Italy, and to suggest to the consuls Cinna and Carbo that they should suspend their preparations till the arrival of Sulla's answer. Sulla did not absolutely reject the proposals. Of course, he did not come in person, but he sent a message that he asked nothing but the restoration of the banished to their former status and the judicial punishment of the crimes that had been perpetrated, and moreover that he did not desire security to be provided for himself, but proposed to bring it to those who were at home. His envoys found the state of things in Italy essentially altered. Cinna had, without concerning himself further about that decree of the Senate, immediately after the termination of its sitting proceeded to the army and urged it embarkation. The summons to trust themselves to the sea at that unfavourable season of the year provoked among the already dissatisfied troops in the headquarters at Ancona a mutiny, to which Cinna fell a victim, beginning of 670, whereupon his colleague Carbo found himself compelled to bring back the divisions that had already crossed, and abandoning the idea of taking up the war in Greece, to enter into winter quarters in Ariminum. But Sulla's offers met no better reception on that account. The Senate rejected his proposals without even allowing the envoys to enter Rome, and enjoined him summarily to lay down arms. It was not the coterie of the Marians which primarily brought about this resolute attitude. That faction was obliged to abandon its hitherto usurped occupation of the supreme magistracy at the very time when it was of moment, and again to institute consular elections for the decisive year 671. The suffrages on this occasion were united not in favour of the former consul Carbo, or of any of the able officers of the hitherto ruling clique, such as Quintus Sertorius or Gaius Marius the Younger, but in favour of Lucius Scipio and Gaius Norbanus, two incapables, neither of whom knew how to fight, and Scipio not even how to speak. The former of these recommended himself to the multitude only as the great-grandson of the conqueror of Antiochus, and the latter as a political opponent of the oligarchy. The Marians were not so much abhorred for their misdeeds as despised for their incapacity, but if the nation would have nothing to do with these, the great majority of it would have still less to do with Sulla and an oligarchic restoration. Earnest measures of self-defense were contemplated. While Sulla crossed to Asia and induced such defection in the army of Fimbria that its leader fell by his own hand, the government in Italy employed the further interval of a year granted to it by these steps of Sulla in energetic preparations. It is said that at Sulla's landing 100,000 men, and afterwards even double that number of troops, were arrayed in arms against him. Difficult position of Sulla. Against this Italian force, Sulla had nothing to place in the scale except his 5 legions, which, even including some contingents levied in Macedonia and the Peloponnesus, probably amounted to scarce 40,000 men. It is true that this army had been, during its 7 years' conflicts in Italy, Greece, and Asia, weaned from politics and adhered to its general, who pardoned everything in his soldiers, debauchery, brutality, even mutiny against their officers, required nothing but valour and fidelity towards their general, and set before them the prospect of the most extravagant rewards in the event of victory, with all that soldierly enthusiasm, which is the more powerful that the noblest and the meanest passions often combine to produce it in the same breast. The soldiers of Sulla, voluntarily according to the Roman custom, swore mutual oaths that they would stand firmly by each other, and each voluntarily brought to the general his savings as a contribution to the costs of the war. But considerable as was the weight of this solid and select body of troops in comparison with the masses of the enemy, Sulla saw very well that Italy could not be subdued with 5 legions if it remained united in resolute resistance. To settle accounts with the popular party and their incapable autocrats would not have been difficult, but he saw opposed to him, and united with that party, the whole mass of those who desired no oligarchic restoration with its terrors, and above all the whole body of new burgesses, both those who had been withheld by the Julian law from taking part in the insurrection, and those whose revolt a few years before had brought Rome to the brink of ruin.
his moderation. Sulla fully surveyed the situation of affairs, and was far removed from the blind exasperation and the obstinate rigour which characterized the majority of his party. While the edifice of the state was in flames, while his friends were being murdered, his houses destroyed, his family driven into exile, he had remained undisturbed at his post till the public foe was conquered and the Roman frontier was secured. He now treated Italian affairs in the same spirit of patriotic and judicious moderation, and did whatever he could to pacify the moderate party and the new burgesses, and to prevent the civil war from assuming the far more dangerous form of a fresh war between the old Romans and the Italian allies. The first letter which Sulla addressed to the Senate had asked nothing but what was right and just, and had expressly disclaimed a reign of terror. In harmony with its terms, he now presented the prospect of unconditional pardon to all those who should even now break off from the revolutionary government, and caused his soldiers man by man to swear that they would meet the Italians thoroughly as friends and fellow citizens. The most binding declarations secured to the new burgesses the political rights which they had acquired, so that Carbo for that reason wished hostages to be furnished to him by every civic community in Italy. But the proposal broke down under general indignation and under the opposition of the Senate. The chief difficulty in the position of Sulla really consisted in the fact that in consequence of the faithlessness and perfidy which prevailed, the new burgesses had every reason, if not to suspect his personal designs, to doubt at any rate whether he would be able to induce his party to keep their word after the victory. Sulla lands in Italy and is reinforced by partisans and deserters. In the spring of 671, Sulla landed with his legions in the port of Brundisium. The Senate, on receiving the news, declared the Commonwealth in danger and committed to the consuls unlimited powers. But these incapable leaders had not looked before them, and were surprised by a landing which had nevertheless been foreseen for years. The army was still at Ariminum, the ports were not garrisoned, and, what is almost incredible, there was not a man under arms at all along the whole southeastern coast. The consequences were soon apparent. Brundisium itself, a considerable community of new burgesses, at once opened its gates without resistance to the oligarchic general, and all Messapian and Apulia followed its example. The army marched through these regions as through a friendly country,
and mindful of its oath, uniformly maintained the strictest discipline. From all sides, the scattered remnant of the Optimat party flocked to the camp of Sulla. Quintus Metellus came from the mountain ravines of Liguria, whither he had made his escape from Africa, and resumed, as colleague of Sulla, the proconsular command committed to him in 667 and withdrawn from him by the revolution. Marcus Crassus, in like manner, appeared from Africa with a small band of armed men. Most of the Optimates indeed came as emigrants of quality with great pretensions and small desire for fighting, so that they had to listen to bitter language from Sulla himself regarding the noble lords who wished to have themselves preserved for the good of the state, and could not even be brought to arm their slaves. It was of more importance that deserters already made their appearance from the democratic camp, for instance, the refined and respected Lucius Philippus, who was, along with one or two notoriously incapable persons, the only consular that had come to terms with the revolutionary government and accepted offices under it. He met with the most gracious reception from Sulla, and obtained the honourable and easy charge of occupying for him the province of Sardinia. Quintus Lucretius Ofella and other serviceable officers were likewise received and at once employed. Even Publius Cethegus, one of the senators banished after the Sulpician, immutabi Sulla, obtained pardon and a position in the army. Pompeius. Still more important than these individual accessions was the gain of the district of Picenum, which was substantially due to the son of Strabo, the young Gnaeus Pompeius. The latter, like his father, originally no adherent of the oligarchy, had acknowledged the revolutionary government and even taken service in Cinna's army. But in his case, the fact was not forgotten that his father had borne arms against the revolution. He found himself assailed in various forms, and even threatened with the loss of his very considerable wealth by an indictment charging him to give up the booty which was,
or was alleged to have been, embezzled by his father after the capture of Asculum. The protection of the consul Carbo, who was personally attached to him, still more than the eloquence of the consular Lucius Philippus and of the young Quintus Hortensius, averted from him financial ruin. But the dissatisfaction remained. On the news of Sulla's landing, he went to Picenum, where he had extensive possessions and the best municipal connections derived from his father and the social war, and set up the standard of the Optimate party in Oximum, Osimo. The district, which was mostly inhabited by old burgesses, joined him. The young men, many of whom had served with him under his father, readily ranged themselves under the courageous leader who, not yet 23 years of age, was as much soldier as general, sprang to the front of his cavalry in combat and vigorously assailed the enemy along with them. The corps of Picenian volunteers soon grew to 3 legions. Divisions under Cloelius, Gaius Carinus, Lucius Junius Brutus Damasippus were dispatched from the capital to put down the Picenian insurrection, but the extemporized general, dexterously taking advantage of the dissensions that arose among them, had the skill to evade them or to beat them in detail, and to effect his junction with the main army of Sulla, apparently in Apulia. Sulla saluted him as imperator, that is, as an officer commanding in his own name, and not subordinate but coordinate, and distinguished the youth by marks of honour such as he showed to none of his noble clients, presumably not without the collateral design of thereby administering an indirect rebuke to the lack of energetic character among his own partisans. Sulla in Campania opposed by Norbanus and Scipio.
Sulla gains a victory over Norbanus at Mount Tifata, defection of Scipio's army. Reinforced thus considerably both in a moral and material point of view, Sulla and Metellus marched from Apulia through the still insurgent Samnite districts towards Campania. The main force of the enemy also proceeded thither, and it seemed as if the matter could not but there be brought to a decision. The army of the consul Gaius Norbanus was already at Capua, where the new colony had just established itself with all democratic pomp. The second consular army was likewise advancing along the Appian road. But before it arrived, Sulla was in front of Norbanus. A last attempt at mediation, which Sulla made, led only to the arrest of his envoys. With fresh indignation, his veteran troops threw themselves on the enemy. Their vehement charge down from Mount Tifata at the first onset broke the enemy drawn up in the plain. With the remnant of his force, Norbanus threw himself into the revolutionary colony of Capua and the new burgess town of Neapolis, and allowed himself to be blockaded there. Sulla's troops, hitherto not without apprehension as they compared their weak numbers with the masses of the enemy, had by this victory gained a full conviction of their military superiority. Instead of pausing to besiege the remains of the defeated army, Sulla left the towns where they took shelter to be invested and advanced along the Appian highway against Teanum, where Scipio was posted. To him also, before beginning battle, he made fresh proposals for peace, apparently in good earnest. Scipio, weak as he was, entered into them. An armistice was concluded. Between Cales and Teanum, the 2 generals, both members of the same noble gens, both men of culture and refinement, and for many years colleagues in the Senate, met in personal conference. They entered upon the several questions. They had already made such progress that Scipio dispatched a messenger to Capua to procure the opinion of his colleague. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the 2 camps mingled. The Sullans, copiously furnished with money by their general, had no great difficulty in persuading the recruits, not too eager for warfare, over their cups that it was better to have them as comrades than as foes. In vain, Sertorius warned the general to put a stop to this dangerous intercourse. The agreement, which had seemed so near, was not effected. It was Scipio who denounced the armistice. But Sulla maintained that it was too late and that the agreement had been already concluded, whereupon Scipio's soldiers, under the pretext that their general had wrongfully denounced the armistice, passed over en masse to the ranks of the enemy.
the scene closed with an universal embracing at which the commanding officers of the revolutionary army had to look on. Sulla gave orders that the consul should be summoned to resign his office, which he did, and should along with his staff be escorted by his cavalry to whatever point they desired. But Scipio was hardly set at liberty when he resumed the insignia of his dignity and began afresh to collect troops, without, however, executing anything further of moment. Sulla and Metellus took up winter quarters in Campania, and after the failure of a second attempt to come to terms with Norbanus, maintained the blockade of Capua during the winter. Preparations on either side. The results of the first campaign in favour of Sulla were the submission of Apulia, Picenum, and Campania, the dissolution of the one, and the vanquishing and blockading of the other consular army. The Italian communities, compelled severally to choose between their twofold oppressors, already in numerous instances entered into negotiations with him, and caused the political rights, which had been won from the opposition party, to be guaranteed to them by formal separate treaties on the part of the general of the oligarchy. Sulla cherished the distinct expectation, and intentionally made boast of it, that he would overthrow the revolutionary government in the next campaign and again march into Rome. But despair seemed to furnish the revolution with fresh energies. The consulship was committed to two of its most decided leaders, to Carbo for the third time and to Gaius Marius the younger. The circumstance that the latter, who was just 20 years of age, could not legally be invested with the consulship was as little heeded as any other point of the constitution. Quintus Sertorius, who in this and other matters proved an inconvenient critic, was ordered to proceed to Etruria with a view to procure new levies, and thence to his province, hither Spain. To replenish the treasury, the Senate was obliged to decree the melting down of the gold and silver vessels of the temples in the capital. How considerable the produce was is clear from the fact that after several months' warfare there was still on hand nearly 600,000 pounds, 14,000 pounds of gold and 6,000 pounds of silver. In the considerable portion of Italy, which still voluntarily or under compulsion adhered to the revolution, warlike preparations were prosecuted with vigour. Newly formed divisions of some strength came from Etruria, where the communities of new burgesses were very numerous, and from the region of the Po. The veterans of Marius in great numbers ranged themselves under the standards at the call of his son, but nowhere were preparations made for the struggle against Sulla with such eagerness as in the insurgent Samnium and some districts of Lucania. It was owing to anything but devotion towards the revolutionary Roman government that numerous contingents from the Oscan districts reinforced their armies. But it was well understood there that an oligarchy restored by Sulla would not acquiesce, like the lax Cinnan government, in the independence of these lands as now de facto subsisting, and therefore the primitive rivalry between the Sabellians and the Latins was roused afresh in the struggle against Sulla. For Samnium and Latium, this war was as much a national struggle as the wars of the 5th century. They strove not for a greater or less amount of political rights, but for the purpose of appeasing long-suppressed hate by the annihilation of their antagonist. It was no wonder, therefore, that the war in this region bore a character altogether different from the conflicts elsewhere, that no compromise was attempted there, that no quarter was given or taken, and that the pursuit was continued to the very uttermost. Thus, the campaign of 672 was begun on both sides with augmented military resources and increased animosity. The revolution in particular threw away the scabbard. At the suggestion of Carbo, the Roman comitia outlawed all the senators that should be found in Sulla's camp. Sulla was silent. He probably thought that they were pronouncing sentence beforehand on themselves. Sulla proceeds to Latium to oppose the younger Marius, his victory at Sacriportus. Democratic massacres in Rome. The army of the Optimates was divided. The proconsul Metellus undertook, resting on the support of the Picenian insurrection, to advance to Upper Italy, while Sulla marched from Campania straight against the capital. Carbo threw himself in the way of the former. Marius would encounter the main army of the enemy in Latium. Advancing along the Via Latina, Sulla fell in with the enemy not far from Signia.
They retired before him as far as the so-called port of Saxa, between Signia and the chief stronghold of the Marians, the strong Praeneste. There, Marius drew up his force for battle. His army was about 40,000 strong, and he was in savage fury and personal bravery, the true son of his father.
But his troops were not the well-trained bands with which the latter had fought his battles, and still less might this inexperienced young man bear comparison with the old master of war. His troops soon gave way. The defection of a division even during the battle accelerated the defeat. More than the half of the Marians were dead or prisoners. The remnant, unable either to keep the field or to gain the other bank of the Tiber, was compelled to seek protection in the neighbouring fortresses. The capital, which they had neglected to provision, was irrecoverably lost. In consequence of this, Marius gave orders to Lucius Brutus Damasippus, the praetor commanding there, to evacuate it, but before doing so to put to death all the esteemed men, hitherto spared, of the opposite party. This injunction, by which the son even outdid the proscriptions of his father, was carried into effect. Damasippus made a pretext for convoking the Senate, and the marked men were struck down partly in the sitting itself, partly on their flight from the Senate House. Notwithstanding the thorough clearance previously effected, there were still found several victims of note. Such were the former aedile Publius Antistius, the father-in-law of Gnaeus Pompeius, and the former praetor Gaius Carbo, son of the well-known friend and subsequent opponent of the Gracchi, since the death of so many men of more distinguished talent, the two best orators in the judicial courts of the desolated Forum, the consular Lucius Domitius, and above all the venerable Pontifex Maximus Quintus Scaevola, who had escaped the dagger of Fimbria only to bleed to death during these last throes of the revolution in the vestibule of the Temple of Vesta entrusted to his guardianship. With speechless horror, the multitude saw the corpses of these last victims of the reign of terror dragged through the streets and thrown into the river.
Siege of Praeneste, occupation of Rome. The broken bands of Marius threw themselves into the neighbouring and strong cities of new burgesses, Norba and Praeneste. Marius in person with the treasure and the greater part of the fugitives entered the latter.
Sulla left an able officer, Quintus Ofella, before Praeneste, just as he had done in the previous year before Capua, with instructions not to expend his strength in the siege of the strong town, but to enclose it with an extended line of blockade and starve it into surrender. He himself advanced from different sides upon the capital, which, as well as the whole surrounding district, he found abandoned by the enemy and occupied without resistance. He barely took time to compose the minds of the people by an address and to make the most necessary arrangements, and immediately passed on to Etruria, that in concert with Metellus he might dislodge his antagonists from northern Italy. Metellus against Carbo. In northern Italy, Carbo assailed on 3 sides of Etruria. Metellus had meanwhile encountered and defeated Carbo's lieutenant Carinus at the river Acis, Essino between Ancona and Sinigaglia, which separated the district of Picenum from the Gallic province. When Carbo in person came up with his superior army, Metellus had been obliged to abstain from any farther advance. But on the news of the battle at Sacriportus, Carbo, anxious about his communications, had retreated to the Flaminian road with a view to take up his headquarters at the meeting point of Ariminum, and from that point to hold the passes of the Apennines on the one hand and the valley of the Po on the other. In this retrograde movement, different divisions fell into the hands of the enemy, and not only so, but Sena Gallica was stormed, and Carbo's rearguard was broken in a brilliant cavalry engagement by Pompeius. Nevertheless, Carbo attained on the whole his object. The consular Norbanus took the command in the valley of the Po. Carbo himself proceeded to Etruria. But the march of Sulla with his victorious legions to Etruria altered the position of affairs. Soon 3 Sullan armies from Gaul, Umbria, and Rome established communications with each other. Metellus with the fleet went past Ariminum to Ravenna, and at Faventia cut off the communication between Ariminum and the valley of the Po, into which he sent forward a division along the great road to Placentia under Marcus Lucullus, the questor of Sulla and brother of his admiral in the Mithridatic War. The young Pompeius and his contemporary and rival Crassus penetrated from Picenum by mountain paths into Umbria
and gained the Flaminian road at Spoletium, where they defeated Carbo's legate Carinus and shut him up in the town. He succeeded, however, in escaping from it on a rainy night and making his way, though not without loss, to the army of Carbo. Sulla himself marched from Rome into Etruria with his army in 2 divisions, one of which, advancing along the coast, defeated the corps opposed to it at Saturnia, between the rivers Ombrone and Albegna. The second, led by Sulla in person, fell in with the army of Carbo in the valley of the Clanis, and sustained a successful conflict with his Spanish cavalry. But the pitched battle which was fought between Carbo and Sulla in the region of Chiusi, although it ended without being properly decisive, was so far at any rate in favour of Carbo that Sulla's victorious advance was checked.
Conflicts about Praeneste. In the vicinity of Rome also events appeared to assume a more favourable turn for the revolutionary party, and the war seemed as if it would again be drawn chiefly towards this region, for while the oligarchic party were concentrating all their energies on Etruria, the democracy everywhere put forth the utmost efforts to break the blockade of Praeneste. Even the governor of Sicily, Marcus Perpenna, set out for that purpose. It does not appear, however, that he reached Praeneste. Nor was the very considerable corps under Marcius, detached by Carbo, more successful in this. Assailed and defeated by the troops of the enemy which were at Spoletium, demoralized by disorder, want of supplies and mutiny, one portion went back to Carbo, another to Ariminum, the rest dispersed. Help in earnest, on the other hand, came from southern Italy. There the Samnites under Pontius of Telesia and the Lucanians under their experienced general Marcus Lamponius, set out without its being possible to prevent their departure, were joined in Campania, where Capua still held out by a division of the garrison under Gutta, and thus to the number, it was said, of 70,000 marched upon Praeneste. Thereupon Sulla himself, leaving behind a corps against Carbo, returned to Latium and took up a well-chosen position in the defiles in front of Praeneste, where he barred the route of the relieving army. In vain, the garrison attempted to break through the lines of Ofella. In vain, the relieving army attempted to dislodge Sulla. Both remained immovable in their strong positions, even after Damasippus, sent by Carbo, had reinforced the relieving army with 2 legions. Successes of the Sullans in Upper Italy, Etruria occupied by the Sullans. But while the war stood still in Etruria and in Latium, matters came to a decision in the valley of the Po. There the general of the democracy, Gaius Norbanus, had hitherto maintained the upper hand, had attacked Marcus Lucullus, the legate of Metellus, with superior force and compelled him to shut himself up in Placentia, and had at length turned against Metellus in person. He encountered the latter at Faventia, and immediately made his attack late in the afternoon with his troops fatigued by their march. The consequence was a complete defeat, and the total breaking up of his corps, of which only about 1,000 men returned to Etruria. On the news of this battle, Lucullus sallied from Placentia and defeated the division left behind to oppose him at Fidentia, between Piacenza and Parma. The Lucanian troops of Albinovanus deserted in a body. Their leader made up for his hesitation at first by inviting the chief officers of the revolutionary army to banquet with him and causing them to be put to death. In general, everyone, who at all could, now concluded his peace. Ariminum, with all its stores and treasures, fell into the power of Metellus. Norbanus embarked for Rhodes. The whole land between the Alps and Apennines acknowledged the government of the Optimates. The troops hitherto employed there were enabled to turn to the attack of Etruria, the last province where their antagonists still kept the field. When Carbo received this news in the camp at Clusium, he lost his self-command. Although he had still a considerable body of troops under his orders, he secretly escaped from his headquarters and embarked for Africa. Part of his abandoned troops followed the example which their general had set, and went home. Part of them were destroyed by Pompeius. Carinus gathered together the remainder and led them to Latium to join the army of Praeneste. There no change had in the meanwhile taken place, and the final decision drew nigh. The troops of Carinus were not numerous enough to shake Sulla's position. The vanguard of the army of the oligarchic party, hitherto employed in Etruria, was approaching under Pompeius.
In a few days the net would be drawn tight around the army of the Democrats and the Samnites.
The Samnites and Democrats attack Rome battle at the Colline Gate slaughter of the prisoners. Its leaders then determined to desist from the relief of Praeneste and to throw themselves with all their united strength on Rome, which was only a good day's march distant. By so doing, they were, in a military point of view, ruined. Their line of retreat, the Latin road, would by such a movement fall into Sulla's hands, and even if they got possession of Rome, they would be infallibly crushed there, enclosed within a city by no means fitted for defence, and wedged in between the far superior armies of Metellus and Sulla. Safety, however, was no longer thought of. Revenge alone dictated this march to Rome, the last outbreak of fury in the passionate revolutionists and especially in the despairing Sabellian nation. Pontius of Telesia was in earnest when he called out to his followers that, in order to get rid of the wolves which had robbed Italy of freedom, the forest in which they harboured must be destroyed. Never was Rome in a more fearful peril than on the 1st of November 672, when Pontius, Lamponius, Carinus, Damasippus advanced along the Latin road towards Rome and encamped about a mile from the Colline Gate. It was threatened with a day like the 20th of July 365 UC or the 15th of June 455 AD, the days of the Celts and the Vandals. The time was gone by when a coup de main against Rome was a foolish enterprise, and the assailants could have no want of connections in the capital. The band of volunteers which sallied from the city, mostly youths of quality, was scattered like chaff before the immense superiority of force. The only hope of safety rested on Sulla. The latter, on receiving accounts of the departure of the Samnite army in the direction of Rome, had likewise set out in all haste to the assistance of the capital. The appearance of his foremost horseman under Balbus in the course of the morning revived the sinking courage of the citizens. About midday he appeared in person with his main force, and immediately drew up his ranks for battle at the temple of the Erycine Aphrodite before the Colline Gate, not far from Porta Pia. His lieutenants adjured him not to send the troops exhausted by the forced march at once into action, but Sulla took into consideration what the night might bring on Rome, and, late as it was in the afternoon, ordered the attack. The battle was obstinately contested and bloody. The left wing of Sulla, which he led in person, gave way as far as the city wall, so that it became necessary to close the city gates. Stragglers even brought accounts to Ofella that the battle was lost. But on the right wing, Marcus Crassus overthrew the enemy and pursued him as far as Antemne. This somewhat relieved the left wing also, and an hour after sunset it in turn began to advance. The fight continued the whole night, and even on the following morning. It was only the defection of a division of 3,000 men, who immediately turned their arms against their former comrades, that put an end to the struggle. Rome was saved. The army of the insurgents, for which there was no retreat, was completely extirpated. The prisoners taken in the battle, between 3,000 and 4,000 in number, including the generals Damasippus, Carinus, and the severely wounded Pontius, were by Sulla's orders on the third day after the battle brought to the Villa Publica in the Campus Martius, and there massacred to the last man, so that the clatter of arms and the groans of the dying were distinctly heard in the neighbouring temple of Bellona, where Sulla was just holding a meeting of the Senate. It was a ghostly execution, and it ought not to be excused. But it is not right to forget that those very men who perished there had fallen like a band of robbers on the capital and the burgesses, and, had they found time, would have destroyed them as far as fire and sword can destroy a city and its citizens. Sieges Praeneste Norba Nola. With this battle the war was, in the main, at an end. The garrison of Praeneste surrendered when it learned the issue of the Battle of Rome from the heads of Carinus and other officers thrown over the walls. The leaders, the consul Gaius Marius and the son of Pontius, after having failed in an attempt to escape, fell on each other's swords. The multitude cherished the hope, in which it was confirmed by Cethegus, that the victor would even now have mercy upon them. But the times of mercy were past.
the more unconditionally Sulla had up to the last moment granted full pardon to those who came over to him, the more inexorable he showed himself toward the leaders and communities that had held out to the end. Of the Praenestine prisoners, 12,000 in number, most of the Romans and individual Praenestines as well as the women and children were released. But the Roman senators, almost all the Praenestines and the whole of the Samnites were disarmed and cut to pieces, and the rich city was given up to pillage. It was natural that, after such an occurrence, the cities of new burgesses which had not yet passed over should continue their resistance with the utmost obstinacy. In the Latin town of Norba, for instance, when Aemilius Lepidus got into it by treason, the citizens killed each other and set fire themselves to their town, solely in order to deprive their executioners of vengeance and of booty.
In Lower Italy, Neapolis had already been taken by assault, and Capua had, as it would seem, been voluntarily surrendered, but Nola was only evacuated by the Samnites in 674. On his flight from Nola, the last surviving leader of note among the Italians, the consul of the insurgents in the hopeful year 664, Gaius Papius Mutilus, disowned by his wife to whom he had stolen in disguise and with whom he had hoped to find an asylum, fell on his sword in Teanum before the door of his own house. As to the Samnites, the dictator declared that Rome would have no rest so long as Samnium existed, and that the Samnite name must therefore be extirpated from the earth. And as he verified these words in terrible fashion on the prisoners taken before Rome and in Praenesta, so he appears to have also undertaken a raid for the purpose of laying waste the country, to have captured Acernia, 674, and to have converted that hitherto flourishing and populous region into the desert which it has since remained.
In the same manner, Tudor in Umbria was stormed by Marcus Crassus. A longer resistance was offered in Etruria by Populonium, and above all by the impregnable Volaterrae, which gathered out of the remains of the beaten party an army of 4 legions, and stood a 2 years' siege conducted first by Sulla in person and then by the former praetor Gaius Carbo, the brother of the democratic consul, till at length, in the 3rd year after the battle at the Colline Gate, the garrison capitulated on condition of free departure. But in this terrible time, neither military law nor military discipline was regarded. The soldiers raised a cry of treason and stoned their too compliant general. A troop of horse sent by the Roman government cut down the garrison as it withdrew in terms of the capitulation. The victorious army was distributed throughout Italy, and all the insecure townships were furnished with strong garrisons. Under the iron hand of the Sullan officers, the last palpitations of the revolutionary and national opposition slowly died away.
The provinces. There was still work to be done in the provinces. Sardinia had been speedily wrested by Lucius Philippus from the governor of the revolutionary government Quintus Antonius, and Transalpine Gaul offered little or no resistance. But in Sicily, Spain, and Africa, the cause of the party defeated in Italy seemed still by no means lost. Sicily was held for them by the trustworthy governor Marcus Perpenna. Quintus Sertorius had the skill to attach to himself the provincials in hither Spain, and to form from among the Romans settled in that quarter a not inconsiderable army, which in the first instance closed the passes of the Pyrenees. In this he had given fresh proof that, wherever he was stationed, he was in his place, and amidst all the incapables of the revolution, was the only man practically useful. In Africa, the governor Hadrianus, who followed out the work of revolutionizing too thoroughly and began to give liberty to the slaves, had been, on occasion of a tumult instigated by the Roman merchants of Utica, attacked in his official residence and burnt with his attendants. Nevertheless, the province adhered to the revolutionary government, and Cinna's son-in-law, the young and able Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, was invested with the supreme command there. Propagandism had even been carried from thence into the client states, Numidia and Mauritania. Their legitimate rulers, Hiempsal the second son of Gauda and Bogud son of Bocchus, adhered doubtless to Sulla, but with the aid of the Cinnans, the former had been dethroned by the democratic pretender Hiarbas, and similar feuds agitated the Mauritanian kingdom.
The consul Carbo, who had fled from Italy, tarried on the island Corcyra, Pantellaria, between Africa and Sicily, at a loss, apparently, whether he should flee to Egypt or should attempt to renew the struggle in one of the faithful provinces.
Spain. Sertorius embarks. Sulla sent to Spain Gaius Annius and Gaius Valerius Flaccus, the former as governor of further Spain, the latter as governor of the province of the Ebro. They were spared the difficult task of opening up the passes of the Pyrenees by force, in consequence of the general who was sent thither by Sertorius having been killed by one of his officers and his troops having thereafter melted away. Sertorius, much too weak to maintain an equal struggle, hastily collected the nearest divisions and embarked at New Carthage, for what destination he knew not himself, perhaps for the coast of Africa or for the Canary Islands. It mattered little whither, provided only Sulla's arm did not reach him. Spain then willingly submitted to the Sullan magistrates, about 673, and Flaccus fought successfully with the Celts, through whose territory he marched, and with the Spanish Celtiberians. Sicily, Gnaeus Pompeius was sent as propraetor to Sicily, and when he appeared on the coast with 120 sail and 6 legions, the island was evacuated by Perpenna without resistance. Pompeius sent a squadron thence to Corcyra, which captured the Marian officers sojourning there. Marcus Brutus and the others were immediately executed, but Pompeius had enjoined that the consul Carbo should be brought before himself at Lilybaeum, in order that, unmindful of the protection accorded to him in a season of peril by that very man, he might personally hand him over to the executioner. Africa. Having been ordered to go on to Africa, Pompeius, with his army, which was certainly far more numerous, defeated the not inconsiderable forces collected by Ahenobarbus and Hyarbas, and, declining for the time to be saluted as Imperator, he at once gave the signal for assault on the hostile camp. He thus became master of the enemy in one day. Ahenobarbus was among the fallen. With the aid of King Bogud, Hyarbas was seized and slain at Bulla, and Himpsal was reinstated in his hereditary kingdom, a great razzia against the inhabitants of the desert, among whom a number of Gaetulian tribes recognized as free by Marius were made subject to Hiempsal. Revived in Africa also the fallen repute of the Roman name. In 40 days after the landing of Pompeius in Africa, all was at an end, 674. The Senate instructed him to break up his army, an implied hint that he was not to be allowed a triumph, to which as an extraordinary magistrate he could, according to precedent, make no claim. The general murmured secretly, the soldiers loudly. It seemed for a moment as if the African army would revolt against the Senate and Sulla would have to take the field against his son-in-law. But Sulla yielded, and allowed the young man to boast of being the only Roman who had become a triumphator before he was a senator, March 12, 675. In fact, the fortunate, not perhaps without a touch of irony, saluted the youth on his return from these easy exploits as the Great. Fresh difficulties with Mithradates. In the east also, after the embarkation of Sulla in the spring of 671, there had been no cessation of warfare. The restoration of the old state of things and the subjugation of individual towns cost in Asia as in Italy various bloody struggles. Against the free city of Mytilene in particular, Lucius Lucullus was obliged at length to bring up troops, after having exhausted all gentler measures, and even a victory in the open field did not put an end to the obstinate resistance of the citizens. Meanwhile, the Roman governor of Asia, Lucius Murena, had fallen into fresh difficulties with King Mithradates. The latter had since the peace busied himself in strengthening anew his rule, which was shaken even in the northern provinces. He had pacified the Colchians by appointing his able son Mithridates as their governor. He had then made away with that son, and was now preparing for an expedition into his Bosporan kingdom. The assurances of Archelaus, who had meanwhile been obliged to seek an asylum with Murena, that these preparations were directed against Rome, induced Murena, under the pretext that Mithridates still kept possession of Cappadocian frontier districts, to move his troops towards the Cappadocian Comana, and thus to violate the Pontic frontier. Mithridates contented himself with complaining to Murena and, when this was in vain, to the Roman government. In fact, commissioners from Sulla made their appearance to dissuade the governor, but he did not submit,
On the contrary, he crossed the Halys and entered on the undisputed territory of Pontus, whereupon Mithradates resolved to repel force by force. His general Gordius had to detain the Roman army till the king came up with far superior forces and compelled battle. Murena was vanquished and with great loss driven back over the Roman frontier to Phrygia, and the Roman garrisons were expelled from all Cappadocia. Murena had the effrontery, no doubt, to call himself the victor and to assume the title of Imperator on account of these events, but the sharp lesson and a second admonition from Sulla induced him at last to push the matter no farther. The peace between Rome and Mithradates was renewed. Second peace capture of Mytilene. This foolish feud, while it lasted, had postponed the reduction of the Mytileneans. It was only after a long siege by land and by sea, in which the Bithynian fleet rendered good service, that Murena's successor succeeded in taking the city by storm. General peace. The 10 years' revolution and insurrection were at an end in the west and in the east. The state had once more unity of government and peace without and within.
After the terrible convulsions of the last years, even this rest was a relief. Whether it was to furnish more than a mere relief, whether the remarkable man, who had succeeded in the difficult task of vanquishing the public foe and in the more difficult work of subduing the revolution, would be able to meet satisfactorily the most difficult task of all, the re-establishing of social and political order shaken to its very foundations, could not but be speedily decided. The Sullan Constitution. The Restoration. About the time when the first pitched battle was fought between Romans and Romans, in the night of the 6th of July 671, the venerable temple, which had been erected by the kings, dedicated by the youthful republic and spared by the storms of 500 years, the temple of the Roman Jupiter in the capital, perished in the flames. It was no augury, but it was an image of the state of the Roman constitution. This too lay in ruins and needed reconstruction. The revolution was no doubt vanquished, but the victory was far from implying as a matter of course the restoration of the old government. The mass of the aristocracy certainly was of opinion that now, after the death of the 2 revolutionary consuls, it would be sufficient to make arrangements for the ordinary supplemental election and to leave it to the Senate to take such steps as should seem farther requisite for the rewarding of the victorious army, for the punishment of the most guilty revolutionists, and possibly also for the prevention of similar outbreaks. But Sulla, in whose hands the victory had concentrated for the moment all power, formed a more correct judgment of affairs and of men. The aristocracy of Rome in its best epoch had not risen above an adherence, partly noble and partly narrow, to traditional forms. How should the clumsy collegiate government of this period be in a position to carry out with energy and thoroughness a comprehensive reform of the state? And at the present moment, when the last crisis had swept away almost all the leading men of the Senate, the vigour and intelligence requisite for such an enterprise were less than ever to be found there. How thoroughly useless was the pure aristocratic blood, and how little doubt Sulla had as to its worthlessness, is shown by the fact that, with the exception of Quintus Metellus, who was related to him by marriage, he selected all his instruments out of what was previously the middle party and the deserters from the democratic camp, such as Lucius Flaccus, Lucius Philippus, Quintus Ofella, Gnaeus Pompeius. Sulla was as much in earnest about the re-establishment of the old constitution as the most vehement aristocratic emigrant. He understood, however, not perhaps to the full extent, for how in that case could he have put hand to the work at all, but better at any rate than his party, the enormous difficulties which attended this work of restoration. Comprehensive concessions, so far as concession was possible without affecting the essence of oligarchy, and the establishment of an energetic system of repression and prevention were regarded by him as unavoidable, and he saw clearly that the Senate as it stood would refuse or mutilate every concession, and would parliamentarily ruin every systematic reconstruction. If Sulla had already after the Sulpician revolution carried out what he deemed necessary in both respects without asking much of their advice, he was now determined, under circumstances of far more severe and intense excitement, to restore the oligarchy. not with the aid, but in spite of the oligarchs, by his own hand. Sulla, regent of Rome. Sulla, however, was not now consul as he had been then, but was furnished merely with proconsular, that is to say, purely military power. He needed an authority keeping as near as possible to constitutional forms, but yet extraordinary, in order to impose his reform on friends and foes. In a letter to the Senate, he announced to them that it seemed to him indispensable that they should place the regulation of the state in the hands of a single man equipped with unlimited plenitude of power, and that he deemed himself qualified to fulfill this difficult task. This proposal, disagreeable as it was to many, was under the existing circumstances a command. By direction of the Senate, its chief, the interrex Lucius Valerius Flaccus the Father, as interim holder of the supreme power, submitted to the burgesses the proposal that the proconsul Lucius Cornelius Sulla should receive for the past a supplementary approval of all the official acts performed by him as consul and proconsul, and should for the future be empowered to adjudicate without appeal on the life and property of the burgesses, to deal at his pleasure with the state domains, to shift at discretion the boundaries of Rome, of Italy, and of the state, to dissolve or establish urban communities in Italy, to dispose of the provinces and dependent states, to confer the supreme imperium instead of the people, and to nominate proconsuls and propraetors, and lastly to regulate the state for the future by means of new laws, that it should be left to his own judgment to determine when he had fulfilled his task and might deem it time to resign this extraordinary magistracy, and in fine, that during its continuance it should depend on his pleasure whether the ordinary supreme magistracy should subsist side by side with his own, or should remain in abeyance. As a matter of course, the proposal was adopted without opposition, November 672, and now the new master of the state, who hitherto had as proconsul avoided entering the capital, appeared for the first time within the walls of Rome. This new office derived its name from the dictatorship, which had been practically abolished since the Hannibalic War. But, as besides his armed retinue, he was preceded by twice as many lictors as the dictator of earlier times, this new dictatorship for the making of laws and the regulation of the Commonwealth, as its official title ran, was in fact altogether different from the earlier magistracy, which had been limited in point of duration and of powers, had not excluded appeal to the burgesses, and had not annulled the ordinary magistracy. It much more resembled that of the Decemviri Legibus Scribundis, who likewise came forward as an extraordinary government with unlimited fullness of powers superseding the ordinary magistracy, and practically at least administered their office as one which was unlimited in point of time. Or, we should rather say, this new office, with its absolute power based on a decree of the people and restrained by no set term or colleague, was no other than the old monarchy, which in fact just rested on the free engagement of the burgesses to obey one of their number as absolute lord. It was urged even by contemporaries in vindication of Sulla that a king is better than a bad constitution, and presumably the title of dictator was only chosen to indicate that, as the former dictatorship implied a reassumption with various limitations, so this new dictatorship involved a complete reassumption of the regal power. Thus, singularly enough, the course of Sulla here also coincided with that on which Gaius Gracchus had entered with so wholly different a design. In this respect, too, the Conservative Party had to borrow from its opponents. The protector of the oligarchic constitution had himself to come forward as a tyrant, in order to avert the ever-impending tyrannus. There was not a little of defeat in this last victory of the oligarchy. Executions Sulla had not sought and had not desired the difficult and dreadful labour of the work of restoration. Out, as no other choice was left to him but either to leave it to utterly incapable hands or to undertake it in person, he set himself to it with remorseless energy. First of all, a settlement had to be effected in respect to the guilty. Sulla was personally inclined to pardon. Sanguine as he was in temperament, he could doubtless break forth into violent rage, and well might those beware who saw his eye gleam and his cheeks colour, but the chronic vindictiveness, which characterized Marius in the embitterment of his old age, was altogether foreign to Sulla's easy disposition.
Not only had he borne himself with comparatively great moderation after the revolution of 666, even the Second Revolution, which had perpetrated so fearful outrages and had affected him in person so severely, had not disturbed his equilibrium. At the same time that the executioner was dragging the bodies of his friends through the streets of the capital, he had sought to save the life of the blood-stained Fimbria, and when the latter died by his own hand, had given orders for his decent burial. On landing in Italy, he had earnestly offered to forgive and to forget, and no one who came to make his peace had been rejected. Even after the first successes, he had negotiated in this spirit with Lucius Scipio. It was the revolutionary party which had not only broken off these negotiations, but had subsequently, at the last moment before their downfall, resumed the massacres afresh and more fearfully than ever, and had in fact conspired with the inveterate foes of their country for the destruction of the city of Rome. The cup was now full. By virtue of his new official authority, Sulla, immediately after assuming the regency, outlawed as enemies of their country all the civil and military officials who had taken an active part in favour of the revolution after the convention with Scipio, which according to Sulla's assertion was validly concluded, and such of the other burgesses as had in any marked manner aided its cause.
Whoever killed one of these outlaws was not only exempt from punishment like an executioner duly fulfilling his office, but also obtained for the execution a compensation of 12,000 denarii, £480. Anyone, on the contrary, who befriended an outlaw, even the nearest relative, was liable to the severest punishment. The property of the proscribed was forfeited to the state like the spoil of an enemy. Their children and grandchildren were excluded from a political career, and yet, so far as they were of senatorial rank, were bound to undertake their share of senatorial burdens. The last enactments also applied to the estates and the descendants of those who had fallen in conflict for the revolution, penalties which went even beyond those enjoined by the earliest law in the case of such as had borne arms against their fatherland. The most terrible feature in this system of terror was the indefiniteness of the proposed categories, against which there was immediate remonstrance in the Senate, and which Sulla himself sought to remedy by directing the names of the proscribed to be publicly posted up, and fixing the 1st of June 673 as the final term for closing the lists of proscription. Proscription lists. Much as this bloody roll, swelling from day to day and amounting at last to 4,700 names, excited the just horror of the multitude, it at any rate checked in some degree the mere caprice of the executioners. It was not at least to the personal resentment of the regent that the mass of these victims were sacrificed. His furious hatred was directed solely against the Marians, the authors of the hideous massacres of 667 and 672. By his command, the tomb of the victor of Aquae Sextiae was broken open, and his ashes were scattered in the Anio. The monuments of his victories over Africans and Germans were overthrown, and, as death had snatched himself and his son from Sulla's vengeance, his adopted nephew, Marcus Marius Gratidianus, who had been twice praetor and was a great favourite with the Roman burgesses, was executed amid the most cruel tortures at the tomb of Catulus, who most deserved to be regretted of all the Marian victims. In other cases also death had already swept away the most notable of his opponents. Of the leaders there survived only Gaius Norbanus, who laid hands on himself at Rhodes, while the ecclesia was deliberating on his surrender, Lucius Scipio, for whom his insignificance and probably also his noble birth procured indulgence and permission to end his days in peace at his retreat in Massilia, and Quintus Sertorius, who was wandering about as an exile on the coast of Mauritania. But yet the heads of slaughtered senators were piled up at the Servilian basin, at the point where the Vicus Jugarius opened into the Forum, where the dictator had ordered them to be publicly exposed, and among men of the second and third rank in particular death reaped a fearful harvest. In addition to those who were placed on the list for their services in or on behalf of the revolutionary army with little discrimination, sometimes on account of money advanced to one of its officers or on account of relations of hospitality formed with such an one, the retaliation fell specially on those capitalists who had sat in judgment on the senators and had speculated in Marian confiscations, the hoarders. About 1,600 of the equities, as they were called, were inscribed on the proscription list. In like manner, the professional accusers, the worst scourge of the nobility, who made it their trade to bring men of the senatorial order before the equestrian courts, had now to suffer for it. "How comes it to pass," an advocate soon after asked, "that they have left to us the courts, when they were putting to death the accusers and judges?" The most savage and disgraceful passions raged without restraint for many months throughout Italy. In the capital, a Celtic band was primarily charged with the executions, and Sullan soldiers and subaltern officers traversed for the same purpose the different districts of Italy. But every volunteer was also welcome, and the rabble, high and low, pressed forward, not only to earn the rewards of murder, but also to gratify their own vindictive or covetous dispositions under the mantle of political prosecution. It sometimes happened that the assassination did not follow, but preceded the placing of the name on the list of the proscribed. One example shows the way in which these executions took place. At Larinum, a town of new burgesses and favourable to Marian views, one Statius Albius Oppianicus, who had fled to Sulla's headquarters to avoid a charge of murder, made his appearance after the victory as commissioner of the regent, deposed the magistrates of the town, installed himself and his friends in their room, and caused the person who had threatened to accuse him, along with his nearest relatives and friends, to be outlawed and killed. Countless persons, including not a few decided adherents of the oligarchy, thus fell as the victims of private hostility or of their own riches. The fearful confusion and the culpable indulgence which Sulla displayed in this as in every instance towards those more closely connected with him prevented any punishment even of the ordinary crimes that were perpetrated amidst the disorder. Confiscations. The confiscated property was dealt with in a similar way. Sulla, from political considerations, sought to induce the respectable burgesses to take part in its purchase. A great portion of them, moreover, voluntarily pressed forward, and none more zealously than the young Marcus Crassus. Under the existing circumstances, the utmost depreciation was inevitable. Indeed, to some extent it was the necessary result of the Roman plan of selling the property confiscated by the state for a round sum payable in ready money.
Moreover, the regent did not forget himself. While his wife Metella, more especially, and other persons high and low closely connected with him, even freedmen and boon companions, were sometimes allowed to purchase without competition, sometimes had the purchase money wholly or partially remitted. One of his freedmen, for instance, is said to have purchased a property of 6 million sesterces, £60,000, for £2,020, and one of his subalterns is said to have acquired by such speculations an estate of 10 million sesterces, £100,000. The indignation was great and just. Even during Sulla's regency, an advocate asked whether the nobility had waged civil war solely for the purpose of enriching their freedmen and slaves. But in spite of this depreciation, the whole proceeds of the confiscated estates amounted to not less than 350 million sesterces, £3,500,000, which gives an approximate idea of the enormous extent of these confiscations, falling chiefly on the wealthiest portion of the burgesses. It was altogether a fearful punishment. There was no longer any process or any pardon. Mute terror lay like a weight of lead on the land, and free speech was silenced in the marketplace alike of the capital and of the country town. The oligarchic reign of terror bore doubtless a different stamp from that of the Revolution. While Marius had glutted his personal vengeance in the blood of his enemies, Sulla seemed to account terrorism in the abstract, and if we may so speak, a thing necessary to the introduction of the new despotism, and to prosecute and make others prosecute the work of massacre almost with indifference. But the reign of terror presented an appearance all the more horrible when it proceeded from the conservative side and was in some measure devoid of passion. The Commonwealth seemed all the more irretrievably lost when the frenzy and the crime on both sides were equally balanced. Maintenance of the burgess rights previously conferred. In regulating the relations of Italy and of the capital, Sulla, although he otherwise in general treated as null all state acts done during the Revolution except in the transaction of current business, firmly adhered to the principle which it had laid down, that every burgess of an Italian community was by that very fact a burgess also of Rome.
The distinctions between burgesses and Italian allies, between old burgesses with better and new burgesses with more restricted rights, were abolished and remained so. In the case of the freedmen alone, the unrestricted right of suffrage was again withdrawn, and for them the old state of matters was restored. To the aristocratic ultras, this might seem a great concession. Sulla perceived that it was necessary to wrest these mighty levers out of the hands of the revolutionary chiefs, and that the rule of the oligarchy was not materially endangered by increasing the number of the burgesses. Punishments inflicted on particular communities. But with this concession in principle was combined a most rigid inquisition, conducted by special commissioners with the cooperation of the garrisons distributed throughout Italy, in respect to particular communities in all districts of the land. Several towns were rewarded. For instance, Brundisium, the first community which had joined Sulla, now obtained the exemption from customs so important for such a seaport. More were punished. The less guilty were required to pay fines, to pull down their walls, to raise their citadels. In the case of those whose opposition had been most obstinate, the regent confiscated a part of their territory, in some cases even the whole of it, as it certainly might be regarded in law as forfeited, whether they were to be treated as burgess communities which had borne arms against their fatherland, or as allied states which had waged war with Rome contrary to their treaties of perpetual peace. In this case, all the dispossessed burgesses, but these only, were deprived of their municipal, and at the same time of the Roman franchise, receiving in return the lowest Latin rights. Sulla thus avoided furnishing the opposition with a nucleus in Italian subject communities of inferior rights. The homeless dispossessed of necessity were soon lost in the mass of the proletariat. In Campania, not only was the democratic colony of Capua done away, and its domain given back to the state, as was naturally to be expected, but the island of Inaria, Ischia, was also, probably about this time, withdrawn from the community of Neapolis. In Latium, the whole territory of the large and wealthy city of Praeneste, and presumably of Norba, also was confiscated, as was likewise that of Spoletium in Umbria. Sulmo in the Pallinian district was even razed, but the iron arm of the regent fell with a special weight on the two regions which had offered a serious resistance up to the end, and even after the battle at the Colline Gate, Etruria and Samnium. There a number of the most considerable communes, such as Florentia, Faesulae, Arretium, Volaterrae, were visited with total confiscation. Of the fate of Samnium we have already spoken. There was no confiscation there, but the land was laid waste forever. Its flourishing towns, even the former Latin colony of Acernia, were left in ruins, and the country was placed on the same footing with the Bruttian and Lucanian regions. Assignations to the soldiers. These arrangements as to the property of the Italian soil placed on the one hand those Roman domain lands which had been handed over in usufruct to the former allied communities, and now on their dissolution reverted to the Roman government, and on the other hand the confiscated territories of the communities incurring punishment, at the disposal of the regent, and he employed them for the purpose of settling thereon the soldiers of the victorious army. Most of these new settlements were directed towards Etruria, as for instance to Faesulae and Arretium, others to Latium and Campania, where Praeneste and Pompeii, among other places, became Sullan colonies. To repeople Samnium was, as we have said, no part of the regent's design. A great part of these assignations took place after the Gracchan mode, so that the settlers were attached to an already existing urban community. The comprehensiveness of this settlement is shown by the number of land allotments distributed, which is stated at 120,000. While yet some portions of land withal were otherwise applied, as in the case of the lands bestowed on the temple of Diana at Mount Tephyta. Others, such as the Volaterran domain and a part of the Aretine, remained undistributed. Others, in fine, according to the old abuse legally forbidden but now reviving, were taken possession of on the part of Sulla's favourites by the right of occupation. The objects which Sulla aimed at in this colonization were of a varied kind. In the first place, he thereby redeemed the pledge given to his soldiers.
Secondly, he in so doing adopted the idea in which the Reform Party and the moderate conservatives concurred, and in accordance with which he had himself as early as 666 arranged the establishment of a number of colonies, the idea namely of augmenting the number of the small agricultural proprietors in Italy by a breaking up of the larger possessions on the part of the government. How seriously he had this at heart is shown by the renewed prohibition of the throwing together of allotments. Lastly and especially, he saw in these settled soldiers as it were standing garrisons, who would protect his new constitution along with their own right of property. For this reason, where the whole territory was not confiscated, as at Pompeii, the colonists were not amalgamated with the urban community, but the old burgesses and the colonists were constituted as two bodies of burgesses associated within the same enclosing wall. In other respects, these colonial foundations were based, doubtless like the older ones, on a decree of the people, but only indirectly, insofar as the regent constituted them by virtue of the clause of the Valerian law to that effect. In reality, they originated from the ruler's plenitude of power, and so far recalled the freedom with which the former regal authority disposed of the state property. But in so far as the contrast between the soldier and the burgess, which was in other instances done away by the very sending out of the soldiers or colonists, was intended to remain, and did remain, in force in the Sullan colonies even after their establishment, and these colonists formed, as it were, the standing array of the Senate, they are not incorrectly designated, in contradistinction to the older ones, as military colonies. The Cornelian freedmen in Rome, akin to this practical constituting of a standing army for the Senate, was the measure by which the regent selected from the slaves of the proscribed upwards of 10,000 of the youngest and most vigorous men, and manumitted them in a body. These new Cornelians, whose civil existence was linked to the legal validity of the institutions of their patron, were designed to be a sort of bodyguard for the oligarchy, and to help it to command the city populace, on which, indeed, in the absence of a garrison, everything in the capital now primarily depended. Abolition of the Gracchan institutions. These extraordinary supports on which the regent made the oligarchy primarily to rest, weak and ephemeral as they doubtless might appear even to their author, were yet its only possible buttresses, unless expedients were to be resorted to, such as the formal institution of a standing army in Rome and other similar measures, which would have put an end to the oligarchy far sooner than the attacks of demagogues. The permanent foundation of the ordinary governing power of the oligarchy, of course, could not be the Senate, with a power so increased and so concentrated that it presented a superiority to its non-organized opponents at every single point of attack. The system of compromises followed for 40 years was at an end. The Gracchan constitution, still spared in the first Sullan reform of 666, was now utterly set aside. Since the time of Gaius Gracchus, the government had conceded, as it were, the right of emuteto, the proletariat of the capital, and bought it off by regular distributions of corn to the burgesses domiciled there. Sulla abolished these largesses. Gaius Gracchus had organized and consolidated the order of capitalists by the letting of the tenths and customs of the province of Asia in Rome. Sulla abolished the system of middlemen, and converted the former contributions of the Asiatics into fixed taxes, which were assessed on the several districts according to the valuation rolls drawn up for the purpose of gathering in the arrears. Gaius Gracchus had, by entrusting the posts of jurymen to men of equestrian census, procured for the capitalist class an indirect share in administering and in governing, which proved itself not seldom stronger than the official administration and government. Sulla abolished the equestrian and restored the senatorial courts. Gaius Gracchus, or at any rate the Gracchan period, had conceded to the equites a special place at the popular festivals, such as the senators had for long possessed. Sulla abolished it and relegated the equites to the plebeian benches. The equestrian order, created as such by Gaius Gracchus, was deprived of its political existence by Sulla. The Senate was to exercise the supreme power in legislation, administration, and jurisdiction, unconditionally, indivisibly, and permanently.
and was to be distinguished also by outward tokens, not merely as a privileged, but as the only privileged order. Reorganization of the Senate. Its complement, filled up by extraordinary election admission to the Senate through the quaestorship. Abolition of the censorial supervision of the Senate. For this purpose the governing board had, first of all, to have its ranks filled up and to be itself placed on a footing of independence. The numbers of the senators had been fearfully reduced by the recent crises. Sulla no doubt now gave to those who were exiled by the equestrian courts liberty to return, for instance to the consular Publius Rutilius Rufus, who however made no use of the permission, and to Gaius Cotta, the friend of Drusus. But this made only slight amends for the gaps which the revolutionary and reactionary reigns of terror had created in the ranks of the Senate. Accordingly, by Sulla's directions, the Senate had its complement extraordinarily made up by about 300 new senators, whom the assembly of the tribes had to nominate from among men of equestrian census, and whom they selected, as may be conceived, chiefly from the younger men of the senatorial houses on the one hand, and from Sullan officers and others brought into prominence by the last revolution on the other. For the future also, the mode of admission to the Senate was regulated anew and placed on an essentially different basis. As the constitution had hitherto stood, men entered the Senate either through the summons of the censors, which was the proper and ordinary way, or through the holding of one of the three curule magistracies, the consulship, the praetorship, or the aedileship, to which since the passing of the Avinian law a seat and vote in the Senate had been de jure attached. The holding of an inferior magistracy, of the tribunate or the quaestorship, gave doubtless a claim de facto to a place in the Senate, inasmuch as the censorial selection especially turned towards the men who had held such offices, but by no means a reversion de jure. Of these two modes of admission, Sulla abolished the former by setting aside, at least practically, the censorship, and altered the latter to the effect that the right of admission to the Senate was attached to the quaestorship instead of the aedileship, and at the same time the number of quaestors to be annually nominated was raised to 20. The prerogative hitherto legally pertaining to the censors, although practically no longer exercised in its original serious sense, of deleting any senator from the roll with a statement of the reasons for doing so at the revisals which took place every 5 years, likewise fell into abeyance for the future. The irremovable character which had hitherto de facto belonged to the senators was thus finally fixed by Sulla. The total number of senators, which hitherto had presumably not much exceeded the old normal number of 300 and often perhaps had not even reached it, was by these means considerably augmented, perhaps on an average doubled, an augmentation which was rendered necessary by the great increase of the duties of the Senate through the transference to it of the functions of jurymen. As, moreover, both the extraordinarily admitted senators and the quaestors were nominated by the comitia tributa, the Senate, hitherto resting indirectly on the election of the people, was now based throughout on direct popular election, and thus made as close an approach to a representative government as was compatible with the nature of the oligarchy and the notions of antiquity generally. The Senate had in course of time been converted from a corporation intended merely to advise the magistrates into a board commanding the magistrates and self-governing. It was only a consistent advance in the same direction when the right of nominating and cancelling senators originally belonging to the magistrates was withdrawn from them, and the Senate was placed on the same legal basis on which the magistrates' power itself rested. The extravagant prerogative of the censors to revise the list of the Senate and to erase or add names at pleasure was in reality incompatible with an organized oligarchic constitution. As provision was now made for a sufficient regular recruiting of its ranks by the election of the quaestors, the censorial revisions became superfluous, and by their abeyance the essential principle at the bottom of every oligarchy, the irremovable character and life tenure of the members of the ruling order who obtained seat and vote, was definitively consolidated. Regulations as to the burgesses. In respect to legislation, Sulla contented himself with reviving the regulations made in 666 and securing to the Senate the legislative initiative, which had long belonged to it practically, by legal enactment, at least as against the tribunes. The burgess body remained formally sovereign,
But so far as its primary assemblies were concerned, while it seemed to the regent necessary carefully to preserve the form, he was still more careful to prevent any real activity on their part. Sulla dealt even with the franchise itself in the most contemptuous manner. He made no difficulty either in conceding it to the new Burgess communities or in bestowing it on Spaniards and Celts en masse. In fact, probably not without design, no steps were taken at all for the adjustment of the Burgess roll, which nevertheless after so violent revolutions stood in urgent need of a revision, if the government was still at all in earnest with the legal privileges attaching to it. The legislative functions of the comitia, however, were not directly restricted. There was no need, in fact, for doing so, for in consequence of the better secured initiative of the Senate, the people could not readily, against the will of the government, intermeddle with administration, finance, or criminal jurisdiction, and its legislative cooperation was once more reduced in substance to the right of giving assent to alterations of the Constitution. Co-optation restored in the priestly colleges. Regulating of the qualifications for office of greater moment was the participation of the burgesses in the elections, a participation with which they seemed not to be able to dispense without disturbing more than Sulla's superficial restoration could or would disturb. The interferences of the movement party in the sacerdotal elections were set aside. Not only the Domitian law of 650, which transferred the election of the supreme priesthoods generally to the people, but also the similar older enactments as to the Pontifex Maximus and the Curio Maximus, were cancelled by Sulla, and the colleges of priests received back the right of self-completion in its original absoluteness. In the case of elections to the offices of state, the mode hitherto pursued was on the whole retained, except in so far as the new regulation of the military command to be mentioned immediately certainly involved as its consequence a material restriction of the powers of the burgesses, and indeed in some measure transferred the right of bestowing the appointment of generals from the burgesses to the Senate. It does not even appear that Sulla now resumed the previously attempted restoration of the Servian voting arrangement, whether it was that he regarded the particular composition of the voting divisions as altogether a matter of indifference, or whether it was that this older arrangement seemed to him to augment the dangerous influence of the capitalists. Only the qualifications were restored and partially raised. The limit of age requisite for the holding of each office was enforced afresh, as was also the enactment that every candidate for the consulship should have previously held the praetorship, and every candidate for the praetorship should have previously held the quaestorship, whereas the aedileship was allowed to be passed over. The various attempts that had been recently made to establish a tyrannis under the form of a consulship continued for several successive years led to special rigour in dealing with this abuse, and it was enacted that at least 2 years should elapse between the holding of one magistracy and the holding of another, and at least 10 years should elapse before the same office could be held a second time. In this latter enactment, the earlier ordinance of 412 was revived, instead of the absolute prohibition of all re-election to the consulship, which had been the favourite idea of the most recent ultra-oligarchical epoch. On the whole, however, Sulla left the elections to take their course and sought merely to fetter the power of the magistrates in such a way that, let the incalculable caprice of the comitia call to office whomsoever it might, the person elected should not be in a position to rebel against the oligarchy. Weakening of the tribunate of the people. The supreme magistrates of the state were at this period practically the 3 colleges of the tribunes of the people, the consuls and praetors, and the censors. They all emerged from the Sullan restoration with materially diminished rights, more especially the tribunician office, which appeared to the regent an instrument indispensable doubtless for senatorial government, but yet as generated by revolution and having a constant tendency to generate fresh revolutions in its turn, requiring to be rigorously and permanently shackled. The tribunician authority had arisen out of the right to annul the official acts of the magistrates by veto, and eventually to fine anyone who should oppose that right, and to take steps for his farther punishment. This was still left to the tribunes, excepting that a heavy fine, destroying as a rule a man's civil existence, was imposed on the abuse of the right of intercession. The further prerogative of the tribune to have dealings with the people at pleasure, partly for the purpose of bringing up accusations and especially of calling former magistrates to account at the bar of the people, partly for the purpose of submitting laws to the vote,
had been the lever by which the Gracchi, Saturninus, and Sulpicius had revolutionized the state. It was not abolished, but its exercise was probably made dependent on a permission to be previously requested from the Senate. Lastly, it was added that the holding of the tribunate should in future disqualify for the undertaking of a higher office, an enactment which, like many other points in Sulla's restoration, once more reverted to the old patrician maxims, and, just as in the times before the admission of the plebeians to the civil magistracies, declared the tribunate and the curule offices to be mutually incompatible. In this way, the legislator of the oligarchy hoped to check tribunician demagogism and to keep all ambitious and aspiring men aloof from the tribunate, but to retain it as an instrument of the Senate both for mediating between it and the burgesses and, should circumstances require, for keeping in check the magistrates. And, as the authority of the king and afterwards of the republican magistrates over the burgesses scarcely anywhere comes to light so clearly as in the principle that they exclusively had the right of addressing the people, so the supremacy of the Senate now first legally established is most distinctly apparent in this permission which the leader of the people had to ask from the Senate for every transaction with his constituents. Limitation of the supreme magistracy regulation of the consular and praetorian functions before the time of Sulla. The consulship and praetorship also, although viewed by the aristocratic regenerator of Rome with a more favourable eye than the tribunate liable in itself to be regarded with suspicion, by no means escaped that distrust towards its own instruments which is throughout characteristic of oligarchy. They were restricted with more tenderness in point of form, but in a way very sensibly felt. Sulla here began with the partition of functions. At the beginning of this period, the arrangement in that respect stood as follows. As formerly there had devolved on the two consuls the collective functions of the supreme magistracy, so there still devolved on them all those official duties for which distinct functionaries had not been by law established. This latter course had been adopted with the administration of justice in the capital, in which the consuls, according to a rule inviolably adhered to, might not interfere, and with the transmarine provinces then existing, Sicily, Sardinia, and the two Spains, in which while the consul might no doubt exercise his imperium, he did so only exceptionally. In the ordinary course of things, accordingly, the 6 fields of special jurisdiction, the 2 judicial appointments in the capital and the 4 transmarine provinces, were apportioned among the 6 praetors, while there devolved on the 2 consuls, by virtue of their general powers, the management of the non-judicial business of the capital and the military command in the continental possessions. Now, as this field of general powers was thus doubly occupied, the one consul in reality remained at the disposal of the government, and in ordinary times accordingly those 8 supreme annual magistrates fully, and in fact amply, sufficed. For extraordinary cases, moreover, power was reserved on the one hand to conjoin the non-military functions, and on the other hand to prolong the military powers beyond the term of their expiry, prorogare. It was not unusual to commit the 2 judicial offices to the same praetor, and to have the business of the capital, which in ordinary circumstances had to be transacted by the consuls, managed by the praetor urbanus, whereas, as far as possible, the combination of several commands in the same hand was judiciously avoided. For this case, in reality, a remedy was provided by the rule that there was no interregnum in the military imperium, so that although it had its legal term, it yet continued after the arrival of that term de jure, until the successor appeared and relieved his predecessor of the command, or, which is the same thing, the commanding consul or praetor after the expiry of his term of office, if a successor did not appear, might continue to act, and was bound to do so, in the consul's or praetor's stead. The influence of the Senate on this apportionment of functions consisted in its having by use and wont the power of either giving effect to the ordinary rule, so that the 6 praetors allotted among themselves the 6 special departments and the consuls managed the continental non-judicial business, or prescribing some deviation from it. It might assign to the consul a transmarine command of especial importance at the moment, or include an extraordinary military or judicial commission, such as the command of the fleet or an important criminal inquiry, among the departments to be distributed, and might arrange the further cumulations and extensions of term thereby rendered necessary. In this case, however, it was simply the demarcation of the respective consular and praetorian functions on each occasion which belonged to the Senate, not the designation of the persons to assume the particular office. The latter uniformly took place by agreement among the magistrates concerned or by lot. The burgesses in the earlier period were doubtless resorted to for the purpose of legitimizing by special decree of the community the practical prolongation of command that was involved in the non-arrival of relief. But this was required rather by the spirit than by the letter of the constitution, and soon the burgesses ceased from intervention in the matter. In the course of the 7th century, there were gradually added to the 6 special departments already existing 6 others, viz. the 5 new governorships of Macedonia, Africa, Asia, Narbo, and Cilicia, and the presidency of the Standing Commission respecting exactions. With the daily extending sphere of action of the Roman government, moreover, it was a case of more and more frequent occurrence that the supreme magistrates were called to undertake extraordinary military or judicial commissions. Nevertheless, the number of the ordinary supreme annual magistrates was not enlarged, and there thus devolved on 8 magistrates to be annually nominated, apart from all else, at least 12 special departments to be annually occupied. Of course, it was no mere accident that this deficiency was not covered once for all by the creation of new praetorships. According to the letter of the Constitution, all the supreme magistrates were to be nominated annually by the burgesses. According to the new order, or rather disorder, under which the vacancies that arose were filled up mainly by prolonging the term of office, and a second year was as a rule added by the Senate to the magistrates legally serving for 1 year, but might also at discretion be refused. The most important and most lucrative places in the state were filled up no longer by the burgesses, but by the Senate, out of a list of competitors formed by the burgess elections. Since among these positions the transmarine commands were especially sought after as being the most lucrative, it was usual to entrust a transmarine command on the expiry of their official year to those magistrates whom their office confined either in law or at any rate in fact to the capital, that is, to the 2 praetors administering justice in the city and frequently also to the consuls, a course which was compatible with the nature of prorogation, since the official authority of supreme magistrates acting in Rome and in the provinces respectively, although differently entered on, was not in strict state law different in kind. Regulation of their functions by Sulla separation of the political and military authority, Cisalpine Gaul, erected into a province. Such was the state of things which Sulla found existing, and which formed the basis of his new arrangement. Its main principles were a complete separation between the political authority which governed in the burgess districts and the military authority which governed in the non-burgess districts, and an uniform extension of the duration of the supreme magistracy from 1 year to 2, the first of which was devoted to civil and the second to military affairs. Locally, the civil and the military authority had certainly been long separated by the constitution, and the former ended at the pomerium, where the latter began. But still the same man held the supreme political and the supreme military power united in his hand. In future the consul and praetor were to deal with the senate and burgesses, the proconsul and propraetor were to command the army, but all military power was cut off by law from the former and all political action from the latter. This primarily led to the political separation of the region of northern Italy from Italy proper.
Hitherto they had stood doubtless in a national antagonism, inasmuch as northern Italy was inhabited chiefly by Ligurians and Celts, central and southern Italy by Italians. But, in a political and administrative point of view, the whole continental territory of the Roman state from the Straits to the Alps, including the Illyrian possessions, Burgess, Latin, and non-Italian communities without exception, was in the ordinary course of things under the administration of the supreme magistrates who were acting in Rome, as in fact her colonial foundations extended through all this territory. According to Sulla's arrangement, Italy proper, the northern boundary of which was at the same time changed from the Isis to the Rubico, was, as a region now inhabited without exception by Roman citizens, made subject to the ordinary Roman authorities, and it became one of the fundamental principles of Roman state law that no troops and no commandant should ordinarily be stationed in this district.
the Celtic countries south of the Alps, on the other hand, in which a military command could not be dispensed with on account of the continued incursions of the Alpine tribes, was constituted a distinct governorship after the model of the older transmarine commands.
Lastly, as the number of praetors to be nominated yearly was raised from 6 to 8, the new arrangement of the duties was such that the 10 chief magistrates to be nominated yearly devoted themselves during their first year of office as consuls or praetors to the business of the capital, the 2 consuls to government and administration, 2 of the praetors to the administration of civil law, the remaining 6 to the reorganized administration of criminal justice, and during their second year of office were as proconsuls or propraetors invested with the command in one of the 10 governorships: Sicily, Sardinia, the 2 Spains, Macedonia, Asia, Africa, Narbo, Cilicia, and Italian Gaul. The already mentioned augmentation of the number of quaestors by Sulla to 20 was likewise connected with this arrangement. Better arrangement of business, increase of the power of the Senate. By this plan, in the first instance,
a clear and fixed rule was substituted for the irregular mode of distributing offices hitherto adopted, a mode which invited all manner of vile manoeuvres and intrigues. And secondly, the excesses of magisterial authority were as far as possible obviated, and the influence of the supreme governing board was materially increased. According to the previous arrangement, the only legal distinction in the empire was that drawn between the city, which was surrounded by the ring wall, and the country beyond the Pomerium. The new arrangement substituted for the city the new Italy, henceforth, as in perpetual peace, withdrawn from the regular imperium, and placed in contrast to it the continental and transmarine territories, which were, on the other hand, necessarily placed under military commandants, the provinces as they were henceforth called. According to the former arrangement, the same man had very frequently remained 2, and often more years in the same office. The new arrangement restricted the magistracies of the capital as well as the governorships throughout to 1 year, and the special enactment that every governor should without fail leave his province within 30 days after his successor's arrival there shows very clearly, particularly if we take along with it the formerly mentioned prohibition of the immediate re-election of the late magistrate to the same or another public office, what the tendency of these arrangements was. It was the time-honored maxim by which the Senate had at one time made the monarchy subject to it,
that the limitation of the magistracy in point of function was favourable to democracy, and its limitation in point of time favourable to oligarchy. According to the previous arrangement, Gaius Marius had acted at once as head of the Senate and as commander-in-chief of the state. If he had his own unskilfulness alone to blame for his failure to overthrow the oligarchy by means of this double official power, care seemed now taken to prevent some possibly wiser successor from making a better use of the same lever. According to the previous arrangement, the magistrate immediately nominated by the people might have had a military position. The Sullan arrangement, on the other hand, reserved such a position exclusively for those magistrates whom the Senate confirmed in their official authority by prolonging their term of office. No doubt, this prolongation of office had now become a standing usage, but it still, so far as respects the auspices and the name, and constitutional form in general, continued to be treated as an extraordinary extension of their term. This was no matter of indifference. The burgesses alone could depose the consul or praetor from his office. The proconsul and propraetor were nominated and dismissed by the Senate, so that by this enactment the whole military power, on which withal everything ultimately depended, became formally at least dependent on the Senate. Shelving of the censorship. Lastly, we have already observed that the highest of all magistracies, the censorship, though not formally abolished, was shelved in the same way as the dictatorship had previously been. Practically, it might certainly be dispensed with. Provision was otherwise made for filling up the Senate. From the time that Italy was practically tax-free and the army was substantially formed by enlistment, the register of those liable to taxation and service lost, in the main, its significance, and, if disorder prevailed in the equestrian roll or the list of those entitled to the suffrage, that disorder was probably not altogether unwelcome. There thus remained only the current financial functions which the consuls had hitherto discharged when, as frequently happened, no election of censors had taken place, and which they now took as a part of their ordinary official duties.
Compared with the substantial gain that by the shelving of the censorship the magistracy lost its crowning dignity, it was a matter of little moment and was not at all prejudicial to the sole dominion of the supreme governing corporation, and that, with a view to satisfy the ambition of the senators now so much more numerous, the number of the pontifices and that of the augurs was increased from 9, that of the custodiers of oracles from 10 to 15 each, and that of the banquet masters from 3 to 7. Regulation of the finances. In financial matters, even under the former constitution, the decisive voice lay with the Senate. The only point to be dealt with accordingly was the re-establishment of an orderly administration. Sulla had found himself at first in no small difficulty as to money. The sums brought with him from Asia Minor were soon expended for the pay of his numerous and constantly swelling army. Even after the victory at the Colline Gate, the Senate, seeing that the state chest had been carried off to Praeneste, had been obliged to resort to urgent measures. Various building sites in the capital and several portions of the Campanian domains were exposed to sale. The client kings, the freed and allied communities, were laid under extraordinary contribution. Their landed property and their customs revenues were in some cases confiscated, and in others new privileges were granted to them for money. But the residue of nearly £600,000 found in the public chest on the surrender of Praeneste, the public auctions which soon began, and other extraordinary resources, relieved the embarrassment of the moment. Provision was made for the future not so much by the reform in the Asiatic revenues, under which the taxpayers were the principal gainers, and the state chest was perhaps at most no loser, as by the resumption of the Campanian domains, to which Inaria was now added, and above all, by the abolition of the largesses of grain, which since the time of Gaius Gracchus had eaten like a canker into the Roman finances.
Reorganization of the judicial system. Previous arrangements. Ordinary procedure. Permanent and special. Questiones centum viral court. The judicial system, on the other hand, was essentially revolutionized, partly from political considerations, partly with a view to introduce greater unity and usefulness into the previous very insufficient and unconnected legislation on the subject. According to the arrangements hitherto subsisting, processes fell to be decided partly by the burgesses, partly by jurymen. The judicial cases in which the whole burgesses decided on appeal from the judgment of the magistrate were, down to the time of Sulla, placed in the hands primarily of the tribunes of the people, secondarily of the aediles, inasmuch as all the processes through which a person entrusted with an office or commission by the community was brought to answer for his conduct of its affairs, whether they involved life and limb or money fines, had to be in the first instance dealt with by the tribunes of the people, and all the other processes in which ultimately the people decided were in the first instance adjudicated on, in the second presided over by the curule or plebeian aedilus. Sulla, if he did not directly abolish the tribunician process of calling to account, yet made it dependent, just like the initiative of the tribunes in legislation, on the previous consent of the Senate, and presumably also limited in like manner the aedilician penal procedure. On the other hand, he enlarged the jurisdiction of the jury courts. There existed at that time two sorts of procedure before jurymen. The ordinary procedure, which was applicable in all cases adapted according to our view for a criminal or civil process, with the exception of crimes immediately directed against the state, consisted in this, that one of the two praetors of the capital technically adjusted the cause, and a juryman, iudex, nominated by him decided it on the basis of this adjustment. The extraordinary jury procedure again was applicable in particular civil or criminal cases of importance, for which, instead of the single juryman, a special jury court had been appointed by special laws. Of this sort were the special tribunals constituted for individual cases, the standing commissional tribunals such as had been appointed for exactions, for poisoning and murder, perhaps also for bribery at elections and other crimes in the course of the 7th century. And lastly, the two courts of the 10 men for processes affecting freedom, and the 105, or more briefly, the 100 men, for processes affecting inheritance, also called, from the shaft of a spear employed in all disputes as to property, the spear court, --hasta --. The court of 10 men, decem viri litibus judicandis,
was a very ancient institution for the protection of the plebeians against their masters. The period and circumstances in which the spear court originated are involved in obscurity, but they must, it may be presumed, have been nearly the same as in the case of the essentially similar criminal commissions mentioned above. As to the presidency of these different tribunals, there were different regulations in the respective ordinances appointing them. Thus there presided over the tribunal as to exactions a praetor, over the court for murder, a president specially nominated from those who had been aediles, over the spear court, several directors taken from the former quaestors. The jurymen, at least for the ordinary, as for the extraordinary procedure were, in accordance with the Gracchan arrangement, taken from the non-senatorial men of equestrian census. The selection belonged in general to the magistrates who had the conducting of the courts, yet on such a footing that they, in entering upon their office, had to set forth once for all the list of jurymen, and then the jury for an individual case was formed from these, not by free choice of the magistrate, but by drawing lots, and by rejection on behalf of the parties. From the choice of the people, there came only the 10 men for procedure affecting freedom. Sullan, Quaestiones Sulla's leading reforms were of a threefold character. First, he very considerably increased the number of the jury courts. There were henceforth separate judicial commissions for exactions, for murder, including arson and perjury, for bribery at elections, for high treason and any dishonour done to the Roman name, for the most heinous cases of fraud, the forging of wills and of money, for adultery, for the most heinous violations of honour, particularly for injuries to the person and disturbance of the domestic peace, perhaps also for embezzlement of public moneys, for usury and other crimes. And at least the greater number of these courts were either found in existence or called into life by Sulla, and were provided by him with special ordinances setting forth the crime and form of criminal procedure. The government, moreover, was not deprived of the right to appoint in case of emergency special courts for particular groups of crimes. As a result of these arrangements, the popular tribunals were in substance done away with. Processes of high treason in particular were consigned to the new High Treason Commission, and the ordinary jury procedure was considerably restricted, for the more serious falsifications and injuries were withdrawn from it. Secondly, as respects the presidency of the courts, 6 praetors, as we have already mentioned, were now available for the superintendence of the different jury courts, and to these were added a number of other directors in the care of the commission which was most frequently called into action, that for dealing with murder. Thirdly, the senators were once more installed in the office of jurymen in room of the Gracchan equities. The political aim of these enactments, to put an end to the share which the equities had hitherto had in the government, is clear as day. But it as little admits of doubt that these were not mere measures of a political tendency, but that they formed the first attempt to amend the Roman criminal procedure and criminal law, which had since the struggle between the orders fallen more and more into confusion. From this, Sullan legislation dates the distinction, substantially unknown to the earlier law, between civil and criminal causes, in the sense which we now attach to these expressions. Henceforth a criminal cause appears as that which comes before the bench of jurymen under the presidency of the praetor, a civil cause as the procedure in which the juryman or jurymen do not discharge their duties under praetorian presidency. The whole body of the Sullan ordinances as to the questiones may be characterized at once as the first Roman code after the 12 tables, and as the first criminal code ever specially issued at all. But in the details also there appears a laudable and liberal spirit. Singular as it may sound regarding the author of the proscriptions, it remains nevertheless true that he abolished the punishment of death for political offences, for, as according to the Roman custom which even Sulla retained unchanged the people only, and not the jury commission, could sentence to forfeiture of life or to imprisonment, the transference of processes of high treason from the burgesses to a standing commission amounted to the abolition of capital punishment for such offences. On the other hand, the restriction of the pernicious special commissions for particular cases of high treason, of which the Varian Commission in the Social War had been a specimen, likewise involved an improvement. The whole reform was of singular and lasting benefit, and a permanent monument of the practical, moderate, statesmanly spirit
which made its author well worthy, like the old decemvirs, to step forward between the parties as sovereign mediator with his code of law. Police laws. We may regard as an appendix to these criminal laws the police ordinances by which Sulla, putting the law in place of the censor,
again enforced good discipline and strict manners, and, by establishing new maximum rates instead of the old ones which had long been antiquated, attempted to restrain luxury at banquets, funerals, and otherwise, the Roman municipal system. Lastly,
the development of an independent Roman municipal system was the work, if not of Sulla, at any rate of the Sullan epoch. The idea of organically incorporating the community as a subordinate political unit in the higher unity of the state was originally foreign to antiquity. The despotism of the East knew nothing of urban commonwealths in the strict sense of the word, and city and state were throughout the Helleno-Italic world necessarily coincident. In so far, there was no proper municipal system from the outset either in Greece or in Italy. The Roman polity especially adhered to this view with its peculiar tenacious consistency. Even in the 6th century, the dependent communities of Italy were either, in order to their keeping their municipal constitution, constituted as formally sovereign states of non-burgesses, or, if they obtained the Roman franchise, were, although not prevented from organizing themselves as collective bodies, deprived of properly municipal rights, so that in all burgess colonies and burgess municipia even the administration of justice and the charge of buildings devolved on the Roman praetors and censors. The utmost to which Rome consented was to allow at least the most urgent lawsuits to be settled on the spot by a deputy, praefectus, of the praetor nominated from Rome. The provinces were similarly dealt with, except that the governor there came in place of the authorities of the capital. In the free, that is, formally sovereign towns, the civil and criminal jurisdiction was administered by the municipal magistrates according to the local statutes. Only, unless altogether special privileges stood in the way, every Roman might either as defendant or as plaintiff request to have his cause decided before Italian judges according to Italian law. For the ordinary provincial communities, the Roman governor was the only regular judicial authority on whom devolved the direction of all processes. It was a great matter when, as in Sicily, in the event of the defendant being a Sicilian, the governor was bound by the provincial statute to give a native juryman and to allow him to decide according to local usage. In most of the provinces this seems to have depended on the pleasure of the directing magistrate. In the 7th century, this absolute centralization of the public life of the Roman community in the one focus of Rome was given up, so far as Italy at least was concerned. Now that Italy was a single civic community and the civic territory reached from the Arnus and Rubico down to the Sicilian Straits, it was necessary to consent to the formation of smaller civic communities within that larger unit. So Italy was organized into communities of full burgesses, on which occasion also the larger cantons that were dangerous from their size were probably broken up, so far as this had not been done already, into several smaller town districts. The position of these new communities of full burgesses was a compromise between that which had belonged to them hitherto as allied states and that which by the earlier law would have belonged to them as integral parts of the Roman community. Their basis was in general the constitution of the formerly sovereign Latin community, or, so far as their constitution in its principles resembled the Roman, that of the Roman old patrician consular community. Only care was taken to apply to the same institutions in the municipium names, different from and inferior to those used in the capital, or, in other words, in the state. A burgess assembly was placed at the head, with the prerogative of issuing municipal statutes and nominating the municipal magistrates.
A municipal council of 100 members acted the part of the Roman Senate. The administration of justice was conducted by 4 magistrates, 2 regular judges corresponding to the 2 consuls, and 2 market judges corresponding to the curula aediles. The functions of the censorship, which recurred, as in Rome, every 5 years, and to all appearance consisted chiefly in the superintendence of public buildings, were also undertaken by the supreme magistrates of the community, namely the ordinary duumviri, who in this case assumed the distinctive title of duumviri with censorial or quinquennial power.
The municipal funds were managed by 2 quaestors. Religious functions primarily devolved on the 2 colleges of men of priestly law alone known to the earliest Latin constitution, the municipal pontifices and augurs. Relation of the municipium to the state. With reference to the relation of this secondary political organism to the primary organism of the state, political prerogatives in general belonged completely to the former as well as to the latter, and consequently the municipal decree and the imperium of the municipal magistrates bound the municipal burgess just as the decree of the people and the consular imperium bound the Roman. This led on the whole to a coordinate exercise of power by the authorities of the state and of the town. Both had, for instance, the right of valuation and taxation, so that in the case of any municipal valuations and taxes, those prescribed by Rome were not taken into account, and vice versa. Public buildings might be instituted both by the Roman magistrates throughout Italy and by the municipal authorities in their own district, and so in other cases. In the event of collision, of course, the community yielded to the state and the decree of the people invalidated the municipal decree. A formal division of functions probably took place only in the administration of justice, where the system of pure coordination would have led to the greatest confusion. In criminal procedure, presumably all capital causes, and in civil procedure, those more difficult cases which presumed an independent action on the part of the directing magistrate, were reserved for the authorities and jurymen of the capital, and the Italian municipal courts were restricted to the minor and less complicated lawsuits, or to those which were very urgent. Rise of the municipium. The origin of this Italian municipal system has not been recorded by tradition. It is probable that its germs may be traced to exceptional regulations for the great burgess colonies, which were founded at the end of the 6th century. At least several, in themselves indifferent formal differences between burgess colonies and burgess, municipiaton to show that the new burgess colony, which at that time practically took the place of the Latin, had originally a better position in state law than the far older burgess municipium, and the advantage doubtless can only have consisted in a municipal constitution approximating to the Latin, such as afterwards belonged to all burgess colonies and burgess municipia. The new organization is first distinctly demonstrable for the revolutionary colony of Capua, and it admits of no doubt that it was first fully applied when all the hitherto sovereign towns of Italy had to be organized in consequence of the social war as burgess communities. Whether it was the Julian law or the censors of 668 or Sulla that first arranged the details cannot be determined. The entrusting of the censorial functions to the duumviri seems indeed to have been introduced after the analogy of the Sullan ordinance superseding the censorship, but may be equally well referred to the oldest Latin constitution, to which also the censorship was unknown. In any case, this municipal constitution inserted in and subordinate to the state proper is one of the most remarkable and momentous products of the Sullan period, and of the life of the Roman state generally. Antiquity was certainly as little able to dovetail the city into the state as to develop of itself representative government and other great principles of our modern state life. But it carried its political development up to those limits at which it outgrows and bursts its assigned dimensions, and this was the case especially with Rome, which in every respect stands on the line of separation and connection between the old and the new intellectual worlds. In the Sullan constitution, the primary assembly and the urban character of the Commonwealth of Rome, on the one hand, vanished almost into a meaningless form. The community subsisting within the state, on the other hand, was already completely developed in the Italian municipium. Down to the name, which in such cases no doubt is the half of the matter, this last constitution of the Free Republic carried out the representative system and the idea of the state built upon the basis of the municipalities. The municipal system in the provinces was not altered by this movement. The municipal authorities of the non-free towns continued special exceptions apart, to be confined to administration and police, and to such jurisdiction as the Roman authorities did not prefer to take into their own hands. Impression produced by the Sullan reorganization opposition of the officers. Such was the constitution which Lucius Cornelius Sulla gave to the Commonwealth of Rome. The Senate and equestrian order, the burgesses and proletariat, Italians and provincials, accepted it as it was dictated to them by the regent,
if not without grumbling, at any rate without rebelling. Not so the Sullan officers.
The Roman army had totally changed its character. It had certainly been rendered by the Marian reform more ready for action and more militarily useful than when it did not fight before the walls of Numantia, but it had at the same time been converted from a burgess force into a set of mercenaries who showed no fidelity to the state at all, and proved faithful to the officer only if he had the skill personally to gain their attachment. The civil war had given fearful evidence of this total revolution in the spirit of the army. 6 generals in command, Albinus, Cato, Rufus, Flaccus, Cinna, and Gaius Carbo, had fallen during its course by the hands of their soldiers. Sulla alone had hitherto been able to retain the mastery of the dangerous crew, and that only in fact, by giving the rein to all their wild desires as no Roman general before him had ever done. If the blame of destroying the old military discipline is on this account attached to him, the censure is not exactly without ground, but yet without justice. He was indeed the first Roman magistrate who was only enabled to discharge his military and political task by coming forward as a condottiere. He had not, however, taken the military dictatorship for the purpose of making the state subject to the soldiery, but rather for the purpose of compelling everything in the state, and especially the army and the officers, to submit once more to the authority of civil order. When this became evident, an opposition arose against him among his own staff. The oligarchy might play the tyrant as respected other citizens, but that the generals also, who with their good swords had replaced the overthrown senators in their seats, should now be summoned to yield implicit obedience to this very Senate, seemed intolerable. The very 2 officers in whom Sulla had placed most confidence resisted the new order of things. When Gnaeus Pompeius, whom Sulla had entrusted with the conquest of Sicily and Africa, and had selected for his son-in-law, after accomplishing his task received orders from the Senate to dismiss his army, he omitted to comply and fell little short of open insurrection. Quintus Ofella, to whose firm perseverance in front of Praeneste the success of the last and most severe campaign was essentially due in equally open violation of the newly issued ordinances, became a candidate for the consulship without having held the inferior magistracies. With Pompeius there was effected, if not a cordial reconciliation, at any rate a compromise. Sulla, who knew his man sufficiently not to fear him, did not resent the impertinent remark which Pompeius uttered to his face, that more people concerned themselves with the rising than with the setting sun, and accorded to the vain youth the empty marks of honour to which his heart clung. If in this instance he appeared lenient, he showed on the other hand in the case of Ofella that he was not disposed to allow his marshals to take advantage of him. As soon as the latter had appeared unconstitutionally as candidate, Sulla had him cut down in the public marketplace, and then explained to the assembled citizens that the deed was done by his orders and the reason for doing it. So, this significant opposition of the staff to the new order of things was no doubt silenced for the present. But it continued to subsist and furnished the practical commentary on Sulla's saying that what he did on this occasion could not be done a second time, re-establishment of constitutional order. One thing still remained, perhaps the most difficult of all, to bring the exceptional state of things into accordance with the paths prescribed by the new or old laws. It was facilitated by the circumstance that Sulla never lost sight of this as his ultimate aim. Although the Valerian law gave him absolute power and gave to each of his ordinances the force of law, he had nevertheless availed himself of this extraordinary prerogative only in the case of measures which were of transient importance, and to take part in which would simply have uselessly compromised the Senate and burgesses, especially in the case of the proscriptions. Sulla resigns the regency. Ordinarily he had himself observed those regulations, which he prescribed for the future. That the people were consulted, we read in the law as to the quaestors, which is still in part extant, and the same is attested of other laws, for example the sumptuary law, and those regarding the confiscation of domains. In like manner the Senate was previously consulted in the more important administrative acts, such as in the sending forth and recall of the African army and in the conferring of the charters of towns. In the same spirit Sulla caused consuls to be elected even for 673, through which at least the odious custom of dating officially by the regency was avoided.
Nevertheless, the power still lay exclusively with the regent, and the election was directed so as to fall on secondary personages. But in the following year, Sulla revived the ordinary constitution in full efficiency and administered the state as consul in concert with his comrade in arms, Quintus Metellus, retaining the regency but allowing it for the time to lie dormant. He saw well how dangerous it was for his own very institutions to perpetuate the military dictatorship. When the new state of things seemed likely to hold its ground, and the largest and most important portion of the new arrangements had been completed, although various matters, particularly in colonization, still remained to be done, he allowed the elections for 675 to have free course, declined re-election to the consulship as incompatible with his own ordinances, and at the beginning of 675 resigned the regency, soon after the new consuls Publius Servilius and Appius Claudius had entered on office. Even callous hearts were impressed when the man who had hitherto dealt at his pleasure with the life and property of millions, at whose nod so many heads had fallen, who had mortal enemies dwelling in every street of Rome and in every town of Italy, and who without an ally of equal standing and even, strictly speaking, without the support of a fixed party had brought to an end his work of reorganizing the state, a work offending 1,000 interests and opinions, when this man appeared in the marketplace of the capital, voluntarily renounced his plenitude of power, discharged his armed attendants, dismissed his lictors, and summoned the dense throng of burgesses to speak, if anyone desired from him a reckoning. All was silent. Sulla descended from the rostra, and on foot, attended only by his friends, returned to his dwelling through the midst of that very populace which 8 years before had razed his house to the ground. Character of Sulla. Posterity has not justly appreciated either Sulla himself or his work of reorganization, as indeed it is wont to judge unfairly of persons who oppose themselves to the current of the times. In fact, Sulla is one of the most marvelous characters, we may even say a unique phenomenon, in history. Physically and mentally of sanguine temperament, blue-eyed, fair, of a complexion singularly white but blushing with every passionate emotion, though otherwise a handsome man with piercing eyes, he seemed hardly destined to be of more moment to the state than his ancestors, who since the days of his great-great-grandfather Publius Cornelius Rufinus, consul in 464-477, one of the most distinguished generals and at the same time the most ostentatious man of the times of Pyrrhus, had remained in second-rate positions. He desired from life nothing but serene enjoyment. Reared in the refinement of such cultivated luxury as was at that time naturalized even in the less wealthy senatorial families of Rome, he speedily and adroitly possessed himself of all the fullness of sensuous and intellectual enjoyments which the combination of Hellenic polish and Roman wealth could secure. He was equally welcome as a pleasant companion in the aristocratic saloon and as a good comrade in the tented field. His acquaintances, high and low, found in him a sympathizing friend and a ready helper in time of need, who gave his gold with far more pleasure to his embarrassed comrade than to his wealthy creditor. Passionate was his homage to the wine-cup, still more passionate to women. Even in his later years he was no longer the regent, when after the business of the day was finished he took his place at table. A vein of irony, we might perhaps say of buffoonery, pervaded his whole nature. Even when regent he gave orders, while conducting the public sale of the property of the proscribed, that a donation from the spoil should be given to the author of a wretched panegyric which was handed to him, on condition that the writer should promise never to sing his praises again. When he justified before the burgesses the execution of Ofella, he did so by relating to the people the fable of the countryman and the lice. He delighted to choose his companions among actors, and was fond of sitting at wine not only with Quintus Roscius, the Roman Talma, but also with far inferior players. Indeed, he was himself not a bad singer, and even wrote farces for performance within his own circle. Yet, amidst these jovial bacchanalia, he lost neither bodily nor mental vigour. In the rural leisure of his last years he was still zealously devoted to the chase, and the circumstance that he brought the writings of Aristotle from conquered Athens to Rome attests withal his interest in more serious reading. The specific type of Roman character rather repelled him.
Sulla had nothing of the blunt hauteur which the grandees of Rome were fond of displaying in presence of the Greeks, or of the pomposity of narrow-minded great men. On the contrary, he freely indulged his humour, appeared to the scandal doubtless of many of his countrymen in Greek towns in the Greek dress, or induced his aristocratic companions to drive their chariots personally at the games. He retained still less of those half-patriotic, half-selfish hopes which in countries of free constitution allure every youth of talent into the political arena, and which he too, like all others, probably at one time felt.
In such a life as his was, oscillating between passionate intoxication and more than sober awaking, illusions are speedily dissipated. Wishing and striving probably appeared to him folly, in a world which withal was absolutely governed by chance, and in which, if men were to strive after anything at all, this chance could be the only aim of their efforts. He followed the general tendency of the age in addicting himself at once to unbelief and to superstition. His whimsical credulity was not the plebeian superstition of Marius, who got a priest to prophesy to him for money and determined his actions accordingly. Still less was it the sullen belief of the fanatic in destiny. It was that faith in the absurd, which necessarily makes its appearance in every man who has out and out ceased to believe in a connected order of things, the superstition of the fortunate player who deems himself privileged by fate to throw on each and every occasion the right number. In practical questions, Sulla understood very well how to satisfy ironically the demands of religion. When he emptied the treasuries of the Greek temples, he declared that the man could never fail whose chest was replenished by the gods themselves. When the Delphic priests reported to him that they were afraid to send the treasures which he asked, because the harp of the god emitted a clear sound when they touched it, he returned the reply that they might now send them all the more readily, as the god evidently approved his design. Nevertheless, he fondly flattered himself with the idea that he was the chosen favourite of the gods, and in an altogether special manner of that goddess, to whom down to his latest years he assigned the preeminence Aphrodite. In his conversations as well as in his autobiography, he often plumed himself on the intercourse which the immortals held with him in dreams and omens. He had more right than most men to be proud of his achievements. He was not so, but he was proud of his uniquely faithful fortune. He was wont to say that every improvised enterprise turned out better with him than those which were systematically planned, and one of his strangest whims, that of regularly stating the number of those who had fallen on his side in battle as nil, was nothing but the childishness of a child of fortune. It was but the utterance of his natural disposition, when, having reached the culminating point of his career, and seeing all his contemporaries at a dizzy depth beneath him, he assumed the designation of the fortunate, Sulla Felix, as a formal surname, and bestowed corresponding appellations on his children. Sulla's political career. Nothing lay farther from Sulla than systematic ambition. He had too much sense to regard, like the average aristocrats of his time, the inscription of his name in the roll of the consuls as the aim of his life. He was too indifferent and too little of an ideologue to be disposed voluntarily to engage in the reform of the rotten structure of the state. He remained, where birth and culture placed him, in the circle of genteel society, and passed through the usual routine of offices. He had no occasion to exert himself,
and left such exertion to the political working bees, of whom there was in truth no lack. Thus, in 647, on the allotment of the questorial places, accident brought him to Africa to the headquarters of Gaius Marius. The untried man of fashion from the capital was not very well received by the rough, boorish general and his experienced staff. Provoked by this reception, Sulla, fearless and skilful as he was, rapidly made himself master of the profession of arms, and in his daring expedition to Mauritania first displayed that peculiar combination of audacity and cunning with reference to which his contemporaries said of him that he was half lion, half fox, and that the fox in him was more dangerous than the lion. To the young, high-born, brilliant officer, who was confessedly the real means of ending the vexatious Numidian War, the most splendid career now lay open. He took part also in the Cimbrian War, and manifested his singular talent for organization in the management of the difficult task of providing supplies.
Yet even now the pleasures of life in the capital had far more attraction for him than war or even politics. During his praetorship, which office he held in 661 after having failed in a previous candidature, it once more chanced that in his province, the least important of all, the first victory over King Mithradates and the first treaty with the mighty Arsacids, as well as their first humiliation, occurred. The civil war followed. It was Sulla, mainly, who decided the first act of it, the Italian insurrection, in favour of Rome, and thus won for himself the consulship by his sword. It was he, moreover, who, when consul, suppressed with energetic rapidity the Sulpician revolt. Fortune seemed to make it her business to eclipse the old hero Marius by means of this younger officer. The capture of Jugurtha, the vanquishing of Mithradates, both of which Marius had striven for in vain, were accomplished in subordinate positions by Sulla. In the social war, in which Marius lost his renown as a general and was deposed, Sulla established his military repute and rose to the consulship. The revolution of 666, which was at the same time and above all a personal conflict between the two generals, ended with the outlawry and flight of Marius. Almost without desiring it, Sulla had become the most famous general of his time and the shield of the oligarchy. New and more formidable crises ensued. The Mithridatic War, the Cinnan Revolution.
The star of Sulla continued always in the ascendant. Like the captain who seeks not to quench the flames of his burning ship but continues to fire on the enemy, Sulla, while the revolution was raging in Italy, persevered unshaken in Asia till the public foe was subdued. So soon as he had done with that foe, he crushed anarchy and saved the capital from the firebrands of the desperate Samnites and revolutionists. The moment of his return home was for Sulla an overpowering one in joy and in pain. He himself relates in his memoirs that during his first night in Rome he had not been able to close an eye, and we may well believe it. But still his task was not at an end. His star was destined to rise still higher. Absolute autocrat as was ever any king, and yet constantly abiding on the ground of formal right, he bridled the ultra-reactionary party, annihilated the Gracchan constitution which had for 40 years limited the oligarchy, and compelled first the powers of the capitalists and of the urban proletariat which had entered into rivalry with the oligarchy, and ultimately the arrogance of the sword which had grown up in the bosom of his own staff, to yield once more to the law which he strengthened afresh. He established the oligarchy on a more independent footing than ever, placed the magisterial power as a ministering instrument in its hands, committed to it the legislation, the courts, the supreme military and financial power, and furnished it with a sort of bodyguard in the liberated slaves and with a sort of army in the settled military colonists. Lastly, when the work was finished, the creator gave way to his own creation. The absolute autocrat became of his own accord once more a simple senator. In all this long military and political career, Sulla never lost a battle, was never compelled to retrace a single step, and led astray neither by friends nor by foes, brought his work to the goal which he had himself proposed. He had reason indeed to thank his star. The capricious goddess of fortune seemed in his case for once to have exchanged caprice for steadfastness, and to have taken a pleasure in loading her favourite with successes and honours, whether he desired them or not. But history must be more just towards him than he was towards himself, and must place him in a higher rank than that of the mere favourites of fortune. Sulla and his work. We do not mean that the Sullan constitution was a work of political genius, such as those of Gracchus and Caesar. There does not occur in it, as is indeed implied in its very nature as a restoration, a single new idea in statesmanship. All its most essential features, admission to the Senate by the holding of the quaestorship, the abolition of the censorial right to eject a senator from the Senate, the initiative of the Senate in legislation, the conversion of the tribunician office into an instrument of the Senate for fettering the imperium, the prolonging of the duration of the supreme office to 2 years, the transference of the command from the popularly elected magistrate to the senatorial proconsul or propraetor, and even the new criminal and municipal arrangements, were not created by Sulla, but
but were institutions which had previously grown out of the oligarchic government, and which he merely regulated and fixed. And even as to the horrors attaching to his restoration, the proscriptions and confiscations, are they, compared with the doings of Massacre, Popilius, Opimius, Caepio, and so on, anything else than the legal embodiment of the customary oligarchic mode of getting rid of opponents? On the Roman oligarchy of this period no judgment can be passed save one of inexorable and remorseless condemnation, and like everything else connected with it, the Sullan constitution is completely involved in that condemnation. To accord praise which the genius of a bad man bribes us into bestowing is to sin against the sacred character of history. But we may be allowed to bear in mind that Sulla was far less answerable for the Sullan restoration than the body of the Roman aristocracy,
which had ruled as a clique for centuries and had every year become more enervated and embittered by age, and that all that was hollow and all that was nefarious therein is ultimately traceable to that aristocracy. Sulla reorganized the state, not however as the master of the house who puts his shattered estate and household in order according to his own discretion, but as the temporary business manager who faithfully complies with his instructions. It is superficial and false in such a case to devolve the final and essential responsibility from the master upon the manager.
We estimate the importance of Sulla much too highly, or rather we dispose of those terrible proscriptions, ejections and restorations, for which there never could be and never was any reparation, on far too easy terms, when we regard them as the work of a bloodthirsty tyrant whom accident had placed at the head of the state. These and the terrorism of the Restoration were the deeds of the aristocracy, and Sulla was nothing more in the matter than, to use the poet's expression, the executioner's axe following the conscious thought as its unconscious instrument. Sulla carried out that part with rare, in fact superhuman perfection, but within the limits which it laid down for him, his working was not only grand but even useful. Never has any aristocracy deeply decayed and decaying still farther from day to day, such as was the Roman aristocracy of that time, found a guardian so willing and able as Sulla to wield for it the sword of the general and the pen of the legislator without any regard to the gain of power for himself. There is no doubt a difference between the case of an officer who refuses the sceptre from public spirit and that of one who throws it away from a cloyed appetite. But so far as concerns the total absence of political selfishness, although it is true in this one respect only, Sulla deserves to be named side by side with Washington. Value of the Sullan Constitution. But the whole country, and not the aristocracy merely, was more indebted to him than posterity was willing to confess. Sulla definitely terminated the Italian Revolution, insofar as it was based on the disabilities of individual less privileged districts as compared with others of better rights, and by compelling himself and his party to recognize the equality of the rights of all Italians in presence of the law, he became the real and final author of the full political unity of Italy, a gain which was not too dearly purchased by ever so many troubles and streams of blood. Sulla, however, did more. For more than half a century the power of Rome had been declining, and anarchy had been her permanent condition. For the government of the Senate with the Gracchan constitution was anarchy, and the government of Cinna and Carbo was a yet far worse illustration of the absence of a master hand, the sad image of which is most clearly reflected in that equally confused and unnatural league with the Samnites, the most uncertain, most intolerable, and most mischievous of all conceivable political conditions, in fact, the beginning of the end. We do not go too far when we assert that the long undermined Roman Commonwealth must have necessarily fallen to pieces had not Sulla, by his intervention in Asia and Italy, saved its existence. It is true that the constitution of Sulla had as little endurance as that of Cromwell, and it was not difficult to see that his structure was no solid one. But it is arrant thoughtlessness to overlook the fact that without Sulla most probably the very site of the building would have been swept away by the waves, and even the blame of its want of stability does not fall primarily on Sulla. The statesman builds only so much as in the sphere assigned to him he can build. What a man of conservative views could do to save the old constitution, Sulla did,
and he himself had a foreboding that, while he might doubtless erect a fortress, he would be unable to create a garrison, and that the utter worthlessness of the oligarchs would render any attempt to save the oligarchy vain. His constitution resembled a temporary dike thrown into the raging breakers. It was no reproach to the builder
if some 10 years afterwards the waves swallowed up a structure at variance with nature and not defended even by those whom it sheltered. The statesman has no need to be referred to highly commendable isolated reforms, such as those of the Asiatic revenue system and of criminal justice, that he may not summarily dismiss Sulla's ephemeral restoration. He will admire it as a reorganization of the Roman Commonwealth, judiciously planned and on the whole consistently carried out under infinite difficulties, and he will place the deliverer of Rome and the accomplisher of Italian unity below, but yet by the side of Cromwell, immoral and superficial nature of the Sullan restoration. It is not, however, the statesman alone who has a voice in judging the dead, and with justice outraged human feeling will never reconcile itself to what Sulla did or suffered others to do. Sulla not only established his despotic power by unscrupulous violence, but in doing so called things by their right name with a certain cynical frankness, through which he has irreparably offended the great mass of the weak-hearted who are more revolted at the name than at the thing, but through which, from the cool and dispassionate character of his crimes, he certainly appears to the moral judgment more revolting than the criminal acting from passion. Outlawries, rewards to executioners, confiscations of goods, summary procedure with insubordinate officers had occurred 100 times, and the obtuse political morality of ancient civilization had for such things only lukewarm censure. But it was unexampled that the names of the outlaws should be publicly posted up and their heads publicly exposed, that a set sum should be fixed for the bandits who slew them, and that it should be duly entered in the public account books, that the confiscated property should be brought to the hammer like the spoil of an enemy in the public market, that the general should order a refractory officer to be at once cut down and acknowledge the deed before all the people. This public mockery of humanity was also a political error. It contributed not a little to envenom later revolutionary crises beforehand, and on that account even now a dark shadow deservedly rests on the memory of the author of the proscriptions. Sulla may, moreover, be justly blamed that, while in all important matters he acted with remorseless vigour, in subordinate and more especially in personal questions, he very frequently yielded to his sanguine temperament and dealt according to his likings or dislikings. Wherever he really felt hatred, as for instance against the Marians, he allowed it to take its course without restraint even against the innocent, and boasted of himself that no one had better requited friends and foes. He did not disdain on occasion of his plenitude of power to accumulate a colossal fortune. The first absolute monarch of the Roman state, he verified the maxim of absolutism, that the laws do not bind the prince, forthwith in the case of those laws which he himself issued as to adultery and extravagance. But his lenity towards his own party and his own circle was more pernicious for the state than his indulgence towards himself. The laxity of his military discipline, although it was partly enjoined by his political exigencies, may be reckoned as coming under this category. But far more pernicious was his indulgence towards his political adherents. The extent of his occasional forbearance is hardly credible. For instance, Lasius Murena was not only released from punishment for defeats which he sustained through arrant perversity and insubordination, but was even allowed a triumph. Gnaeus Pompeius, who had behaved still worse, was still more extravagantly honoured by Sulla. The extensive range and the worst enormities of the proscriptions and confiscations probably arose not so much from Sulla's own wish as from this spirit of indifference, which in his position indeed was hardly more pardonable. That Sulla, with his intrinsically energetic and yet withal indifferent temperament, should conduct himself very variously, sometimes with incredible indulgence, sometimes with inexorable severity, may readily be conceived. The saying repeated 1,000 times that he was before his regency a good-natured, mild man, but when regent a bloodthirsty tyrant carries in it its own refutation. If he as regent displayed the reverse of his earlier gentleness,
It must rather be said that he punished with the same careless nonchalance with which he pardoned. This half-ironical frivolity pervades his whole political action. It is always as if the victor, just as it pleased him to call his merit in gaining victory good fortune, esteemed the victory itself of no value, as if he had a partial presentiment of the vanity and perishableness of his own work. As if, after the manner of a steward, he preferred making repairs to pulling down and rebuilding, and allowed himself in the end to be content with a sorry plastering to conceal the flaws. Sulla after his retirement. But, such as he was, this Don Juan of politics was a man of one mould. His whole life attests the internal equilibrium of his nature.
In the most diverse situations, Sulla remained unchangeably the same. It was the same temper which after the brilliant successes in Africa made him seek once more the idleness of the capital, and after the full possession of absolute power made him find rest and refreshment in his Cuman villa. In his mouth the saying that public affairs were a burden which he threw off so soon as he might and could was no mere phrase. After his resignation he remained entirely like himself, without peevishness and without affectation, glad to be rid of public affairs and yet interfering now and then when opportunity offered. Hunting and fishing and the composition of his memoirs occupied his leisure hours. By way of interlude he arranged, at the request of the discordant citizens, the internal affairs of the neighbouring colony of Puteoli, as confidently and speedily as he had formerly arranged those of the capital. His last action on his sickbed had reference to the collection of a contribution for the rebuilding of the Capitoline Temple, of which he was not allowed to witness the completion. That of Sulla, little more than a year after his retirement, in the 60th year of his life, while yet vigorous in body and mind, he was overtaken by death. After a brief confinement to a sickbed, he was writing at his autobiography 2 days even before his death. The rupture of a blood vessel carried him off. His faithful fortune did not desert him even in death. He could have no wish to be drawn once more into the disagreeable vortex of party struggles and to be obliged to lead his old warriors once more against a new revolution. Yet such was the state of matters at his death in Spain and in Italy that he could hardly have been spared this task had his life been prolonged. Even now, when it was suggested that he should have a public funeral in the capital, numerous voices there which had been silent in his lifetime were raised against the last honour which it was proposed to show to the tyrant. But his memory was still too fresh and the dread of his old soldiers too vivid. It was resolved that the body should be conveyed to the capital and that the obsequies should be celebrated there. His funeral. Italy never witnessed a grander funeral solemnity. In every place through which the deceased was borne in regal attire, with his well-known standards and fasces before him, the inhabitants, and above all his old soldiers, joined the mourning train. It seemed as if the whole army would once more meet round the hero in death, who had in life led it so often, and never except to victory. So the endless funeral procession reached the capital, where the courts kept holiday and all business was suspended, and 2,000 golden chaplets awaited the dead, the last honorary gifts of the faithful legions of the cities and of his more intimate friends. Sulla, faithful to the usage of the Cornelian house, had ordered that his body should be buried without being burnt, but others were more mindful than he was of what past days had done, and future days might do. By command of the Senate, the corpse of the man who had disturbed the bones of Marius from their rest in the grave was committed to the flames, headed by all the magistrates and the whole Senate, by the priests and priestesses in their official robes, and the band of noble youths in equestrian armour. The procession arrived at the great marketplace. At this spot, filled by his achievements and almost by the sound as yet of his dreaded words, the funeral oration was delivered over the deceased, and thence the bier was borne on the shoulders of senators to the Campus Martius, where the funeral pile was erected. While the flames were blazing, the equites and the soldiers held their race of honour round the corpse. The ashes of the regent were deposited in the Campus Martius beside the tombs of the old kings, and the Roman women mourned him for a year. The Commonwealth and its economy. External and internal bankruptcy of the Roman state.
We have traversed a period of 90 years, 40 years of profound peace, 50 of an almost constant revolution. It is the most inglorious epoch known in Roman history. It is true that the Alps were crossed both in an easterly and westerly direction, and the Roman arms reached in the Spanish peninsula as far as the Atlantic Ocean and in the Macedono-Grecian peninsula as far as the Danube. But the laurels thus gained were as cheap as they were barren. The circle of the extraneous peoples under the will, sway, dominion or friendship of the Roman burgesses was not materially extended. Men were content to realize the gains of a better age and to bring the communities annexed to Rome in laxer forms of dependence more and more into full subjection. Behind the brilliant screen of provincial reunions was concealed a very sensible decline of Roman power. While the whole ancient civilization was daily more and more distinctly embraced in the Roman state and embodied there in forms of more general validity, the nations excluded from it began simultaneously beyond the Alps and beyond the Euphrates to pass from defense to aggression. On the battlefields of Aquae Sextiae and Vercelli, of Chaeronea and Orchomenus, were heard the first peals of that thunderstorm, which the Germanic tribes and the Asiatic hordes were destined to bring upon the Italo-Grecian world, and the last dull rolling of which has reached almost to our own times. But in internal development also this epoch bears the same character. The old organization collapses irretrievably. The Roman Commonwealth was planned as an urban community, which through its free burgess body gave to itself rulers and laws, which was governed by these well-advised rulers within these legal limits with kingly freedom, and around which the Italian Confederacy, as an aggregate of free urban communities essentially homogeneous and cognate with the Roman, and the body of extra-Italian allies, as an aggregate of Greek free cities and barbaric peoples and principalities, both more superintended than domineered over by the community of Rome, formed a double circle. It was the final result of the revolution, and both parties, the nominally conservative as well as the democratic party, had cooperated towards it and concurred in it, that of this venerable structure, which at the beginning of the present epoch, though full of chinks and tottering, still stood erect. Not one stone was at its close left upon another. The holder of sovereign power was now either a single man or a close oligarchy, now of rank, now of riches. The burgesses had lost all legitimate share in the government. The magistrates were instruments without independence in the hands of the holder of power for the time being. The urban community of Rome had broken down by its unnatural enlargement. The Italian Confederacy had been merged in the urban community. The body of extra-Italian allies was in full course of being converted into a body of subjects. The whole organic classification of the Roman Commonwealth had gone to wreck, and nothing was left but a crude mass of more or less disparate elements. The prospect. The state of matters threatened to end in utter anarchy, and in the inward and outward dissolution of the state. The political movement tended thoroughly towards the goal of despotism. The only point still in dispute was whether the close circle of the families of rank, or the Senate of capitalists, or a monarch, was to be the despot. The political movement followed thoroughly the paths that led to despotism. The fundamental principle of a free commonwealth, that the contending powers should reciprocally confine themselves to indirect coercion, had become effete in the eyes of all parties alike, and on both sides the fight for power began to be carried on first by the bludgeon and soon by the sword. The revolution, at an end insofar as the old constitution was recognized by both sides as finally set aside, and the aim and method of the new political development were clearly settled, had yet up to this time discovered nothing but provisional solutions for this problem of the reorganization of the state. Neither the Gracchan nor the Sullan constitution of the community bore the stamp of finality. But the bitterest feature of this bitter time was that even hope and effort failed the clear-seeing patriot. The sun of freedom with all its endless store of blessings was constantly drawing nearer to its setting, and the twilight was settling over the very world that was still so brilliant. It was no accidental catastrophe which patriotism and genius might have warded off. It was ancient social evils. At the bottom of all, the ruin of the middle class by the slave proletariat, that brought destruction on the Roman Commonwealth.
The most sagacious statesman was in the plight of the physician to whom it is equally painful to prolong or to abridge the agony of his patient. Beyond doubt it was the better for the interests of Rome, the more quickly and thoroughly a despot set aside all remnants of the ancient free constitution,
and invented new forms and expressions for the moderate measure of human prosperity for which in absolutism there is room. The intrinsic advantage, which belonged to monarchy under the given circumstances as compared with any oligarchy, lay mainly in the very circumstance that such a despotism, energetic in pulling down and energetic in building up, could never be exercised by a collegiate board. But such calm considerations do not mould history. It is not reason, it is passion alone that builds for the future. The Romans had just to wait and to see how long their Commonwealth would continue unable to live and unable to die, and whether it would ultimately find its master and, so far as might be possible, its regenerator in a man of mighty gifts, or would collapse in misery and weakness. Finances of the state. It remains that we should notice the economic and social relations of the period before us, so far as we have not already done so.
Italian revenues. The finances of the state were from the commencement of this epoch substantially dependent on the revenues from the provinces. In Italy, the land tax, which had always occurred there merely as an extraordinary impost by the side of the ordinary domainal and other revenues, had not been levied since the Battle of Pydna, so that absolute freedom from land tax began to be regarded as a constitutional privilege of the Roman landowner. The royalties of the state, such as the salt monopoly and the right of coinage, were not now, at least if ever at all, treated as sources of income. The new tax on inheritance was allowed to fall into abeyance, or was perhaps directly abolished. Accordingly, the Roman exchequer drew from Italy, including Cisalpine Gaul, nothing but the produce of the domains, particularly of the Campanian territory and of the gold mines in the land of the Celts,
and the revenue from manumissions and from goods imported by sea into the Roman civic territory, not for the personal consumption of the importer. Both of these may be regarded essentially as taxes on luxury, and they certainly must have been considerably augmented by the extension of the field of Roman citizenship and at the same time of Roman customs dues to all Italy, probably including Cisalpine Gaul. Provincial revenues. In the provinces, the Roman state claimed directly as its private property. On the one hand, in the states annulled by martial law, the whole domain; on the other hand, in those states where the Roman government came in room of the former rulers, the landed property possessed by the latter. By virtue of this right, the territories of Leontini, Carthage, and Corinth, the domainal property of the kings of Macedonia, Pergamus, and Cyrene, the mines in Spain and Macedonia, were regarded as Roman domains, and in like manner with the territory of Capua, were leased by the Roman censors to private contractors in return for the delivery of a proportion of the produce or a fixed sum of money. We have already explained that Gaius Gracchus went still farther, claimed the whole land of the provinces as domain, and in the case of the province of Asia practically carried out this principle, inasmuch as he legally justified the decumae, scriptura, and vectigalia levied there on the ground of the Roman state's right of property in the land, pasture, and coasts of the province, whether these had previously belonged to the king or private persons. There do not appear to have been at this period any royalties from which the state derived profit as respected the provinces. The prohibition of the culture of the vine and olive in Transalpine Gaul did not benefit the state chest as such. On the other hand, direct and indirect taxes were levied to a great extent. The client states recognized as fully sovereign, such as the kingdoms of Numidia and Cappadocia, the allied states, Civitates Foederatae, of Rhodes, Messana, Tauromenium, Massilia, Gades, were legally exempt from taxation, and merely bound by their treaties to support the Roman Republic in times of war by regularly furnishing a fixed number of ships or men at their own expense, and, as a matter of course in case of need, by rendering extraordinary aid of any kind. Taxes. The rest of the provincial territory, on the other hand, even including the free cities, was throughout liable to taxation. The only exceptions were the cities invested with the Roman franchise, such as Narbo, and the communities on which immunity from taxation was specially conferred, civitates immunes,
such as centuripa in Sicily. The direct taxes consisted partly, as in Sicily and Sardinia, of a title to the tenth of the sheaves and other field producers of grapes and olives, or, if the land lay in pasture, to a corresponding scriptura, partly, as in Macedonia, Achaia, Cyrene, the greater part of Africa, the two Spains, and by Sulla's arrangements also in Asia, of a fixed sum of money to be paid annually by each community to Rome, stipendium, tributum. This amounted, for example, for all Macedonia to 600,000 denarii, £24,000, for the small island of Gyaros near Andros to 150 denarii, £6, 10 shillings, and was apparently on the whole low and less than the tax paid before the Roman rule. Those ground tenths and pasture monies the state farmed out to private contractors on condition of their paying fixed quantities of grain or fixed sums of money. With respect to the latter money payments, the state drew upon the respective communities and left it to these to assess the amount, according to the general principles laid down by the Roman government, on the persons liable, and to collect it from them. Customs.
The indirect taxes consisted, apart from the subordinate monies levied from roads, bridges, and canals, mainly of customs duties. The customs duties of antiquity were, if not exclusively, at any rate principally port dues, less frequently frontier dues, on imports and exports destined for sale, and were levied by each community in its ports and its territory at discretion. The Romans recognized this principle generally, insofar as their original customs domain did not extend farther than the range of the Roman franchise, and the limit of the customs was by no means coincident with the limits of the empire, so that a general imperial tariff was unknown. It was only by means of state treaty that a total exemption from customs dues in the client communities was secured for the Roman state, and in various cases at least favourable term for the Roman burgess. But in those districts which had not been admitted to alliance with Rome but were in the condition of subjects proper and had not acquired immunity, the customs fell as a matter of course to the proper sovereign, that is, to the Roman community. And in consequence of this, several larger regions within the empire were constituted as separate Roman customs districts, in which the several communities allied or privileged with immunity were marked off as exempt from Roman customs. Thus, Sicily, even from the Carthaginian period, formed a closed customs district, on the frontier of which a tax of 5% on the value was levied from all imports or exports. Thus, on the frontiers of Asia, there was levied in consequence of the Sempronian law a similar tax of 21%. In like manner, the province of Narbo, exclusively the domain of the Roman colony, was organized as a Roman customs district. This arrangement, besides its fiscal objects, may have been partly due to the commendable purpose of checking the confusion inevitably arising out of a variety of communal tolls by a uniform regulation of frontier dues. The levying of the customs, like that of the tenths, was without exception least to middlemen. Costs of collection. The ordinary burdens of Roman taxpayers were limited to these imposts. But we may not overlook the fact that the expenses of collection were very considerable, and the contributors paid an amount disproportionately great as compared with what the Roman government received. For, while the system of collecting taxes by middlemen, and especially by general lessees, is in itself the most expensive of all, in Rome effective competition was rendered extremely difficult in consequence of the slight extent to which the lettings were subdivided and the immense association of capital. Requisitions. To these ordinary burdens, however, fell to be added in the first place the requisitions which were made. The costs of military administration were in law defrayed by the Roman community. It provided the commandants of every province with the means of transport and all other requisites. It paid and provisioned the Roman soldiers in the province. The provincial communities had to furnish merely shelter, wood, hay, and similar articles free of cost to the magistrates and soldiers. In fact, the free towns were even ordinarily exempted from the winter quartering of the troops. Permanent camps were not yet known. If the governor therefore needed grain, ships, slaves to man them, linen, leather, money, or aught else, he was no doubt absolutely at liberty in time of war, nor was it far otherwise in time of peace,
to demand such supplies according to his discretion and exigencies from the subject communities or the sovereign protected states. But these supplies were, like the Roman land tax, treated legally as purchases or advances, and the value was immediately or afterwards made good by the Roman exchequer. Nevertheless, these requisitions became, if not in the theory of state law, at any rate practically, one of the most oppressive burdens of the provincials, and the more so that the amount of compensation was ordinarily settled by the government or even by the governor after a one-sided fashion. We meet indeed with several legislative restrictions on this dangerous right of requisition of the Roman superior magistrates. For instance, the rule already mentioned that in Spain there should not be taken from the country people by requisitions for grain more than the 20th sheaf, and that the price even of this should be equitably ascertained, the fixing of a maximum quantity of grain to be demanded by the governor for the wants of himself and his retinue, the previous adjustment of a definite and high rate of compensation for the grain which was frequently demanded at least from Sicily for the wants of the capital. But while by fixing such rules the pressure of those requisitions on the economy of the communities and of individuals in the province was doubtless mitigated here and there, it was by no means removed. In extraordinary crises this pressure unavoidably increased and often went beyond all bounds, for then, in fact, the requisitions not unfrequently assumed the form of a punishment imposed or that of voluntary contributions enforced, and compensation was thus wholly withheld. Thus, Sulla in 670 to 671 compelled the provincials of Asia Minor, who certainly had very gravely offended against Rome, to furnish to every common soldier quartered among them 40-fold pay, per day 16 denarii equals 11 shillings, to every centurion 75-fold pay, in addition to clothing and meals, along with the right to invite guests at pleasure.
Thus the same Sulla soon afterwards imposed a general contribution on the client and subject communities, in which case nothing, of course, was said of repayment. Local burdens. Further, the local public burdens are not to be left out of view. They must have been, comparatively, very considerable, for the costs of administration, the keeping of the public buildings in repair, and generally all civil expenses were borne by the local budget, and the Roman government simply undertook to defray the military expenses from their coffers. But even of this military budget, considerable items
were devolved on the communities, such as the expense of making and maintaining the non-Italian military roads, the costs of the fleets in the non-Italian seas, nay, even in great part the outlays for the army, inasmuch as the forces of the client states as well as those of the subjects were regularly liable to serve at the expense of their communities within their province, and began to be employed with increasing frequency even beyond it, Thracians in Africa, Africans in Italy and so on, at the discretion of the Romans. If the provinces only and not Italy paid direct taxes to the government, this was equitable in a financial if not in a political aspect, so long as Italy alone bore the burdens and expense of the military system. But from the time that this system was abandoned, the provincials were, in a financial point of view, decidedly overburdened. Extortions. Lastly, we must not forget the great chapter of injustice by which in manifold ways the Roman magistrates and farmers of the revenue augmented the burden of taxation on the provinces. Although every present which the governor took might be treated legally as an exaction, and even his right of purchase might be restricted by law, yet the exercise of his public functions offered to him, if he was disposed to do wrong, pretexts more than enough for doing so. The quartering of the troops, the free lodging of the magistrates and of the host of adjutants of senatorial or equestrian rank, of clerks, lictors, heralds, physicians and priests, the right which the messengers of the state had to be forwarded free of cost, the approval of and providing transport for the contributions payable in kind. Above all, the forced sales and the requisitions gave all magistrates opportunity to bring home princely fortunes from the provinces. And the plundering became daily more general, the more that the control of the government appeared to be worthless, and that of the capitalist courts to be in reality dangerous to the upright magistrate alone.
the institution of a standing commission regarding the exactions of magistrates in the provinces, occasioned by the frequency of complaints as to such cases in 605, and the laws as to extortion following each other so rapidly and constantly augmenting its penalties, show the daily increasing height of the evil, as the Nilometer shows the rise of the flood. Under all these circumstances, even a taxation moderate in theory might become extremely oppressive in its actual operation, and that it was so is beyond doubt, although the financial oppression, which the Italian merchants and bankers exercised over the provinces, was probably felt as a far heavier burden than the taxation with all the abuses that attached to it. Aggregate financial result. If we sum up, the income which Rome drew from the provinces was not properly a taxation of the subjects in the sense which we now attach to that expression, but rather in the main a revenue that may be compared with the Attic tributes, by means of which the leading state defrayed the expense of the military system which it maintained. This explains the surprisingly small amount of the gross as well as of the net proceeds. There exists a statement according to which the income of Rome, exclusive, it may be presumed, of the Italian revenues and of the grain delivered in kind to Italy by the decumani up to 691, amounted to not more than 200 millions of sesterces, £2 million. That is but 2/3 of the sum which the king of Egypt drew from his country annually. The proportion can only seem strange at the first glance. The Ptolemies turned to account the valley of the Nile as great plantation owners and drew immense sums from their monopoly of the commercial intercourse with the East. The Roman treasury was not much more than the joint military chest of the communities united under Rome's protection. The net produce was probably still less in proportion. The only provinces yielding a considerable surplus were perhaps Sicily, where the Carthaginian system of taxation prevailed, and more especially Asia from the time that Gaius Gracchus, in order to provide for his largesses of corn, had carried out the confiscation of the soil and a general domainal taxation there. According to manifold testimonies, the finances of the Roman state were essentially dependent on the revenues of Asia. The assertion sounds quite credible that the other provinces on an average cost nearly as much as they brought in. In fact, those which required a considerable garrison, such as the two Spains, Transalpine Gaul and Macedonia, probably often cost more than they yielded. On the whole, certainly the Roman treasury in ordinary times possessed a surplus, which enabled them amply to defray the expense of the buildings of the state and city, and to accumulate a reserve fund. But even the figures appearing for these objects, when compared with the wide domain of the Roman rule, attest the small amount of the net proceeds of the Roman taxes. In a certain sense, therefore, the old principle, equally honourable and judicious, that the political hegemony should not be treated as a privilege yielding profit, still governed the financial administration of the provinces as it had governed that of Rome in Italy. What the Roman community levied from its transmarine subjects was, as a rule, re-expended for the military security of the transmarine possessions. And if these Roman imposts fell more heavily on those who paid them than the earlier taxation, insofar as they were in great part expended abroad, the substitution, on the other hand, of a single ruler and a centralized military administration for the many petty rulers and armies involved a very considerable financial saving. It is true, however, that this principle of a previous better age came from the very first to be infringed and mutilated by the numerous exceptions which were allowed to prevail. The ground tenth levied by Hiero and Carthage in Sicily went far beyond the amount of an annual war contribution. With justice, moreover, Scipio Aemilianus says in Cicero that it was unbecoming for the Roman burgess body to be at the same time the ruler and the tax-gatherer of the nations. The appropriation of the customs dues was not compatible with the principle of disinterested hegemony, and the high rates of the customs as well as the vexatious mode of levying them were not fitted to allay the sense of the injustice thereby inflicted. Even as early probably as this period, the name of publican became synonymous among the Eastern peoples with that of rogue and robber. No burden contributed so much as this to make the Roman name offensive and odious, especially in the East. But when Gaius Gracchus and those who called themselves the Popular Party in Rome came to the helm, political sovereignty was declared in plain terms to be a right which entitled everyone who shared in it to a number of bushels of corn. The hegemony was converted into a direct ownership of the soil, and the most complete system of making the most of that ownership was not only introduced, but with shameless candour legally justified and proclaimed. It was certainly not a mere accident that the hardest lot in this respect fell precisely to the two least warlike provinces, Sicily and Asia. The finances and public buildings. An approximate measure of the condition of Roman finance at this period is furnished, in the absence of definite statements, first of all by the public buildings. In the first decades of this epoch, these were prosecuted on the greatest scale, and the construction of roads in particular had at no time been so energetically pursued. In Italy, the great southern highway of presumably earlier origin, which as a prolongation of the Appian road ran from Rome by way of Capua, Beneventum and Venusia to the ports of Tarentum and Brundisium, had attached to it a branch road from Capua to the Sicilian Straits, a work of Publius Popillius, consul in 622. On the east coast, where hitherto only the section from Fanum to Ariminum had been constructed as part of the Flaminian Highway, 229, the coast road was prolonged southward as far as Brundisium, northward by way of Atria on the Po as far as Aquileia, and the portion at least from Ariminum to Atria was formed by the Popillius just mentioned in the same year. The two great Etruscan highways, the coast or Aurelian road from Rome to Pisa and Luna, which was in course of formation in 631, and the Cassian road leading by way of Sutrium and Clusium to Arretium and Florentia, which seems not to have been constructed before 583, may as Roman public highways belong only to this age. About Rome itself new projects were not required, but the Mulvian bridge, Ponte Mol, by which the Flaminian road crossed the Tiber not far from Rome, was in 645 reconstructed of stone. Lastly, in northern Italy, which hitherto had possessed no other artificial road than the Flaminio Aemilian, terminating at Placentia, the great Postumian road was constructed in 606, which led from Genua by way of Dertona, where probably a colony was founded at the same time, and onward by way of Placentia, where it joined the Flaminio Aemilian road, and of Cremona and Verona to Aquileia, and thus connected the Tyrrhenian and Adriatic seas, to which was added the communication established in 645 by Marcus Aemilius Scaurus between Luna and Genua, which connected the Postumian road directly with Rome. Gaius Gracchus exerted himself in another way for the improvement of the Italian roads. He secured the due repair of the great rural roads by assigning, on occasion of his distribution of lands, pieces of ground alongside of the roads, to which was attached the obligation of keeping them in repair as an heritable burden. To him, moreover, or at any rate to the allotment commission, the custom of erecting milestones appears to be traceable, as well as that of marking the limits of fields by regular boundary stones. Lastly, he provided for good viae vicinales, with the view of thereby promoting agriculture. But of still greater moment was the construction of the imperial highways in the provinces, which beyond doubt began in this epoch. The Domitian highway, after long preparations, furnished a secure land route from Italy to Spain, and was closely connected with the founding of Aquae Sextiae and Narbo. The Gabinian and the Egnatian led from the principal places on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea, the former from Salona, the latter from Apollonia and Dyrrachium, into the interior. The network of roads laid out by Manius Aquilius immediately after the erection of the Asiatic province in 625 led from the capital Ephesus in different directions towards the frontier. Of the origin of these works no mention is to be found in the fragmentary tradition of this epoch, but they were nevertheless undoubtedly connected with the consolidation of the Roman rule in Gaul, Dalmatia, Macedonia, and Asia Minor, and came to be of the greatest importance for the centralization of the state and the civilizing of the subjugated barbarian districts. In Italy at least great works of drainage were prosecuted, as well as the formation of roads. In 594 the drying of the Pomptine marshes, a vital matter for central Italy, was set about with great energy and at least temporary success. In 645, the draining of the low-lying lands between Parma and Placentia was effected in connection with the construction of the North Italian highway. Moreover, the government did much for the Roman aqueducts, as indispensable for the health and comfort of the capital as they were costly. Not only were the two that had been in existence since the years 442 and 492, the Appian and the Anio aqueducts, thoroughly repaired in 610, but two new ones were formed. The Marcian in 610, which remained afterwards unsurpassed for the excellence and abundance of the water, and the Topula, as it was called, 19 years later. The power of the Roman exchequer to execute great operations by means of payments in pure cash without making use of the system of credit is very clearly shown by the way in which the Marcian aqueduct was created. The sum required for it of 180 million sesterces, in gold nearly £2 million, was raised and applied within 3 years.
This leads us to infer a very considerable reserve in the treasury. In fact, at the very beginning of this period, it amounted to almost £860,000 and was doubtless constantly on the increase. All these facts taken together certainly lead to the inference that the position of the Roman finances at this epoch was on the whole favourable.
Only we may not, in a financial point of view, overlook the fact that, while the government during the 2 earlier thirds of this period executed splendid and magnificent buildings, it neglected to make other outlays at least as necessary. We have already indicated how unsatisfactory were its military provisions. The frontier countries and even the valley of the Po were pillaged by barbarians, and bands of robbers made havoc in the interior even of Asia Minor, Sicily, and Italy. The fleet even was totally neglected. There was hardly any longer a Roman vessel of war, and the war vessels, which the subject cities were required to build and maintain, were not sufficient, so that Rome was not only absolutely unable to carry on a naval war, but was not even in a position to check the trade of piracy. In Rome itself, a number of the most necessary improvements were left untouched, and the river buildings in particular were singularly neglected. The capital still possessed no other bridge over the Tiber than the primitive wooden gangway, which led over the Tiber island to the Janiculum. The Tiber was still allowed to lay the streets every year under water and to demolish houses and in fact not unfrequently whole districts without anything being done to strengthen the banks. Mighty as was the growth of transmarine commerce, the roadstead of Ostia, already by nature bad, was allowed to become more and more sanded up. A government which under the most favourable circumstances, and in an epoch of 40 years of peace abroad and at home neglected such duties, might easily allow taxes to fall into abeyance and yet obtain an annual surplus of income over expenditure and a considerable reserve. But such a financial administration by no means deserves commendation for its mere semblance of brilliant results, but rather merits the same censure in respect of laxity, want of unity in management, mistaken flattery of the people, as falls to be brought in every other sphere of political life against the senatorial government of this epoch. The finances in the Revolution. The financial condition of Rome, of course, assumed a far worse aspect when the storms of revolution set in. The new and, even in a mere financial point of view, extremely oppressive burden imposed upon the state by the obligation under which Gaius Gracchus placed it to furnish corn at nominal rates to the burgesses of the capital was certainly counterbalanced at first by the newly opened sources of income in the province of Asia. Nevertheless, the public buildings seem from that time to have almost come to a standstill, while the public works, which can be shown to have been constructed from the Battle of Pydna down to the time of Gaius Gracchus, were numerous. From the period after 632, there is scarcely mention of any other than the projects of bridges, roads, and drainage, which Marcus Aemilius Scaurus organized as censor in 645. It must remain a moot point whether this was the effect of the largesses of grain, or, as is perhaps more probable, the consequence of the system of increased savings, such as befitted a government which became daily more and more a rigid oligarchy, and such as is indicated by the statement that the Roman reserve reached its highest point in 663. The terrible storm of insurrection and revolution, in combination with the 5 years' deficit of the revenues of Asia Minor, was the first serious trial to which the Roman finances were subjected after the Hannibalic War. They failed to sustain it. Nothing perhaps so clearly marks the difference of the times as the circumstance that in the Hannibalic War it was not till the 10th year of the struggle, when the burgesses were almost sinking under taxation, that the reserve was touched, whereas the social war was from the first supported by the balance in hand, and when this was expended after 2 campaigns to the last penny, they preferred to sell by auction the public sites in the capital and to seize the treasures of the temples rather than levy a tax on the burgesses. The storm, however, severe as it was, passed over. Sulla,
at the expense doubtless of enormous economic sacrifices imposed on the subjects and Italian revolutionists in particular, restored order to the finances and, by abolishing the largesses of corn and retaining, although in a reduced form, the Asiatic revenues, secured for the Commonwealth a satisfactory economic condition, at least in the sense of the ordinary expenditure remaining far below the ordinary income. Private economics. Agriculture. In the private economics of this period, hardly any new feature emerges. The advantages and disadvantages formerly set forth as incident to the social circumstances of Italy were not altered, but merely farther and more distinctly developed.
in agriculture, we have already seen that the growing power of Roman capital was gradually absorbing the intermediate and small landed estates in Italy, as well as in the provinces, as the sun sucks up the drops of rain. The government not only looked on without preventing, but even promoted this injurious division of the soil by particular measures,
especially by prohibiting the production of wine and oil beyond the Alps, with a view to favour the great Italian landlords and merchants. It is true that both the opposition and the section of the conservatives that entered into ideas of reform worked energetically to counteract the evil. The two Gracchi, by carrying out the distribution of almost the whole domain land, gave to the state 80,000 new Italian farmers. Sulla, by settling 120,000 colonists in Italy, filled up at least in part the gaps which the revolution and he himself had made in the ranks of the Italian yeomen. But when a vessel is emptying itself by constant efflux, the evil is to be remedied not by pouring in even considerable quantities, but only by the establishment of a constant influx or remedy, which was on various occasions attempted, but not with success. In the provinces, not even the smallest effort was made to save the farmer class there from being bought out by the Roman speculators. The provincials, forsooth, were merely men and not a party. The consequence was that even the rents of the soil beyond Italy flowed more and more to Rome. Moreover, the plantation system, which about the middle of this epoch had already gained the ascendant even in particular districts of Italy such as Etruria, had, through the cooperation of an energetic and methodical management and abundant pecuniary resources, attained to a state of high prosperity after its kind. The production of Italian wine in particular, which was artificially promoted partly by the opening of forced markets in a portion of the provinces, partly by the prohibition of foreign wines in Italy, as expressed for instance in the sumptuary law of 593, attained very considerable results. The Arminian and Falernian wine began to be named by the side of the Thasian and Chian, and the Opimian wine of 633, the Roman vintage 11, was long remembered after the last jar was exhausted. Trades of trades and manufactures. There is nothing to be said except that the Italian nation in this respect persevered in an inaction bordering on barbarism. They destroyed the Corinthian factories, the depositories of so many valuable industrial traditions, not however that they might establish similar factories for themselves, but that they might buy up at extravagant prices such Corinthian vases of earthenware or copper and similar antique works as were preserved in Greek houses. The trades that were still somewhat prosperous, such as those connected with building, were productive of hardly any benefit for the Commonwealth, because here too the system of employing slaves in every more considerable undertaking intervened. In the construction of the Marcian aqueduct, for instance, the government concluded contracts for building and materials simultaneously with 3,000 master tradesmen, each of whom then performed the work contracted for with his band of slaves. Money dealing and commerce. The most brilliant,
or rather the only brilliant side of Roman private economics, was money dealing and commerce. First of all stood the leasing of the domains and of the taxes, through which a large, perhaps the larger, part of the income of the Roman state flowed into the pockets of the Roman capitalists. The money dealings, moreover, throughout the range of the Roman state, were monopolized by the Romans. Every penny circulated in Gaul, it is said in a writing issued soon after the end of this period, passes through the books of the Roman merchants, and so it was doubtless everywhere. The cooperation of rude economic conditions and of the unscrupulous employment of Rome's political ascendancy for the benefit of the private interests of every wealthy Roman rendered a usurious system of interest universal, as is shown, for example, by the treatment of the war tax imposed by Sulla on the province of Asia in 670, which the Roman capitalists advanced. It swelled with paid and unpaid interest within 14 years to sixfold its original amount. The communities had to sell their public buildings, their works of art and jewels. Parents had to sell their grown-up children in order to meet the claims of the Roman creditor. It was no rare occurrence for the debtor to be not merely subjected to moral torture, but directly placed upon the rack. To these sources of gain fell to be added the wholesale traffic. The exports and imports of Italy were very considerable. The former consisted chiefly of wine and oil, with which Italy and Greece almost exclusively, for the production of wine in the Massiliot and Turdetanian territories can at that time have been but small, supplied the whole region of the Mediterranean. Italian wine was sent in considerable quantities to the Balearic Islands and Celtiberia, to Africa, which was merely a corn and pasture country, to Narbo, and into the interior of Gaul. Still more considerable was the import to Italy, where at that time all luxury was concentrated, and whither most articles of luxury for food, drink or clothing, ornaments, books, household furniture, works of art were imported by sea. The traffic in slaves, above all, received through the ever-increasing demand of the Roman merchants an impetus to which no parallel had been known in the region of the Mediterranean, and which stood in the closest connection with the flourishing of piracy. All lands and all nations were laid under contribution for slaves, but the places where they were chiefly captured were Syria and the interior of Asia Minor. Ostia, Puteoli. In Italy, the transmarine imports were chiefly concentrated in the two great emporia on the Tyrrhene Sea, Ostia and Puteoli. The grain destined for the capital was brought to Ostia, which was far from having a good roadstead, but, as being the nearest port to Rome, was the most appropriate mart for less valuable wares, whereas the traffic in luxuries with the East was directed mainly to Puteoli, which recommended itself by its good harbour for ships with valuable cargoes, and presented to merchants a market in its immediate neighbourhood little inferior to that of the capital, the district of Baiae, which came to be more and more filled with villas. For a long time this latter traffic was conducted through Corinth, and after its destruction through Delos, and in this sense accordingly Puteoli is called by Lucilius the Italian Little Delos. But after the catastrophe which befell Delos in the Mithradatic War, and from which it never recovered, the Puteolans entered into direct commercial connections with Syria and Alexandria, and their city became more and more decidedly the first seat of transmarine commerce in Italy. But it was not merely the gain which was made by the Italian exports and imports that fell mainly to the Italians. At Narbo they competed in the Celtic trade with the Massiliots, and in general it admits of no doubt that the Roman merchants to be met with everywhere, floating or settled, took to themselves the best share of all speculations. Capitalist oligarchy. Putting together these phenomena, we recognize as the most prominent feature in the private economy of this epoch the financial oligarchy of Roman capitalists standing alongside of and on a par with the political oligarchy. In their hands were united the rents of the soil of almost all Italy and of the best portions of the provincial territory, the proceeds at usury of the capital monopolized by them, the commercial gain from the whole empire, and lastly, a very considerable part of the Roman state revenue in the form of profits accruing from the lease of that revenue. The daily increasing accumulation of capital is evident in the rise of the average rate of wealth. 3 million sesterces, £30,000, was now a moderate senatorial. 2 million, £20,000, was a decent equestrian fortune. The property of the wealthiest man of the Gracchus age, Publius Crassus Consul in 623, was estimated at 100 million sesterces, £1 million. It is no wonder
that this capitalist order exercised a preponderant influence on external policy, that it destroyed out of commercial rivalry Carthage and Corinth as the Etruscans had formerly destroyed Eulalia and the Syracusans Caere, that it, in spite of the Senate, upheld the colony of Narbo. It is likewise no wonder that this capitalist oligarchy engaged in earnest and often victorious competition with the oligarchy of the nobles in internal politics. But it is also no wonder that ruined men of wealth put themselves at the head of bands of revolted slaves and rudely reminded the public that the transition is easy from the haunts of fashionable debauchery to the robber's cave. It is no wonder that that financial Tower of Babel, with its foundation not purely economic but borrowed from the political ascendancy of Rome, tottered at every serious political crisis nearly in the same way as our very similar fabric of a paper currency. The great financial crisis, which in consequence of the Italo-Asiatic commotions of 664 F
set in upon the Roman capitalist class, the bankruptcy of the state and of private persons, the general depreciation of landed property and of partnership shares, can no longer be traced out in detail, but their general nature and their importance are placed beyond doubt by their results. The murder of the praetor by a band of creditors, the attempt to eject from the Senate all the senators not free of debt, the renewal of the maximum of interest by Sulla, the cancelling of 75% of all debts by the Revolutionary Party. The consequence of this system was naturally general impoverishment and depopulation in the provinces, whereas the parasitic population of migratory or temporarily settled Italians was everywhere on the increase. In Asia Minor, 80,000 men of Italian origin are said to have perished in one day. How numerous they were in Delos is evident from the tombstones still extant on the island, and from the statement that 20,000 foreigners, mostly Italian merchants, were put to death there by command of Mithradates. In Africa, the Italians were so many that even the Numidian town of Cirta could be defended mainly by them against Jugurtha. Gaul, too, it is said, was filled with Roman merchants. In the case of Spain alone, perhaps not accidentally, no statements of this sort are found. In Italy itself, on the other hand, the condition of the free population at this epoch had on the whole beyond doubt retrograded. To this result, certainly the civil wars essentially contributed, which, according to statements of a general kind and but little trustworthy, are alleged to have swept away from 100,000 to 150,000 of the Roman burgesses and 300,000 of the Italian population generally. But still worse was the effect of the economic ruin of the middle class and of the boundless extent of the mercantile emigration which induced a great portion of the Italian youth to spend their most vigorous years abroad. A compensation of very dubious value was afforded by the free parasitic Helleno-Oriental population, which sojourned in the capital as diplomatic agents for kings or communities, as physicians, schoolmasters, priests, servants, parasites, and in the myriad employments of sharpers and swindlers, or, as traders and mariners, frequented especially Ostia, Puteoli, and Brundisium. Still more hazardous was the disproportionate increase of the multitude of slaves in the peninsula. The Italian burgesses by the census of 684 numbered 910,000 men capable of bearing arms, to which number, in order to obtain the amount of the free population in the peninsula, those accidentally passed over in the census, the Latins in the district between the Alps and the Po, and the foreigners domiciled in Italy, have to be added, while the Roman burgesses domiciled abroad are to be deducted. It will therefore be scarcely possible to estimate the free population of the peninsula at more than from 6 to 7 millions. If its whole population at this time was equal to that of the present day, we should have to assume accordingly a mass of slaves amounting to 13 or 14 millions. It needs, however, no such fallacious calculations to render the dangerous tension of this state of things apparent. This is loudly enough attested by the partial servile insurrections, and by the appeal which from the beginning of the revolutions was at the close of every outbreak addressed to the slaves, to take up arms against their masters, and to fight out their liberty. If we conceive of England with its lords, its squires, and above all its city, but with its freeholders and lessees converted into proletarians, and its labourers and sailors converted into slaves, we shall gain an approximate image of the population of the Italian peninsula in those days. The economic relations of this epoch are clearly mirrored to us even now in the Roman monetary system. Its treatment shows throughout the sagacious merchant. For long, gold and silver stood side by side as general means of payment on such a footing that, while for the purpose of general cash balances a fixed ratio of value was legally laid down between the two metals, the giving one metal for the other was not, as a rule, optional. But payment was to be in gold or silver according to the tenor of the bond. In this way the great evils were avoided that are otherwise inevitably associated with the setting up of two precious metals, the severe gold crises, as about 600 for instance, when in consequence of the discovery of the Tauruscan gold seams, gold as compared with silver fell at once in Italy about 33 1/3%, exercised at least no direct influence on the silver money and retail transactions. The nature of the case implied that the more transmarine traffic extended, gold the more decidedly rose from the second place to the first, and that it did so is confirmed by the statements as to the balances in the treasury and as to its transactions. But the government was not thereby induced to introduce gold into the coinage. The coining of gold attempted in the exigency of the Hannibalic War had been long allowed to fall into abeyance. The few gold pieces which Sulla struck as regent were scarcely more than pieces coined for the occasion of his triumphal presence. Silver still as before circulated exclusively as actual money. Gold, whether it, as was usual, circulated in bars or bore the stamp of a foreign or possibly even of an inland mint, was taken solely by weight. Nevertheless, gold and silver were on a par as means of exchange, and the fraudulent alloying of gold was treated in law, like the issuing of spurious silver money, as a monetary offence.
They thus obtained the immense advantage of precluding, in the case of the most important medium of payment, even the possibility of monetary fraud and monetary adulteration. Otherwise, the coinage was as copious as it was of exemplary purity. After the silver piece had been reduced in the Hannibalic War from 1/72 to 1/84 of a pound, it retained for more than 3 centuries quite the same weight and the same quality. No alloying took place. The copper money became about the beginning of this period quite restricted to small change and ceased to be employed as formerly in large transactions. For this reason, the as was no longer coined after perhaps the beginning of the 7th century, and the copper coinage was confined to the smaller values of a semies, 1/4 pence, and under, which could not well be represented in silver. The sorts of coins were arranged according to a simple principle, and in the then smallest coin of the ordinary issue, the quadrans, 1/8 pence, carried down to the limit of appreciable value. It was a monetary system which, for the judicious principles on which it was based and for the iron rigour with which they were applied, stands alone in antiquity and has been but rarely paralleled even in modern times. Yet it had also its weak point. According to a custom common in all antiquity but which reached its highest development at Carthage, the Roman government issued along with the good silver, denarii also, denarii of copper plated with silver, which had to be accepted like the former, and were just a token money analogous to our paper currency, with compulsory circulation and recourse on the public chest, inasmuch as it also was not entitled to reject the plated pieces. This was no more an official adulteration of the coinage than our manufacture of paper money, for they practiced the thing quite openly. Marcus Drusus proposed in 663 with the view of gaining the means for his largesses of grain, the sending forth of one plated denarius for every 7 silver ones issuing fresh from the mint. Nevertheless, this measure not only offered a dangerous handle to private forgery, but designedly left the public uncertain whether it was receiving silver or token money, and to what total amount the latter was in circulation. In the embarrassed period of the Civil War and of the great financial crisis, they seem to have so unduly availed themselves of plating that a monetary crisis accompanied the financial one, and the quantity of spurious and really worthless pieces rendered dealings extremely insecure. Accordingly, during the Cinnan government, an enactment was passed by the praetors and tribunes, primarily by Marcus Marius Gratidianus, for redeeming all the token money by silver, and for that purpose an assay office was established. How far the calling in was accomplished, tradition has not told us. The coining of token money itself continued to subsist. As to the provinces, in accordance with the setting aside of gold money on principle, the coining of gold was nowhere permitted, not even in the client states, so that a gold coinage at this period occurs only where Rome had nothing at all to say,
especially among the Celts to the north of the Cevennes and among the states in revolt against Rome. The Italians, for instance, as well as Mithradates Eupator, struck gold coins. The government seems to have made efforts to bring the coinage of silver also more and more into its hands, particularly in the west.
In Africa and Sardinia, the Carthaginian gold and silver money may have remained in circulation even after the fall of the Carthaginian state, but no coinage of precious metals took place there after either the Carthaginian or the Roman standard, and certainly very soon after the Romans took possession. The denarius introduced from Italy acquired the predominance in the transactions of the two countries. In Spain and Sicily, which came earlier to the Romans and experienced altogether a milder treatment, silver was no doubt coined under the Roman rule, and indeed in the former country the silver coinage was first called into existence by the Romans and based on the Roman standard. But there exist good grounds for the supposition that even in these two countries, at least from the beginning of the 7th century, the provincial and urban mints were obliged to restrict their issues to copper small money. Only in Narbonese Gaul, the right of coining silver could not be withdrawn from the old allied and considerable free city of Massilia, and the same was presumably true of the Greek cities in Illyria, Apollonia, and Dyrrhachium.
But the privilege of these communities to coin money was restricted indirectly by the fact that the 3/4 denarius, which by ordinance of the Roman government was coined both at Massilia and in Illyria, and which had been under the name of victoriatus received into the Roman monetary system, was about the middle of the 7th century set aside in the latter. The effect of which necessarily was that the Massiliot and Illyrian currency was driven out of Upper Italy and only remained in circulation, over and above its native field, perhaps in the regions of the Alps and the Danube. Such progress had thus been made already in this epoch, that the standard of the denarius exclusively prevailed in the whole western division of the Roman state. For Italy, Sicily, of which it is as respects the beginning of the next period expressly attested that no other silver money circulated there but the denarius, Sardinia, Africa used exclusively Roman silver money, and the provincial silver still current in Spain, as well as the silver money of the Massiliots and Illyrians, were at least struck after the standard of the denarius. It was otherwise in the East. Here, where the number of the states coining money from olden times and the quantity of native coin in circulation were very considerable, the denarius did not make its way into wider acceptance, although it was perhaps declared a legal tender. On the contrary, either the previous monetary standard continued in use, as in Macedonia, for instance, which still as a province, although partially adding the names of the Roman magistrates to that of the country, struck its Attic tetradrachmae and certainly employed in substance no other money, or a peculiar money standard corresponding to the circumstances was introduced under Roman authority, as on the institution of the province of Asia, when a new stater, the Sistophorus as it was called, was prescribed by the Roman government and was thenceforth struck by the district capitals there under Roman superintendence. This essential diversity between the Occidental and Oriental systems of currency came to be of the greatest historical importance. The Romanizing of the subject lands found one of its mightiest levers in the adoption of Roman money, and it was not through mere accident that what we have designated at this epoch as the field of the denarius became afterwards the Latin, while the field of the drachma became afterwards the Greek, half of the empire. Still, at the present day, the former field substantially represents the sum of Romanic culture, whereas the latter has severed itself from European civilization. It is easy to form a general conception of the aspect which under such economic conditions the social relations must have assumed, but to follow out in detail the increase of luxury, of prices, of fastidiousness and frivolity is neither pleasant nor instructive.
Extravagance and sensuous enjoyment formed the main object with all, among the Parvenus as well as among the Licinii and Metelli. Not the polished luxury which is the acme of civilization, but that sort of luxury which had developed itself amidst the decaying Hellenic civilization of Asia Minor and Alexandria, which degraded everything beautiful and significant to the purpose of decoration and studied enjoyment with a laborious pedantry, a precise punctiliousness, rendering it equally nauseous to the man of fresh feeling as to the man of fresh intellect. As to the popular festivals, the importation of transmarine wild beasts prohibited in the time of Cato was, apparently about the middle of this century, formally permitted anew by a decree of the burgesses proposed by Gnaeus Aufidius. The effect of which was that animal hunts came into enthusiastic favour and formed a chief feature of the burgess festivals. Several lions first appeared in the Roman arena about 651, the first elephants about 655. Sulla, when praetor, exhibited 100 lions in 661. The same holds true of gladiatorial games. If the forefathers had publicly exhibited representations of great battles, their grandchildren began to do the same with their gladiatorial games, and by means of such leading or state performances of the age to make themselves a laughing-stock to their descendants. What sums were spent on these and on funeral solemnities generally may be inferred from the testament of Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, consul in 567, 579, 602. He gave orders to his children, forasmuch as the true last honours consisted not in empty pomp, but in the remembrance of personal and ancestral services, to expend on his funeral not more than 1,000,000 asses, £4,000. Luxury was on the increase also as respected buildings and gardens. The splendid town-house of the orator Crassus, famous especially for the old trees of its garden, was valued with the trees at 6,000,000 sesterces, £60,000, without them at the half, while the value of an ordinary dwelling-house in Rome may be estimated perhaps at 60,000 sesterces, £600. How quickly the prices of ornamental estates increased is shown by the instance of the Mycenaean villa, for which Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, paid 75,000 sesterces, £750, and Lucius Lucullus, consul in 680, 33 times that price. The villas and the luxurious rural and sea-bathing life rendered Baiae and generally the district around the Bay of Naples the El Dorado of noble idleness. Games of hazard, in which the stake was no longer as in the Italian dice-playing a trifle, became common, and as early as 639 a censorial edict was issued against them. Gauze fabrics which displayed rather than concealed the figure and silken clothing began to displace the old woolen dresses among women and even among men. Against the insane extravagance in the employment of foreign perfumery, the sumptuary laws interfered in vain. But the real focus in which the brilliance of this genteel life was concentrated was the table. Extravagant prices, as much as 100,000 sesterces, £1,000, were paid for an exquisite cook. Houses were constructed with special reference to this object, and the villas in particular along the coast were provided with salt-water tanks of their own, in order that they might furnish marine fishes and oysters at any time fresh to the table. A dinner was already described as poor, at which the fowls were served up to the guests entire and not merely the choice portions, and at which the guests were expected to eat of the several dishes and not simply to taste them. They procured at a great expense foreign delicacies and Greek wine, which had to be sent round at least once at every respectable repast. At banquets, above all, the Romans displayed their hosts of slaves ministering to luxury, their bands of musicians, their dancing girls, their elegant furniture, their carpets glittering with gold or pictorially embroidered, their purple hangings, their antique bronzes, their rich silver plate. Against such displays, the sumptuary laws were primarily directed, which were issued more frequently, 593, 639, 665, 673, and in greater detail than ever. A number of delicacies and wines were therein totally prohibited. For others, a maximum in weight and price was fixed. The quantity of silver plate was likewise restricted by law, And lastly, general maximum rates were prescribed for the expenses of ordinary and festal meals. These, for example,
were fixed in 593 at 10 and 100 sesterces, 2 shillings and 1 pound, in 673 at 30 and 300 sesterces, 6 shillings and 3 pounds, respectively. Unfortunately, truth requires us to add that, of all the Romans of rank, not more than 3, and these not including the legislators themselves, are said to have complied with these imposing laws. And in the case of these 3, it was the law of the stoa, and not that of the state, that curtailed the bill of fare. It is worthwhile to dwell for a moment on the luxury that went on increasing in defiance of these laws as respects silver plate. In the 6th century, silver plate for the table was, with the exception of the traditionary silver salt dish, a rarity. The Carthaginian ambassadors jested over the circumstance that at every house to which they were invited they had encountered the same silver plate. Scipio Aemilianus possessed not more than £32, £120 in wrought silver. His nephew Quintus Fabius, consul in 633, first brought his plate up to £1,000, £4,000. Marcus Drusus, tribune of the people in 663, reached £10,000, £40,000. In Sulla's time there were already counted in the capital about 150 silver state dishes weighing £100 each, several of which brought their possessors into the lists of proscription. To judge of the sums expended on these, we must recollect that the workmanship also was paid for at enormous rates. For instance, Gaius Gracchus paid for choice articles of silver 15 times, and Lucius Crassus, consul in 659, 18 times the value of the metal, and the latter gave for a pair of cups by a noted silversmith 100,000 sesterces, £1,000. So it was in proportion everywhere. How it fared with marriage and the rearing of children is shown by the Graccan agrarian laws, which first placed a premium on these. Divorce, formerly in Rome almost unheard of, was now an everyday occurrence. While in the oldest Roman marriage the husband had purchased his wife, it might have been proposed to the Romans of quality in the present times that with the view of bringing the name into accordance with the reality, they should introduce marriage for hire. Even a man like Metellus Macedonicus, who for his honourable domestic life and his numerous host of children was the admiration of his contemporaries, when censor in 623 enforced the obligation of the burgesses to live in a state of matrimony by describing it as an oppressive public burden which patriots ought nevertheless to undertake from a sense of duty. There were certainly exceptions. The circles of the rural towns, and particularly those of the larger landholders, had preserved more faithfully the old honourable habits of the Latin nation. In the capital, however, the Catonian opposition had become a mere form of words. The modern tendency bore sovereign sway, and though individuals of firm and refined organization, such as Scipio Aemilianus, knew the art of combining Roman manners with Attic culture, Hellenism was among the great multitude synonymous with intellectual and moral corruption. We must never lose sight of the reaction exercised by these social evils on political life if we would understand the Roman Revolution. It was no matter of indifference, that of the 2 men of rank, who in 662 acted as supreme masters of morals to the community. The one publicly reproached the other with having shed tears over the death of a Muraena, the pride of his fish pond, and the latter retaliated on the former that he had buried 3 wives and had shed tears over none of them. It was no matter of indifference that in 593 an orator could make sport in the open forum with the following description of a senatorial civil juryman whom the time fixed for the cause finds amidst the circle of his boon companions. They play at hazard, delicately perfumed, surrounded by their mistresses. As the afternoon advances, they summon the servant and bid him make inquiries on the comitium as to what has occurred in the forum, who has spoken in favour of or against the new project of law, what tribes have voted for, and what against it. At length they go themselves to the judgment seat, just early enough not to bring the process down on their own neck. On the way there is no opportunity in any retired alley which they do not avail themselves of, for they have gorged themselves with wine. Reluctantly they come to the tribunal and give audience to the parties. Those who are concerned bring forward their cause.
The juryman orders the witnesses to come forward. He himself steps aside. When he returns, he declares that he has heard everything and asks for the documents. He looks into the writings. He can hardly keep his eyes open for wine. When he thereupon withdraws to consider his sentence, he says to his boon companions, "What concern have I with these tiresome people? Why should we not rather go to drink a cup of mulsa mixed with Greek wine, and accompany it with a fat fieldfare and a good fish, a veritable pike from the Tiber island?" Those who heard the orator laughed. But was it not a very serious matter that such things were subjects for laughter? Nationality, religion, and education. Paramount ascendancy of Latinism and Hellenism. In the great struggle of the nationalities within the wide circuit of the Roman Empire, the secondary nations seem at this period on the wane or disappearing. The most important of them all, the Phoenician, received through the destruction of Carthage a mortal wound from which it slowly bled to death. The districts of Italy which had hitherto preserved their old language and manners, Etruria and Samnium, were not only visited by the heaviest blows of the Sullan reaction, but were compelled also by the political levelling of Italy to adopt the Latin language and customs in public intercourse, so that the old native languages were reduced to popular dialects rapidly decaying. There no longer appears throughout the bounds of the Roman state any nationality entitled even to compete with the Roman and the Greek. Latinism. On the other hand, the Latin nationality was, as respected both the extent of its diffusion and the depth of its hold, in the most decided ascendant. As after the social war, any portion of Italian soil might belong to any Italian in full Roman ownership, and any god of an Italian temple might receive Roman gifts. As in all Italy, with the exception of the region beyond the Po, the Roman law thenceforth had exclusive authority, superseding all other civic and local laws. So the Roman language at that time became the universal language of business, and soon likewise the universal language of cultivated intercourse, in the whole peninsula from the Alps to the Sicilian Straits. But it no longer restricted itself to these natural limits. The mass of capital accumulating in Italy, the riches of its products, the intelligence of its agriculturists, the versatility of its merchants, found no adequate scope in the peninsula. These circumstances and the public service carried the Italians in great numbers to the provinces. Their privileged position there rendered the Roman language and the Roman law privileged also, even where Romans were not merely transacting business with each other. Everywhere the Italians kept together as compact and organized masses, the soldiers in their legions, the merchants of every larger town as special corporations, the Roman burgesses domiciled or sojourning in the particular provincial court district as circuits, conventus civium Romanorum, with their own list of jurymen and in some measure with a communal constitution, and though these provincial Romans ordinarily returned sooner or later to Italy, they nevertheless gradually laid the foundations of a fixed population in the provinces, partly Roman, partly mixed, attaching itself to the Roman settlers. We have already mentioned that it was in Spain, where the Roman army first became a standing one, that distinct provincial towns with Italian constitution were first organized. Cartea in 583, Valentia in 616, and at a later date Parma and Pollentia. Although the interior was still far from civilized, the territory of the Vacaeans, for instance, being still mentioned long after this time as one of the rudest and most repulsive places of abode for the cultivated Italian, authors and inscriptions attest that as early as the middle of the 7th century, the Latin language was in common use around New Carthage and elsewhere along the coast. Gracchus first distinctly developed the idea of colonizing, or in other words of Romanizing, the provinces of the Roman state by Italian emigration, and endeavored to carry it out. And although the conservative opposition resisted the bold project, destroyed for the most part its attempted beginnings, and prevented its continuation, yet the colony of Narbo was preserved, important even of itself as extending the domain of the Latin tongue, and far more important still as the landmark of a great idea, the foundation stone of a mighty structure to come. The ancient Gallic, and in fact the modern French type of character, sprang out of that settlement, and are in their ultimate origin creations of Gaius Gracchus.
But the Latin nationality not only filled the bounds of Italy and began to pass beyond them, it came also to acquire intrinsically a deeper intellectual basis. We find it in the course of creating a classical literature and a higher instruction of its own, and, though in comparison with the Hellenic classics and Hellenic culture, we may feel ourselves tempted to attach little value to the feeble hothouse products of Italy, yet, so far as its historical development was primarily concerned, the quality of the Latin classical literature and the Latin culture was of far less moment than the fact that they subsisted side by side with the Greek, and, sunken as were the contemporary Hellenes in a literary point of view, one might well apply in this case also the saying of the poet that the living day-labourer is better than the dead Achilles. Hellenism. But, however rapidly and vigorously the Latin language and nationality gain ground, they at the same time recognize the Hellenic nationality as having an entirely equal, indeed an earlier and better title, and enter everywhere into the closest alliance with it, or become intermingled with it in a joint development. The Italian Revolution, which otherwise levelled all the non-Latin nationalities in the peninsula, did not disturb the Greek cities of Tarentum, Rhegium, Neapolis, Locri. In like manner, Massilia, although now enclosed by Roman territory, remained continuously a Greek city, and just as such firmly connected with Rome. With the complete Latinizing of Italy, the growth of Hellenizing went hand in hand. In the higher circles of Italian society, Greek training became an integral element of their native culture. The consul of 623, the Pontifex Maximus Publius Crassus, excited the astonishment even of the native Greeks, when as governor of Asia he delivered his judicial decisions, as the case required, sometimes in ordinary Greek, sometimes in one of the 4 dialects which had become written languages. And if the Italian literature and art for long looked steadily towards the east, Hellenic literature and art now began to look towards the west. Not only did the Greek cities in Italy continue to maintain an active intellectual intercourse with Greece, Asia Minor, and Egypt, and confer on the Greek poets and actors who had acquired celebrity there the like recognition and the like honours among themselves. In Rome also, after the example set by the destroyer of Corinth at his triumph in 608, the gymnastic and aesthetic recreations of the Greeks' competitions in wrestling as well as in music, acting, reciting and declaiming came into vogue. Greek men of letters, even thus early, struck root in the noble society of Rome, especially in the Scipionic circle, the most prominent Greek members of which, the historian Polybius and the philosopher Panaetius, belong rather to the history of Roman than of Greek development. But even in other less illustrious circles, similar relations occur. We may mention another contemporary of Scipio, the philosopher Clitomachus, because his life at the same time presents a vivid view of the great intermingling of nations at this epoch. A native of Carthage, then a disciple of Carneades at Athens, and afterwards his successor in his professorship, Clitomachus held intercourse from Athens with the most cultivated men of Italy, the historian Aulus Albinus and the poet Lucilius, and dedicated on the one hand a scientific work to Lucius Censorinus, the Roman consul who opened the siege of Carthage, and on the other hand a philosophic consolatory treatise to his fellow citizens who were conveyed to Italy as slaves. While Greek literary men of note had hitherto taken up their abode temporarily in Rome as ambassadors, exiles or otherwise, they now began to settle there. For instance, the already mentioned Panaetius lived in the house of Scipio, and the hexameter maker Archias of Antioch settled at Rome in 652 and supported himself respectably by the art of improvising and by epic poems on Roman consulars. Even Gaius Marius, who hardly understood a line of his Carmen and was altogether as ill-adapted as possible for a Maecenas, could not avoid patronizing the artist in verse. While intellectual and literary life thus brought the more genteel, if not the purer, elements of the two nations into connection with each other, on the other hand the arrival of troops of slaves from Asia Minor and Syria, and the mercantile immigration from the Greek and half-Greek East, brought the coarsest strata of Hellenism, largely alloyed with Oriental and generally barbaric ingredients, into contact with the Italian proletariat, and gave to that also a Hellenic colouring. The remark of Cicero that new phrases and new fashions first make their appearance in maritime towns probably had a primary reference to the semi-Hellenic character of Ostia, Puteoli, and Brundisium, where with foreign wares, foreign manners also first found admission and became thence more widely diffused. Mixture of peoples. The immediate result of this complete revolution in the relations of nationality was certainly far from pleasing. Italy swarmed with Greeks, Syrians, Phoenicians, Jews, Egyptians, while the provinces swarmed with Romans. Sharply defined national peculiarities everywhere came into mutual contact and were visibly worn off. It seemed as if nothing was to be left behind but the general impress of utilitarianism. What the Latin character gained in diffusion, it lost in freshness. Especially in Rome itself, where the middle class disappeared the soonest and most entirely, and nothing was left but the grandees and the beggars, both in like measure cosmopolitan. Cicero assures us that about 660 the general culture in the Latin towns stood higher than in Rome, and this is confirmed by the literature of this period, whose most pleasing, healthiest, and most characteristic products, such as the national comedy and the Lucilian satire, are with greater justice described as Latin than as Roman. That the Italian Hellenism of the lower orders was in reality nothing but a repulsive cosmopolitanism tainted at once with all the extravagances of culture and with a superficially whitewashed barbarism is self-evident. But even in the case of the better society, the fine taste of the Scipionic circle did not remain the permanent standard. The more the mass of society began to take interest in Greek life, the more decidedly it resorted not to the classical literature, but to the most modern and frivolous productions of the Greek mind. Instead of moulding the Roman character in the Hellenic spirit, they contented themselves with borrowing that sort of pastime which set their own intellect to work as little as possible. In this sense, the Arpinate landlord Marcus Cicero, the father of the orator, said that among the Romans, just as among Syrian slaves, each was the less worth, the more he understood Greek. National decomposition. This national decomposition is, like the whole age, far from pleasing, but also, like that age, significant and momentous. The circle of peoples, which we are accustomed to call the ancient world, advances from an outward union under the authority of Rome to an inward union under the sway of the modern culture, resting essentially on Hellenic elements. Over the ruins of peoples of the second rank, the great historical compromise between the two ruling nations is silently completed. The Greek and Latin nationalities conclude mutual peace. The Greeks renounce exclusive claims for their language in the field of culture, as do the Romans for theirs in the field of politics. In instruction, Latin is allowed to stand on a footing of equality, restricted, it is true, and imperfect with Greek. On the other hand, Sulla first allows foreign ambassadors to speak Greek before the Roman Senate without an interpreter. The time heralds its approach, when the Roman Commonwealth will pass into a bilingual state, and the true heir of the throne and the ideas of Alexander the Great will arise in the West, at once a Roman and a Greek. The suppression of the secondary and the mutual interpenetration of the two primary nationalities, which are thus apparent on a general survey of national relations, now fall to be more precisely exhibited in detail in the several fields of religion, national education, literature, and art. Religion. The Roman religion was so intimately interwoven with the Roman Commonwealth and the Roman household, so thoroughly in fact the pious reflection of the Roman burgess world, that the political and social revolution necessarily overturned also the fabric of religion. The ancient Italian popular faith fell to the ground. Over its ruins rose, like the oligarchy and the tyrannus rising over the ruins of the political commonwealth, on the one side unbelief, state religion, Hellenism, and on the other side superstition, sectarianism, the religion of the Orientals, the germs certainly of both, as indeed the germs of the politico-social revolution also may be traced back to the previous epoch, 109 to 117. Even then the Hellenic culture of the higher circles was secretly undermining their ancestral faith. Ennius introduced the allegorizing and historical versions of the Hellenic religion into Italy. The Senate, which subdued Hannibal, had to sanction the transference of the worship of Cybele from Asia Minor to Rome, and to take the most serious steps against other still worse superstitions, particularly the Bacchanalian scandal. But,
As during the preceding period, the revolution generally was rather preparing its way in men's minds than assuming outward shape, so the religious revolution was in substance, at any rate, the work only of the Gracchan and Sullan age. Greek philosophy.
Let us endeavour first to trace the tendency associating itself with Hellenism. The Hellenic nation, which bloomed and faded far earlier than the Italian, had long ago passed the epoch of faith, and thenceforth moved exclusively in the sphere of speculation and reflection. For long there had been no religion there, nothing but philosophy. But even the philosophic activity of the Hellenic mind had, when it began to exert influence on Rome, already left the epoch of productive speculation far behind it, and had arrived at the stage at which there is not only no origination of truly new systems, but even the power of apprehending the more perfect of the older systems begins to wane, and men restrict themselves to the repetition, soon passing into the scholastic tradition, of the less complete dogmas of their predecessors. At that stage, accordingly, when philosophy, instead of giving greater depth and freedom to the mind, rather renders it shallow and imposes on it the worst of all chains, chains of its own forging. The enchanted draught of speculation, always dangerous, is, when diluted and stale, certain poison. The contemporary Greeks presented it thus flat and diluted to the Romans, and these had not the judgment either to refuse it or to go back from the living schoolmasters to the dead masters. Plato and Aristotle, to say nothing of the sages before Socrates, remained without material influence on the Roman culture, although their illustrious names were freely used, and their more easily understood writings were probably read and translated. Accordingly, the Romans became in philosophy simply inferior scholars of bad teachers. Leading schools: Newer Academy, Epicurus and Zeno. Besides the historico-rationalistic conception of religion, which resolved the myths into biographies of various benefactors of the human race living in the grey dawn of early times, whom superstition had transformed into gods, or euhemerism as it was called, there were chiefly three philosophical schools that came to be of importance for Italy, viz. the two dogmatic schools of Epicurus and Zeno, and the sceptical school of Arcesilaus and Carneades, or, to use the school names, Epicureanism, the Stoa, and the Newer Academy. The last of these schools, which started from the impossibility of assured knowledge, and in its stead conceded as possible only a provisional opinion sufficient for practical needs, presented mainly a polemical aspect, seeing that it caught every proposition of positive faith or of philosophic dogmatism in the meshes of its dilemmas. So far it stands nearly on a parallel with the older method of the Sophists, except that, as may be conceived, the Sophists made war more against the popular faith, Carneades and his disciples more against their philosophical colleagues. On the other hand, Epicurus and Zeno agreed both in their aim of rationally explaining the nature of things and in their physiological method, which set out from the conception of matter. They diverged insofar as Epicurus, following the atomic theory of Democritus, conceived the first principle as rigid matter and evolved the manifoldness of things out of this matter merely by mechanical variations, whereas Zeno, forming his views after the Ephesian Heraclitus, introduces even into his primordial matter a dynamic antagonism and a movement of fluctuation up and down. From this are derived the further distinctions, that in the Epicurean system the gods as it were did not exist or were at the most a dream of dreams, while the Stoical gods formed the ever-active soul of the world, and were as spirit, as sun, as God powerful over the body, the earth and nature. That Epicurus did not, while Zeno did, recognize a government of the world and a personal immortality of the soul. That the proper object of human aspiration was, according to Epicurus, an absolute equilibrium disturbed neither by bodily desire nor by mental conflict, while it was, according to Zeno, a manly activity always increased by the constant antagonistic efforts of the mind and body, and striving after a harmony with nature perpetually in conflict and perpetually at peace. But in one point all these schools were agreed with reference to religion, that faith as such was nothing, and had necessarily to be supplemented by reflection, whether this reflection might consciously despair of attaining any result, as did the Academy,
or might reject the conceptions of the popular faith, as did the school of Epicurus, or might partly retain them with explanation of the reasons for doing so, and partly modify them, as did the Stoics. Carneades at Rome. It was accordingly only a natural result that the first contact of Hellenic philosophy with the Roman nation, equally firm in faith and adverse to speculation, should be of a thoroughly hostile character. The Roman religion was entirely right in disdaining alike the assaults and the reasoned support of these philosophical systems, both of which did away with its proper character. The Roman state, which instinctively felt itself assailed when religion was attacked, reasonably assumed towards the philosophers the attitude which a fortress assumes towards the spies of the army advancing to besiege it, and as early as 593 dismissed the Greek philosophers along with the rhetoricians from Rome. In fact, the very first debut of philosophy on a great scale in Rome was a formal declaration of war against faith and morals. It was occasioned by the occupation of Oropus by the Athenians, a step which they commissioned 3 of the most esteemed professors of philosophy, including Carneades, the master of the modern sophistical school, to justify before the Senate. The selection was so far appropriate as the utterly scandalous transaction defied any justification in common sense, whereas it was quite in keeping with the circumstances of the case, when Carneades proved by thesis and counter-thesis that exactly as many and as cogent reasons might be adduced in praise of injustice as in praise of justice, and when he showed in the best logical form that with equal propriety the Athenians might be required to surrender Oropus and the Romans to confine themselves once more to their old straw huts on the Palatine. The young men who were masters of the Greek language were attracted in crowds by the scandal, as well as by the rapid and emphatic delivery of the celebrated man. But on this occasion at least Cato could not be found fault with, when he not only bluntly enough compared the dialectic arguments of the philosophers to the tedious dirges of the wailing women, but also insisted on the Senate dismissing a man who understood the art of making right wrong and wrong right, and whose defense was, in fact, nothing but a shameless and almost insulting confession of wrong. But such dismissals had no great effect, more especially as the Roman youth could not be prevented from hearing philosophic discourses at Rhodes and Athens. Men became accustomed first to tolerate philosophy at least as a necessary evil, and ere long to seek for the Roman religion, which in its simplicity was no longer tenable, a support in foreign philosophy, a support which no doubt ruined it as faith, but in return at any rate allowed the man of culture decorously to retain in some measure the names and forms of the popular creed. But this support could neither be euhemerism
nor the system of Carneades or of Epicurus. Euhemerism. Not an adequate support. The historical version of the myths came far too rudely into collision with the popular faith, when it declared the gods directly to be men. Carneades called even their existence in question, and Epicurus denied to them at least any influence on the destinies of men. Between these systems and the Roman religion, no alliance was possible. They were prescribed and remained so. Even in the writings of Cicero it is declared the duty of a citizen to resist euhemerism as prejudicial to religious worship, and if the academic and the Epicurean appear in his dialogues, the former has to plead the excuse that, while as a philosopher he is a disciple of Carneades, as a citizen, and Pontifexi is an orthodox confessor of the Capitoline Jupiter, and the Epicurean has even ultimately to surrender and be converted, no one of these 3 systems became in any proper sense popular. The plain, intelligible character of euhemerism exerted doubtless a certain power of attraction over the Romans, and in particular produced only too deep an effect on the conventional history of Rome, with its at once childish and senile conversion of fable into history. But it remained without material influence on the Roman religion, because the latter from the first dealt only in allegory, and not in fable, and it was not possible in Rome as in Hellas to write biographies of Zeus, the first, second, and third. The modern sophistry could only succeed where, as in Athens, clever volubility was indigenous, and where moreover the long series of philosophical systems that had come and gone had accumulated huge piles of intellectual rubbish.
Against the Epicurean quietism, in fine, everything revolted that was sound and honest in the Roman character so thoroughly addressing itself to action, yet it found more partisans than Euhemerism and the sophistic school, and this was probably the reason why the police continued to wage war against it longest and most seriously. But this Roman Epicureanism was not so much a philosophic system as a sort of philosophic mask, under which, very much against the design of its strictly moral founder, thoughtless sensual enjoyment disguised itself for good society. One of the earliest adherents of this sect, for instance, Titus Albusius, figures in the poems of Lucilius as the prototype of a Roman Hellenizing to bad purpose. Roman Stoa far different were the position and influence of the Stoic philosophy in Italy. In direct contrast to these schools, it attached itself to the religion of the land as closely as science can at all accommodate itself to faith. To the popular faith with its gods and oracles, the Stoic adhered on principle, insofar as he recognized in it an instinctive knowledge, to which scientific knowledge was bound to have regard, and even in doubtful cases to subordinate itself. He believed in a different way from the people, rather than in different objects. The essentially true and supreme God was in his view doubtless the world soul, but every manifestation of the primitive God was in its turn divine, the stars above all, but also the earth, the vine, the soul of the illustrious mortal whom the people honored as a hero, and in fact every departed spirit of a former man. This philosophy was really better adapted for Rome than for the land where it first arose.
The objection of the pious believer that the God of the Stoic had neither sex nor age nor corporeality and was converted from a person into a conception had a meaning in Greece, but not in Rome. The coarse allegorizing and moral purification, which were characteristic of the Stoical doctrine of the gods, destroyed the very marrow of the Hellenic mythology. But the plastic power of the Romans, scanty even in their epoch of simplicity, had produced no more than a light veil enveloping the original intuition or the original conception, out of which the divinity had arisen, a veil that might be stripped off without special damage.
Pallas Athene might be indignant when she found herself suddenly transmuted into the conception of memory. Minerva had hitherto been in reality not much more. The supernatural Stoic and the allegoric Roman theology coincided on the whole in their result. But even if the philosopher was obliged to designate individual propositions of the priestly law as doubtful or as erroneous, as when the Stoics, for example, rejecting the doctrine of apotheosis, saw in Hercules, Castor and Pollux nothing but the spirits of distinguished men, or as when they could not allow the images of the gods to be regarded as representations of divinity, it was at least not the habit of the adherents of Zeno to make war on these erroneous doctrines and to overthrow the false gods. On the contrary, they everywhere evinced respect and reverence for the religion of the land, even in its weaknesses. The inclination also of the Stoa towards a casuistic morality and towards a systematic treatment of the professional sciences was quite to the mind of the Romans, especially of the Romans of this period, who no longer like their fathers practiced in unsophisticated fashion self-government and good morals, but resolved the simple morality of their ancestors into a catechism of allowable and non-allowable actions, whose grammar and jurisprudence, moreover, urgently demanded a methodical treatment without possessing the ability to develop such a treatment of themselves. Wide influence of Stoicism.
Panaetius. So this philosophy thoroughly incorporated itself, as a plant borrowed no doubt from abroad, but acclimatized on Italian soil with the Roman national economy, and we meet its traces in the most diversified spheres of action. Its earliest appearance beyond doubt goes further back.
But the Stoa was first raised to full influence in the higher ranks of Roman society by means of the group which gathered round Scipio Aemilianus. Panaetius of Rhodes, the instructor of Scipio and of all Scipio's intimate friends in the Stoic philosophy, who was constantly in his train and usually attended him even on journeys, knew how to adapt the system to clever men of the world, to keep its speculative side in the background, and to modify in some measure the dryness of the terminology and the insipidity of its moral catechism, more particularly by calling in the aid of the earlier philosophers, among whom Scipio himself had an especial predilection for the Socrates of Xenophon. Thenceforth, the most noted statesmen and scholars professed the Stoic philosophy. Among others, Stilo and Quintus Scaevola, the founders of scientific philology and of scientific jurisprudence. The scholastic formality of system, which thenceforth prevails at least externally in these professional sciences, and is especially associated with a fanciful, charade-like, insipid method of etymologizing, descends from the Stoa. But infinitely more important was the new state philosophy and state religion, which emanated from the blending of the Stoic philosophy and the Roman religion. The speculative element, from the first, impressed with but little energy on the system of Zeno, and still further weakened when that system found admission to Rome, after the Greek schoolmasters had already for a century been busied in driving this philosophy into boys' heads, and thereby driving the spirit out of it, fell completely into the shade in Rome, where nobody speculated but the money changers. Little more was said as to the ideal development of the God ruling in the soul of man, or of the divine world law. The Stoic philosophers showed themselves not insensible to the very lucrative distinction of seeing their system raised into the semi-official Roman state philosophy, and proved altogether more pliant than from their rigorous principles we should have expected. Their doctrine as to the gods and the state soon exhibited a singular family resemblance to the actual institutions of those who gave them bread. Instead of illustrating the cosmopolitan state of the philosopher, they made their meditations turn on the wise arrangement of the Roman magistracies, and while the more refined Stoics, such as Panaetius, had left the question of divine revelation by wonders and signs open as a thing conceivable but uncertain, and had decidedly rejected astrology, his immediate successors contended for that doctrine of revelation, or, in other words, for the Roman augural discipline as rigidly and firmly as for any other maxim of the school, and made extremely unphilosophical concessions even to astrology. The leading feature of the system came more and more to be its casuistic doctrine of duties. It suited itself to the hollow pride of virtue, in which the Romans of this period sought their compensation amidst the various humbling circumstances of their contact with the Greeks, and it put into formal shape a befitting dogmatism of morality, which, like every well-bred system of morals, combined with the most rigid precision as a whole, the most complacent indulgence in the details. Its practical results can hardly be estimated as much more than that. As we have said, 2 or 3 families of rank ate poor fare to please the Stoa. State religion, closely allied to this new state philosophy, or strictly speaking, its other side, was the new state religion, the essential characteristic of which was the conscious retention, for reasons of outward convenience, of the principles of the popular faith, which were recognized as irrational. One of the most prominent men of the Scipionic circle, the Greek Polybius, candidly declares that the strange and ponderous ceremonial of Roman religion was invented solely on account of the multitude, which, as reason had no power over it, required to be ruled by signs and wonders, while people of intelligence had certainly no need of religion. Beyond doubt, the Roman friends of Polybius substantially shared these sentiments, although they did not oppose science and religion to each other in so gross and downright a fashion. Neither Laelius nor Scipio Aemilianus can have looked on the augural discipline, which Polybius has primarily in view, as anything else than a political institution. Yet the national spirit in them was too strong, and their sense of decorum too delicate to have permitted their coming forward in public with such hazardous explanations. But even in the following generation, the Pontifex Maximus Quintus Scaevola, consul in 659, set forth at least in his oral instructions in law without hesitation the propositions that there were 2 sorts of religion, one philosophic, adapted to the intellect, and one traditional, not so adapted, that the former was not fitted for the religion of the state, as it contained various things which it was useless or even injurious for the people to know, and that accordingly the traditional religion of the state ought to remain as it stood. The theology of Varro, in which the Roman religion is treated throughout as a state institution, is merely a further development of the same principle. The state, according to his teaching, was older than the gods of the state as the painter is older than the picture. If the question related to making the gods anew, it would certainly be well to make and to name them after a manner more befitting and more in theoretic accordance with the parts of the world's soul, and to lay aside the images of the gods which only excited erroneous ideas and the mistaken system of sacrifice. But, since these institutions had been once established, every good citizen ought to own and follow them and do his part, that the common man might learn rather to set a higher value on than to contemn the gods. That the common man, for whose benefit the grandees thus surrendered their judgment, now despised this faith and sought his remedy elsewhere, was a matter of course and will be seen in the sequel. Thus then the Roman High Church was ready, a sanctimonious body of priests and Levites, and an unbelieving people. The more openly the religion of the land was declared a political institution, the more decidedly the political parties regarded the field of the state church as an arena for attack and defense, which was especially, in a daily increasing measure, the case with augural science and with the elections to the priestly colleges. The old and natural practice of dismissing the Burgess Assembly when a thunderstorm came on had in the hands of the Roman augurs grown into a prolix system of various celestial omens and rules of conduct associated therewith. In the earlier portion of this period it was even directly enacted by the Aelian and Fufian law that every popular assembly should be compelled to disperse if it should occur to any of the higher magistrates to look for signs of a thunderstorm in the sky. And the Roman oligarchy was proud of the cunning device which enabled them thenceforth by a single pious fraud to impress the stamp of invalidity on any decree of the people. Priestly colleges. Conversely, the Roman opposition rebelled against the ancient practice under which the 4 principal colleges of priests filled up their own ranks when vacancies arose and demanded the extension of popular election to the stalls themselves, as it had been previously introduced with reference to the presidents of these colleges. This was certainly inconsistent with the spirit of these corporations, but they had no right to complain of it, after they had become themselves untrue to their spirit, and had played into the hands of the government at its request by furnishing religious pretexts for the annulling of political proceedings. This affair became an apple of contention between the parties. The Senate beat off the first attack in 609, on which occasion the Scipionic circle especially turned the scale for the rejection of the proposal. On the other hand, the project passed in 650, with the proviso already made in reference to the election of the presidents for the benefit of scrupulous consciences, that not the whole burgesses, but only the lesser half of the tribes should make the election. Finally, Sulla restored the right of co-optation in its full extent. Practical use made of religion. With this care on the part of the conservatives for the pure national religion, it was of course quite compatible that the circles of the highest rank should openly make a jest of it. The practical side of the Roman priesthood was the priestly cuisine. The augural and pontifical banquets were, as it were, the official gala days in the life of a Roman epicure, and several of them formed epochs in the history of gastronomy. The banquet on the accession of the augur Quintus Hortensius, for instance, brought roast peacocks into vogue. Religion was also found very useful in giving greater zest to scandal. It was a favourite recreation of the youth of quality to disfigure or mutilate the images of the gods in the streets by night. Ordinary love affairs had for long been common, and intrigues with married women began to become so. But an amour with a Vestal virgin was as piquant as the intrigues with nuns and the cloister adventures in the world of the Decameron. The scandalous affair of 640 and following is well known, in which 3 Vestals, daughters of the noblest families and their paramours, young men likewise of the best houses, were brought to trial for unchastity, first before the Pontifical College, and then, when it sought to hush up the matter, before an extraordinary court instituted by special decree of the people, and were all condemned to death. Such scandals, it is true, sedate people could not approve, but there was no objection to men finding positive religion to be a folly in their familiar circle. The augurs might, when one saw another performing his functions, smile in each other's face without detriment to their religious duties. We learn to look favourably on the modest hypocrisy of kindred tendencies, when we compare with it the coarse shamelessness of the Roman priests and Levites. The official religion was quite candidly treated as a hollow framework,
now serviceable only for political machinists. In this respect, with its numerous recesses and trapdoors, it might and did serve either party, as it happened.
Most of all, certainly, the oligarchy recognized its palladium in the state religion, and particularly in the augural discipline. But the opposite party also made no resistance in point of principle to an institute which had now merely a semblance of life. They rather regarded it on the whole as a bulwark which might pass from the possession of the enemy into their own. Oriental religions in Italy. In sharp contrast to this ghost of religion which we have just described stand the different foreign worships which this epoch cherished and fostered, and which were at least undeniably possessed of a very decided vitality. They meet us everywhere, among genteel ladies and lords as well as among the circles of the slaves, in the general as in the trooper, in Italy as in the provinces. It is incredible to what a height this superstition already reached. When in the Cimbrian War, a Syrian prophetess, Martha, offered to furnish the Senate with ways and means for the vanquishing of the Germans, the Senate dismissed her with contempt. Nevertheless, the Roman matrons and Marius's own wife in particular dispatched her to his headquarters, where the general readily received her and carried her about with him till the Teutones were defeated. The leaders of very different parties in the civil war, Marius, Octavius, Sulla, coincided in believing omens and oracles. During its course, even the Senate was under the necessity, in the troubles of 667, of consenting to issue directions in accordance with the fancies of a crazy prophetess. It is significant of the ossification of the Romano-Hellenic religion, as well as of the increased craving of the multitude after stronger religious stimulants, that superstition no longer, as in the Bacchic mysteries, associates itself with the national religion. Even the Etruscan mysticism is already left behind. The worships matured in the sultry regions of the East appear throughout in the foremost rank. The copious introduction of elements from Asia Minor and Syria into the population, partly by the import of slaves, partly by the augmented traffic of Italy with the East, contributed very greatly to this result. The power of these foreign religions is very distinctly apparent in the revolts of the Sicilian slaves, who for the most part were natives of Syria. Eunice vomited fire, Athenian read the stars. The plummets thrown by the slaves in these wars bear in great part the names of gods, those of Zeus and Artemis, and especially that of the mysterious mother who had migrated from Crete to Sicily and was zealously worshipped there. A similar effect was produced by commercial intercourse, particularly after the wars of Berytus and Alexandria were conveyed directly to the Italian ports. Ostia and Puteoli became the great marts not only for Syrian unguents and Egyptian linen, but also for the faith of the East. Everywhere the mingling of religions was constantly on the increase along with the mingling of nations. Of all allowed worships, the most popular was that of the Pesinontine Mother of the Gods, which made a deep impression on the multitude by its eunuch celibacy, its banquets, its music, its begging processions, and all its sensuous pomp. The collections from house to house were already felt as an economic burden. In the most dangerous time of the Cimbrian war battuses, the high priest of Pessinus appeared in person at Rome, in order to defend the interests of the temple of his goddess there, which was alleged to have been profaned, addressed the Roman people by the special orders of the Mother of the Gods, and performed also various miracles. Men of sense were scandalized, but the women and the great multitude were not to be debarred from escorting the prophet at his departure in great crowds. Vows of pilgrimage to the East were already no longer uncommon. Marius himself, for instance, thus undertook a pilgrimage to Pessinus. In fact, even thus early, first in 653, Roman burgesses devoted themselves to the eunuch priesthood. Secret worships. But the unallowed and secret worships were naturally still more popular. As early as Cato's time, the Chaldean horoscope caster had begun to come into competition with the Etruscan, haruspex and the Martian bird-seer. Stargazing and astrology were soon as much at home in Italy as in their dreamy native land. In 615, the Roman praetor Peregrinus directed all the Chaldeans to evacuate Rome and Italy within 10 days. The same fate at the same time befell the Jews, who had admitted Italian proselytes to their Sabbath. In like manner, Scipio had to clear the camp before Numantia from soothsayers and pious impostors of every sort.
Some 40 years afterwards, it was even found necessary to prohibit human sacrifices. The wild worship of the Cappadocian Ma, or as the Romans called her, Bellona, to whom the priests in their festal processions shed their own blood as a sacrifice, and the gloomy Egyptian worships began to make their appearance. The former Cappadocian goddess appeared in a dream to Sulla, and of the later Roman communities of Isis and Osiris, the oldest traced their origin to the Sullan period.
Men had become perplexed, not merely as to the old faith, but as to their very selves. The fearful crises of a 50 years revolution, the instinctive feeling that the civil war was still far from being at an end, increased the anxious suspense, the gloomy perplexity of the multitude. Restlessly, the wandering imagination climbed every height and fathomed every abyss, where it fancied that it might discover new prospects or new light amidst the fatalities impending, might gain fresh hopes in the desperate struggle against destiny, or perhaps might find merely fresh alarms.
A portentous mysticism found in the general distraction, political, economic, moral, religious, the soil which was adapted for it, and grew with alarming rapidity. It was as if gigantic trees had grown by night out of the earth, none knew whence or whither, and this very marvellous rapidity of growth worked new wonders and seized like an epidemic on all minds not thoroughly fortified. Education. Just as in the sphere of religion, the revolution begun in the previous epoch was now completed also in the sphere of education and culture. We have already shown how the fundamental idea of the Roman system, civil equality, had already during the 6th century begun to be undermined in this field also. Even in the time of Pictor and Cato, Greek culture was widely diffused in Rome, and there was a native Roman culture, but neither of them had then got beyond the initial stage. Cato's encyclopedia shows tolerably what was understood at this period by a Romano-Greek model training. It was little more than an embodiment of the knowledge of the old Roman householder, and truly, when compared with the Hellenic culture of the period, scanty enough. At how low a stage the average instruction of youth in Rome still stood at the beginning of the 7th century may be inferred from the expressions of Polybius, who in this one respect prominently censures the criminal indifference of the Romans as compared with the intelligent private and public care of his countrymen. No Hellene, not even Polybius himself, could rightly enter into the deeper idea of civil equality that lay at the root of this indifference. Now the case was altered. Just as the naive popular faith was superseded by an enlightened Stoic supernaturalism, so in education, alongside of the simple popular instruction, a special training, an exclusive humanitas, developed itself and eradicated the last remnants of the old social equality. It will not be superfluous to cast a glance at the aspect assumed by the new instruction of the young, both the Greek and the Higher Latin. Greek instruction. It was a singular circumstance that the same man, who in a political point of view definitively vanquished the Hellenic nation, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, was at the same time the first, or one of the first, who fully recognized the Hellenic civilization as what it has thenceforth continued to be beyond dispute, the civilization of the ancient world. He was himself indeed an old man before it was granted to him, with the Homeric poems in his mind, to stand before the Zeus of Phidias, but his heart was young enough to carry home the full sunshine of Hellenic beauty, and the unconquerable longing after the golden apples of the Hesperides in his soul. Poets and artists had found in the foreigner a more earnest and cordial devotee than was any of the wise men of the Greece of those days. He made no epigram on Homer or Phidias, but he had his children introduced into the realms of intellect. Without neglecting their national education so far as there was such, he made provision like the Greeks for the physical development of his boys, not indeed by gymnastic exercises which were according to Roman notions inadmissible, but by instruction in the chase, which was among the Greeks developed almost like an art. And he elevated their Greek instruction in such a way that the language was no longer merely learned and practiced for the sake of speaking, but after the Greek fashion the whole subject matter of general higher culture was associated with the language and developed out of it, embracing first of all the knowledge of Greek literature with the mythological and historical information necessary for understanding it, and then rhetoric and philosophy.
The library of King Perseus was the only portion of the Macedonian spoil that Paulus took for himself, with the view of presenting it to his sons.
Even Greek painters and sculptors were found in his train and completed the aesthetic training of his children. That the time was past when men could in this field preserve a merely repellent attitude as regarded Hellenism had been felt even by Cato. The better classes had probably now a presentiment that the noble substance of Roman character was less endangered by Hellenism as a whole than by Hellenism mutilated and misshapen. The mass of the upper society of Roman Italy went along with the new mode. There had been for long no want of Greek schoolmasters in Rome. Now they arrived in troops and as teachers not merely of the language but of literature and culture in general at the newly opened lucrative market for the sale of their wisdom. Greek tutors and teachers of philosophy, who, even if they were not slaves, were as a rule accounted as servants, were now permanent inmates in the palaces of Rome. People speculated in them, and there is a statement that 200,000 sesterces, £2,000, were paid for a Greek literary slave of the first rank. As early as 593 there existed in the capital a number of special establishments for the practice of Greek declamation. Several distinguished names already occur among these Roman teachers. The philosopher Panatius has been already mentioned. The esteemed grammarian Crates of Malus in Cilicia, the contemporary and equal rival of Aristarchus, found about 585 at Rome an audience for the recitation and illustration, language and matter of the Homeric poems. It is true that this new mode of juvenile instruction, revolutionary and anti-national as it was, encountered partially the resistance of the government. But the Edict of Dismissal, which the authorities in 593 fulminated against rhetoricians and philosophers, remained, chiefly owing to the constant change of the Roman chief magistrates, like all similar commands without any result worth mentioning, and after the death of old Cato there were still doubtless frequent complaints in accordance with his views, but there was no further action. The higher instruction in Greek and in the sciences of Greek culture remained thenceforth recognized as an essential part of Italian training. Latin instruction. Public readings of classical works. But by its side there sprang up also a higher Latin instruction. We have shown in the previous epoch how Latin elementary instruction raised its character, how the place of the 12 tables was taken by the Latin Odyssey as a sort of improved primer, and the Roman boy was now trained to the knowledge and delivery of his mother tongue by means of this translation as the Greek by means of the original, how noted teachers of the Greek language and literature, Andronicus, Ennius and others, who already probably taught not children properly so called, but boys growing up to maturity and young men, did not disdain to give instruction in the mother tongue along with the Greek. These were the first steps towards a higher Latin instruction, but they did not as yet form such an instruction itself. Instruction in a language cannot go beyond the elementary stage, so long as it lacks a literature. It was not until there were not merely Latin schoolbooks, but a Latin literature, and this literature already somewhat rounded off in the works of the classics of the 6th century, that the mother tongue and the native literature truly entered into the circle of the elements of higher culture. And the emancipation from the Greek schoolmasters was now not slow to follow. Stirred up by the Homeric prelections of Crates, cultivated Romans began to read the recitative works of their own literature, the Punic War of Naevius, the Annals of Ennius, and subsequently also the poems of Lucilius, first to a select circle, and then in public on set days and in presence of a great concourse, and occasionally also to treat them critically after the precedent of the Homeric grammarians. These literary prelections, which cultivated dilettanti, literati, held gratuitously, were not formally a part of juvenile instruction, but were yet an essential means of introducing the youth to the understanding and the discussion of the classic Latin literature. Rhetorical exercises. The formation of Latin oratory took place in a similar way. The Roman youth of rank, who were even at an early age incited to come forward in public with panegyrics and forensic speeches, can never have lacked exercises in oratory. But it was only at this epoch, and in consequence of the new exclusive culture, that there arose a rhetoric properly so called. Marcus Lepidus Porcina,
consul in 617, is mentioned as the first Roman advocate who technically handled the language and subject matter. The two famous advocates of the Marian age, the masculine and vigorous Marcus Antonius, 611,667, and the polished and chaste orator Lucius Crassus, were already complete rhetoricians.
The exercises of the young men in speaking increased naturally in extent and importance, but still remained, just like the exercises in Latin literature, essentially limited to the personal attendance of the beginner on the master of the art, so as to be trained by his example and his instructions. Formal instruction both in Latin literature and in Latin rhetoric was given first about 650 by Lucius Aelius Praeconinus of Lanuvium, called the Penman, Stilo, a distinguished Roman knight of strict conservative views, who read Plautus and similar works with a select circle of younger men, including Varro and Cicero, and sometimes also went over outlines of speeches with the authors, or put similar outlines into the hands of his friends. This was instruction, but Stilo was not a professional schoolmaster. He taught literature and rhetoric, just as jurisprudence was taught at Rome, in the character of a senior friend of aspiring young men, not of a man hired and holding himself at everyone's command. Course of literature and rhetoric. But about his time began also the scholastic higher instruction in Latin, separated as well from elementary Latin as from Greek instruction, and imparted in special establishments by paid masters, ordinarily manumitted slaves, that its spirit and method were throughout borrowed from the exercises in the Greek literature and language was a matter of course, and the scholars also consisted, as at these exercises, of youths and not of boys. This Latin instruction was soon divided like the Greek into two courses, insofar as the Latin literature was first the subject of scientific lectures, and then a technical introduction was given to the preparation of panegyrics, public and forensic orations. The first Roman school of literature was opened about Stilo's time by Marcus Savius Nicanor Posthumus, the first separate school for Latin rhetoric about 660 by Lucius Plotius Gallus. But ordinarily instructions in rhetoric were also given in the Latin schools of literature. This new Latin school instruction was of the most comprehensive importance. The introduction to the knowledge of Latin literature and Latin oratory, such as had formerly been imparted by connoisseurs and masters of high position, had preserved a certain independence in relation to the Greeks. The judges of language and the masters of oratory were doubtless under the influence of Hellenism, but not absolutely under that of the Greek school grammar and school rhetoric. The latter in particular was decidedly an object of dread. The pride as well as the sound common sense of the Romans demurred to the Greek assertion that the ability to speak of things, which the orator understood and felt intelligibly and attractively to his peers in the mother tongue, could be learned in the school by school rules. To the solid practical advocate, the procedure of the Greek rhetoricians, so totally estranged from life, could not but appear worse for the beginner than no preparation at all. To the man of thorough culture and matured by the experience of life, the Greek rhetoric seemed shallow and repulsive, while the man of serious conservative views did not fail to observe the close affinity between a professionally developed rhetoric and the trade of the demagogue. Accordingly, the Scipionic circle had shown the most bitter hostility to the rhetoricians, and if Greek declamations before paid masters were tolerated doubtless primarily as exercises in speaking Greek, Greek rhetoric did not thereby find its way either into Latin oratory or into Latin oratorical instruction. But in the new Latin rhetorical schools, the Roman youths were trained as men and public orators by discussing in pairs rhetorical themes. They accused Ulysses, who was found beside the corpse of Ajax with the latter's bloody sword, of the murder of his comrade in arms, or upheld his innocence. They charged Orestes with the murder of his mother, or undertook to defend him, or perhaps they helped Hannibal with a supplementary good advice as to the question whether he would do better to comply with the invitation to Rome, or to remain in Carthage, or to take flight. It was natural that the Catonian opposition should once more bestir itself against these offensive and pernicious conflicts of words. The censors of 662 issued a warning to teachers and parents not to allow the young men to spend the whole day in exercises whereof their ancestors had known nothing, and the man from whom this warning came
was no less than the first forensic orator of his age, Lucius Licinius Crassus. Of course, the Cassandra spoke in vain. Declamatory exercises in Latin on the current themes of the Greek schools became a permanent ingredient in the education of Roman youth, and contributed their part to educate the very boys as forensic and political players, and to stifle in the bud all earnest and true eloquence. As the aggregate result of this modern Roman education, there sprang up the new idea of humanity, as it was called, which consisted partly of a more or less superficial appropriation of the aesthetic culture of the Hellenes, partly of a privileged Latin culture as an imitation or mutilated copy of the Greek. This new humanity, as the very name indicates, renounced the specific characteristics of Roman life, nay, even came forward in opposition to them, and combined in itself, just like our closely kindred general culture, a nationally cosmopolitan and socially exclusive character. Here too we trace the revolution, which separated classes and blended nations. Literature and art. Literary reaction. The 6th century was, both in a political and a literary point of view, a vigorous and great age. It is true that we do not find in the field of authorship, any more than in that of politics, a man of the first rank. Naevius, Ennius, Plautus, Cato, gifted and lively authors of distinctly marked individuality, were not in the highest sense men of creative talent. Nevertheless, we perceive in the soaring, stirring, bold strain of their dramatic, epic and historic attempts that these rest on the gigantic struggles of the Punic Wars. Much is only artificially transplanted. There are various faults in delineation and colouring. The form of art and the language are deficient in purity of treatment. Greek and national elements are quaintly conjoined. The whole performance betrays the stamp of its scholastic origin and lacks independence and completeness. Yet there exists in the poets and authors of that age, if not the full power to reach their high aim, at any rate the courage to compete with and the hope of rivaling the Greeks. It is otherwise in the epoch before us. The morning mists fell. What had been begun in the fresh feeling of the national strength hardened amidst war, with youthful want of insight into the difficulty of the undertaking and into the measure of their own talent, but also with youthful delight in and love to the work, could not be carried farther now, when on the one hand the dull sultriness of the approaching revolutionary storm began to fill the air, and on the other hand the eyes of the more intelligent were gradually opened to the incomparable glory of Greek poetry and art, and to the very modest artistic endowments of their own nation. The literature of the 6th century had arisen from the influence of Greek art on half-cultivated but excited and susceptible minds. The increased Hellenic culture of the 7th called forth a literary reaction, which destroyed the germs of promise contained in those simple imitative attempts by the winter frost of reflection, and rooted up the wheat and the tares of the older type of literature together. Scipionic Circle.
This reaction proceeded primarily and chiefly from the circle which assembled around Scipio Aemilianus, and whose most prominent members among the Roman world of quality were, in addition to Scipio himself, his elder friend and counsellor Gaius Laelius, consul in 614, and Scipio's younger companions, Lucius Furius Philus, consul in 618, and Spurius Mummius, the brother of the destroyer of Corinth, among the Roman and Greek literati, the comedian Terence, the satirist Lucilius, the historian Polybius, and the philosopher Panaetius. Those who were familiar with the Iliad, with Xenophon, and with Menander, could not be greatly impressed by the Roman Homer, and still less by the bad translations of the tragedies of Euripides which Ennius had furnished and Pacuvius continued to furnish. While patriotic considerations might set bounds to criticism in reference to the native chronicles, Lucilius at any rate directed very pointed shafts against the dismal figures from the complicated expositions of Pacuvius, and similar severe but not unjust criticisms of Ennius, Plautus, Pacuvius, all those poets who appeared to have a license to talk pompously and to reason illogically, are found in the polished author of the rhetoric dedicated to Herennius, written at the close of this period. People shrugged their shoulders at the interpolations with which the homely popular wit of Rome had garnished the elegant comedies of Philemon and Diphilus.
Half smiling, half envious, they turned away from the inadequate attempts of a dull age, which that circle probably regarded somewhat as a mature man regards the poetical effusions of his youth. Despairing of the transplantation of the marvellous tree, they allowed the higher species of art in poetry and prose substantially to fall into abeyance, and restricted themselves in these departments to an intelligent enjoyment of foreign masterpieces. The productiveness of this epoch displayed itself chiefly in the subordinate fields of the lighter comedy, the poetical miscellany, the political pamphlet, and the professional sciences. The literary cue was correctness in the style of art, and especially in the language, which, as a more limited circle of persons of culture became separated from the body of the people, was in its turn divided into the classical Latin of higher society and the vulgar Latin of the common people. The prologues of Terence promise pure Latin. Warfare against faults of language forms a chief element of the Lucilian satire. And with this circumstance is connected the fact that composition in Greek among the Romans now falls decidedly into the shade. In so far, certainly there is an improvement. Inadequate efforts occur in this epoch far less frequently. Performances in their kind, complete and thoroughly pleasing, occur far oftener than before or afterwards. In a linguistic point of view, Cicero calls the age of Laelius and Scipio the golden age of pure, unadulterated Latin. In like manner, literary activity gradually rises in public opinion from a trade to an art. At the beginning of this period, the preparation of theatrical pieces, at any rate, if not the publication of recitative poems, was still regarded as not becoming for the Roman of quality. Pacuvius and Terence lived by their pieces. The writing of dramas was entirely a trade, and not one of golden produce. About the time of Sulla, the state of matters had entirely changed. The remuneration given to actors at this time proves that even the favourite dramatic poet might then lay claim to a payment, the high amount of which removed the stigma. By this means, composing for the stage was raised into a liberal art, and we accordingly find men of the highest aristocratic circles, such as Lucius Caesar, Aedile in 664-667, engaged in writing for the Roman stage and proud of sitting in the Roman Poets' Club by the side of the ancestorless Axius. Art gains in sympathy and honour, but the enthusiasm has departed in life and in literature. The fearless self-confidence which makes the poet a poet, and which is very decidedly apparent in Plautus especially, is found in none of those that follow. The epigoni of the men that fought with Hannibal are correct, but feeble. Tragedy, Pacuvius. Let us first glance at the Roman dramatic literature and the stage itself. Tragedy has now for the first time her specialists. The tragic poets of this epoch do not, like those of the preceding, cultivate comedy and epos side by side. The appreciation of this branch of art among the writing and reading circles was evidently on the increase, but tragic poetry itself hardly improved. We now meet with the national tragedy, Praetexta, the creation of Naevius, only in the hands of Pacuvius to be mentioned immediately, an aftergrowth of the Ennian epoch. Among the probably numerous poets who imitated Greek tragedies, two alone acquired a considerable name. Marcus Pacuvius from Brundisium, 535 to circa 625, who in his earlier years earned his livelihood in Rome by painting and only composed tragedies when advanced in life, belongs as respects both his years and his style to the 6th rather than the 7th century, although his poetical activity falls within the latter. He composed on the whole after the manner of his countryman, uncle and master Ennius. Polishing more carefully and aspiring to a higher strain than his predecessor, he was regarded by favourable critics of art afterwards as a model of artistic poetry and of rich style. In the fragments, however, that have reached us, proofs are not wanting to justify the censure of the poet's language by Cicero and the censure of his taste by Lucilius. His language appears more rugged than that of his predecessor, his style of composition pompous and punctilious,
There are traces that he, like Ennius, attached more value to philosophy than to religion, but he did not, at any rate, like the latter, prefer dramas chiming in with neological views and preaching sensuous passion or modern enlightenment, and drew without distinction from Sophocles or from Euripides of that poetry with a decided special aim, which almost stamps Ennius with genius. There can have been no vein in the younger poet. Axius. More readable and adroit imitations of Greek tragedy were furnished by Pacuvius's younger contemporary, Lucius Axius, son of a freedman of Pisorum, 584 to after 651, with the exception of Pacuvius, the only notable tragic poet of the 7th century. An active author also in the field of literary history and grammar, he doubtless laboured to introduce, instead of the crude manner of his predecessors, greater purity of language and style into Latin tragedy.
Yet even his inequality and incorrectness were emphatically censured by men of strict observance like Lucilius. Greek comedy. Terence's far greater activity and far more important results are apparent in the field of comedy. At the very commencement of this period, a remarkable reaction set in against the sort of comedy hitherto prevalent and popular. Its representative, Terentius, is one of the most interesting phenomena, in a historical point of view, in Roman literature. Born in Phoenician Africa, brought in early youth as a slave to Rome, and there introduced to the Greek culture of the day, he seemed from the very first destined for the vocation of giving back to the new Attic comedy that cosmopolitan character which in its adaptation to the Roman public under the rough hands of Naevius, Plautus, and their associates it had in some measure lost. Even in the selection and employment of models, the contrast is apparent between him and that predecessor whom alone we can now compare with him. Plautus chooses his pieces from the whole range of the newer Attic comedy, and by no means disdains the livelier and more popular comedians, such as Philemon. Terence keeps almost exclusively to Menander, the most elegant, polished, and chaste of all the poets of the newer comedy. The method of working up several Greek pieces into one Latin is retained by Terence, because in fact from the state of the case it could not be avoided by the Roman editors, but it is handled with incomparably more skill and carefulness. The Plautine dialogue beyond doubt departed very frequently from its models. Terence boasts of the verbal adherence of his imitations to the originals, by which, however, we are not to understand a verbal translation in our sense. The not unfrequently coarse, but always effective laying on of Roman local tints over the Greek groundwork, which Plautus was fond of, is completely and designedly banished from Terence. Not an allusion puts one in mind of Rome, not a proverb, hardly a reminiscence. Even the Latin titles are replaced by Greek. The same distinction shows itself in the artistic treatment. First of all, the players receive back their appropriate masks, and greater care is observed as to the scenic arrangements, so that it is no longer the case, as with Plautus, that everything needs to take place on the street, whether belonging to it or not. Plautus ties and unties the dramatic knot carelessly and loosely, but his plot is droll and often striking. Terence, far less effective, keeps everywhere account of probability, not unfrequently at the cost of suspense, and wages emphatic war against the certainly somewhat flat and insipid standing expedients of his predecessors, for example against allegoric dreams. Plautus paints his characters with broad strokes, often after a stock model, always with a view to the gross effect from a distance and on the whole. Terence handles the psychological development with a careful and often excellent miniature painting, as in the Adelphiphore instance, where the two old men, the easy bachelor enjoying life in town and the sadly harassed, not at all refined country landlord, form a masterly contrast. The springs of action and the language of Plautus are drawn from the tavern, those of Terence from the household of the good citizen. The lazy Plautine hostelry, the very unconstrained but very charming damsels with the hosts duly corresponding, the sabre-rattling troopers, the menial world painted with an altogether peculiar humour, whose heaven is the cellar and whose fate is the lash, have disappeared in Terence, or at any rate undergone improvement. In Plautus we find ourselves, on the whole, among incipient or thorough rogues, in Terence again, as a rule, among none but honest men. If occasionally a Lenoir plundered or a young man taken to the brothel, it is done with a moral intent,
possibly out of brotherly love or to deter the boy from frequenting improper haunts. The Plotine pieces are pervaded by the significant antagonism of the tavern to the house. Everywhere wives are visited with abuse, to the delight of all husbands temporarily emancipated and not quite sure of an amiable salutation at home. The comedies of Terence are pervaded by a conception not more moral, but doubtless more becoming, of the feminine nature and of married life. As a rule, they end with a virtuous marriage, or, if possible, with two, just as it was the glory of Menander that he compensated for every seduction by a marriage. The eulogies of a bachelor life, which are so frequent in Menander,
are repeated by his Roman remodeler only with characteristic shyness, whereas the lover in his agony, the tender husband at the accouchement, the loving sister by the deathbed in the Eunuchus and the Andria are very gracefully delineated. In the Hesiratha even appears at the close as a delivering angel, a virtuous courtesan, likewise a genuine Menandrian figure, which the Roman public, it is true, very properly hissed. In Plautus, the fathers throughout only exist for the purpose of being jeered and swindled by their sons. With Terence in the Hauton Timarumenos, the lost son is reformed by his father's wisdom, and as in general he is full of excellent instructions as to education, so the point of the best of his pieces, the Adelphi, turns on finding the right mean between the too liberal training of the uncle and the too rigid training of the father. Plautus writes for the great multitude and gives utterance to profane and sarcastic speeches, so far as the censorship of the stage at all allowed. Terence, on the contrary, describes it as his aim to please the good and, like Menander, to offend nobody. Plautus is fond of vigorous, often noisy dialogue, and his pieces require a lively play of gesture in the actors. Terence confines himself to quiet conversation. The language of Plautus abounds in burlesque turns and verbal witticisms, in alliterations, in comic coinages of new terms, Aristophanic combinations of words, pithy expressions of the day jestingly borrowed from the Greek. Terence knows nothing of such caprices. His dialogue moves on with the purest symmetry, and its points are elegant, epigrammatic, and sententious turns. The comedy of Terence is not to be called an improvement as compared with that of Plautus, either in a poetical or in a moral point of view. Originality cannot be affirmed of either, but if possible there is less of it in Terence, and the dubious praise of more correct copying is at least outweighed by the circumstance that, while the younger poet reproduced the agreeableness, he knew not how to reproduce the merriment of Menander, so that the comedies of Plautus imitated from Menander, such as the Stitius, the Sistellaria, the Bacchides, probably preserve far more of the flowing charm of the original than the comedies of the Dimidiatus Menander. And, while the aesthetic critic cannot recognize an improvement in the transition from the coarse to the dull, as little can the moralist in the transition from the obscenity and indifference of Plautus to the accommodating morality of Terence. But in point of language, an improvement certainly took place. Elegance of language was the pride of the poet, and it was owing above all to its inimitable charm that the most refined judges of art in aftertimes, such as Cicero, Caesar, and Quintilian, assigned the palm to him among all the Roman poets of the Republican age. In so far it is perhaps justifiable to date a new era in Roman literature, the real essence of which lay not in the development of Latin poetry, but in the development of the Latin language, from the comedies of Terence, as the first artistically pure imitation of Hellenic works of art. The modern comedy made its way amidst the most determined literary warfare. The Plotine style of composing had taken root among the Roman bourgeoisie. The comedies of Terence encountered the liveliest opposition from the public, which found their insipid language, their feeble style, intolerable. The apparently pretty sensitive poet replied in his prologues, which properly were not intended for any such purpose, with counter-criticisms full of defensive and offensive polemics, and appealed from the multitude, which had twice run off from his Hesirata witness a band of gladiators and rope dancers, to the cultivated circles of the genteel world. He declared that he only aspired to the approval of the good, in which doubtless there was not wanting a hint that it was not at all seemly to undervalue works of art which had obtained the approval of the few.
He acquiesced in, or even favoured the report, that persons of quality aided him in composing with their counsel or even with their cooperation. In reality, he carried his point. Even in literature, the oligarchy prevailed, and the artistic comedy of the exclusives supplanted the comedy of the people. We find that about 620, the pieces of Plautus disappeared from the set of stock plays. This is the more significant, because after the early death of Terence, no man of conspicuous talent at all further occupied this field. Respecting the comedies of Turpilius, 651 at an advanced age, and other stopgaps wholly or almost wholly forgotten, a connoisseur already at the close of this period gave it as his opinion that the new comedies were even much worse than the bad new pennies.
National Comedy. Afranius. We have formerly shown that in all probability already in the course of the 6th century, a national Roman comedy, Togata, was added to the Greco-Roman Palliata as a portraiture not of the distinctive life of the capital, but of the ways and doings of the Latin land.
Of course, the Terentian school rapidly took possession of this species of comedy also. It was quite in accordance with its spirit to naturalize Greek comedy in Italy on the one hand by faithful translation, and on the other hand by pure Roman imitation. The chief representative of this school was Lucius Afranius, who flourished about 66. The fragments of his comedies remaining give no distinct impression, but they are not inconsistent with what the Roman critics of art remark regarding him. His numerous national comedies were in their construction thoroughly formed on the model of the Greek intrigue piece. Only, as was natural in imitation, they were simpler and shorter. In the details also he borrowed what pleased him partly from Menander, partly from the older national literature. But of the Latin local tints, which are so distinctly marked in Titinius, the creator of this species of art, we find not much in Afranius. His subjects retain a very general character, and may well have been throughout imitations of particular Greek comedies with merely an alteration of costume. A polished eclecticism and adroitness in composition, literary allusions not unfrequently occur, are characteristic of him as of Terence. The moral tendency, too, in which his pieces approximated to the drama, their inoffensive tenor in a police point of view, their purity of language are common to him with the latter. Afranius is sufficiently indicated as of a kindred spirit with Menander and Terence by the judgment of posterity that he wore the toga as Menander would have worn it had he been an Italian, and by his own expression that to his mind Terence surpassed all other poets. Atellanai. The farce appeared afresh at this period in the field of Roman literature. It was in itself very old. Long before Rome arose, the merry youths of Latium may have
improvised on festal occasions in the masques, once for all established for particular characters. These pastimes obtained a fixed local background in the Latin asylum of fools, for which they selected the formerly Oscan town of Atella, which was destroyed in the Hannibalic War and was thereby handed over to comic use. Thenceforth the name of Oscan plays, or plays of Atella, was commonly used for these exhibitions. But these pleasantries had nothing to do with the stage and with literature. They were performed by amateurs where and when they pleased, and the text was not written, or at any rate was not published.
It was not until the present period that the Atellan piece was handed over to actors properly so called, and was employed, like the Greek satiric drama, as an afterpiece particularly after tragedies, a change which naturally suggested the extension of literary activity to that field.
Whether this authorship developed itself altogether independently, or whether possibly the art face of Lower Italy, in various respects of kindred character, gave the impulse to this Roman face, can no longer be determined. That the several pieces were uniformly original works is certain. The founder of this new species of literature,
Lucius Pomponius, from the Latin colony of Bononia, appeared in the first half of the 7th century. And along with his pieces those of another poet, Novius, soon became favourites. So far as the few remains and the reports of the old literatores allow us to form an opinion, they were short faces, ordinarily perhaps of one act, the charm of which depended less on the preposterous and loosely constructed plot
than on the drastic portraiture of particular classes and situations. Festal days and public acts were favourite subjects of comic delineation, such as the marriage, the 1st of March, Harlequin candidate. So were also foreign nationalities, the Transalpine Gauls, the Syrians. Above all, the various trades frequently appear on the boards. The sacristan, the soothsayer, the bird-seer, the physician, the publican, the painter, fisherman, baker pass across the stage. The public criers were severely assailed, and still more the fullers, who seem to have played in the Roman fool world the part of our tailors. While the varied life of the city thus received its due attention, the farmer with his joys and sorrows was also represented in all aspects. The copiousness of this rural repertory may be guessed from the numerous titles of that nature, such as the cow, the ass, the kid, the sow, the swine, the sick boar, the farmer, the countryman, harlequin countryman, the cattle herd, the vine-dresser, the fig-gatherer, woodcutting, pruning, the poultry yard. In these pieces it was always the standing figures of the stupid and the artful servant, the good old man, the wise man, that delighted the public. The first in particular might never be wanting, the Pulcinellus, this face, the gluttonous, filthy Maccus, hideously ugly and yet eternally in love, always on the point of stumbling across his own path, as set upon by all with jeers and with blows, and eventually at the close the regular scapegoat. The titles Maccus Miles, Maccus Copo, Maccus Virgo, Maccus Exul, Macchi Gemini, may furnish the good-humoured reader with some conception of the variety of entertainment in the Roman masquerade. Although these farces, at least after they came to be written, accommodated themselves to the general laws of literature, and in their metres, for instance, followed the Greek stage, they yet naturally retained a far more Latin and more popular stamp than even the national comedy. The farce resorted to the Greek world only under the form of travestied tragedy, and this style appears to have been cultivated first by Novius, and not very frequently in any case. The farce of this poet moreover ventured, if not to trespass on Olympus, at least to touch the most human of the gods, Hercules. He wrote a Hercules Auctionator. The tone, as a matter of course, was not the most refined, very unambiguous ambiguities, coarse rustic obscenities, ghosts frightening and occasionally devouring children formed part of the entertainment, and offensive personalities, even with the mention of names, not unfrequently crept in. But there was no want also of vivid delineation, of grotesque incidents, of telling jokes, and of pithy sayings, and the harlequinade rapidly won for itself no inconsiderable position in the theatrical life of the capital, and even in literature. Dramatic arrangements. Lastly, as regards the development of dramatic arrangements, we are not in a position to set forth in detail what is clear on the whole, that the general interest in dramatic performances was constantly on the increase, and that they became more and more frequent and magnificent. Not only was there hardly any ordinary or extraordinary popular festival that was now celebrated without dramatic exhibitions. Even in the country towns and in private houses, representations by companies of hired actors were common. It is true that while probably various municipal towns already at this time possessed theatres built of stone, the capital was still without one. The building of a theatre already contracted for had been again prohibited by the Senate in 599 on the suggestion of Publius Scipio Nasica. It was quite in the spirit of the sanctimonious policy of this age that the building of a permanent theatre was prohibited out of respect for the customs of their ancestors, but nevertheless theatrical entertainments were allowed rapidly to increase, and enormous sums were expended annually in erecting and decorating structures of boards for them. The arrangements of the stage became visibly better. The improved scenic arrangements and the reintroduction of masks about the time of Terence are doubtless connected with the fact that the erection and maintenance of the stage and stage apparatus were charged in 580 on the public chest. The plays, which Lucius Mummius produced after the capture of Corinth, formed an epoch in the history of the theatre. It was probably then that a theatre acoustically constructed after the Greek fashion and provided with seats was first erected, and more care generally was expended on the exhibitions. Now also there is a frequent mention of the bestowal of a prize of victory, which implies the competition of several pieces,
of the audience taking a lively part for or against the leading actors, of cliques and claqueurs.
The decorations and machinery were improved. Movable scenery, artfully painted, and audible theatrical thunder made their appearance under the aedileship of Gaius Claudius Pulcher in 655, and 20 years later, under the aedileship of the brothers Lucius and Marcus Lucullus, came the changing of the decorations by shifting the scenes. To the close of this epoch belongs the greatest of Roman actors. The freedman Quintus Roscius died about 692 at a great age. Throughout several generations, the ornament and pride of the Roman stage, the friend and welcome boon companion of Sulla, to whom we shall have to recur in the sequel. Satura. In recitative poetry, the most surprising circumstance is the insignificance of the epos, which during the 6th century had occupied decidedly the first place in the literature destined for reading. It had numerous representatives in the 7th, but not a single one who had even temporary success. From the present epoch, there is hardly anything to be reported save a number of rude attempts to translate Homer and some continuations of the Ennian Annals, such as the Istrian War of Hostius and the Annals perhaps of the Gallic War by Aulus Furius, about 650, which to all appearance took up the narrative at the very point where Ennius had broken off, the description of the Istrian War of 576 and 577. In didactic and elegiac poetry, no prominent name appears. The only successes which the recitative poetry of this period has to show belong to the domain of what was called satura, a species of art, which, like the letter or the pamphlet, allowed of any form and admitted any sort of contents, and accordingly, in default of all proper generic characters, derived its individual shape wholly from the individuality of each poet, and occupied a position not merely on the boundary between poetry and prose, but even more than half beyond the bounds of literature proper. The humorous poetical epistles, which one of the younger men of the Scipionic circle, Spurius Mummius, the brother of the destroyer of Corinth, sent home from the camp of Corinth to his friends, were still read with pleasure a century afterwards, and numerous poetical pleasantries of that sort not destined for publication probably proceeded at that time from the rich social and intellectual life of the better circles of Rome. Lucilius. Its representative in literature is Gaius Lucilius, sprung of a respectable family in the Latin colony of Suessa, and likewise a member of the Scipionic circle. His poems are, as it were, open letters to the public. Their contents, as a clever successor gracefully says, embrace the whole life of a cultivated man of independence, who looks upon the events passing on the political stage from the pit, and occasionally from the side scenes, who converses with the best of his epoch as his equals, who follows literature and science with sympathy and intelligence without wishing personally to pass for a poet or scholar, and who, in fine, makes his pocketbook the confidential receptacle for everything good and bad that he meets with, for his political experiences and expectations, for grammatical remarks and criticisms on art, for incidents of his own life, visits, dinners, journeys, as well as for anecdotes which he has heard. Caustic, capricious, thoroughly individual, the Lucilian poetry has yet the distinct stamp of an oppositional and, so far, didactic aim in literature as well as in morals and politics. There is in it something of the revolt of the country against the capital. The Suessan's sense of his own purity of speech and honesty of life asserts itself in antagonism to the great Babel of mingled tongues and corrupt morals. The aspiration of the Scipionic circle after literary correctness, especially in point of language, finds critically its most finished and most clever representative in Lucilius. He dedicated his very first book to Lucius Stilo, the founder of Roman philology, and designated as the public for which he wrote not the cultivated circles of pure and classical speech, but the Tarentines, the Brutians, the Siculi, or in other words the half-Greeks of Italy, whose Latin certainly might well require a corrective. Whole books of his poems are occupied with the settlement of Latin orthography and prosody, with the combating of Prenestine, Sabine, Etruscan provincialisms, with the exposure of current solecisms.
Along with which, however, the poet by no means forgets to ridicule the insipidly systematic Isocratean purism of words and phrases, and even to reproach his friend Scipio in right earnest jest with the exclusive fineness of his language.
But the poet inculcates purity of morals in public and private life far more earnestly than he preaches pure and simple Latinity. For this his position gave him peculiar advantages. Although by descent, estate and culture on a level with the genteel Romans of his time and possessor of a handsome house in the capital, he was yet not a Roman burgess, but a Latin. Even his position towards Scipio, under whom he had served in his early youth during the Numantine War, and in whose house he was a frequent visitor, may be connected with the fact that Scipio stood in varied relations to the Latins and was their patron in the political feuds of the time. He was thus precluded from a public life, and he disdained the career of a speculator. He had no desire, as he once said, to cease to be Lucilius in order to become an Asiatic revenue farmer. So he lived in the sultry age of the Gracchan reforms and the agitations preceding the social war, frequenting the palaces and villas of the Roman grandees and yet not exactly their client, at once in the midst of the strife of political coteries and parties and yet not directly taking part with one or another, in a way similar to Béranger, of whom there is much that reminds us in the political and poetical position of Lucilius. From this position he uttered his comments on public life with a sound common sense that was not to be shaken,
with a good humour that was inexhaustible, and with a wit perpetually gushing. Nunc vero aman ad noctem, festo atque profesto toto itidem pariterque dia populusque patresque lactare induforu se omnes, desedere nusquam, unice atque aedem studio omnes dedere et arti. Verba dare ut caute possint, pugnare dolose, blanditia certare, bonum simulare virum se, insidias facere ut si hostes sint omnibus omnes. The illustrations of this inexhaustible text remorselessly, without omitting his friends or even the poet himself, assailed the evils of the age, the coterie system, the endless Spanish war service, and the like. The very commencement of his satires was a great debate in the Senate of the Olympian gods on the question whether Rome deserved to enjoy the continued protection of the Celestials. Corporations, classes, individuals were everywhere severally mentioned by name. The poetry of political polemics, shut out from the Roman stage, was the true element and life-breath of the Lucilian poems, which by the power of the most pungent wit illustrated with the richest imagery, a power which still entrances us even in the remains that survive, pierce and crush their adversary as by a drawn sword. In this, in the moral ascendancy and the proud sense of freedom of the poet of Suessa, lies the reason why the refined Venusian, who in the Alexandrian age of Roman poetry revived the Lucilian satire, in spite of all his superiority in formal skill, with true modesty yields to the earlier poet as his better. The language is that of a man of thorough culture, Greek and Latin, who freely indulges his humour. A poet like Lucilius, who is alleged to have made 200 hexameters before dinner and as many after it, is in far too great a hurry to be nice. Useless prolixity, slovenly repetition of the same turn, culpable instances of carelessness frequently occur. The first word, Latin or Greek, is always the best. The meters are similarly treated,
particularly the very predominant hexameter. If we transpose the words, his clever imitator says, no man would observe that he had anything else before him than simple prose. In point of effect, they can only be compared to our doggerel verses. The poems of Terence and those of Lucilius stand on the same level of culture and have the same relation to each other as a carefully prepared and polished literary work has to a letter written on the spur of the moment. But the incomparably higher intellectual gifts and the freer view of life, which mark the knight of Suessa as compared with the African slave, rendered his success as rapid and brilliant as that of Terence had been laborious and doubtful. Lucilius became immediately the favourite of the nation, and he, like Béranger, could say of his poems that they alone of all were read by the people. The uncommon popularity of the Lucilian poem is, in a historical point of view, a remarkable event. We see from it that literature was already a power, and beyond doubt we should fall in with various traces of its influence if a thorough history of this period had been preserved. Posterity has only confirmed the judgment of contemporaries. The Roman judges of art who were opposed to the Alexandrian school assigned to Lucilius the first rank among all the Latin poets. So far as satire can be regarded as a distinct form of art at all, Lucilius created it, and in it created the only species of art which was peculiar to the Romans and was bequeathed by them to posterity. Of poetry attaching itself to the Alexandrian school, nothing occurs in Rome at this epoch except minor poems translated from or modelled on Alexandrian epigrams, which deserve notice not on their own account, but as the first harbingers of the later epoch of Roman literature. Leaving out of account some poets little known, and whose dates cannot be fixed with certainty, there belong to this category Quintus Catulus, consul in 652, and Lucius Manlius, an esteemed senator who wrote in 657. The latter seems to have been the first to circulate among the Romans various geographical tales current among the Greeks, such as the Delian legend of Latona, the fables of Europa, and of the marvellous bird Phoenix, as it was likewise reserved for him on his travels to discover at Dodona and to copy that remarkable tripod, on which might be read the oracle imparted to the Pelasgians before their migration into the land of the Sicili and Aborigines, a discovery which the Roman annals did not neglect devoutly to register. Historical composition Polybius. In historical composition, this epoch is especially marked by the emergence of an author who did not belong to Italy either by birth or in respect of his intellectual and literary standpoint, but who first, or rather alone, brought literary appreciation and description to bear on Rome's place in the world, and to whom all subsequent generations, and we too, owe the best part of our knowledge of the Roman development. Polybius, circa 546 to circa 627, of Megalopolis in the Peloponnesus, son of the Achaean statesman Lycurgus, took part apparently as early as 565 in the expedition of the Romans against the Celts of Asia Minor, and was afterwards on various occasions, especially during the Third Macedonian War, employed by his countrymen in military and diplomatic affairs. After the crisis occasioned by that war in Hellas, he was carried off along with the other Achaean hostages to Italy, where he lived in exile for 17 years and was introduced by the sons of Paulus to the genteel circles of that capital. By the sending back of the Achaean hostages, he was restored to his home, where he thenceforth acted as permanent mediator between his confederacy and the Romans. He was present at the destruction of Carthage and of Corinth. He seemed educated, as it were, by destiny to comprehend the historical position of Rome more clearly than the Romans of that day could themselves. From the place which he occupied, a Greek statesman and a Roman prisoner, esteemed and occasionally envied for his Hellenic culture by Scipio Aemilianus and the first men of Rome generally, he saw the streams, which had so long flowed separately, meet together in the same channel, and the history of the states of the Mediterranean resolve itself into the hegemony of Roman power and Greek culture. Thus, Polybius became the first Greek of note, who embraced with serious conviction the comprehensive view of the Scipionic circle and recognized the superiority of Hellenism in the sphere of intellect and of the Roman character in the sphere of politics as facts, regarding which history had given her final decision and to which people on both sides were entitled and bound to submit. In this spirit he acted as a practical statesman and wrote his history. If in his youth he had done homage to the honourable but impracticable local patriotism of the Achaeans, during his later years, with a clear discernment of inevitable necessity, he advocated in the community to which he belonged the policy of the closest adherence to Rome. It was a policy in the highest degree judicious and beyond doubt well-intentioned, but it was far from being high-spirited or proud. Nor was Polybius able wholly to disengage himself from the vanity and paltriness of the Hellenic statesmanship of the time. He was hardly released from exile when he proposed to the Senate that it should formally secure to the released their former rank in their several homes, whereupon Cato aptly remarked that this looked to him as if Ulysses were to return to the cave of Polyphemus to request from the giant his hat and girdle. He often made use of his relations with the great men in Rome to benefit his countrymen, but the way in which he submitted to and boasted of the illustrious protection somewhat approaches fawning servility. His literary activity breathes throughout the same spirit as his practical action.
It was the task of his life to write the history of the union of the Mediterranean states under the hegemony of Rome. From the First Punic War down to the destruction of Carthage and Corinth, his work embraces the fortunes of all the civilized states, namely Greece, Macedonia, Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, Carthage, and Italy, and exhibits in causal connection the mode in which they came under the Roman protectorate. Insofar he describes it as his object to demonstrate the fitness and reasonableness of the Roman hegemony. In design as in execution, this history stands in clear and distinct contrast with the contemporary Roman as well as with the contemporary Greek historiography.
In Rome, history still remained wholly at the stage of chronicle. There existed doubtless important historical materials, but what was called historical composition was restricted, with the exception of the very respectable but purely individual writings of Cato, which at any rate did not reach beyond the rudiments of research and narration, partly to nursery tales, partly to collections of notices. The Greeks had certainly exhibited historical research and had written history, but the conceptions of nation and state had been so completely lost amidst the distracted times of the Diadochi that none of the numerous historians succeeded in following the steps of the great Attic masters in spirit and in truth, or in treating from a general point of view the matter of worldwide interest in the history of the times. Their histories were either purely outward records, or they were pervaded by the verbiage and sophistries of Attic rhetoric, and only too often by the venality and vulgarity, the sycophancy and the bitterness of the age. Among the Romans as among the Greeks, there was nothing but histories of cities or of tribes. Polybius, a Peloponnesian, as has been justly remarked, and holding intellectually a position at least as far aloof from the Attics as from the Romans, first stepped beyond these miserable limits, treated the Roman materials with mature Hellenic criticism, and furnished a history which was not indeed universal, but which was at any rate dissociated from the mere local states, and laid hold of the Romano-Greek state in the course of formation. Never perhaps has any historian united within himself all the advantages of an author drawing from original sources so completely as Polybius. The compass of his task is completely clear and present to him at every moment, and his eye is fixed throughout on the real historical connection of events. The legend, the anecdote, the mass of worthless chronicle notices are thrown aside, the description of countries and peoples, the representation of political and mercantile relations, all the facts of so infinite importance which escape the analyst because they do not admit of being nailed to a particular year, are put into possession of their long-suspended rights. In the procuring of historic materials, Polybius shows a caution and perseverance such as are not perhaps paralleled in antiquity.
He avails himself of documents, gives comprehensive attention to the literature of different nations, makes the most extensive use of his favorable position for collecting the accounts of actors and eyewitnesses, and, in fine, methodically travels over the whole domain of the Mediterranean states and part of the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. Truthfulness is his nature. In all great matters he has no interest for one state or against another, for this man or against that, but is singly and solely interested in the essential connection of events, to present which in their true relation of causes and effects seems to him not merely the first but the sole task of the historian. Lastly, the narrative is a model of completeness, simplicity, and clearness. Still, all these uncommon advantages by no means constitute a historian of the first rank. Polybius grasps his literary task as he grasped his practical, with great understanding, but with the understanding alone. History, the struggle of necessity and liberty, is a moral problem. Polybius treats it as if it were a mechanical one. The whole alone has value for him, in nature as in the state. The particular event, the individual man, however wonderful they may appear, are yet properly mere single elements, insignificant wheels in the highly artificial mechanism which is named the state. So far, Polybius was certainly qualified as no other, was to narrate the history of the Roman people, which actually solved the marvelous problem of raising itself to unparalleled internal and external greatness without producing a single statesman of genius in the highest sense, and which, resting on its simple foundations, developed itself with wonderful, almost mathematical consistency. But the element of moral freedom bears sway in the history of every people, and it was not neglected by Polybius in the history of Rome with impunity.
His treatment of all questions in which right, honor, religion are involved is not merely shallow, but radically false. The same holds true wherever a genetic construction is required. The purely mechanical attempts at explanation which Polybius substitutes are sometimes altogether desperate. There is hardly, for instance, a more foolish political speculation than that which derives the excellent constitution of Rome from a judicious mixture of monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements, and deduces the successes of Rome from the excellence of her constitution. His conception of relations is everywhere dreadfully jejune and destitute of imagination. His contemptuous and overwise mode of treating religious matters is altogether offensive. The narrative, preserving throughout an intentional contrast to the usual Greek historiography with its artistic style, is doubtless correct and clear, but flat and languid, digressing with undue frequency into polemical discussions or into biographical, not seldom very self-sufficient description of his own experiences. A controversial vein pervades the whole work. The author destined his treatise primarily for the Romans, and yet found among them only a very small circle that understood him. He felt that he remained in the eyes of the Romans a foreigner, in the eyes of his countrymen a renegade, and that with his grand conception of his subject he belonged more to the future than to the present. Accordingly, he was not exempt from a certain ill humour and personal bitterness which frequently appear after a quarrelsome and paltry fashion in his attacks upon the superficial or even venal Greek and the uncritical Roman historians, so that he degenerates from the tone of the historian to that of the reviewer. Polybius is not an attractive author, but as truth and truthfulness are of more value than all ornament and elegance, no other author of antiquity perhaps can be named to whom we are indebted for so much real instruction. His books are like the sun in the field of Roman history. At the point where they begin, the veil of mist which still envelops the Samnite and Pyrrhic wars is raised, and at the point where they end, a new and, if possible, still more vexatious twilight begins. Roman chroniclers. In singular contrast to this grand conception and treatment of Roman history by a foreigner stands the contemporary historical literature of native growth. At the beginning of this period we still find some chronicles written in Greek, such as that already mentioned of Aulus Postumius, consul in 603, full of wretched rationalizing, and that of Gaius Achillius, who closed it at an advanced age about 612. Yet under the influence partly of Catonian patriotism, partly of the more refined culture of the Scipionic circle, the Latin language gained so decided an ascendancy in this field that of the later historical works not more than one or two occur written in Greek, and not only so, but the older Greek chronicles were translated into Latin and were probably read mainly in these translations. Unhappily, beyond the employment of the mother tongue, there is hardly anything else deserving of commendation in the chronicles of this epoch composed in Latin. They were numerous and detailed enough. There are mentioned, for example, those of Lucius Cassius Hemina, about 608, of Lucius Calpurnius Piso, consul in 621, of Gaius Sempronius Tuditanus, consul in 625, of Gaius Fannius, consul in 632. To these falls to be added the digest of the official annals of the city in 80 books, which Publius Mucius Scaevola, consul in 621, a man esteemed also as a jurist, prepared and published as Pontifex Maximus, thereby closing the city chronicle insofar as thenceforth the pontifical records, although not exactly discontinued, were no longer, at any rate, amidst the increasing diligence of private chroniclers, taken account of in literature. All these annals, whether they gave themselves forth as private or as official works, were substantially similar compilations of the extant historical and quasi-historical materials, and the value of their authorities as well as their formal value declined beyond doubt in the same proportion as their amplitude increased. Chronicle certainly nowhere presents truth without fiction, and it would be very foolish to quarrel with Naevius and Pictor because they have not acted otherwise than Hecataeus and Saxo Grammaticus.
But the later attempts to build houses out of such castles in the air put even the most tried patience to a severe test. No blank in tradition presents so wide a chasm, but that this system of smooth and downright invention will fill it up with playful facility. The eclipses of the sun, the numbers of the census, family registers, triumphs are without hesitation carried back from the current year up to the year 1. It stands duly recorded in what year, month, and day King Romulus went up to heaven, and how King Servius Tullius triumphed over the Etruscans first on the 25th November 183, and again on the 25th May 187, in entire harmony with such details accordingly. The vessel in which Aeneas had voyaged from Ilion to Latium was shown in the Roman docks, and even the identical sow, which had served as a guide to Aeneas, was preserved well pickled in the Roman temple of Vesta. With the lying disposition of a poet, these chroniclers of rank combine all the tiresome exactness of a notary, and treat their great subject throughout with the dullness which necessarily results from the elimination at once of all poetical and all historical elements. When we read, for instance, in Piso that Romulus avoided indulging in his cups when he had a sitting of the Senate next day, or that Tarpeia betrayed the capital to the Sabines out of patriotism, with a view to deprive the enemy of their shields, we cannot be surprised at the judgment of intelligent contemporaries as to all this sort of scribbling, that it was not writing history but telling stories to children. Of far greater excellence were isolated works on the history of the recent past and of the present, particularly the history of the Hannibalic War by Lucius Caelius Antipater, about 633, and the history of his own time by Publius Sempronius Asellio, who was a little younger. These exhibited at least valuable materials and an earnest spirit of truth, in the case of Antipater also a lively, although strongly affected style of narrative. Yet, judging from all testimonies and fragments, none of these books came up either in pithy form or in originality to the Origines of Cato, who unhappily created as little of a school in the field of history as in that of politics. Memoirs and speeches. The subordinate, more individual and ephemeral, species of historical literature, memoirs, letters, and speeches, were strongly represented also, at least as respects quantity. The first statesmen of Rome already recorded in person their experiences, such as Marcus Scaurus, consul in 639, Publius Rufus, consul in 649, Quintus Catulus, consul in 652, and even the regent Sulla. But none of these productions seem to have been of importance for literature otherwise than by the substance of their contents. The collection of letters of Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi, was remarkable partly for the classical purity of the language and the high spirit of the writer, partly as the first correspondence published in Rome, and as the first literary production of a Roman lady. The literature of speeches preserved at this period the stamp impressed on it by Cato. Advocates' pleadings were not yet looked on as literary productions, and such speeches as were published were political pamphlets. During the revolutionary commotions, this pamphlet literature increased in extent and importance, and among the mass of ephemeral productions there were some which, like the Philippics of Demosthenes and the fugitive pieces of Curia, acquired a permanent place in literature from the important position of their authors or from their own weight. Such were the political speeches of Gaius Laelius and of Scipio Aemilianus, masterpieces of excellent Latin as of the noblest patriotism. Such were the gushing speeches of Gaius Titius, from whose pungent pictures of the place and the time his description of the senatorial juryman has been given already. The national comedy borrowed various points. Such, above all, were the numerous orations of Gaius Gracchus, whose fiery words preserved in a faithful mirror the impassioned earnestness, the aristocratic bearing, and the tragic destiny of that lofty nature. Sciences. In scientific literature, the collection of juristic opinions by Marcus Brutus, which was published about the year 600, presents a remarkable attempt to transplant to Rome the method usual among the Greeks of handling professional subjects by means of dialogue, and to give to his treatise an artistic semi-dramatic form by a machinery of conversation in which the persons, time, and place were distinctly specified.
But the later men of science, such as Stilo the philologist and Scaevola the jurist, laid aside this method, more poetical than practical, both in the sciences of general culture and in the special professional sciences. The increasing value of science as such, and the preponderance of a material interest in it at Rome, are clearly reflected in this rapid rejection of the fetters of artistic form. We have already spoken in detail of the sciences of general liberal culture, grammar, or rather philology, rhetoric and philosophy, insofar as these now became essential elements of the usual Roman training and thereby first began to be dissociated from the professional sciences properly so called. Philology. In the field of letters, Latin philology flourished vigorously, in close association with the philological treatment, long ago placed on a sure basis, of Greek literature. It was already mentioned that about the beginning of this century, the Latin epic poets found their Diasquastean revisers of their text. It was also noticed that not only did the Scipionic circle generally insist on correctness above everything else, but several also of the most noted poets, such as Accius and Lucilius, busied themselves with the regulation of orthography and of grammar. At the same period we find isolated attempts to develop archaeology from the historical side. Although the dissertations of the unwieldy annalists of this age, such as those of Hemina on the censors and of Tuditanus on the magistrates, can hardly have been better than their chronicles. Of more interest were the treatise on the magistracies by Marcus Junius, the friend of Gaius Gracchus, as the first attempt to make archaeological investigation serviceable for political objects, and the metrically composed Didascaliae of the tragedian Accius, an essay towards a literary history of the Latin drama. But those early attempts at a scientific treatment of the mother tongue still bear very much a dilettante stamp, and strikingly remind us of our orthographic literature in the Bodmer-Klopstock period, and we may likewise without injustice assign but a modest place to the antiquarian researches of this epoch. Stilo. The Roman who established the investigation of the Latin language and antiquities in the spirit of the Alexandrian masters on a scientific basis was Lucius Aelius Stilo about 650. He first went back to the oldest monuments of the language and commented on the Salian litanies and the 12 tables. He devoted his special attention to the comedy of the 6th century and first formed a list of the pieces of Plautus which in his opinion were genuine. He sought, after the Greek fashion, to determine historically the origin of every single phenomenon in the Roman life and dealings, and to ascertain in each case the inventor, and at the same time brought the whole annalistic tradition within the range of his research. The success which he had among his contemporaries is attested by the dedication to him of the most important poetical and the most important historical work of his time, the satires of Lucilius and the annals of Antipater. And this first Roman philologist influenced the studies of his nation for the future by transmitting his spirit of investigation both into words and into things to his disciple Varro. Rhetoric. The literary activity in the field of Latin rhetoric was, as might be expected, of a more subordinate kind. There was nothing here to be done but to write manuals and exercise books after the model of the Greek compendia of Hermagoras and others, and these accordingly the schoolmasters did not fail to supply, partly on account of the need for them, partly on account of vanity and money. Such a manual of rhetoric has been preserved to us, composed under Sulla's dictatorship by an unknown author, who according to the fashion then prevailing taught simultaneously Latin literature and Latin rhetoric, and wrote on both. A treatise remarkable not merely for its terse, clear, and firm handling of the subject, but above all for its comparative independence in presence of Greek models. Although in method entirely dependent on the Greeks, the Roman yet distinctly and even abruptly rejects all the useless matter which the Greeks had gathered together solely in order that the science might appear more difficult to learn. The bitterest censure is bestowed on the hair-splitting dialectics, that loquacious science of inability to speak, whose finished master, for sheer fear of expressing himself ambiguously, at last no longer ventures to pronounce his own name. The Greek school terminology is throughout and intentionally avoided. Very earnestly the author points out the danger of many teachers, and inculcates the golden rule that the scholar ought above all to be induced by the teacher to help himself. With equal earnestness, he recognizes the truth that the school is a secondary, and life the main, matter, and gives in his examples chosen with thorough independence an echo of those forensic speeches which during the last decades had excited notice in the Roman advocate world. It deserves attention that the opposition to the extravagances of Hellenism, which had formerly sought to prevent the rise of a native Latin rhetoric, continued to influence it after it arose, and thereby secured to Roman eloquence, as compared with the contemporary eloquence of the Greeks, theoretically and practically, a higher dignity and a greater usefulness. Philosophy. Philosophy, in fine, was not yet represented in literature, since neither did an inward need develop a national Roman philosophy, nor did outward circumstances call forth a Latin philosophical authorship. It cannot even be shown with certainty that there were Latin translations of popular summaries of philosophy belonging to this period. Those who pursued philosophy read and disputed in Greek. Professional sciences, jurisprudence. In the professional sciences there was but little activity. Well, as the Romans understood how to farm and how to calculate, physical and mathematical research gained no hold among them. The consequences of neglecting theory appeared practically in the low state of medical knowledge and of a portion of the military sciences. Of all the professional sciences, jurisprudence alone was flourishing. We cannot trace its internal development with chronological accuracy. On the whole, ritual law fell more and more into the shade, and at the end of this period stood nearly in the same position as the canon law at the present day. The finer and more profound conception of law, on the other hand, which substitutes for outward criteria the motive springs of action within, such as the development of the ideas of offences arising from intention and from carelessness respectively, and of possession entitled to temporary protection, was not yet in existence at the time of the 12 Tables, but was so in the age of Cicero, and probably owed its elaboration substantially to the present epoch. The reaction of political relations on the development of law has been already indicated on several occasions. It was not always advantageous. By the institution of the tribunal of the Centum Virito deal with inheritance, for instance, there was introduced in the law of property a college of jurymen, which, like the criminal authorities, instead of simply applying the law, placed itself above it, and with its so-called equity undermined the legal institutions. One consequence of which, among others, was the irrational principle that anyone whom a relative had passed over in his testament was at liberty to propose that the testament should be annulled by the court, and the court decided according to its discretion. The development of juristic literature admits of being more distinctly recognized. It had hitherto been restricted to collections of formularies and explanations of terms in the laws. At this period there was first formed a literature of opinions, responsa, which answers nearly to our modern collections of precedents. These opinions, which were delivered no longer merely by members of the Pontifical College, but by everyone who found persons to consult him at home or in the open marketplace, and with which were already associated rational and polemical illustrations, and the standing controversies peculiar to jurisprudence, began to be noted down and to be promulgated in collections about the beginning of the 7th century. This was done first by the younger Cato, died about 600, and by Marcus Brutus, nearly contemporary, and these collections were, as it would appear, arranged in the order of matters. A strictly systematic treatment of the law of the land soon followed. Its founder was the Pontifex Maximus Quintus Mucius Scaevola, consul in 659, died 672, in whose family jurisprudence was, like the supreme priesthood, hereditary. His 18 books on the Lus Civila, which embraced the positive materials of jurisprudence, legislative enactments, judicial precedents, and authorities, partly from the older collections, partly from oral tradition in as great completeness as possible, formed the starting point and the model of the detailed systems of Roman law. In like manner, his compendious treatise of definitions, oroi, became the basis of juristic summaries and particularly of the books of rules.
Although this development of law proceeded, of course, in the main independently of Hellenism,
Yet an acquaintance with the philosophico-practical scheme-making of the Greeks beyond doubt gave a general impulse to the more systematic treatment of jurisprudence, as in fact the Greek influences in the case of the last-mentioned treatise apparent in the very title. We have already remarked that in several more external matters Roman jurisprudence was influenced by the Stoa. Art exhibits still less pleasing results. In architecture, sculpture, and painting there was, no doubt, a more and more general diffusion of a dilettante interest, but the exercise of native art retrograded rather than advanced. It became more and more customary for those sojourning in Grecian lands personally to inspect the works of art, for which in particular the winter quarters of Sulla's army in Asia Minor in 670 to 671 formed an epoch. Connoisseurship developed itself also in Italy. They had commenced with articles in silver and bronze. About the commencement of this epoch, they began to esteem not merely Greek statues, but also Greek pictures. The first picture publicly exhibited in Rome was the Bacchus of Aristides, which Lucius Mummius withdrew from the sale of the Corinthian spoil, because King Attalus offered as much as 6,000 denarii, £260 for it. The buildings became more splendid, and in particular transmarine, especially Himetian, marble, Cipollino, came into use for that purpose. The Italian marble quarries were not yet in operation. A magnificent colonnade still admired in the time of the empire, which Quintus Metellus, consul in 611, the conqueror of Macedonia, constructed in the Campus Martius, enclosed the first marble temple which the capital had seen. It was soon followed by similar structures built on the capital by Scipio Nasica, consul in 616, and near to the Circus by Gnaeus Octavius, consul in 626. The first private house adorned with marble columns was that of the orator Lucius Crassus, died 663, on the Palatine. But where they could plunder or purchase, instead of creating for themselves, they did so. It was a wretched indication of the poverty of Roman architecture that it already began to employ the columns of the old Greek temples. The Roman Capitol, for instance, was embellished by Sulla with those of the Temple of Zeus at Athens. The works that were produced in Rome proceeded from the hands of foreigners. The few Roman artists of this period who are particularly mentioned are without exception Italian or transmarine Greeks who had migrated thither. Such was the case with the architect Hermodorus from the Cyprian Salamis, who among other works restored the Roman docks and built for Quintus Metellus, consul in 611, the temple of Jupiter Stator in the basilica constructed by him, and for Decimus Brutus, consul in 616, the temple of Mars in the Flaminian Circus, with the sculptor Passiteles, about 665, from Magna Graecia, who furnished images of the gods in ivory for Roman temples, and with the painter and philosopher Mithradates of Athens, who was summoned to paint the pictures for the triumph of Lucius Paulus. It is significant that the coins of this epoch exhibit in comparison with those of the previous period a greater variety of types, but a retrogression rather than an improvement in the cutting of the dies. Finally, music and dancing passed over in like manner from Hellas to Rome, solely in order to be there applied to the enhancement of decorative luxury. Such foreign arts were certainly not new in Rome. The state had from olden time allowed Etruscan flute players and dancers to appear at its festivals, and the freedmen and the lowest class of the Roman people had previously followed this trade. But it was a novelty that Greek dances and musical performances should form the regular accompaniment of a genteel banquet. Another novelty was a dancing school, such as Scipio Aemilianus, full of indignation, describes in one of his speeches, in which upwards of 500 boys and girls, the dregs of the people and the children of magistrates and of dignitaries mixed up together, received instruction from a ballet master in far from decorous castanet dances, in corresponding songs, and in the use of the prescribed Greek stringed instruments. It was a novelty too, not so much that a consular and pontifex Maximus like Publius Scaevola, consul in 621, should catch the bulls in the circus as nimbly as he solved the most complicated questions of law at home, as that young Romans of rank should display their jockey arts before all the people at the festal games of Sulla. The government occasionally attempted to check such practices.
as for instance in 639, when all musical instruments, with the exception of the simple flute indigenous in Latium, were prohibited by the censors. But Rome was no Sparta. The lax government by such prohibitions rather drew attention to the evils than attempted to remedy them by a sharp and consistent application of the laws. If, in conclusion, we glance back at the picture as a whole, which the literature and art of Italy unfold to our view from the death of Ennius to the beginning of the Ciceronian age, we find in these respects, as compared with the preceding epoch, a most decided decline of productiveness. The higher kinds of literature, such as epos, tragedy, history, have died out or have been arrested in their development. The subordinate kinds, the translation and imitation of the intrigue piece, the farce, the poetical and prose brochure, alone are successful. In this last field of literature swept by the full hurricane of revolution, we meet with the two men of greatest literary talent in this epoch, Gaius Gracchus and Gaius Lucilius, who stand out amidst a number of more or less mediocre writers, just as in a similar epoch of French literature Courier and Béranger stand out amidst a multitude of pretentious nullities. In the plastic and delineative arts, likewise, the production, always weak, is now utterly null. On the other hand, the receptive enjoyment of art and literature flourished. As the epigoni of this period in the political field gathered in and used up the inheritance that fell to their fathers,
we find them in this field also as diligent frequenters of plays, as patrons of literature, as connoisseurs, and still more as collectors in art. The most honourable aspect of this activity was its learned research, which put forth a native intellectual energy, more especially in jurisprudence and in linguistic and antiquarian investigation. The foundation of these sciences, which properly falls within the present epoch, and the first small beginnings of an imitation of the Alexandrian hothouse poetry, already herald the approaching epoch of Roman Alexandrinism. All the productions of the present epoch are smoother, more free from faults, more systematic than the creations of the 6th century. The literati and the friends of literature of this period not altogether unjustly looked down on their predecessors as bungling novices, but while they ridiculed or censured the defective labours of these novices, the very men who were the most gifted among them may have confessed to themselves that the season of the nation's youth was past, and may have ever and anon perhaps felt in the still depths of the heart a secret longing to stray once more in the delightful paths of youthful error. The end. Thank you for listening. Have a wonderful day.